democratic socialist. I wish he wouldn't. He may be a democratic socialist, but he is running as a social democrat. This is a type of capitalism common in Northern Europe and certain other countries. Donald Trump calls Bernie a socialist slash communist. Those are two different things. Bernie is running as neither. Now, I tried to do some basic definitions so that we could, at a basic level, compare and contrast the three ideas. There are no perfect definitions because there will be those who envision a specific type of socialism when they say socialism, or when they say communism, they envision some prototypical type of communism. But I think that this is pretty good as a starting point for us. Social democracy is a capitalist economy strongly oriented towards social justice. And we'll talk more about that in a second. Socialism is a system of social ownership of the means of production, and communism is a system of government ownership of the means of production. These are not perfect definitions, but this at least helps us draw some lines. So when you look at this, no matter how you define this stuff, universal health care does not make a country socialist. Medicare for all is certainly not a guarantee of communism or socialism. Capitalist countries with strong welfare policies are not socialist, and they are not communist. Bernie Sanders does not want to abolish private property. Bernie Sanders does not want to mandate socializing ownership of the means of production. Bernie wants to democratize the workplace, where individual companies are structured in a more egalitarian way. Taxation is used to redistribute wealth to some degree so that no one's standard of living falls too low. This is really pretty uncontroversial stuff. And there's a long list of countries, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, Finland, and others, that have socially democratic systems similar to what Bernie Sanders is proposing. Now, there's something very interesting about social democracy versus socialism, of social democrats versus actual socialists. There are strict socialists, actual socialists, that are often very much against social democrats who propose what Bernie Sanders is proposing. Why? Social democracy makes capitalist countries more equal. Social democracy makes capitalist countries healthier, more viable, better functioning. Social democracy strengthens capitalism. It takes the edge off of capitalism. Strict socialists are sometimes unwilling to see things in shades of gray, and they get mad at social democrats because they say social democracy will make people more satisfied with a capitalist system, which we want to go away, making it less likely that there will be a desire for a revolution in which a country actually becomes a socialist country. Now, there are many socialists that are more pragmatic, and they realize we are more likely to eventually get to socialism from social democracy than from where we are today. So there are some socialists who, from a pragmatic point of view, welcome socially democratic reforms. Now, let's get back to our definitions for a second, just to clarify that even these definitions are controversial, and I understand that. There are some who will say, David, your definition of social democracy is not really social democracy. It's welfare capitalism, and that's something else. Some will say, the real difference between communism and socialism isn't that in one, the government owns the means of production, and in the other, the people own the means of production. The real difference is that communism is necessarily revolutionary, and it includes a one-party government and one-party rule, whereas socialism need not necessarily include those things. So I understand that these are not perfect definitions, but this is a framework to think these things through. But the important takeaway is that by any reasonable definition, Bernie Sanders is not running on a communist platform, and he's not even running on a socialist platform. If he is a democratic socialist, then the platform he is running on is not one. And that is the really important takeaway that I hope we can all sort of integrate and assimilate into our points of view. Okay, let me take a break from the serious stuff, but this is so funny, and we need a little bit of levity these days, so maybe you'll grant me a couple of minutes for this. Every once in a while, I'll do something random on the show just to mix things up for myself, mix things up for people, do a little something different with the staff, just to as a joke. Once at our New York City studio, the heat wasn't working in the entire building. So I wore like a big winter coat and a hat during the show. And I don't think I ever really explained what I was doing or why I did that. And I got a whole bunch of emails about it. Once a couple of years ago, I did an entire show with my hair looking really odd to celebrate that we reached 2,000 patrons on our Patreon page, and it created quite a stir. Earlier this week, I did the show with my hair looking odd, and there really wasn't any reason for it other than I just felt like mixing things up. Our audience was so concerned about it that I want to show you some of the hilarious messages I received. And I love this because a lot of people seemed genuinely worried about me, that my disheveled hair was a sign that the Iran thing was really getting me down or something like that. Sometimes I just do things for a reaction because I'm curious if something like this will take over the comment sections, and typically it does. Once during a live stream I did on YouTube, I wore a sweatshirt that had a weird shawl collar that almost looked like a bathrobe. And like 90% of the comments on the live stream were about my shawl collar. So check out some of the comments that I got about the hair stuff. Warren has a plan for everything. I wonder if she has a plan for David's hair. 100% of David's haircuts are being paid for by no one. Are you okay, David? Unshaven, disheveled hair, looking madder and madder. And this is from a guy who used to have long, long hair. You're not looking well, mate. Hope all is well. Have you thought about a break? I actually just took a break. I'm feeling quite good. Seriously, do something with the hair. At least the fork in a light socket look is an improvement over the usual Gumby slant. Sorry to be off topic, but your hair has a life of its own at the moment. Soon it'll have its own zip code. No doubt you're making a lot of balding men very jealous. Maybe the funniest, this is from a very nice lady who watches the show with her husband. I posted this to my social media. This is my favorite. Hi, David. Lots to worry over, but Terry and I are hoping you're okay, as your hair is more disheveled each passing day. So we wish you well. Thank you for your opinions. Warm regards from down under. I'm fine. I appreciate the concern. It's just a joke. Sometimes we do things to mix things up. Producer Pat was perplexed by my hair a couple of days ago. I actually, I've run the idea by Pat of one day just wearing a fake mustache, but never mentioning it, like never addressing it, never explaining how it appeared one day and was gone the next. But now that I see how many people were worried about just my hair, hundreds and hundreds of comments about it, I should probably think twice about it. Let me know if you were worried about me on Twitter at @DPackman. Follow me there. We will take a quick break. Huge Friday show for you today. I'm glad you're with us.
The David Packman Show at davidpackman.com.
The David Packman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpackman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpackman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Packman Show at davidpackman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Michael Larson and Felipe Luevano. Michael and Felipe, thank you so much for your support. Really appreciate it. Also want to say thank you to today's longtime sustaining member of the day. We've spoken in the past to psychiatry professor Dr. John Gartner on the show about his concerns regarding Donald Trump's mental state. And as I mentioned to you before, there is another psychiatrist, Dr. Bandy Lee, who is increasingly talking about what appears to be something very wrong with the president of the United States. Dr. Bandy Lee is a forensic psychiatrist at Yale's School of Medicine, also president of the World Mental Health Coalition. And Dr. Lee has written a piece after Donald Trump's assassination of Iranian leader Qasem Soleimani that we should be looking at very closely because it's so disturbing. And immediately, the military explanation, the strategic explanations of the Soleimani assassination made no sense. And many of us went to Trump wants to distract from impeachment. Trump wants to help himself get reelected in 2020, believes that assassinating Qasem Soleimani may help him achieve that goal. But there's another angle to this. And what Dr. Bandy Lee says is that narcissistic madman is essentially what explains what we are seeing from Donald Trump here. Check this out from Dr. Lee's piece. So what is happening with the president? It is what my esteemed colleague and former director of a division at the National Institute of Mental Health, Dr. John Zinner, has warned about: narcissistic rage. He joined me in leading the petition to Congress, for he believed, too, that while impeachment was important, Donald Trump had the real potential to become ever more dangerous as his condition progressed, as a threat to the safety of our nation. Short of his sole command over nuclear weapons, there were many other dangers he can pose by the use, fueled by rage, of his assumed absolute executive authority and by the loyalists who serve him. And as Dr. Lee goes on to explain this further, it is a spitting image of Donald Trump, particularly analyzed in the context of the Soleimani assassination. Check this out. Quote, anyone who has seen attacks of narcissistic rage knows it can be brutal and destructive. The afflicted person, outraged at the deprivation of the adulation to which one feels entitled, becomes blind to other concerns, such as the safety of others or the self. Upon collapse of one's grandiose image, which required adoration to buttress, one is no longer capable of repressing the painful feelings of inferiority and inadequacy that resurface. This experience is more menacing than any existential threat could be. Access to weapons or war-making power in such a state is extremely dangerous, for they become highly attractive as a means of restoration. Mistakes of the past, such as aggression in the Middle East, are likely to repeat in more serious form rather than be avoided. This is Donald Trump, period. And the things that are, the thing that's starting to get awkward is that we know there are people in Donald Trump's cabinet and in the Senate that know that this is true. They are sort of in this Russian roulette. Do you fire the gun and maybe get another conservative judge confirmed while Donald Trump is acting wacky? Or does Trump pull the trigger in a serious way, up to and including even the topic of nuclear war seemed to be a possibility earlier this week, although not in a serious manner. This is a good time to mention. There are a ton of people who are so desensitized to the way that Donald Trump typically behaves. I talked about this yesterday. They saw Donald Trump's speech on Iran 2 days ago, and because Trump merely lied and stuck to the prompter instead of doing his usual antics, a lot of people are saying, wow, what a presidential speech by Donald Trump. He seems completely fine. Donald Trump giving one speech that's not completely unhinged should not make us forget all of the things he's done and said, which gets us back to Republicans. Many Republicans, the ones that know the degree of absurdity that is Donald Trump, once Donald Trump is gone, the ones whose careers outlived Trump's presidency, they're immediately going to either pretend that Trump never happened or that they never really liked Trump. They weren't really with him to begin with. Others will blame things that happened under Trump's watch, either on Obama or on whoever follows Donald Trump, if the person who follows Donald Trump is a Democrat. Republicans have many reasons to keep Donald Trump in office right now. Some are getting their stuff done while Donald Trump goes crazy. Others are themselves compromised because in the end, when the rubber meets the road, you have a completely unhinged, ignorant president who assassinates an Iranian leader without the congressional authorization he claimed presidents need. And they rally around him, other than Mike Lee, and start their defenses with, well, this guy was no angel. Soleimani was a bad guy. There's lots of bad guys out there. They are part of the problem every time they run interference for Trump with those talking points, because that is a completely different discussion. Who's bad is a very different discussion than what Donald Trump did without congressional authorization to Qasem Soleimani, and particularly when you consider the question of why he did it, not because of any actual national security imperative. We've seen the razor-thin, bogus justification from the administration, but to take attention away from impeachment, and also because he believes on some level that it will help bolster his shot at re-election in November of 2020. We can't let it continue. Make sure you're following us on Instagram for more on this and other stories from today's show, at David Pakman Show. Quick break, back after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Let me know what's on your mind on Twitter. I'm at DPakman, and the show is at David Pakman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
We are going back to the phones at 617-830-4750. Let's check in with Jeremy in Wisconsin. Jeremy in Wisconsin on the 608 number. Jeremy, what's going on?
Hey, David. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. So my question sort of relates to, I guess, the ever-increasing role of international bodies in governance. So seeing, I guess the example I'm thinking about is the Amazon rainforest, how that obviously, if it's being destroyed, it has international consequences that affect every nation. So I was wondering if you think with things like that going on and kind of globalization increasing in general, do you think international bodies will be more strong in the future? And do you think they should go in that route?
Well, I've said before that the idea that most of our major issues can be solved within country borders is increasingly an idea of the past. I mean, listen, the U.S. can solve campaign finance internally, sure. But the U.S. is not going to be able to deal with automation and outsourcing independently. We're not going to be able to deal with climate change independently. We're not going to be able to deal with pollution independently. Space travel is something that is going to exceed country lines, space exploration. So the hyper-nationalist mentality that other people's problems are only theirs and not ours, and all of our problems are merely ours to solve, and we don't need anybody else. It is such an antiquated and at this point, frankly, bogus assertion that we are going to need to solve these issues together. That's another reason, aside from sometimes the xenophobic overtones of the hyper-nationalists, it also just doesn't work.
That's fair. Yeah, so I was wondering, I guess, you see the results of the European model, how there's been a little bit of pushback to that with the rise of, I guess, nationalist rhetoric in parts of the world. Do you think America is going to go down the European model and you're going to see more, I guess, global connections in terms of making policy?
If we elect the right people, sure. I mean, the current president is someone who has resisted that and is more of a go it alone sort of guy. And the effect that it's having is that increasingly the United States doesn't have a seat at the adult table on more and more issues. When it comes to global trade, Trump is just putting tariffs on people and increasingly the sort of outcast. When it comes to climate change, he's not even invited to a lot of important summits and discussions. So I hope that happens, but it's going to depend on who we elect.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, David. Appreciate you answering my question.
All right, Jeremy, great to hear from you. Let's go next to our caller from the 218 area code. Who's calling today from 218?
Hi, David. It's Bill.
Hey, Bill, what's up?
Oh, well, it's cold. Hey, listen, what do you think it's going to take for us to really, honest to God, get back to a normal, to get out of these dark ages that we're in right now? Because, you know, the elections, it seems like that's just a bunch of bull. You know, I don't know. Just what do you think it's going to take? I'm not advocating like for a revolution, but I know that's out of the question. but like a change in consciousness. People's got to. I mean, isn't it time everybody woke up and realized
Yeah,
what's
very,
going
very
on
good.
here?
So listen, it's you neither. It sounds like from what you're saying, you are not like a revolutionary leftist. I am also not what I would consider a revolutionary leftist. I'm a social democrat. So here's the
Right.
reality. I did a segment about this a couple of weeks ago. It might feel like a lot of our systems are unsustainable, and if you just draw a line from where we are now, it seems like they would be. Medical bankruptcy, education cost, inequality. It seems unsustainable. The establishment has a way of throwing a bone every once in a while to keep people in this middle ground where they are just okay enough that they're not going to abandon their job to do the types of activism that will really cripple the financial system and force
Yeah.
change, but still also in a precarious enough position where they also really can't afford to do that type of protesting. So, like on healthcare, some bone can be thrown. Some people would argue Obamacare was a sort of bone, whatever. So, as I said before, signing petitions is fine. Calling members of Congress is fine. Voting is more than fine. You've got to vote as a starting point. The system is designed to prevent people from doing mass rallies at urban centers. And I mean, not just people who already live in the city. I mean, the state population masses at the Capitol demanding change. Strategic
Yeah.
defaults of mortgages, strategic call outs to cripple industry. I think that without becoming revolutionary about it, unless and until we get to that type of activism, I think we will see more of the same of working around the edges and throwing a bone to people every once in a while to basically maintain the status quo for corporations and rich people.
I see. Yeah, I agree with you. You know, you had a caller a minute ago from Australia,
Yeah.
and now there's a country, the total country's on fire, and he's down there saying, I can't imagine what it's like to be in America right now. That pretty much sums it up, doesn't
It's
it?
true. And at the same time, you know, when the US is about to get into a war, maybe, we have a point of privilege there because we know the war is not coming here. I mean, yes, we deal with individual terrorist attacks, domestic, most of them, some foreign. But we have a point of privilege where we can say, do we want to do a war in this country or not, without really having to worry that the war might actually be on American soil. And that's an extremely privileged position to be in.
I'm a baby boomer too, and I think it's terrible that we have to be talking this about wars.
Yeah.
And David, what do you think about a candidate like Marianne Williamson, who comes on a platform of pretty much love?
Uh-huh.
I realize she doesn't have a chance, and I was all for Marianne at the beginning, but now I've switched over to Bernie. But what do you think a candidate like, or somebody like Marianne Williamson has a chance to ever help turn this country around?
I love her idea of love. I do. I also find some of her new age pseudoscience beliefs pretty kooky. And last time I mentioned that, people got very mad at me. I've interviewed her on the program before. She has some ideas that are fine, but she's not going to be elected in 2020. So let's focus on 2020 first. Then we can figure out what kind of a role maybe Marianne can play in the future.
Okay, David. Thank you.
All right, my pleasure. Great to hear from you. Let's go next to our caller from the 541 area code. Who's calling today from 541?
Hi, David. This is Jordan from Eugene, Oregon.
Hey, Jordan. What's up?
Hi. I tweeted you about this the other day, but I thought I'd call you for the first time. And I had a thought. When it comes to the impeachment, and right now Nancy Pelosi is holding the articles from going to the Senate.
Yes.
Preventing it from going to trial, so it's kind of this weird stalemate. Is it possible that we can go into the next presidential election, assuming that Trump loses office and someone else gets in, that they can actually have a trial after there is a new president on Trump?
I don't know the answer to that, to be perfectly frank. So the idea would be Nancy Pelosi holds articles of impeachment. The president has been impeached. Then Trump loses, and then you have a different president in, but you still do an impeachment trial of Trump. I think that my instinct is you can't, because an impeachment trial is ultimately a vote about whether to remove the president. If the president's already gone, it makes it moot, and maybe it could still have some symbolic meaning, but I don't think so. I think you've got to do the impeachment trial while the president is still president.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense. The only thing I was thinking about was, like, because technically, since no one has ever been convicted,
Yes.
in my mind, from a trial, that so there's never really been a consequence other than removing a president, because there potentially could be additional consequences rather than just being removed. That's why I was thinking that way.
Well, there can be, once the president is no longer president, they can conceivably could be indicted for crimes. But I think our priority should be, let's remove him in November, no matter what. And at a certain point, let's do the trial in the Senate, probably before the election. I think it has to be, but maybe Nancy Pelosi knows better than I do.
Yeah, it's a good possibility, but I enjoyed hearing your thoughts, David. Thank you very much for
All
taking
right,
my
thank
call.
you. Appreciate the call. Thanks very much. Let's go next to let's go to Mike from Georgia at the 706 area code. Mike from Georgia, what's going on?
Hey, David, how are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Okay, so I had a question. So we hear a lot about, in the debates that they asked right-wing framed questions. But don't we need right-wing framed questions if we're going to be taking on, the Republican establishment, or really just the establishment as a whole?
Yeah, so you're asking a very important question. So here's the thing. During Democratic debates, the point is to best figure out who of the Democratic candidates, really it's for two things. Whose policies do you most agree with? And we are also making judgments about electability. We are imagining the candidates on the stage debating Donald Trump. So it seems like what you're pointing out is, at a certain point, the Democratic nominee is going to have to face Trump and is going to have to face Republican arguments. Therefore, isn't it logical for the moderators to be making some of those Republican arguments in questioning the Democrats? Is that sort of what you're saying?
Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. Yeah.
Here's the problem with it. When the moderator is framing up a question for all of the people on the stage, that's not about asking a particular candidate how something about their policy will work. When you frame the entire question in a way that is a Republican slant, you're in a sense discrediting the fact that this is even being discussed in particular terms. And that's why it's so problematic. If you have different Democrats up on the stage and someone wants a public option for healthcare, someone wants Medicare for all, someone wants a phased in Medicare, you have all these different things. You want that to be debated in a way that is sort of fair and neutral, and let the candidates frame their positions. And if they want to bring up what it is that Donald Trump wants to do, fine. When the moderators a priori frame the entire question where the logical answer, the right position, is one that is what Republicans are advocating for, or more to the right, not only is it not the point of the Democratic debates, it also is helping the more conservative candidates up on the stage. And so we just don't want it. That's not the role the moderators are supposed to have.
Okay, yeah, yeah, that definitely makes sense. I always just kind of found it hypocritical that they're supposed to come off as a neutral force, and yet they seem to go in more towards a Republican direction, or really setting up all these trap questions that you can't really wiggle your way out of unless you attack the framing of the question.
That's another good point, which is that to properly handle that, you're putting the candidates in a position where they either have to go after the moderators for the framing, which they should do, and I'm glad when they do it, but that takes time away from actually figuring out who on stage has the best policy. And so it's also a distraction in that way.
Oh, yeah. And that's kind of like my problem with debates, other than the fact that I don't know how much they'll change the course of the election. Because, I mean, I feel like most people kind of have an idea of who they want to vote for.
Yeah, at this point in the game, this late in the game, the debates will do very little to change public support, other than if someone blunders terribly and they will then be hurt. But it is very difficult at this point in the game to really gain very much by doing well in the debates, because people are mostly familiar with the candidates and with their positions.
Yeah. All right. Well, you pretty much answered my question, so thank you very much, David.
All right. Thanks, Mike. Great to hear from you. Let's go next to our caller from the 347 area code. Who's calling today from 347?
Hello, is this me?
Yes, it is. Who's this?
This is Alex from Brooklyn, New York.
Hey, Alex, what's up?
So I had two things on my mind. One is sort of my opinion. One I wanted to ask for yours, and they're both an opinion. They're both related to impeachment rather than Iran.
Sure.
So the first thing I wanted to talk about was this like idea from Democrats, sort of like this, examination of this impeachment that, as this thing will progress and maybe afterwards, Americans will kind of look back on this and think, oh my goodness, how could we support Trump? Like, what is going on? Like, we fell to this ideology and the sort of fear mongering that led us to vote for Trump, when in reality, in my opinion, we're going to have something more of the lines of how people look at the Civil War, in the sense of that there's still a population in this country that still thinks that the Civil War was, northern aggression, or it's about, disruption of state rights and whatnot.
That's interesting. So if I understand correctly, what you're saying is no matter what happens during the Trump administration with Iran or with anything else, eventually there will be people who will see Trump as this great hero, much like you still have people who see the Civil War as being about states' rights rather than about slavery or whatever. Like there will always be a contingent that sees it that way.
Yes, when I see like kids at Trump rallies, cheering him on, I feel like many years from now they'll tell their kids Trump was the greatest president ever, whether it's ends in 10 months or 4.5 years, but
I don't think you're wrong. I think maybe you're overstating the importance that Trump is going to have historically. I mean, I hope so. I hope that historically Trump will be seen as an aberration, but that people won't talk about him that much one way or the other, much the same way that a lot of presidents aren't really discussed very much today. But the more erratic his behavior, of course, the more likely that he does remain a topic of conversation. But it's an interesting point of view for sure. The idea that there's always going to be, at the same time, though, if you think back to like William Howard Taft, is there a contingent that goes around idolizing Taft today? He just kind of become not a big factor. Maybe Trump would be the same, although certainly he would ideally be seen as an aberration no matter how long it goes.
I hope as well.
Yeah.
And the second point that I want to bring up actually does relate to the impeachment trials, but it also has something to do with Iran. So I was watching one of your videos about Tucker Carlson talking about how, we shouldn't be in this war with Iran, like so on and so forth. And he mentioned John Bolton as a non-genius. And, to a certain point, I agree with him on that.
Yeah.
But in his commentary, he sort of, dismisses John Bolton. And I was wondering if you think he might be playing this sort of like side role of dismissing John Bolton, because in the case that he does somehow end up testifying in the Senate, although it's unlikely, we can play off as, this guy, he's a warmonger. And, even though I don't believe he had anything to do with Iran, he, on the other hand, could be dismissed as just another warmonger, and his testimony is worth little to nothing.
I don't think that that's Tucker's motivation. If anything, it's just that Tucker has always had disagreements with John Bolton because John Bolton is very interventionist and Tucker Carlson has an anti-interventionist streak. I don't think it's nearly as calculated as you're suggesting. Alex, thank you so much. Great to hear from you. I do have to move on to other callers, and I hope to hear from you again. Let's go to our caller from the 570 area code. Who's calling today from 570?
Hi, David. This is Hector.
Hey, Hector.
Oh, great. So I have two questions to ask you. So the first one is the most how do you want to say it? Like the most serious question, which is like, or not a question, but more like a comment actually. Like, you know how you were saying that I'm Hispanic, and you are Hispanic as well, and you know how you were saying like you don't consider yourself to be necessarily of color.
Right.
Well, my skin is fairly light. So I'm from the Dominican Republic, and a lot of Dominicans are darker.
Yep.
At my work, I have well, not necessarily like a manager, but he's like higher up on me, and he just was making really messed up jokes in the workplace about Dominicans.
Yeah.
And I live in the Northeast Pennsylvania area, and he's from Hazleton, and it was just like super annoying. And I basically took him to the side, and I was like, "Dude, what are you doing? This is so annoying, and you have no idea how stupid you sound."
Yep.
I just feel like there's a lot of like to grow up from these people around here, like that are you know, just in their ways, you know. I don't know, but the other question, or my actual question is, what are your favorite Argentinian rock bands?
Okay, so I want to get back to that first thing because it's interesting. But some Argentinian bands I like include Fabulosos Cadillacs, Auténticos Decadentes, Pericos. That's reggae. I saw them here in Boston actually. Los Cafres is a great band. There's just so many. There's so many great Argentinian rock bands. But so what was your coworker's reaction when you said, "Hey, you know, I don't like those comments that you're making"?
So my coworker's reaction was like, dude, I understand, I apologize, and all this sort of stuff. And he did apologize, but you know, I just feel like it's in a very fake way that he did that.
Right. Well, it's not like you saying something is going to change this person's deeply held beliefs, right? It might make them moderate what they say in public, but it's not like saying one thing will actually get them to reconsider their views more than likely.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree 100%.
Yeah.
I just like I wish there was a better way for me, because since we are such a small company, we don't have an HR.
Yeah.
So, and I wish that there was a better way of me being able to deal with this.
Right.
But I don't know. Yeah, I just wanted to like break out, you know, first time calling on doing something ever like this. So yeah.
All right, Hector, very good. Appreciate you sharing the story. It sounds horrible. I've had similar situations myself, and it is very, very ugly. I hope to hear from you again. Thank you so much for the call. Let's go to our caller from the 203 area code. Who is calling today from 203?
Hello, David?
Yes.
Oh, hey, my name is Josh. I'm from Connecticut.
Hey, Josh, what's up?
And I just watched Trump's speech this morning, the response to you know, the attack on the Iraqi base.
Right.
And he seemed really tired. He seems like he just woke up. But yeah. And, you know, basically it was short. He said, like, you know, doesn't seem like we're doing any sort of military strike, like, as of now. We don't really know.
Yeah. I mean, listen,
like...
the impression I got from that speech was he actually seems okay. As I said on the program, the day of the strikes, Iran kind of handed Trump a way out if he wants it, which is they got a retaliation on the record for Qasem Soleimani. It didn't lead to any casualties. Mm-hmm. And now if Trump wants to gracefully exit without doing more, he can do it maybe without feeling like he's a beta male, as those on the right might say. And if he's determined to escalate, he also can. And it seems as though he doesn't seem that interested in escalating as of right now.
Yeah, but that wasn't really my question. Like, my main question is, like, kind of this huge speculation territory. Like we don't really know what the future holds, but, like, let's just speculate worst case scenario if, like, there is, like, some sort of all-out war with Iran. Do you think there would end up being, like, any sort of use of selective service, like, AKA the draft? Because, like personally, I don't really think so. Because,
no,
like,
I don't think so either. I did a live stream earlier this week, and a lot of people were talking about the draft. Could I get drafted? What's going on? I don't think the volunteer military in the United States, both thankfully and concerningly, like why so many people want to be in the military is an area of concern, although some are doing it for economic reasons. And okay, we can talk about that. But also, fortunately, the volunteer military is so big that the size of the armed conflict that would necessitate a draft would be so huge that I don't think that that's a likely outcome at all. Of even if there's a major escalation with Iran, I don't see a draft.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't used it in like what 60 years or something like that.
Yeah.
Like,
well, it was done in Vietnam. That wasn't 60 years ago, but.
Oh, I don't know. I got my numbers wrong. Sorry. Yeah. Like I'm really mainly asking this because like I'm 18-year-old college student, go to UConn, go Huskies. So like a lot of people I know are kind of concerned about this whole thing.
I totally get it. I do not, as of based on everything we know right now, I don't think you have to worry. I really don't.
Yeah. Like I understood like the concern from some people, but I honestly don't think like it would end up being an issue. I just want to know your opinion on the whole thing.
All right, very good. Well, that's I hope that I am not wrong, because if I'm wrong on this, a lot of people have some very ugly things coming up. So I hope that I'm right on this.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks very much.
Right,
appreciate
so much.
The phone call. I apologize to everybody I was not able to get to, but I am out of time. We will take calls again. We'll take a quick break and be back with more right after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex, French press, or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Patriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. Did you know the David Pakman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show, and on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform, at steemit.com/@David Pakman. That's STEEMIT.com/@David Pakman.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Let's get to audience questions. I love this first one because it's something I've thought about for a very, very long time, really since I first became engaged in politics when I was in high school. The question is, hey, David, how could anyone still be undecided about whether or not they're going to vote for Donald Trump? I also want to know how this is possible. And it seems to me that there's a few different things going on. I mean, I actually want to know, how is it possible to really be a swing voter? Do they not know or pay attention to what the parties and candidates represent? Are they voting based on personalities or physical appearance or something else? It has never really made sense to me. And I think that there's a couple of different things going on. First of all, a lot of these swing voters are uninformed. And I'm not saying this as a pejorative. We've analyzed, in fact, a lot of interviews with voters who, one was with a group of women who said, I voted Obama in 2012, and then I voted Trump in 2016. They were clueless. I mean, they didn't know anything about what was going on. So I think part of it is that they are unaware of the facts and probably making decisions on the basis of rhetoric that they are not then researching the truth of. They are falling for the talking points of one versus the other. I don't think it's particularly good for our society. I mean, listen, I'd rather, between Obama and Trump, I'm voting for Obama. As a society, I don't know that we're better off for people falling for either candidates or either party's talking points in terms of what it means about critical thinking and the ability to analyze assertions for yourself. But there's that element first and foremost, people who just don't really know what's going on. There's another thing, though, that I think needs to be mentioned when we talk about the undecideds and the swing voters and the independents, which is there is a sort of psychological pleasure that some people get by being the enlightened centrist. And you see that there are actually some media people who have YouTube channels or whatever based on the idea that they are independent and they are centrists and they will sometimes vote for Republicans and sometimes vote for Democrats. Is it possible that someone's ideology might sometimes point to voting for a Republican and other times point to voting for a Democrat? Absolutely. It's more common in very local races. It's much less common, for example, at the Senate level. I'm sure we can find examples where you have, a Democrat that's conservative on issues you disagree with them on, and a Republican who is more liberal, for example, on issues where you agree. So you might vote for the Republican. These are very rare cases. So I've met a lot of people who get some kind of satisfaction from sort of feeling as though they are above the peons who are on the left or on the right, Democrats or Republicans. But I actually think it's often they who are the ignorant ones, because they seem to they seem to interpret centrism as being more discerning and more fact-based when it comes to deciding who to vote for, when in reality they're missing that the differences between Republicans and Democrats, left and right, the differences are so obvious that to be the enlightened centrist is the furthest thing from enlightened that you could possibly be. So I think that that's also a part of it. It's a combination of some people who are uninformed, some people who like the idea of just being contrarian and saying, I'm a different thing. I'm not like you guys and I'm not like you guys. I'm the centrist. I sometimes vote this way, sometimes the other way. Everyone that I've personally talked to, and this is merely anecdotal, when you ask them about their politics actually make it very clear. You should always be voting for a Democrat, or you should always have been voting for a Republican. You just don't seem to realize it for yourself. It's sort of a sad commentary about education in the United States. You then also have voters who are just not very politically engaged, and they like to say, I vote for whoever is best in a particular election. And very often that has nothing to do with policy at all. It actually is personality and the way that the person campaigns and sort of a feeling that someone gets. Judge that as you will in terms of whether that's a good thing or not a good thing. But yeah, I also don't really understand. I mean, listen, if someone is unsure whether they are voting for a Democrat or Trump, I want to hear from you. Even the furthest right Democrat, which I guess would be, who's furthest right? I mean, is it like Biden of the people that are still in it? Biden followed by Buttigieg, I guess, of the people that are still in the running are the furthest right. Of course, I'm voting for them over Donald Trump. And I would be very interested to hear during live calls from someone who might vote for Trump or might vote for a Democrat. I want to hear on what issue is it that is keeping you from deciding. Next question today is, hey, do you believe that any state is going to flip party in the 2020 presidential election from the 2016 results? There's actually a much bigger conversation to be had here, but first let's think it through. I think Arizona is certainly a possibility. Donald Trump the Democrats had a very strong showing in Arizona during the midterms, and polling is looking very strong in Arizona. So Arizona is a possibility that might flip in 2020. When we talk about key states that went to Trump by a little bit, but in 2016, but could go the other way, North Carolina is certainly a possibility. Georgia's a possibility, although less likely. I think if Georgia goes blue in 2020, it will be a landslide against Donald Trump. I find it hard to believe there would be a situation where Georgia is isolated as a state that flips, and otherwise the election is basically as in 2016. Even though we have 50 individual elections, there are still trends and there is still momentum. And I think if Georgia goes blue, a lot of other things will go blue as well. I think it's conceivable that Minnesota, if you want to find a blue state that could go to Trump, it's possible. Minnesota has been sort of right-leaning a little bit lately, and the numbers are not looking as cleanly positive for the eventual Democratic nominee. I don't think that it's super likely. There are people talking about New Hampshire as well. I think that there's actually another interesting possibility if we want to. So look at Florida, for example. Florida is a state that is a very important state in many elections because it sometimes goes to the Democrat, sometimes it goes to the Republican, and it's often pretty close. I think that in 2020, we could have a pretty wacky result where the popular vote results are very similar to 2016 in that the Democratic challenger will win by several million votes. But you could either have a Trump reelection with a similar electoral vote margin as in 2016, or you could have a very similar popular vote result and a Democratic win if some key states, like, for example, there was a map I was looking at, Florida and Ohio could remain with Trump, but he could still lose electorally. And there are some pretty wacky maps that have been put together that are at least conceivably plausible based on state polling right now. But if I had to say what is the most likely flip, I think it's Arizona to go blue, North Carolina maybe to go blue. The governor there is somewhat popular. And I think the one thing to consider when we look at these numbers is that because there is no Democratic nominee yet, the Republican propaganda machine has not yet been able to just focus on any one Democratic candidate, whereas every Democratic candidate has been talking about Donald Trump. Sometimes even during the debates, Democratic candidates won't even talk about their own policy. They'll be asked a question about what they would do, and they will just criticize Donald Trump. We've seen Pete Buttigieg do it. We've seen Kamala Harris do it. I won't list everybody because almost everyone has done it at least at some point during the debates. I think the most likely scenario in 2020 is very similar results nationally in the popular vote and close results in some of these key states, which might go the other way this time. So I think that if a Democratic candidate is going to win and defeat Trump in November of 2020, you will see a similar popular vote win as we saw in 2016, 2, 3, 4 million votes, something like that. But you will see small margins go the other way in those few key states that made it for Trump. It was Wisconsin, it was Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina. That's where I think you will see this election won or lost. It's not a reason to ignore other places. You still got to work in other places. But I think ultimately small margins in those key states are going to be the difference maker. Last question today. Hey, David, how will Joe Biden handle Ukraine attacks from Donald Trump if he becomes the nominee? This is a good question because this has already come up and Joe Biden has completely mangled the answer. I believe that Joe Biden needs to fight back when that issue comes up. If Joe Biden is the nominee and issues of Hunter Biden's job at the Ukrainian gas company are woven into the discussion about Trump and impeachment. The other day, I saw an interview that Joe Biden gave where he was asked about it, and he seemed totally disoriented. He seemed dazed almost. How has he not come up with a strong answer on this issue? He's already looking weak about it. So a few thoughts that I have. Number one, Biden needs a strategy. I would sort of workshop it, and there's a few different angles you could take. One angle you could take is say, hold on a second. The Trump administration has Trump's unelected children doing high-level work. You've got Rudy Giuliani's son working in the White House. You have William Barr's son working in the White House or somewhere associated with the administration. You've got the president's kids regularly meeting with foreign leaders. Maybe the fact that Hunter Biden got a job at a gas company is not actually the biggest concern right now when you've got Ivanka sitting in for the Secretary of State or whatever it was that she was doing a couple years ago at the G20. That's one angle. The counter to that is you're sort of muddying it up because you're not really defending anything. You're just saying Trump is doing it worse. So another angle that you could take is something like, listen, I've helped my children to be successful. You've helped yours. Neither has anything to do with you being impeached for your bribery and extortion of Ukraine. You are an impeached president. You're desperate to distract, et cetera, et cetera. That might be sort of like a stronger way to go about it. I'm not a political messaging expert, but what I can tell you is that when Joe Biden was asked about this the other day, how do you not have a planned answer for it? You are going to get 100 versions of basically the same question. Isn't there something to why Hunter Biden had this cushy job on the board of this Ukrainian gas company? Isn't it true that for whatever Trump did wrong, maybe there should be an investigation into what went on with you and Hunter Biden? He's going to be asked this 100 different ways. He's got to be strong on it. He's completely bungled it so far in a cringeworthy, embarrassing way. And if he is going to be the nominee, and he's not the nominee yet, and maybe he won't be, but if he is, if he can't be prepared for that in a strong way, which it'll require a level of strength we've not really seen from Joe Biden this campaign, other than in very isolated instances, he's going to get crushed by Trump. You will have an impeached president making Joe Biden look bad on issues surrounding what led to the impeachment, unless Joe Biden can be properly prepared. I want to hear from you. How do you believe that Joe Biden should answer those questions? Leave a reply as a comment if you're watching on YouTube. Otherwise, send me a tweet at @dpack.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Order at 4:34 if David is up and ready. Here, if you would like these. So we've got clerk's report, which is I'm sorry, I have two things to add to the agenda. Forgot about, thank you, sorry. Whole 3 minutes has passed and I forgot that. So we need to add, under new business, we will add resignation, or is that plural? Resignation, and then we will add new insurance regulations. All right. So those will be under new.
So this is actual SU meeting.
Yes, we are the SU tonight. Okay, so now on to clerk's report. We've got the approval of minutes of December 27th.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any
I'm busy.
questions or comments? I think I did read them over. Oh, it's been a whole, almost 12 days since we met. All right, seeing none, all those in favor of accepting the minutes of December 27th, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, minutes are passed. Welcome to everyone here. Committee reports, we have none. So now we have warrants and payroll. So we have warrant, you wanna?
I can make a motion so that.
There you go.
I move that we approve the warrants of December 27th, 2019, the amount of $419,714.32, and the payroll from December 20th in the amount of $451,046.14.
Is there a second? I'll second if you like.
Go ahead.
Okay. Any comments, questions? Anything to discuss on those? Okay, all those in favor of passing the warrants as moved, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, warrants are done. Why don't we move on to the resignation? Okay, give Kelly a chance to.
Okay, dear Lyle, Wyndham Southeast has been an amazing place to work for the past 13 years. I never expected to be in this position as long as I have been. It is a testament to the exceptional colleagues I have had the opportunity to work with every day. Even through the challenging times, I know we are all working in the best interest of students. My ability to lead in these ever-changing times has required me to learn from students, parents, and colleagues, as well as state and national experts. As an educational system, we make every effort to be ahead of the curve as to how we serve students with disabilities with learning challenges. There are students I have known from preschool to graduation. Not many special education directors have been with kids for that long. It has been an honor to see students graduate after their years of very hard work to achieve. They did it with guidance, strength, and grace. With this, I formally state I will retire at the end of the school year, June 30, 2020. I will work with you, Shelley, Joe, school administrators, and the board for a smooth transition to a new director of special education. I will miss daily engagement with amazing special education teachers and related service providers. They are the backbone of our services and advocacy for students. We are fortunate to have dedicated, well-versed educators supporting our students. I know I leave the students in good hands. With respect and gratitude, Marisa Duncan Hawley.
Feared that about the second line. It wasn't looking good no matter how you sliced it by the second line.
Took me about 6 lines.
Yeah,
Talking about special ed to catch on. So I'm not moving it.
What if you say no?
Well, I keep wanting to do that and see what happens.
So many opportunities.
July 1, you're going to be in trouble.
In which case then, it was with deep regret and great respect that I move we approve the resignation of Marisa Duncan Hawley.
Can we add a few more with deep regret and unfortunately, and all right, I will regretfully second that. All those unfortunately in
All
favor?
those who have to vote in favor.
Aye.
Aye.
All those who would really like to say no.
Aye.
So obviously, I've worked really closely with Marisa, and I won't be here to miss her anyway. We may have plans.
Package deal. Wait a minute.
We may have plans.
Maybe that's why she's leaving.
You guys are going to be out having lunch.
I'm going to party with you kids.
So at this point, I just want to suggest that this be my process for moving ahead. That I know we have at least one candidate internally interested, possibly more than one. I would like to convene a group of a board member, a teacher, an administrator, Frank, myself, and advertise internally first. If that group interviews the internal candidates and decides, no, we need to go beyond that, then we would put it out there. My concern is with a new superintendent, you may not want a brand new special education director at the same time. And an internal candidate, if the one that I'm thinking of applies, is well-versed in Vermont law, special education law, all of our schools. So that is my proposal for moving ahead with replacing this person.
Thoughts?
Well, I think your reasoning is really sound. I always resist this because it locks us into our continuing to be not very diverse professional staff. However, if someone from within is hired, we will be hiring someone to replace that person, and we can make a really broad effort to find a candidate that way. Yeah, so really.
So I would move that, because we can discuss it, I would move that we accept the recommendation of administration with the understanding that if an internal candidate is hired, we will do a wide search
For
the replacement for the internal candidate. I don't want to make this the longest motion in America.
We could have both done for that. No, and I would agree with.
Do you want that in the motion, Christina? Because we're all,
I
it's not like
think
we're going to forget.
I just think it's clear
to have.
I'm starting to forget.
I was going to say, I'm in the forgetful, so.
55, I'm
there
forgetting
are a few other
most.
things going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little bit going on right now, and I think it's also helpful in that motion, because I very much agree with you. I like to open the search, but under this circumstance, it was really good logic to me, so I just think it's helpful to have that understanding that is, that's how we're working this, that the position we open will be a full-on search.
No, I think with everything going on with Act 173 and all the changes, let's not rock too many boats.
Yeah.
And that would be a boat that really needs to be as solid and as possible. All right, any more discussion? Do you have your, if you need me to second it, I will second it.
Thanks.
Think you got it?
I will.
Okay.
We can.
All right, all those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay. Any idea on a timeline?
I would prefer to move on this, so
Yes.
my next question to you is, one of you willing to sit in the interview process?
Can we pick Kelly or Tim?
It shouldn't take more than a day, because
Okay.
I don't anticipate lots of internal candidates for this.
Okay.
But it is possible there could be 2 to 3.
Okay. I could, or
Well,
are you?
Tim and Kelly both have, Kelly has a job, Tim has kids. So, and you have a job. And
You have a job.
What do you do
No,
every day? Yeah, I can do it.
You can do it? Okay,
If you
thank
promise
you.
it's one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will be in touch with you, David.
Thank you.
That's it, right, for retirements?
Yeah, she said 1 and that's it.
Yes, for
Now-
the SD, for the SD. we
For
have
the year.
a whole bunch.
Okay, so new insurance requirements. What's up?
So you can remember in December, we got the information from the arbitrator. The arbitrator decided to go with the proposal presented by the NEA, teachers, Vermont NEA. The VSBA is overseeing the implementation and has organized webinars and training sessions. However, because we're not members of the VSBA, Frank and I cannot access those unless we pay. So I'm asking you for permission. I don't want it to come through the warrants that we're paying VSBA, because I know that that would certainly raise some eyebrows after all the conversations we have. But Frank and I have 2 options, because we do need to have guidance in how we should be implementing the new insurance So we can either pay the VSBA, so Frank and I are eligible to do the webinars and trainings, or you can say no money to VSBA. We can contact our attorney and ask our attorney to go in sort of the back door and try to figure that out.
So this is a state mandated change.
Yes.
And the only way to get access is to pay a private organization.
The only way we can get specific answers. So questions that we have right now are questions around domestic partners, because it didn't spell that out clearly. Third party, for instance, HRA, HSA, third party administrators, that's not been clear. So we have a number of questions like that.
And there's no one at the state who can answer these?
I called Sue Seglowski, and she said, you have two options. And those are the two I just said. Pay the VSBA.
I think it's like $450, and then anybody can go who wants. So it's like a per head basis. I mean, I think we talked about this, that there are things that we're going to use in the VSBA, and we pay for them. So.
Which I'm fine if it is, we have a new way to train staff on X, Y, and Z. When the state is forcing us to do this change and then pushing us down a pathway to say, and you have to pay somebody else, that gets me a little annoyed. But I realize I will get off my soapbox.
I'll step on that.
Okay.
And in this case, it's really not even related to VSBA as the astonishing ability of the state to continue to provide unfunded mandates. And in this case, but I think before we make before we pay anybody, we contact the agency and the Secretary of State's office and ask them what supports are there. And I also would think that the Business Managers Association would have some expertise, in the Superintendent's Association as well.
Yeah.
We're still paying them.
And that's where I went to first. And
right.
I was sent to the VSBA.
Which is next door.
Which is next door.
Down the hall, yeah, so not surprising.
Jody, would you introduce yourself?
Oh, Jody Normando, Dummerston. Are you saying that Brad James doesn't understand this enough to talk to him?
I suspect that right now Brad James has not
Has not dived
He hasn't dived into it yet because of, he's got school finance and everybody is working on budgets right now. This was just presented December 15. And I don't know if he is aware of the intricacies involved with all of a sudden we have a new insurance. We're concerned because a mistake in insurance, as you know, can cost us huge penalties. Mm-hmm. So we want to make sure that we are doing what we are required to do.
Sean Murphy, yeah, I just have a question. If we paid this $400 so the webinar could be
$480, yep.
$480,
yep.
Would we have to pay that if we were a member of the VSBA?
No.
We would not.
There would be a fee for it. For the webinars for everybody are free, but then there's it's the meetings.
Correct.
The meetings have to pay for.
You pay for.
Right.
And ours is in Heartland or someplace like that.
They're all over.
Yeah, well, they're all over the state.
Closest
closest to us.
But the webinar that you were interested in being able to take avail yourself is $480. Mm-hmm. If we were a member of the VSBA, we would not have to pay that $480.
Correct. If we paid our $9,000 dues, we would get the webinar for free.
Right. And I would have access to McNeil, whatever, which is the attorney that is overseeing the whole implementation.
So the attorney who's overseeing the state mandated change is held hostage, or the gatekeeper is the VSBA, and we have to pay them to get through. Okay.
And what about behind Visit? I mean,
I have not asked, but I assume that they have to know
They are the people that are supposed to, we're paying to help us, that we pay to handle our insurance. Otherwise, we could do it through Richards and not have to talk about this. So,
I can find out. The webinar's tomorrow, so I will miss it.
Well, I guess I would move
Yeah.
that we
Yeah.
authorize you to pay the 480 or 480.
Yeah, and you don't need this additional stress or Frank either,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
because of this.
Yeah.
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 And I'll call these people and,
Okay,
Okay.
that'd be
and
great.
see what they're up to.
I would love to know that answer.
So I move we authorize you to spend 480 for the VSBA health insurance regulation webinar.
I'll second that.
Any other discussion?
How much was it, 480?
480. Or do you want to say up to 500 in case there's some bizarre thing, or are you good with 480?
Good with 480.
Okay, 480. Negotiate a deal. Tell them that's all we got. All right, all those in favor? Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Okay. All right, so now on to the real meat of stuff, and we'll try to get this done so you guys can have your meeting. So where we are on the superintendent search update. So the survey has, I believe as of today, what day is it? It is Wednesday, maybe it was yesterday, has started to be circulated. I can send you guys the link I've been sending should continue to work. So that is happening. The forums are scheduled. Big thank you to Barb for helping arrange those. So we've got one on January 13th at 5:30 at Academy School, one on the 15th at 5 o'clock at Green Street School, one on the 15th at 6 o'clock at Green Street School. So that's a back-to-back. Teachers and support staff at 5, administrators at 6. And then we've got one on January 20th at 5:30. So this is going to start being pushed out as much as possible. I sent it to the Vernon newsletter. And if you have anybody you want to send it to,
Will it come to us?
it will
Because you send it easier from my email.
Oh, yeah, no, I will send you this whole thing. I did get a call from the Reformer today, and I put Chris in touch with Jennifer, because I just figured it's best it all goes from there. I did ask Jennifer about whether or not we should all attend, or if we should hang back and let her do her work and then give us the report. Her thought was hang back, but she also said we could, if we wanted to, especially at the community forums, maybe go and at least help state why these are happening and then hang back. So just something for us to discuss. Any thoughts on?
And this is the communication?
This is a better version of it.
Just so I know what to put the right thing in the minutes.
So any thoughts on being there or not being there? I didn't want, not that we're an intimidating group, but I didn't want it to feel like we've contracted with Thrive to do this, and that's their expertise, and.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead, David.
No, I'm just let them do the work.
Okay.
I mean, I think I would prefer not to have a formal board presence there, but I think if we show up and listen to sometimes I feel like you get a lot out of being in the room, because sometimes somebody's conversation's being controlled and ideas being put forth that maybe, and so it's sometimes helpful to be in the room to hear, but in terms of a formal board presence and a warned meeting, I think that would be intimidating. I think that would not be helpful.
So at this point, I have told Barb I don't believe they need to be warned, because I do not see us, one, possibly all being there and having a quorum, but two, we're not taking action and we're not technically discussing anything. It's more of a listening. So she's moving forward with those. The real question is, and I can ask Jen again, would you like just one of us to come and do something at the community meetings? She also did say, you are members of the community, and therefore there's no reason you can't be there as community members. So.
And I believe if you can all go, you're not conducting board meeting, you're not pulling yourselves off to the side and discussing things, so there's no fear if you all go that it hasn't been warned.
Okay. Is everyone kind of comfortable with that, or? Christina's thinking.
No, so in terms of saying something, I think I'd prefer to let Thrive
Okay,
manage it for me.
okay.
I think if I saw a quorum of us there, I'd leave just to be on the safe side.
Okay.
That's me. So
Okay.
just because we are sort of discussing something that we will take action, like it's in the gray zone. But if I see 3 of you there, I'm out. So.
Well, there's one in Dummerston, so if you want to be the.
Okay. Well, that's fine. I mean, I think it's unlikely that a
That
quorum of
we're
us
all
are
going
show
to,
up, so I
right,
think it's not.
right.
I think it's not an issue. But I'm just saying how I would approach that. It's tricky.
Okay.
So.
Well, the other thought is that they're going to process this information and the survey results and then present it to us as data based on the community's responses.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering about, and I also am aware that our presence, at least for staff and administration, would have an effect, maybe not necessarily intimidating them, but might make them laugh. But, so I just, again, I'm curious, but I think, again, we hired them to do this for us, so I thought I was going to stay out. Bug it.
Okay, so I will send you guys all the information, continue to chat with Jen about it, but I think have got somewhat of a consensus of we all don't feel that 5 of us need to be there, but we are welcome to attend as community members and stay apart from each other. Oh, yeah.
I've got a couple questions.
Sure.
Jody Normando again. The survey, who's it going to go to?
So I should have been more prepared for this. Jen was sending it around to, first of all, it's going to SU administrators, staff, getting funneled out that way. It's been sent to the Reformer. It was going to the Commons. I wish I could find this email really quickly, but she had a whole list of how we were doing this. It's going on Brattleboro Facebook pages. I've gotten it to the Vernon people, so if you've got any,
Go out to.
So it's something that all community members could
absolutely,
fill out,
yes.
but we just have to know how to get it.
Yep, but I can also take that entire list of everyone who's ever come to one of these meetings, and I can blast it out to them. So that might be a good start there, but that at least gets people who have come inside here. But then I think you're going to start seeing it in, newspapers. So there's also 2 ways to participate, and you can do both. You can come to a community forum, and you can talk, listen, partake that way, or you can take the online survey. You don't have to do both, but you can do both.
So the 2 community meetings are the 13th and the 20th?
That is correct.
And the 20th is in Dummerston?
The 20th is at 5:30 in Dummerston School, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Any other questions? Oh, Sean.
Front porch forums are really good.
Okay. Well, and that's where I will double check her list and make sure she was expanding.
Because I had
Yes.
sent
Yeah.
somebody a
Yes.
whole bunch of them.
You
A whole
had,
bunch of
okay.
things, yeah.
You
And,
did, you did. Maybe it's easier for me to find it that way. I'm not good at
The,
multitasking when computers.
The town
don't go.
clerks all have extensive email lists and know where to know where the front porch forums and places like that.
Yeah.
And the parent groups should certainly get it. There are website or Facebook sites for all the schools, and Brattleboro has one for parents and one for the town. There's just a ton of places, and if they're going to do it, I won't, but otherwise I'll.
So this might be an earlier version. I'm not sure if this is the one you replied to. School newsletters, SU website, WSEA member list from Scott, press release for the Reformer and the Commons, post on front porch forums, all towns, Root Social Justice, Groundworks, Youth Services, SVCA, Winston Prouty, social media, Vermont Facebook, Brattleboro Vermont Facebook page. So this might not have been the one that you,
No,
does that include some of yours? Okay,
Yeah, pretty much
okay. So we are trying to go as wide as possible. So the next issue, is everyone good with where we're at there? So I talked to Curtis about how because I felt that the board wanted to make sure that Curtis was involved. He came back with a couple options for helping out in this phase. We would get his hourly rate, $195. His first proposal was 18 hours. That would cover the messaging, target audience, he can help us there. It would also cover posting to Vermont Partnership social networks, invitations to thought leaders from marginalized populations, pushing them to participate with the link and in the forum, as well as assisting in the preparation and participation of the forums. So that would be 18 hours. So that is, are you doing the math?
$3,500.
$3,500. So I talked to him earlier today and said, that might be steep for us. I said, if you could take those 18 hours and give me a second choice and a third choice. Would you like to hear those, or?
Yeah.
Sure.
So the second choice is cutting down to about 14 hours. We would get rid of the posting to Vermont Partnership social networks. He says that is something that we could do. So it would move the burden onto us, but it would save about 4 hours of his time. The final option is, in addition to removing the 4 hours, or we can come up with our own hourly figure, is he would only spend he would not do the teacher and administrative forums. He would just do the community forums. What do you think? So if we'd like, so we've got an 18-hour option, it looks like we've got a 14-hour option, and it looks like we've got a 12-hour option.
I think I like the 14-hour option.
You like the 14?
Because I think that's something that we can do.
Okay. So you're thinking not having him do, or having him do all the forums?
Only 2 hours more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that seem? So what's the 14? I did my math completely wrong.
I'm sort of having trouble.
Yeah.
2730?
2730.
It's 195, right? Is that right?
They would be coordinating on Friday, they would
Yeah.
have a clear expectation of what they want to do since the bill.
He's also given me the next phases as well. He went all the way out to doing the implicit bias
Right.
workshops, reviewing the job posting, so we're sort of prepared when we're ready to go there. As well as, so what he did is he went back and looked at the town to see how much time he spent doing that work. So he's given us some things. So I was like, great, but right now we're only on phase one.
So this, it looks like that we're going to be contracting with the partnership rather than Jen working, them collaborating.
Well, it would,
based on this.
They would collaborate, right?
Jen and Thrive would collaborate, but as far as sort of the reaching out to as he's, personal invitations to thought leaders from marginalized populations to use the link and to participate in the forum. So it's more of the advertising.
Or actually reaching out to contacts.
Reaching out to contacts. Oh, sure. Oh, Kelly, there you go. Now, here's something that I didn't discuss with him. I wonder if there's a way where we just said, look, we can do the 14, but what if we did take the 2 away from the administrative and teacher forum, and we added 2 to the posting, and we said, can you put a couple hours into partnership? So we take 2 away from partnership and 2 away from forums. I also don't want to overly micromanage and say,
Right,
you can
yeah.
only spend 20 minutes here. It's more of the,
So they're offering to do outreach to get people to the forums?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the outreach to get teachers to the forums,
Well, no, this would be
or staff?
no, so that would not be what he's doing. He is doing more of the marginalized populations to use the link and get them to the forum. So we could have him focus on, I mean, that wouldn't increase teachers and staff coming
Right.
to forum, but it might increase
Yeah, okay.
parents.
I thought we were talking about 2 forums and not the other 2.
So
So
he
I
would
lost track.
assist in the preparation and participation of the forums. But going to all the forums, do we want him to go to all 4, or what if we just had him go to 2?
I see
See what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying.
So if he went to 2 forums for 2 hours, and that's just a 2 hours, when we take 2 of those hours and say, can you use them for the personal invitations to thought leaders from marginalized populations?
I think that's
Yeah, that's what we want.
That's what we
That's
need.
what we
That's
need.
the most
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we need the most help with.
in this phase.
In this phase.
And
In this phase.
There may be, it may strike him when you get back to him that, well, since it's clear that what we're looking for is the highest possible level of engagement, that we have another suggestion for how to
Okay,
adjust his time.
okay.
So do we want to make a motion that authorizes Carrie to engage him? Because there's still a little negotiating, but I think you know what our intent is.
Yes.
And we want to move forward, so based on what, could we authorize to spend up to $3,000, you to engage Curtis for up to $3,000, depending on, after you talk to him, what you think the best pathway, you don't have to spend all $3,000.
Okay, okay.
But however, this fine tuning with Curtis works.
With the intent being the highest engagement of survey participants and attendance at community forums.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So we move to authorize Carrie to
Engage Curtis.
engage
Curtis Raymond.
Vermont Partnership.
Vermont Partnership. In survey and community forum engagement.
Yep, that sounds good. And I don't know if we want to add something about working with Thrive. I mean, it's in coordination with Thrive.
For up to $3,000.
Okay.
Does that seem?
Not to exceed.
Not to exceed. Okay.
Okay.
Questions? All right. All those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? All right. Next thing on my list was the Don Collins. Do you want to talk about that? And before we do that, let me say this, that I realized after reading the minutes today that there were things I was supposed to do which I haven't done to get us to the sort of next step, because I've been focusing with Jen. So if you all can give me your take on what you think I should start doing as of tomorrow, so at our next meeting, we're ready to push through. But part of that, I think, is
So I had emailed Don Collins, who is on the executive committee of the VSBA, because I had not been at the previous VSBA meeting, because I was at a budget meeting here, to find out the thought process behind the VSBA changing their policy to offer superintendent searches to districts that were no longer members, and said that it was it was not well timed for our district in this decision making. And he turned around and said, well, I've done a bunch of superintendent searches and I'd be happy to do it for you. He was a superintendent in 3 different counties, is that right? Including Windham County, superintendent of Windham County, Franklin County. He was administrator before that, so he's been a principal, he's been a superintendent in 3 districts. He chaired the House Education Committee for many years. was a big fan of your mother.
Oh,
He has been on the school board for a very long time and is now on the VSBA executive board and has been on the VSBA for a while. So we have another candidate, and I think he just did it kind of out of the goodness of his heart, but he's done a bunch of superintendent searches, and I said I would bring it to the SU and see if we wanted to consider him. But it is interesting because he approaches it from the position of somebody who's been a principal, who's been a superintendent, and a school board member. So that's sort of an interesting background in looking for a yes, because he's been on all sides of this, all sides of the search that we're doing. So I said I would check with the board, and if we're interested, we could have him submit something as well. I hate to muddy the waters now. I didn't know this was a possibility. So.
Did he talk about how much time he has to? He's pretty involved in a business that he's developed over time of when someone dies in the family, and they're left with a house that's full of stuff and the whole property. He handles taking care of all of that. Not the people, but the property. And I don't know how busy he is with that, but he's also retired a long time ago.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much time he would have to.
Well, he volunteered it, so and I think he knows what's involved. So.
He may not know what we're trying to do.
Well, that's true, and I'd be happy to have a conversation with him, or open it up to either of you, because I think, I mean, he's
No,
terrific.
I know him. He came up just as I was winding down there.
Yeah.
He's quite well.
He's quite an amazing human. So I kind of feel like, I mean, maybe you should have the conversation with him.
Well, and I feel like I'm about to open things back up and say, look, here's where we are with Thrive, here's the deliverables that they're going to be giving us on this date. At that point, and this is where I need the input from you guys, I'm assuming we will want to move forward, and we have to figure out the options.
Yeah.
So, is that kind of what we're thinking?
I think so.
Okay, so I will reach back out to all of the previous people. I will add Don Collins to the list. I'll give them all an update of where we are in our process and say, are you interested in helping us going forward?
And what it would cost.
And what it would cost.
Well, and we also have to, I think we need to talk about what's the next, what we want in the next step.
Yeah.
I think we need to be really clear about that.
Yeah.
Either now or at the next meeting.
Okay.
I think we need a next, we have
Well,
finance.
You guys have finance, so.
Yeah.
You're gonna lose us.
Yeah.
You're gonna lose me.
I'm gonna lose people.
Is finance going to be in there?
I guess so.
Looks like it. We need to.
They have enough room?
We need materials. And we need to be started soon. I mean, it's not like something that's going to be easy to do in a couple of days.
Well, I think we need a meeting next week to kind of.
Why don't we focus on when's our next meeting?
Because I think if you contact people before we know what we're asking them for, I think it's going to be, it'll just raise more questions. We'll get confused responses and we won't know what we need.
All right,
And I thought we had a pretty clear list of things, the next steps. I can dig it out.
Yeah. Here's a question. Does anyone want to meet either after the Academy School meeting?
What day of the week is that?
That is January 15th, which is a
No, it's the
when,
13th.
oh, sorry, January 13th, thank you. I've got a VES meeting. Okay, that won't work. I don't know that we want to, well, we could go until the 20th. Can anyone do Monday the 20th?
That's,
Oh, it's a holiday.
that's a week and a half away. That's 12 days, that's almost 2 weeks away.
That's a holiday too.
Oh, all right, another night?
Let me get my,
What about next Wednesday?
I could, Wednesday the 15th?
if we could do it early-ish, I mean, like before 6 instead of usually at 6.
Can you guys do 5?
I just find 5 is good.
5 is good?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we did a 5 p.m. and this, I'll find out from Barb where.
And this is the PPC.
No, this isn't PPEC.
No, we're gonna meet, is
Oh.
the PPC gonna meet to talk? Oh, now we're just the SU doing this.
Now we're just the SU,
Okay.
right,
Okay,
yes, yes, yep.
Okay, great.
Yep. Okay, so SU, 5 o'clock, Wednesday the 15th. I'll let everybody know where it is. If we can get this room, is this best?
That's great.
It's
Okay,
convenient, yeah.
okay. So I will try for CUSIP. And I think that is all we have. unless you all can think of anything else, and then whoever needs to get into finance can get into finance. So everybody,
Yeah, so you're just gonna, the only thing that's gonna happen is between now and then is you're gonna talk to Curtis.
I'm going to talk to Curtis.
Right.
I'm going to email you guys all
This stuff, yeah.
this document, even though.
And we'll see the form, we'll have the survey in our emails and.
Yep, and hopefully over the next couple days, you're going to really start seeing it
Type on
places. Yep, me
Great.
too. All right, is there a motion to adjourn or any other business?
I move we adjourn.
I second it.
Okay.
All right, all those in favor?
I just put my clock away.
At 5:15.
At 5:15. Thank you, guys.
Aye.
Aye. Did we actually do everything?
Right. 6 o'clock, call the meeting to order. Minutes for December 4th and 11th.
I'll move that we approve the minutes of December 4th and 11th.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, warrants 13, 13P, ratify 12A, Conservation Commission 4, and Capital Fund 4.
I'll move that we approve warrants 13, 13P, ratify 12A, Conservation Commission number 4, and Capital Fund number 4.
I'll second it.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Visitors, Carolyn, you've got something you wanna?
Yes. Well, yes. I'm here to update the select board on the Missing Links Trail project, that after 20 years, things are finally coming together, and that there was slow or no progress for a number of years, and then all of a sudden we have a complete access from Prospect Hill all the way to the Dummerston-Putney town line here, through 9 different properties and 6 families who are cooperating in various ways. It's a combination of trail easements, permissions, and it's necessary to purchase 2 parcels in order to complete that trail. So these 2 parcels are the Evans parcel and the former King parcel, and it's on the unmaintained section, which is a class 4 road between the end of Hague Road and the end of Evans Road. This section is particularly important because it is a wildlife corridor and is the area between 2 highly developed areas that don't have any full-time houses on it. No permanent residents on these 2 parcels. So you can see the density just by the dots showing the buildings here and then starting here. But through here, these are the 2 parcels that will be purchased. And it links for the wildlife an interior block of forest of 230 acres here and another block of about equal size down here for the wildlife to traverse. There will be a small parking area here for access on the north side of Hake Road on this parcel when the trail is actually built in a couple of years. The budget for this purchase is $200,000, and that includes the purchase of the land, stewardship costs, which is an endowment, the Vermont Land Trust conservation easement, and various associated costs. Of that $200,000, we have 2/3 of that right now. We have a Vermont Housing Conservation Board grant, private foundation grant, and lots of generous Dummerston residents have contributed. We're in the quiet phase of our fundraising where we're approaching individual people asking for leadership contributions. The schedule for this, we plan on having a public meeting to really talk about this in January or February, and we'll bring people out on the properties to have a look and bushwhack through the woods. There isn't a trail right now through there to see what's being purchased and enjoy the property. So it will provide not only hiker access, but where appropriate, snowmobile access, biking in some areas is appropriate, and in some areas perhaps horses. We'll have to see what the trail actual conditions look like. We expect to have the funds raised and the funding in place by the end of next year, and all the documents that need to be signed and finished by that time. And then next summer, not this coming summer, but the following summer, actual volunteers working on a trail crew to make the trail. Some of the parcels in here, there will be a harvest, and so we will it'll be a few years before they're harvested and we can work our way through the trail process. So this is just an update on a project that's been ongoing for about 20 years and is coming together nicely. So from Prospect Hill to the Dummerston Town Line, and then connecting to the Putney Mountain Trail System on north, which then connects with the Pinnacle Hill Association's trail system north. So this started, as I mentioned, with about 20 years ago with Dummerston residents who were interested in connecting Dummerston with the Putney Mountain Trail System and the Black Mountain Trail System, and has continued with various groups of people over that period of time. And so Putney Mountain is the 501c3, so we can make use of their tax exempt status for contributions.
How many acres did you say?
This is 55 acres. It is a relatively small piece, so it's not a massive land conservation, but it's important because of the wildlife corridor connecting forest blocks.
And what was the shift that made the leap forward?
It's a good question because I think the seeds were planted by the previous Dummerston Trails group 15 or 20 years ago, and that landowners weren't willing to give an easement, and over time, with more conversation, we were able to work through those issues, and also a new group of people who were working on it, a new generation of people.
Great. It's exciting.
All right then, any more questions on that?
No, I don't have any.
So anything else, Carolyn, that you feel like we as the select board should know or say or do, or, you know, what, you know, you're informing us, that's awesome.
It mainly just keeping you in the loop because a lot of this has come together just the last few weeks or month, and I just wanted to make sure, rather than calling a special trustees Prospect Hill and having another meeting, I figured I'd come and just update you.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Okay, road foreman's report. We got a signature we need for the certificate of project completion for the gravel pit. So if I could get a motion.
I'll move that we sign the completion of, what is it?
Grinnell gravel pit.
Oh, project completion for the gravel pit.
I'll second it.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, correspondence for information. Anybody see anything on there they'd like to speak to? Okay, correspondence for discussion and or action, there's nothing under there. New business, winter views deadline is January 14th. Anybody want to?
I thought maybe there was a training I could go to.
Yeah, on how to do the views, right, deadline, winter views.
Well, that's the one before town meeting, isn't it?
Terry and I had made that deal, and then yeah, it's the one that comes out
Just before town meeting.
just before town meeting,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and we will have submitted the report, which will be in the
Town report.
town report. So is there something that would be of value to write about that from the select board?
I don't know, what we,
Something we want people to know, or?
can't think of anything off the top of my head. See? You heard anything?
I was thinking that you might write, you know, what folks should expect at town meeting. You know, just going over maybe some of the, what we expect to be on the warrants.
So, the,
I mean, preparing them for town meeting?
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Trying to get more people there, something of interest or?
A little, maybe some of the highlights of what might be the articles that we're going to discuss, maybe the capital budget or
Have
the
you
budget in general.
sounds like you've done that in the past.
Of course, we could always, put out the word that the towns, well, unless Wayne wants to just do it alone,
Right.
or a new animal control officer.
Yeah.
Would you like to write that article?
Hmm. Let's see. January 14th. Of course, there's nothing to prevent us from having a guest author, say the treasurer or, something like that in an article. How about we do, I think of a number, and whoever.
I'll think of that number and I'll let you guys guess on that. I'll hold it behind my back. So.
I got lots of budget numbers in my head, so that's where I'm at.
I guess we can push it off to the next meeting if
Okay,
nobody
yeah,
wants
I'll
to
think about,
jump on that.
think about it a little more.
Okay. We won't be having a meeting next week for a budget.
Let's see.
I don't know why, but 5th of December. And then we won't be having a meeting on the 1st of January, so somebody'd like to
Yeah, I'd like to move that we authorize Louis to sign the warrants during the holidays.
I'll second it.
Discussion about that?
What would be the date that you would be needing to do that?
Well,
We have our
the
treasurer here,
31st,
so-
the 30th?
The 30th.
30th, I'd come in and sign it.
And you're
Yeah.
available.
I'll have it done for you to sign on the afternoon of the 30th.
Yep.
Wait, that's Monday.
Monday.
Nope, 31st.
31st, yeah.
31st, sorry.
Tuesday.
Tuesday, yeah.
Perfect. Yep, you just let me know when and I'll be there. to
Before
do
he
it.
goes out for the evening.
That's what we gotta do. Yeah, I'll be out for the evening, all right. So, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Any other
Thank you for doing that, Louis.
business? Motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion, we adjourn.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Perfect.
Oh, who's second?
Hi, this is Pat McDonald, your host for Vote for Vermont, where our tagline is listening beyond the sound bites. I'm by myself tonight. None of the co-hosts are with me. But my guest is a very special guest, and I'm excited that he's here, is John Clark, who is a Republican and a candidate for governor. John, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. I'm so excited. I was at your announcement at the State House, and it was excellent. You had a good group of people there, and I was thrilled when you said, sure, I'll come on your show. So just thought we'd talk about all the things that you have put on your website. And may I tell you, you have got to check out John's website. It is excellent. A lot of personal things which you don't usually find on websites from candidates. Really, it's great. We're just talking about you personally, and it's good for people to get to know you that way.
I'm smiling because I don't know if it's great.
Oh, it is
it's
great.
Very risky.
No.
And I do notice that it's in contrast to other candidates.
Yes,
They're very limited. They show you a very narrow little glimpse of something, and I think that people, Americans in general, are ready for some authenticity and people to be, even with the blemishes.
That's how I took it. I thought it was real. I thought, well, good for him, because these and they're the questions that maybe people would be not afraid to ask, but maybe nervous about asking you, and you just put it right out there, and I thought that was great. So I really encourage you all. No kidding. It's really excellent. It's John Clark, Klar 4, the number 4, governor.com. So check it out. So as I just said, I thought your website was fascinating, and you talk about our state issues being complex and lots of twists and turns. And you said you're both, which I am too, a Flatlander and a Vermonter. Could you talk a little bit about yourself and how you view our little complicated state here?
Well, that's the part I'd least like to talk about, but I know that people want to know. We really, particularly in Vermont, I think that there's a broad sense of being failed by some of our leaders. So I think we do have to tell people who we are. And so I joke that I'm both a Flatlander and a Vermonter because I was conceived in Vermont and moved to Vermont, to Connecticut. So I joke, it depends on when life begins, you know.
Right.
But it is an interesting thing through my life. It never really was much of an asset, but I always came to Vermont, where my family are from, very much. Spent a lot of time here, my youth, my childhood, my cousins, my grandparents, but then I went to school for most of my life in Flatland, in Connecticut, in fact, an urban area, and then worked in white-collar positions, in corporate America for a number of years. So I've always had sort of a foot in the urban and white-collar world, and another one down literally in the trenches with the farmers and the mechanics and the hunters and the locals. It's kind of a chameleon thing. But I think it serves well here.
Well, I think it does. And actually, we had a program a couple of weeks ago that we were talking about changing, whether it would be a good idea to change the definition of Vermonter. Because there are people like myself who was not born here, but I certainly am committed to this state. I've been here almost 30 years now, and I've always done public service. I've always been very involved in the community, and I consider myself a Vermonter.
Another 20 years, we might accept you.
Exactly.
And when I say, you
catch
my, but this is an important issue, and I think actually it's wonderful that you're starting with it. There's a difference between where you're born and what you believe in, and I actually wrote an article about this, which originally I called "Flatlander Locusts Devour Vermont's Culture."
Wow.
A little strong, and so Vermont Digger would not take it under that tongue-in-cheek title, and they call it Values Not Birthplace Define a Vermonter, I believe. It's on Vermont Digger. And what it says is this, because I've noticed this for decades. There are two different things. I mean, I've been called a Flatlander since I was 5 years old.
Right.
But they love me,
right.
And they know that I'm, very much a Vermonter in my heart.
Right.
So there is a difference between what I call the birth defect, the physical, but then if you live here long enough and you pull wire in black fly season and you go through the winter and you even complain with everybody else, people will very readily accept you.
Yep.
And that's particularly true where we've been in the last 20 years in the kingdom. I think there's a delay initially. They want to see if you're going to survive the winter kill.
Right.
They want to see if you come from. A lot of people come stay for a year or two and leave. I don't blame them. But then once they know you're going to stick it around, they took it. They went the long winter.
Well, if you know black fly season, you must be somewhat of a Vermonter. That's a
and a farmer to boot. So
So you have a working farm or?
Well, we did have. So we had a farm in Barton, which was a working farm for about 7 years, where we had too much of everything and made cheese we just threw ourselves into it completely. And then downsized. So for 12 years, we had a farm that we rented in Irisburg, where we just raised beef and sheep for meat. And now I have a small sheep flock, and I'm contemplating buying some more beef cows.
Nice.
I haven't been without cows in 20 years. So, so we're renting a small dairy farm that we just moved to about a week ago.
Great.
In Brookfield.
Well, we've had Ensign Tebbets on, who's the Secretary of Agriculture, and he told us that even though we're losing farmers because of technology, we actually produce the same quantity of milk and a lot of the same level of products, even though the farmers are dropping off for the smaller farms, which I thought was kind of encouraging that with some technology we can keep up the pace.
It's shifting with technological and other advances. A lot of that's breeding, which we would call technology. It's also diversifying. And so, for instance, right now, I mean, beef nationally has been impacted by improvements in management, feed management, genetics. Beef prices are historically kind of low. We're actually slaughtering fewer cows each year and producing more meat per cow. So it's right. We're slaughtering fewer cows. We're slaughtering fewer cows and producing more meat for export on fewer cows because the carcass weights are steadily increasing due to improved management practices, forage practices, and genetics.
That stopped me for a second while I was thinking that one out.
I've been researching this one lately because I've been a beef producer for years, and I'm wondering why is and there's a huge disconnect again between what the farmers receive and what you pay in the store, kind of like with milk. But one thing that's happening in Vermont that I'm sure Secretary Tebbets was alluding to is there are a lot of niche markets that are growing, and I'm finding out there are thousands of sheep in Vermont. Little flocks. And are people getting rich? No. But are they filling a niche market? Are they starting to develop more? Vermont is actually not meeting the demand, the out-of-state demand for some of its products in agriculture. And that's part of our platform, so I dovetailed us into that.
Yeah, well, there you go. If you want, you've been using the words frugality, compassion, and community, and that sort of weaves through a lot of what you talk about. Why did you hone in on those three words, and what does it mean to you to have frugality, compassion, and community?
Very good question.
Great platform.
And really those three words came from many months actually of research spending to decide what would be the issues that most need tackling, that are most important, and that most unify all Vermonters. You know, what are the real big issues? And the big issues are the economy, our school system, and opioids. That's what we as a group identified. And the first one we call frugality. Let's reduce the regulations, reduce the size of government, help put some people back to work, and try to bring back some of that Vermont independence and self-reliance instead of dependence on government.
And amen to that.
Amen to that. So we could use more frugality in our government, less profligacy. They spend money as if we have unlimited incomes, and people are leaving the state. So frugality actually bears also on the pension crisis, the health care problems, our credit downgrading, those logistics we're talking about, people leaving the state, growing our economy. How are we going to do that? It seems like the answer to growing the economy lately has been to create more committees to decide. No, literally, I mean, you laugh, but literally, I've been researching this, and I'll be writing an article about this, that, you know, there seems to be an idea that if we pump enough money into the schools or into the government, that somehow that's going to create an environment conducive to economic growth, when in fact we've pumped so much money into it in its regulations that it's stifling economic growth. So there's a place where government's good, and there's a place where it's too big. And second of all is the issue of community, and that relates to our schools. You know, Act 46 is very unpopular. We propose to repeal it. We're working very hard to come up with a viable number of alternatives, because it's not one size fits all, to have something else in place. We can't just go, well, let's repeal it and let it all collapse. We need small schools. We can't expect people to come live here, whether we pay them $10,000 or not, and have those schools for their children. And I've been talking to people from it's a very complex issue, but it's about community. Because those schools, those small communities, it's all interconnected. And the third word that we would use is compassion, because we really have an opioid crisis in this state. We have a lot of people suffering economically in this state. We have a lot of people suffering with health issues in this state, a lot of elderly people in this state. I mean, we have a lot of things that require a compassionate touch, and particularly conservatives don't necessarily have the best record in that area. Well, we do when it comes to the opioid crisis, and we need to continue building on that. So that's why those are our three watchwords. But those three things are very much integrated.
They really encompass all of the issues that Act 46. I still can't. No one's given me an answer about how can a town like Barrytown have 3 duly warned legal votes where people came in, filled out the ballot, and said no to the merger, and the school board said, too bad, you're merging, and that's it. And they did it at Stowe, too. And I don't understand where they can override the vote of the people. Then why bother? Why insult the people by having a vote in the first place? Just do it.
Well, I think that very issue is one of the issues that's involved in the Supreme Court appeal
exactly.
with Dave Kelly and, and others, Charles Merriman, and there's another attorney on it. And that is part of the question. And more broadly, it's a political question. And more broadly than that, it seems to happen a lot. It seems to happen a lot within the schools, too, where people are told that they have to implement certain plans, and then we find out. I read an article about this recently on Digger. I think it was the Common Core Standards or some other aspect where it was assumed that these things had to be implemented. And the schools started, then they were told, well, no, you never really had to. It's very unclear. Increasingly, also, I hear of situations where committees are set up and huge powers are granted to them that where legislators themselves say, we were not involved in that decision making. That power was delegated essentially to a committee, which is now legislating in lieu. That would be arguably an abuse of administrative or executive
I think
powers.
overriding a legitimate vote is just, that's stretching it a little.
It's increasingly Vermonters are feeling like they go through the motions of giving us the pretense of a vote. We saw it with the abortion bill.
Oh.
You know, we saw it with age 57.
Yep.
I've not historically been very much involved in that. I am now. And what I saw over and over at the State House, at committee meetings, at hearings, was that the opponents far outnumbered the people who were supporting that legislation.
Yes, they did.
And they were marginalized, and it was reported in the press as if there were an equal number of opponents and proponents.
No,
That
and
was
even
not
the
the
phone
case.
calls that came into the legislature, it was, if I remember correctly, it was like 9-1.
I'm sure it was.
And
Yeah.
pro. Yeah,
And
they never
I
got-
saw it, and I saw it firsthand, and I saw it firsthand when the committees were going through the motions of pretending to listen to people that they were not listening to.
Yep.
Their decisions were already made, and they went in lockstep and they did what they were going to do. Now they're doing the same thing this year on gun bills. They're going to do the same thing on the carbon tax. They're not listening to us anymore.
they're not.
And maybe that's time why we need to have a populist revolt and get back in there and direct who is working for whom.
I'm going to skip in my notes right to the end because I had a thing that said you're going to be, if you win the primary and then win the general election, you're going into a atmosphere that's it's sort of one-sided. They've got the majority vote, and they're pretty dug in on what they want to see. How would you, as a governor, work with them and get them to sit down at the table and at the very least, compromise, so that because we always used to say the best bill is the third bill, your bill, my bill, and the compromise bill, but nobody compromises anymore. How do you think you can handle that with those numbers?
Well, first of all, I'm already in that place, Pat. I'm already now trying to reach out to people on the other side of the aisle because, as I've said, the gridlock in Washington seems to have extended down into our neighborhoods and our Thanksgiving dinner tables. It's frightening that Americans are so splintered. So I know not everybody's going to agree with me on everything, and what you call the third way, you know, what I say, often the truth is in the middle. And especially now, I often I need to read the press on both sides to try to figure out what the middle is. It seems to be things are so striated and opinionated. So in answer to your question, I can't really do anything. If we can get enough people on board to reclaim some seats in the House and the Senate, then we will gain the attention of the legislature. They will listen when we vote. I believe that there is a complacency in the progressive liberal side in Vermont because they believe that their successes in the last election were a mandate for them to rule and not in what in fact it was, which was 40,000 or more Vermonters stayed home because of a disenchantment with Phil Scott. Those people did not give the progressives a mandate to do what they're doing. So the other aspect of what I will be doing now until next November is what I call whack-a-mole. You're familiar with the game whack-a-mole?
Oh, yes. Yep.
All right, so the bloated tick, as I call it, at the State House, this infinitely amoeba-like growth, this blob of government, is not very responsive to us. But what they have done has gone so far out there, not listening to people's votes, not paying attention to constitutional requirements, just basic constitutional ideas, that they've given us a lot to whack. And they can't pull their mole back in. They can't pull age 57 back in.
No.
So now we'll have the conversations about all those things. So the more they push over the next year while I'm running, the more we will use, they're either going to be obstinate and stubborn and keep pushing through as if they can ignore the electorate,
Right.
or they're going to have to come out and say, oh, gee, who, us? Yeah, of course we're listening.
Right.
Either way, it's a win for us.
Yeah.
Either they listen to us or the whole electorate sees that they are there to enact an agenda like bullies and they don't care what we say.
Yeah, that's a red flag for me, that abortion bill. I've not been quiet about it. And I just heard coming here tonight that the Supreme Court has got a ruling that it may or may not take up about pistols, about guns.
I did see
and,
that, yes.
Oh my God, that would just, because once you open it up, and that's what they're worried about, once you open the topic up, it's fodder for any other changes anybody wants to make. So I'm assuming the gun rights people are looking at that very closely.
Yes.
I hope.
Well, and Vermont's bill proceeds through a court case as well,
yeah.
so yes.
This is scary. But one thing, if I don't want to be specific, you've talked to David Coates, I'm assuming. David's been on the show a couple of times and on. I just know him personally, and he's a great guy. And
Do you have his number?
I do.
Don't give it online, but actually I tried to call him and I couldn't, and I found the number I called was like a ski shop or something, so I have not talked to him.
Oh, no, well, that's not the right, I know it's not.
I know it's not the right one unless
yeah,
he's switched gears.
I'll ask him if I can
But I've been monitoring and reading his material for years now.
It's amazing.
And so I hope, so there's a perfect example though. So I'm a conservative, whoop-de-doo, we're blue, we're red. The numbers don't lie. Blue and red kids all need a future. Teachers all need to have a retirement.
Right.
So I would love to work with him on the pension issue because A, there's no need to reinvent the wheel, and two, I don't want to have wrong numbers. So I'm very happy to have, as we bring together our experts and look at the numbers, to have somebody on the other side of the aisle with the credibility and experience to say, yeah, this is the math, he's not lying.
That's what kills me when David Coates says this is what, 4.5 billion. He doesn't make up those numbers. He's got all of it. He's got all the facts.
Well, he's wrong.
He's wrong. That's
no,
what
the number's bigger than that.
You think so?
Well, it is, because, and I think he would agree with this, and that's why I looked at. But they have employed projections of earnings on investments that are ridiculously unrealistic.
Oh, well, for sure.
So the true number is significantly higher. And so, for instance, I actually commissioned one fellow who's a certified financial planner, and I said, how much does the number go up if the projected interest rate is not earned? And what I was told, and would love to have David Coates or others verify, so that, again, there are enough true numbers to use without manipulating any, that every time the interest rate drops 1% from the projected expectation, it adds $600 million to that deficiency. So if you dropped down to a national declining market right now, which, by the way, does happen. Stock markets do go down. And you've got your money in there and you earn 0%, let alone a negative return, which has already happened and can happen. If you earn 0%, that's 8 times $600 million added a year. That would be $9 billion if we get, once again, I'm not forecasting a 0% return. But to forecast that we're going to get 8% or 7.8% for the next 30 years.
Yeah, they had it at 8, and then they lowered it. It was a big brouhaha. I mean, they lowered it to 7. Who the heck makes 7% return on investment? I'd like to know.
Not over a 30-year period.
Yeah,
and not given current, interest rate, climate, and other things. And then the other factor is that they have not truly factored in the costs of health care. There are huge costs in there that they have underestimated. So they've overestimated the earnings on investments, and they've underestimated the actual costs and the open-endedness of a lot of those commitments. So the true number is at least $9 billion.
Wow.
I mean, when I say that, I'm assuming that the market doesn't earn 8%, but when you couple the two things, the increasing health care costs and things like OneCare, which I'm also doing some research, just amazing the amount of money we're spending.
Interesting topics came up on OneCare recently.
Yes.
That's got my curiosity up.
A lot of things coming up on OneCare, and I submitted an article this morning to Vermont Digger on OneCare.
Oh, did you? Well, I'll have to read it.
Well, particularly looking at salaries.
I don't know enough to do a show yet, but I'm going to do it, to do some research.
You're going to need to get another graduate degree in order to be able to comprehend. The more they try to cover it up with details that you can't understand, there must be something in there they don't want us to see.
Gives me a headache.
They count on it giving you a headache, Pat.
So on the pension, though, that's something that you would be looking at, and I don't know what the solution is because the numbers are staggering. I think on the health care, because we're self-insured on health care, I don't think they're as focused or as concerned necessarily about the health care portion, although they should be. But it's the actual benefits themselves that are causing the most
Well,
grief.
and part of those benefits are promised healthcare premiums subsidization, so
Right.
they're directly looped back in. I think we don't have an existing $5 billion healthcare deficiency.
No.
So we do have the option to stop paying healthcare. When I say that, I'm not advocating that, but I'm saying as a state, there's a difference between the quagmire of healthcare, which is hugely expensive, one of our biggest costs, and the quagmire of education, which is hugely expensive, and the pension, because the pensions are promises already made.
Right.
Those other things are more on a current account basis, if you see what I'm saying.
Exactly.
So in a way, something I've protested about, though, is that the legislature has essentially borrowed $5 billion by promising benefits to employees that they have not funded. They could not go out and borrow $5 billion in a bond issue. So in a way, they've violated their mandate. They have exceeded the power of government. Now, what is our solution? Complain and run around like headless chickens, apparently, while they ignore us. If we were to consolidate and get together, you've asked a question, how do we fix it?
Right.
And I find this even with liberal media, they almost seem skeptical that you would even try. It almost, no, really, I find this kind of remarkable.
Yeah.
You know, I've been using this as a catchphrase lately. What if we cut all real estate taxes for all Vermonters by 20% a year? Now, the reason I say that is to look at the look on your face at how ridiculously absurd that sounds, and that's the point. We should be able to actually at least talk about, how about 5? We aim for 20 to get 5.
Right.
It's beyond our comprehension that we would actually shrink government. That means it's time to shrink government. Right. And so when potentially liberal media announcers say, well, how are you going to do that? They're skeptical. That tells me that you're admitting that it's such a gargantuan problem that we better get to work, and you're skeptical. Oh no, you can't possibly fix it. How dare you try? Well, we better try then. If it's $5 billion, the first thing we need to do is calculate what it really is. Right. The second thing, to get the teachers and other stakeholders at the table to figure out how we fix their problem. Because otherwise it's ultimately going to be pitching teachers and employees against citizens. Right. And the legislators who left this gap are going to be long retired. And we're left holding the bag.
And
so let's get the bag out now.
Us retirees, I am one, and we'd like it to stay the way it is, to receive that funding.
Well, and this might not sound like a conservative position, but I agree.
Yeah.
You know, it is a
promise made.
It's a promise made.
Right. And I made as did everybody else, made my decision to retire
in part
because of all these things.
Yes.
So to pull the rug out
it's a bait and switch.
A very
otherwise.
bad thing.
Yes. But that's why normally you would say that addressing this issue would alienate me from labor people, but no, because they're the ones that they're the ones that I want at the table. Right. They're the ones that I'm trying to help. Yeah. Because all of us need to...
I think they, regardless of the label, most people get it. They may not be able to articulate it, but when they hear 4.5 billion, they pay attention. Their ears are up. They just don't know how to do it, I think, because it's so big. It's
well,
such a big problem.
here's an issue for us, speaking as a conservative.
Right.
If you brought the most shining candidate on the hill in as a liberal to champion why it is you're going to fix the pensions in 2020,
right.
You have no credibility, because behind you is 10 years of a proven track record of kicking that can down the road while liberals finance more and more esoteric ideas and how long you can idle your car for and the H57 and all kinds of symbolic things while they do nothing about these pensions. Right. Guess what comes up then as a word? Conservative. Fiscal conservative.
Right.
You might as well give us a try. Because the question is, A, do we really want to fix it? And B, will we really try with integrity? Well, those are two things that we don't seem to have in our government right now.
And do you know who was a fiscal conservative here? A fiscal conservative and a social moderate, I guess, Howard Dean, for 10 years. I worked for him. And he was clearly a fiscal conservative when he was here. And then the socially moderate, I think. He's sort of changed when he went to Washington. But
well, and I've seen his name come up in connection with the pensions.
Yeah.
And so my point there would be, I'm not saying that it was entirely, the left that gave us these pensions, but certainly with the current makeup of our legislature, it's hard to pin it too strongly on the conservatives or the Republicans in Vermont.
I think we were all at the table on that one because it's money sitting there, and they kept saying, well, state government isn't going out of business. That was always their thinking. So it'll always be money coming in, going out, whatever. But at this point, I don't even know sometimes that we can afford the mandatory minimum payments, and that's it. When you get to that point. The ratings have gone down. Moody's went down a half a point, and one other one, I forget which, but that's not a good sign at all.
Well, I think they all did, and they base it largely on the demographic.
Right.
But that's what you call insolvency. I mean, technically, a state can't go bankrupt.
Right.
But it can become insolvent, and that's defined as not being able to make your payments as they come due.
Yeah.
And yes, we're approaching that. Yes, we are, especially if we start getting into education and healthcare.
Right.
That's not good for anyone.
No.
And so the question is, how much resistance will we have to try to make fiscal conservatism the #1 issue for the entire state next year? That's what we would like to do.
So, John, tell me, when at your introduction announcement at the State House, you talked about the Ag Republican, a plan for which talks about agriculture and the economy. And what does that word mean to you? You were sort of saying it's not a new party; it's just sort of a subset of the Republican Party, which I kind of thought was pretty interesting.
It is interesting, and it's a little complex, and it's a little necessary. So I'm glad you asked.
Yeah.
First and foremost, I am not a candidate. I am a group of candidates. I came forward to run at the request of a lot of people, and we were looking for someone to champion a group. Now, we're in a precarious situation because a lot of people within the Republican Party are anxious about the idea of losing their Phil Scott. They're losing, he's the bird in hand, they might say, or whether or not he will win is another question. In the general. But they think, well, he's their best chance for the general, and he's giving them something. The Ag Republicans, the idea was that we were going to stand for a list of policies which were not Phil Scott's and are not the Republican Party's, because if you look at the Republican platform, the Republican Party platform, it's really bare bones. It does not have a position on abortion.
It actually surprised me when I saw it, when the policy committee went off and did their thing and came back, and we approved it. It surprised me. It's very bare bones, as you said.
And that was the precipitating factor why we did this. Because in order for Vermonters to vote for a person or a party, you need to tell them what you stand for. And the Republican Party is so fractured in this state. It is on the ropes. If we don't win seats this 2020 election, we'll be the third party in the state behind the Progressives and the Democrats. How's that for scary?
Yeah.
And why is that happening? So how is it that we connect with voters and say to people like you, well, we are Republicans, we don't want to leave the Republican Party, but we're not that platform that the official one is, because that doesn't say anything. We don't want to fight with it. We're not trying to divide the party, but we're not Phil Scott, whatever that platform is. We can see from precedent, it's a liberal platform. So we need to identify ourselves, but now there are a number of people who are going to be declaring as Ag Republican candidates, right? They will be wearing that name within the Republican Party, and some of them have already, committed. We will be having press releases periodically as new candidates come forward and as we get, eventually we hope to have as many candidates as we have. 180 candidates would be nice, who all agree to a compact with Vermonters. This is key, what people need to understand, Pat. I'm not asking people to elect me. I'm asking people to listen to what I am the leader of, which is a list of ideas, not even the group of people, but a list of ideas that we will do. We're not going to get in there and then go do this, this, and the other, and everybody runs in with 100, like you heard me say on the State House. It would be great if we got in there and repealed things. That would be progress.
Yes,
okay? So the idea is if I have everybody running like headless chickens in the Republican Party in their own direction. Yes, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to repeal that, and I'm going to repeal the gun law, and we're going to ban abortions from conception. And everybody is total disarray. There is no team. So what we crafted was a compromise. You mentioned that third way.
Right.
It's a compromise path that actually very much undermines the liberals and the left and the swing voters, in the sense of undermining in a good way. Because these are things that they want too.
Right.
They want their schools cleaned up, the opioids. These are things we can all agree on, instead of literally collapsing economically because we're off bickering in the corners over things like race and other things that are not our primary issues. I'm not saying they're not important issues. So it's so imperative that people understand that this isn't about John Clark. I'm sort of the figurehead, the mascot, hopefully with a brain, hopefully not just in a costume, but to keep people together and to go out and get people to run.
Right.
You already heard me talking about beforehand about trying to get people to run. And go there. This is the opposite of Phil Scott, by the way. Go to every county, go to every town, go to the candidates and meet with them and appear with them and support them and win back the House and Senate. That's the leadership of the party. That's the Ag Republicans. We are a movement.
That's great.
And we are, you know, I hate to say this, but Newt Gingrich's contract with America. Do you remember that?
I do.
Now, whatever one thinks of that,
Yeah.
this is a contract with Vermont. And the question is, do these people that are coming forward, including me, with our track record, do we have the credentials, the history of saying that we can be trusted to do what we say? Well, if nothing, I can't say I'm going to be perfect. But as outsiders, people will say, well, you're not career politicians. Well, maybe that's why that's a good thing.
That's great. So you said that there is a plan. Can you kind of focus in on that plan? What are the key aspects of it that we would find
of the Agri-Publican plan?
Agri-Publican
So the Agri-Publican platform, which agripublicans.com, is a separate website.
Okay.
And there's another website coming out too that I can probably
Really?
soon. Yes, but they each have their different purpose. The Agripublicans. So JohnClarkForGovernor.com is my website, and that's where we come
Right.
out with my stuff, with my lambs and my videos and my things. But of course, I'm always pointing to that platform. There are other candidates that will be running on that platform, and that platform is our three main issues: economy, everything I've outlined to you, ban third trimester abortions, legalize cannabis at 6%, which is a really controversial one. I went to Connecticut this week to visit family, and I found out there's, in Northampton, Mass, there's apparently quite a facility for marijuana, right? You could just drive right in and buy all you
Really?
want right now.
Lovely.
We were busy on the way home, or we might have stopped to see it, but we didn't. And I said, honey, you want to stop and see that? I should be able to at least talk about it from policy.
Yeah,
It's
right.
everywhere. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
So that's controversial. But those are, and then no new gun laws. All right, so that means
Right.
not trying to repeal the old ones, because we're waiting for that to go through the courts anyway, and we can't do that in this environment anyway. But the waiting period and other laws that will hurt our economy and manufacturers and our culture need to stop. Now, those are all compromise issues. And if someone wants to be part of that package, they're
Right.
coming forward and doing it. It's
And
a compact.
Does Act 46 in there somewhere?
Act 46 is the site with this one, yes, our second prong. The first one is repeal and replace Act 250.
Because that's what Maine's doing now. They had their own version of Act 46, and now they're trying to get out of it. They're splitting back up their schools to sort of to go back to where they were.
There are a lot of other states that we can look at,
Yeah.
and like Rhode Island on the pensions, and there are other different states that have had some of our experiences that.
Yeah, right.
It's very complex, it's very intimidating, but what I'm excited about is that we are finding the people and the resources are coming forward.
That's
and
great.
people, I'm very, very excited that Vermonters they get it. They
think
get that
they
we have
just
to put aside the social issues and get down to the fiscal
I think
issues.
they need a vehicle. They're there. I've always thought they were there because when you're out talking and, the Price Chopper, I'm always carrying on in the aisles. But they're there. I think they just don't know how. And if somebody gives them a voice, they'll speak up.
Well,
They're there.
that's what I'm trying to do, but that's why I need to emphasize all the time. It's
great.
a servant leadership thing. I
That's
don't
great.
get anywhere without them, and I'm trying to give them that voice. That's why I came
That's
out of the
good.
woods.
So another little thing, we're going to go through all these topics. We could make it, John. You were worried about the number of questions I had, but good old...
I wasn't worried.
Good old fossil fuel, climate change, and the carbon tax. I don't know where I stand on the climate change. We had somebody in the show who I was really listening intently, but I haven't quite... I'm not sure yet. What is your position on all of that? And
Well, it's a little bit radical. I'm amazed that we've got to this point where we've dumbed down our intellect so much that we think that a carbon tax is going to solve our environmental
what does
problem.
it? I know it's like, what are they spending the money
So-
on? Another weatherization.
So I'm working on another article now, and I'm doing some of the research because things change. Like I was talking about beef prices
Right.
change. Waste changes. How we store it, how we recycle it, how we incinerate it. We're constantly learning new things. But this whole idea of garbage is a relatively recent thing.
Yeah.
We generate about 4.56 pounds of garbage each in America. Figure that out at 300 million. So I'm picking garbage on purpose because of this. Whether or not we are warming the climate, we are polluting it. The songbirds are in decline. The bumblebees are in decline. To put our blinders on and say, oh no, it's not our human activity when we create 2,000 new chemicals a year
Right.
is the height of folly. Of course we need to curtail our consumption. And so something I'll be talking about a lot is whether you're conservative or liberal, you need to pollute less. You need to get your 4.5 pounds a day down. You need to recycle. So there are 3 stages in waste generation. And by the way, do you see where I just went? Everybody with me? I shifted from warming the planet to polluting it.
Right.
If we stop
people
polluting
could
it,
relate to that, I think.
I think that we always did. and we were always talking about how we were going to stop pollution. That was the whole environmental movement. And then somewhere the globe thing,
switched,
warming,
right,
switched,
right.
and the whole narrative switched. And by the way, what happened when you switch? You don't have to stop polluting anymore. Nobody's talking about turning down your thermostat to
Right.
62 degrees.
Polluting
Nobody's
the
talking
waters.
about, are you recycling your Christmas
Yeah,
paper this year? Is everybody cutting their Christmas paper and recycling it
Right.
year after year like we did in the 70s? Are you timing how long you take a shower? Are you wearing sweaters? All the things that we in the oil crisis,
Right.
we,
You
baby
did?
boomers, we did. And Jimmy Carter, said so. He came on, he came out to the American people and we it wasn't he, but we dropped the speed limit down to 55. So reducing consumption reduces global warming, whether or not it exists. Whatever climate change is.
Yeah.
Somehow we shifted away from cancer to CO2, and I don't get that. Because what we're doing is, so I wrote one article about this, with sequestered carbon in Vermont trees. You can come here as a California corporation. You can pay me to keep my 1,000 acres in trees
Right.
for 100 years. And then you give me money, and I get paid my tax bill, which, by the way, that's not going to pay taxes for 100 years anyway. And then, so you can keep polluting. You with me?
Wow,
You're still polluting, it's going to land on my trees.
Right.
There's no reduction. The idea behind the carbon tax is that if you put a penalty on gasoline, right now they're talking under the TCI, Wednesday at the
Right.
State House, they're
Right.
proposing 5 to 8 cents a gallon initial tax under the 13 state compact under TCI. That's not going to make people burn less fuel. In fact, a lot of people will burn more fuel. Well, I'm paying for it. I'm going to enjoy my muscle car while I got it. Look at human behavior. We can study this. But when people do feel that they're making a difference and that they have a stake in it, then they will consume less. Right now, you're supposed to throw away your old batteries separately, right? Do you?
Yeah,
or do you
right.
throw them right in there with the Kleenex and stick them in? We're ultimately always... You're
Well,
going to answer
I'm
a question? I see the
because
smile. But my
I've
point is...
actually finally I've gotten to that point where I'm actually behaving.
But,
So it took me a
my
while.
point is, when you're trying to use government to influence human behavior, we've skipped something. We didn't ask people to stop consuming.
Right.
We asked them instead to pay gas, and that's supposed to, we're having government get involved to make them stop consuming, even though government is very inefficient at doing that, if it succeeds at all.
Right.
And they admit in every study that the carbon tax is extremely regressive. That means it hurts poor
course it
people.
does, right.
And then they talk about the Essex plan, how they're going to give people checks back.
Yeah.
Now if you then give a subsidy to people on their electricity to give them the money back that way, then what? You've given them an incentive to do what? Turn up their electricity, leave the lights on.
Yeah.
What you will be hearing, what everyone will be hearing from the Ag Republicans' plan, is that we become frugal Vermonters.
There you go.
Frugal Vermonters. We burn less energy. We use less energy. We become more, and we actually, maybe we use government instead of collecting millions and millions of your dollars to then redistribute to you while we create huge administrative staff to redistribute it for you, okay?
Yeah.
That's where they get it's like a bad charity and they skim off their 40%, okay?
Right.
And it's a racket. Instead of that, how about we spend 1/100th of the money with 2 people working, maybe your friend, who you said worked in, I forget where you said, but regardless, somebody to say, here Vermonters, this is how you could save energy this year. Policy ideas.
Right.
It doesn't cost much, and then see, because lawnmowers, people are mowing their lawns too much. I could go on and on about lawnmowers. I have a pet peeve about lawnmowers. People that mow their lawns every 3 days with a $5,000 machine, and it's huge, and I drive by, and every time I'm like, look at the desecration of the planet right there. Nobody says anything about that. Passing a carbon tax isn't going to make somebody be more aware of their environment. The whole thing is absolutely eclipsing true action. But you understand that to say consume less in a corporate capitalist society, they're consuming, they want you to consume what? Carbon taxes, Pat. They want you to buy carbon credits. They're creating a derivative market in carbon. You don't even see, they force you to take a vaccine. At least there's a product. They're selling sequestered. They're going to force you to pay for your pollution. You don't see a product. You don't see a result, and it's probably counterproductive. I hope you don't mind that long-winded way of saying it. Carbon taxes are probably counterproductive, but they grow government and they grow corporations and they hurt our economy.
Did you ever talk to T.J. Dodge? I hope I got those letters right. Either J.T. or T.J., sorry.
J.T. Dodge.
J.T. Dodge. He was on the show. They've got some really great ideas beyond the carbon. They're against the carbon tax because it's a tax. What does it do?
Right.
So they've got some really good ideas that you can do, just like you were explaining. I think they're trying to get the word out there.
Yes.
And most of it's education anyway. I think. I don't understand it. If you get me to understand it, I'll probably pay attention.
In fact, studies show that conservatives are more likely to pay attention if they
Right,
think that
right.
behavior is actually
Exactly.
conducive. You know, conservatives conserve.
I was just laughing before because I went to the food
Because you've been
bank.
throwing your batteries in the food scraps
No,
bin.
I went to the food bank a couple of years ago, and I did the gleaning. You know, where you had a bag of vegetables that the farmer was going to throw out. It was on the field and stuff. And then we cut up the vegetables to take out the bad stuff. And we wound up with this other bags of almost the same size of food you can eat.
Yes.
And for some reason, it's like, duh. I handle my food at home differently now. I use the waste. I have less waste because I continually figure out what to do with the leftover food, and that's why I was laughing, because we had John Sayles on last week, and it just stuck with me because I saw the difference with my own eyes, and I think that's what people need.
We need, well, and here's the other thing. You know, we talk about the complexity of these problems. In great sympathy to all of us as humans, it's very difficult to navigate through this life and not pollute. Everything we touch is creating all kinds of, you know, and plastics are on the rise. They're getting huge shifts in the amount of plastic we have. I just saw a piece today. They found a dead whale with 220 pounds of plastic in it.
I hate those pictures. I hate
the ocean, there is what are they called? They're microplastics floating around in the Alps. I mean, so clearly, to me, this is why I wrote an article called "The Red Herring of Global Warming," because global warming, whether or not it's true, while we're arguing about it, we're polluting. And so there are 3 stages in waste. There's generation, recycling, and then disposal. And we humans, especially Americans, who consume more than anybody else in the world and have for a long time, we've started with disposal. And we go, where are we going to bury it now? Then we finally started putting in some, you know, linings in our landfills. But I mean, we're so backwards. We need to generate less. So what you've just hit on, Pat, is when we become more aware. Gleanings, so we're farmers. That comes from the Old Testament.
I love that.
That's one man's.
Yeah, let me see. Look what time it is.
Sorry.
No, that's great. I love this. Can I ask you? We were talking about how much you shared on your website, which I thought was fabulous, and you shared about your faith, and I think Vermont is the least church-going state in the nation, which is I think a rather sad thing, but. I understand why I've asked people why that is, and they say they relate to the earth and to the nature and that sort of stuff for their feelings and emotions. I do not, but you really shared who you are, and I thought that was amazing. I was very impressed with that because you don't hear that much from anybody.
Well, it was kind of necessary, and frankly, when I was asked to run, I was mortified. I was saying, I am the least likely candidate ever, having been a pastor until recently. Vermont, are you kidding? And so in order to turn a negative to a positive, maybe, you know, I just felt I needed to come out and tell people for myself, define what my faith is. And so that people would understand what that is. It's not tied to a particularly intense doctrinal position, other than it is our job as Christians to help poor people. That is my driving, and the Constitution. And also the reason I showed this story was I was raised an atheist. I am not, I was not a believer, and it was actually illness and other things. But just to have people define me for who I am and my relationship with my faith, rather than by all the world's view and the pedophilia and other things. But also, when I've been asked the question, you know, apparently Martin Luther King, it was okay for him to be a Christian, and you know, Al Sharpton and Alexander Twilight in the Kingdom. C.S. Lewis says people don't like Christians till they want somebody to house sit for a week. And so I've said, you know, so I'm a Christian. The question is, will I keep my word with all these years I have of a record of keeping my word as an attorney and as a pastor and otherwise? I'm not about money. That's one thing you'll see if you see my. I'm not about money. I was talking today with our Ugandan friend Simon Peter that we try to raise money for.
That's great.
It's very fulfilling, you know. But at any rate, so those are the kind of Christians that you do want to maybe trust with your pocketbook and your wallet, and that really care. Because nobody likes Christians, but they like Mother Teresa, right?
That's true.
We
should
want
all be
people,
like Mother Teresa.
We want people. Well, we want people to walk the walk. We all try.
I also liked, and you were people heard of your prior voting record, and I don't want to spend too much time on this because you've done a great job in explaining. I was a Democrat. I was the chairperson of John F. Kennedy's I was the mailing chairman for John F. Kennedy in Morris County, New Jersey. And then I went to work, and I checked out the pay stub that I was supposed to get at that time. I'm very old. $80 was a lot of money back then. And they took a lot of it out, and I'm like, whoa, what's this? So I sort of switched back then, but people changed their minds. I don't understand why they are giving you a hard time.
Well, I'm smiling at so many levels of what you said. First of all, wouldn't have thought you were old enough, but I'm not going to
thank you for
flatter you, because flattery is a sin. So I really didn't.
I voted for him because he was cute. I was an icon.
Well, and second of all, you hit on something. You saw the numbers, and that's called becoming a reactionary conservative, which is what I've been labeled. You have great idealistic ideas, and then you see that in practice that they fail.
Right.
And so you change your view.
Yeah.
Probably a lot of what transitioned me was being a criminal defense attorney. That's what my partner started to say. But also, as I pointed out in one video, I voted for Bill Clinton, and I was disgusted. I wasn't a Christian.
Right.
But I conducted myself according to the ethics rules of the state of Connecticut, and I didn't sleep with clients. Yeah. And I can't expect the President of the United States not to belabor the point, but meanwhile, I'm in criminal court 4 or 5 days a week. And any of my clients that lied under oath to a grand jury with DNA evidence of address would have been going to jail. And in contrast to this current impeachment process, which I'm really not following, and I'm not beholden to or not to the president in that process to me looks like it's based on hearsay and no facts when you had clear case then and nothing happened. So it's very hard for the Democrats to have any credibility in the current impeachment.
Well, they've made up their mind before the hearing started.
Kind of like our legislature makes up their mind what laws are going to pass, and then they want us pesky citizens to get out of the way.
How do you get them to see what you're trying to say? Because when we talk about, my biggest thing is with small businesses, these people work on a profit margin that could fit on the size of a pin. And I don't think our folks understand what it means to be a small business person. And it doesn't take much like a carbon tax to flip the switch and maybe they're gone.
Carbon tax, payroll tax, family leave tax.
Family leave, all that stuff.
And in fact, I'll be writing about this because there's a recent, on the governor's website, a letter where one of his economic representatives points out that the more people leave and the more the debt increases for those who remain.
Right.
The burden is vicious cycling on the remainder. There comes a point where you are at critical mass and you can't. So you've just hit on something really imperative. Government grows bigger. Okay, the rest of us who have to run a business, whether it's a farm or anything else, if there's not enough money at the end of the month, you have to change jobs. But if you're in government, you just pass another bill. And as they pass bills, think about it. Think about running government like a business. If I'm in the Vermont State Legislature and I get hired, let's say, in the Department of Agriculture, and my business is to inspect you, then I'm going to find more ways to inspect you, more forms for you to fill out, more violations for you, pass new laws, because I'm going to justify my existence as a regulator.
Yeah.
And whether those incremental changes in regulations have any noticeable effect on health or safety or anything else, they might have a huge detriment to your bottom line. So I think in terms of when they go out to inspect a restaurant and they say, okay, here, fix this, this, and the other, and the person running the restaurant says, well, that's going to cost me $3,000. Or, what about car inspections? What about, there's so many areas in our regulatory structure, and I don't mean to be so long-winded, but so many areas where the cost-benefit analysis, that's what private industry looks at, right? We don't build a $20,000 parking lot when we're going to have 4 more cars a month. But government does, okay? You'll laugh, but they're not confined by the market or the reality. That is, what I'm pointing out there too is, I'm not faulting something. They don't do it deliberately. Government doesn't say, oh, gee, I'll go spend $1 to get a quarter because I like to spend $1 to get a quarter. No, I'm going to spend $1 to help early childhood development. The fact that you might only get 10 cents back on that investment is not, there's no real analysis of that in government. Hopefully the auditor and others will look at some of that, but it's very difficult to quantify as well.
We were talking about in Campaign for Vermont to push making them do a cost analysis on every bill, but to keep tallying it up. Like if you do the carbon tax and maybe it's 4 cents or whatever, then you do something else, it's another 8 cents. So that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 cents.
You show the cumulative.
So you show the cumulative, because what happens in the state house is that they take a bill all by itself with no other bills around it. They're just looking at that bill and, oh, how can you not help the people that are struggling? You've got to help. It's only 4 cents or whatever. So you pass it, but you don't think about the cumulative effect, the domino effect. And I think that's what gets us into trouble. Maybe if they saw the big picture, they'd think twice about it. Maybe not, but maybe. I'm being too Pollyanna. So we've talked about the governor a little bit. How do you plan on separating yourself from him as far as politics? You're both Republicans, at least running on the tables. The governor's done some surprises for those of us who are Republicans, but how do you see yourself debating him?
As you may know from my articles, I was very much a supporter of Phil Scott, and I'm here because I was betrayed. I am a function of that betrayal. Many people feel very betrayed.
Right.
But there's a strange little creature here because I'm not an experienced politician, so I don't actually know what I'm doing. So the problem that I have right now is that I don't really want to fight with Phil Scott, and yet if he's going to run again in the primary, then I am going to be fighting with him.
Yeah.
And so on the one hand, I want to take issue with some of his policies. On the other, I really want to look at that finish line of the general election, talk to the people on the other side, because that's where I think the real work to be done for our party is. So in answer to your question, I don't really want to lock horns with Governor Scott, but at some point I may well have to do that very aggressively. But I don't know whether he's running or not.
He probably won't announce until after the session because there's some laws that impact his ability to be governor while campaigning. So he'll probably have to. Which is
goody for him, but leaves us. What am I supposed to do? So we're running an insurgency, a campaign against an incumbent, and I don't really have the luxury to sit around and wait to see if he's going to what he wants to do. And I don't mean to say that, but that's more about his ego and his run. We are everything we've been talking about is radically reducing the size of our government in this state, and that is independent, just like it's independent of me. It's independent of Phil Scott. So the problem that Phil Scott has, in my view, is if I continue to gain visibility, which we intend to do, then how exactly does he plan to win in the primary election against me? And if he doesn't win in the primary election, then he doesn't run in the general. So I think that he has some serious thinking to do about what he's done to his base and what his game plan is now.
Well,
things have changed.
When you're talking about the reducing the size of government, it really is doable. But what they always do they do across the board 5% cut, and that cuts money, but it doesn't cut the program or the efforts or the direction of state government. It just puts a lot of burden on the manager to do the same 10 programs with less money. And that's not the way to reduce state government, because it's not about the money, it's about the end products and seeing which ones work together, which ones can be eliminated. It is doable. And the employees have a lot of ideas if they're asked. They can step up and tell you.
Well, interestingly, I had lunch with someone today who brought that issue up and said, you're going to, if people get worried about losing their jobs as state employees, you won't lose your jobs. We'll still keep you hired. We'll just won't have new hires. And I said, I'm not sure that that's a fair promise. Maybe we need to say, if you don't get rid of some state employees, you state employees are not going to have your jobs. The state employees are the ones that are at risk right now. We don't have the money to pay infinite amounts of sums to everybody. We don't have it's kind of like our environment, with the carbon issue. We're treating our coffers as if we can just print money infinitely, and we cannot. And so, in truth, though, I think that we can do a lot. Across-the-board cuts are that's a terrible idea. As soon as somebody says that, it's just not economics. It's not a good idea. But in some of my studies, and I announced this, I mentioned this in another interview, the 2017 Workforce Study Report for the state of Vermont says that 7.7% of employees said that their jobs lack meaning or reward. I'd like to talk to those 7.7%.
And they have good answers for you,
and they do. And I've already been talking to a lot of them. So there is waste in government. I don't presume to go in with a magic wand and be able to fix it all. But the people in government can be our allies, their own allies.
And I think if it's been done right over the years, you don't have to terminate people. You can do it by attrition. You can do it, don't fill a job when it becomes, ask those questions. Where can this job, do we need what the job is doing? Can it fit somewhere else? There's a lot of questions, but a job opens up, they fill it. They don't give it any second thought.
Well, and a new harebrained idea to create a whole new department for carbon taxes. And they open it. So part of, kind of like with the pensions, they go, well, how are you going to pay that off? Well, how about freezing it, properly quantifying it would be a good start.
Right.
And so likewise with the carbon tax, how about no new taxes for a good start, no new government agencies charged with collecting money from all 600,000 of us and redistributing it to us again.
There you go.
Less their paycheck.
That's great. John, we've got almost 3 minutes left. I thought maybe you could wrap it up for us about what you'd like to see for Vermont if you are governor, what our future would look like under a John Clark governorship, and
yeah,
wrap it up.
Big
for
questions. It's a serious matter what we're talking about doing. So I try to be light and have fun and talk to people as a down-to-earth human being, because I am. But if anything, sometimes I'm a little too serious too.
Well, I was going to say, in some of your articles, there's a little sad tone about looking at the problems of Vermont, and they are sad.
And if you read a lot of my articles, you'll see some of them are quite despairing about what we're looking at. But that's why I'm out of the woods. That's why some of us have to get out and do what our kids and grandkids can't do. They have to go to work and they have to pay their taxes. Some of us who are gifted with the opportunity, by my wife working and my being able to do this right now and the skills that I have, we have a duty and obligation to do this. So when we say, John Clark is governor, I wince at that. How I look at that is we've reclaimed one or both houses. That is the victory.
People don't understand that.
It is a movement of Vermonters, not in retaliation, not in anger, not in name calling, not in identity politics, but just the opposite of all those things. Really reclaiming those Vermont values that you don't need to be born here to have. Right. There are people born here like T.J. Donovan who are flatlander extraordinaires, and they need to go live somewhere else. I mean, I know that's a strong statement, and I'll make it again. T.J. Donovan should go live in a state where he likes the people, because he's been calling us racists, and he's arm in arm with Planned Parenthood. He's openly partisan when he should be in a position of Attorney General. We got plenty of flatlanders that were born here. Right. If we embrace those values, and we can just do that, frugality, compassion, community idea, we have our work cut out for us. These problems are serious, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it, and I'm not going to promise people everything, because that's what I think people are sick of.
It sounds like you're going to involve them.
We have to involve. It's like I compare it to a church, okay? That model should work, or a business. People want to serve.
For sure.
I see it already, and I had to learn this for a while as a pastor. Somebody wants to clean the carpet. They feel involved. They feel connected. That's what we need to do in our government. We need to get people back involved who care and who are in touch with Vermonters and not out of touch.
Thank you very much, John. I'm thrilled you're on the show.
Thanks
I wish you a lot of luck. Follow John's website, and we'll post it on the end of the video. We'll see you next week, and in the meantime, keep listening beyond the sound bites.
Let's go ahead and call the meeting to order at 6:30. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from December 18th, 2019.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from December 18th, 2019, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes with one abstention. All those in favor of approving the special budget meeting minutes from December 18th, 2019? I'll entertain that motion.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the special budget meeting from December 18th, 2019, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes with one abstention. All right, additions and deletions to the agenda tonight. I need to add under meetings, a discussion about the meeting dates for January, including a pre-town meeting, whether or not we want to have one this year, which would actually be in February, but we should decide that now. And then under new business, I need to add a liquor license for 3J's LLC. Is it liquor and tobacco, or is it just liquor? It just seems to be liquor, okay.
Thought they were in alcohol.
And then I also need to add under new business the potential school tax rate increase. Is there anything else that needs to be added or deleted? Alrighty, then moving on to the warrants.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 1, payroll, in the amount of $11,903.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll warrant number 1 in the amount of $11,903 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
Make a motion to pay payroll taxes, warrant number 2, in the amount of $5,365.37.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 2 in the amount of $5,365.37 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
Make a motion to pay warrant number 3, payroll, in the amount of $14,742.20.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 3, or not tax warrant, payroll warrant number 3 in the amount of $14,742.20 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay warrant number 4, payroll tax, the amount of $6,133.01.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 4 in the amount of $6,133.01 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
Make a motion to pay warrant number 5 out of the general fund in the amount of $1,669.50.
$1,006, repeat the number.
$1,669.50.
Okay.
That's not what I have.
We'll test. Is there a second for the motion?
Second.
Okay. Is there discussion? The discussion on that is there was a duplicate bill in there that had already been paid. So the warrant was amended from the 268272 to 166950 after that error was caught. Okay. Any further discussion then on that?
No.
All right, so all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 5 in the amount of $1,669.50 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 6 out of the general fund in the amount of $11,606.68.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 6 in the amount of $11,606.68 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 7 out of the highway fund in the amount of $12,152.50.
Okay, did warrant?
$12,152.
We skip one.
We skip number 7.
They're probably out of order. 6, well, no, what's this next one? This is a general fund warrant, yeah, so the numbers have gotten mixed up.
Oh, they're just, yeah.
Okay, so basically this is warrant number, on your list it's warrant number 8. Okay, Carla, can you catch what's going on?
Yes.
What was numbered as number 7 is actually, is the highway warrant for 12,152.
Okay.
Okay, so we just changed the categories between 7 and 8. So, was there a second for that highway?
I second it.
Okay. Is there any discussion?
What's the total on that?
1215250.
Okay, thank you.
Hearing none, all those in favor of paying highway fund warrant number 7 in the amount of $12,152.50 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay warrant number 8 out of the general fund in the amount of $4,311.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 8 in the amount of $4,311 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 9 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $3,394.48.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying equipment warrant number 9 in the amount of $3,394.48 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. All right, so moving on to reports. Highway?
Again, I can just report on weather and storms. The week of New Year's, it started Sunday night and it didn't end until Thursday morning. So that's basically what we've been doing, is taking care of the roads. Everything's up and running. Using material, of course. But like I said, everything's up and running and we're keeping up with it.
All right, any questions for Steve on the highway? All right, and the town clerks, you all should have gotten a copy of the counter money in the boxes. And so then the treasurer.
The sweeper account, $884,751.11. Your checking account, $29,741.23.
Okay, any questions? No? And then moving on to correspondence, we received a copy of the CLA for this coming tax year, and it remained pretty much the same as it has in previous years. The common level of appraisal is 99.41%. So we're almost at 100% evaluation, and that's about what it was, 99 something last year. So that really hasn't changed. So remember that as we begin to talk about my added school business piece.
Happy 99.41.
99.41%. Yeah. All right, members of the public. We don't have any members of the public this evening. All business is, in fact, the continuing budget discussion, so we will postpone that until the end of the meeting. So then we'll move on to the new business, which is going to be the 3 requests for the use of the town hall. The first one is Community Hope in Action. Well, these are actually not town hall. These are all common use. Community Hope in Action on the first Saturday in May for the 2020 Green Up. So would somebody like to make a motion to allow them to hold the Green Up on the Common on the first Saturday in May, which I'm not even sure what date that is. Is it the 3rd? Is it the 3rd? No, 2nd. Second. So it'd be 2nd.
Sorry, move that we allow the Community Hope and Action Group to hold Green Up Day festivities in conjunction with the town on the Common on Saturday, May 2nd.
Second.
Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none. All those in favor of allowing Community Hope and Action to hold a Green Up Day on May 2nd on the town common, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So today is 1/7/20. Okay, there's one. The next two are for Grace Cottage. The first one is for the May 9th Spring to Health 5K run, and that is to use the common.
I would move that we allow Grace Cottage to use the common for the 5K run on May 9th.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion on that?
Just want to clarify if the fee for that is waived.
Well, that's where I was going to go, yes. Is the fee waived for this one? This particular-
At no charge.
Okay.
Was it at no charge last year?
I don't
I
remember.
think so.
Yes.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, so there's no... Okay, is there any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of allowing Grace Cottage 5K run to use the common on May 9th, 2020, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So that's 7/20. Okay, now the next one is again Grace Cottage. It's on the common. To use the common from July 27th through August 2nd to set up for a hospital fair day.
I would move that we allow Grace Cottage to use the common from, was it July 27th to August 2nd?
Correct.
For hospital fair days. We charge them
No,
for
there's-
that,
there's-
yeah, at the
there's-
regular rate.
At the regular rate?
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
I just don't remember that without looking at the policy. So,
It's $100.
but it's, what is it per day? I don't remember.
It's
I think it's 100 a day.
$100.
Is that what it was? It's not on the application, it's on, it's in the,
It needs to be on there. Yeah. It's in the- I think it's $100 a day.
Yeah, I think so.
There's the policy on the town hall, there's the policy on the common. Events which require structures to remain standing, $100 fee. Well, it doesn't say. It doesn't say. It says a $100 fee payable to the town of Townsend will be required for any individual, group, party, or organization using the town common. And then 25 a day extra.
okay,
So
so,
the-
so it's 100 plus 25 times what? 7, 28, 29, 30, first, for a week. So it would be 7, so actually 6, so another 150, so it would be a total of 250. Okay, that's, so somebody want to make a motion to that effect?
So moved. I mean, I made the motion to allow it at the fee
Okay.
of, I'll amend the motion
To
to
allow
at the
it
fee
for
of 250.
Second.
Okay. So any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of allowing Grace Cottage Family Health to use the common from July 27th to August 2nd for hospital fair days at a fee of $250, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, so that will need to be, these three will need to be notified, Carla, that we'll need a copy for the book, but they also need to be notified that they've been approved. So I know the hospital wanted to clear that up.
Can I also have, while we have this, can I make a motion to amend the application form to have the fee schedule printed on it?
Go right ahead. You're welcome to take and add the fee
I
schedule
would
to
move
it.
to amend the application form.
You can
to
actually
put the fee schedule on
you
it.
can actually correct it and put the fee schedule on.
Yeah.
Second.
You
I think
can.
that's great.
Oh, yeah, I'll do it.
I think we should do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only difficulty is between the use of the common, which has a different structure than the use of the town hall.
Mhm.
And it makes it difficult to run the two columns for people that are going back and forth between the two entities.
Yeah.
You know, you've got summer, winter use here for the upstairs. You've got the common with the standing structures for more than 2 days. You know, that type of, it's going to be very wordy to add the fee structure.
Oh, we'll put it in a table.
Go.
Check boxes and everything.
Go for it. You can go for
Carla,
that.
can you email me the application?
So all those in favor of actually amending the usage fee for the town hall and for the town common to include the fee structure, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So that is now your job. Thanks, Will.
Sure.
Okay. So we took
Is there
care
a
of.
second on there?
Yeah, it was, Steve, I think,
Okay, thank
seconded
you.
it. I think. So there's that. The liquor license has to be dealt with. All right, so now we have the liquor license for 3J's LLC, which is Harmonyville Store, and it is a second-class license. I'll entertain a motion to approve a second-class license for said entity.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving a second-class liquor license for 3J's LLC, doing business as Harmonyville Store, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, this is one of those funky ones where we all have to sign on this side.
The right-hand side?
Yeah, then hold it on the side over there.
That's, that joke is as old as time.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? That's a piece, and that's the envelope. So, we have that.
Oh, this is one, sorry.
Okay. We all got this, we both did really well. I'm impressed. Then the only other thing that is actually on the active agenda that we added for discussion tonight, is this just a point of information before we go into budget discussions? Is the school, West River Combined Unit actually passed their, or West River Education District passed their budget last night, and Townsend's increase is estimated to be 30 cents on the school rate, which means that just the school rate taxes next year for Homestead will be $2.17. That is up 30 cents. There is a meeting next Monday on the 13th at 7 o'clock on the library at Leland and Gray to kind of take public comments on the budget, but they've already passed it. I'm not sure what they're going to do. But that is certainly an increase that cannot be sustained.
Mhm.
Just plain and simple. On a $200,000 house, that's an extra $600. And just in school tax. So that was just a piece of information that came out from last night. So if there's nothing else, no need for an executive session that I'm aware of, Carla? No? Then I would entertain a motion to recess from this meeting and then reconvene to be able to do the ongoing budget discussions. So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of taking a 15-minute break to allow everybody to move around, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So no resolution.
Are you gonna
Oh, we
decide
forgot
on
to
dates?
we forgot to do the dates. You're right. Before we do that, back that trolley up. Yes, we do need to talk about the dates. We are currently scheduled for the 14th, which is next Tuesday. And I looked at the dates today for the requirements for the warnings. We cannot even sign the warning for town meeting until the 23rd. That's the earliest that we can actually warn. but the town report has to go to the printers before the end of the month. So the question becomes, do we want to meet on the, we can't meet on the 21st. I have another obligation. So we can either meet next week on the 14th and then on the 28th. We could hold it all off and maybe have a special meeting sometime the week of the 20th to finish budget and then sign the warning on the 28th, because that would be the last piece to go to the printer. I don't know what your preferences are.
I'm okay with doing we're scheduled for next, so would we move next week to the 21st?
No, I cannot do.
Oh, you can't do the 21st.
I cannot do the
Right.
21st.
Right.
I'm not sure we'd have any business on the 14th, a week from today, other than just finishing up the budget, but we still can't sign the warning. We'd still have to meet to sign the warning the following week.
Mm-hmm.
So do we do it off day on the week of the 19th and maybe Thursday the 23rd and sign the warning that night?
Yeah,
Sure.
that's what I think.
And then do business on the 28th?
Yeah.
Somebody want to make a motion to that effect, that we'll, our next scheduled meeting would be the 23rd of January at, I'm assuming 6:30?
Oh.
Okay. And then we'll leave the 28th as a regular business meeting. So
moved.
okay, so the motion is to hold the next scheduled select board meeting on the 23rd at 6:30 p.m. and leave the 28th intact. But get rid of the 14th. All right, so all those in favor of doing so signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? All right, the motion passes. So that's the schedule. We need somebody on the 23rd, because that'll be actually signing the warning. And then we'll have a regular meeting on the 28th. Now we can go into recess.
Are you gonna do pre-town?
I don't know, are we gonna do pre-town?
We always have, haven't we? Although we don't have a school board this year, do we?
We don't have there is no school board.
What's the point?
It usually gives you a little bit of indication of where your issues are gonna come from.
Mm-hmm.
And it gives you time.
And it's a chance to touch base with the moderator.
Well, that can be done now anyway, though, but it's really more to find out where are the troubles going to come from, and have an opportunity to try to short circuit it before you get to the stage on town meeting day. So it's usually the Monday
Before.
before.
Right?
No, it's not the day. It's
It's
1
the
week
week before on Monday.
Right.
Right.
Which is, in this particular case, it's going to be February. Monday the week before. It's going to be the 24th, if we have it, of February.
I would move that we set a pre-town meeting date for February 24th.
At what time?
6 o'clock.
At 6. Everybody okay with that?
Crystal?
Is that a Monday?
It is a Monday.
Can it be earlier for people so that they can get here before they go home?
Well, part of it is the fact that we don't want to catch them before they get out. If they get out at 5, by the time they come up the valley, do they want to stop and eat? It's
No, I guess it doesn't matter, right? Yeah,
6.
that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually pretty quick.
Okay, so then all those in favor of holding a pre-town meeting on Monday the 24th at 6 p.m. Okay, 6 p.m. signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, now, you got anything else in your little?
Nope.
Okay.
Thanks, Rich.
Greetings and welcome to Montpelier Connection. This is the show on BCTV that helps bring our work in the legislature back here to Windham County. And we want to thank BCTV for helping make that work more accessible to you. It's getting close to the holidays, getting close to the new year, so we are getting ready for the 2020 legislative session. As you know, Vermont has a part-time legislature from January to May, so during that condensed period of time, we have to do all our work for the year. As we look at the session to come, today's guest is Senator Jeanette White.
Hi.
Thanks for coming, Jeanette.
Thank you for inviting me.
And thank you for all your service, going back to the Select Board in Putney and working your way up to here you are representing us in the Senate.
I don't know if I would say working my way up.
Well,
I would say someplace different.
Yep, good.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time here because I know, like most of us, you work another job and you've been working a lot at Brattleboro Housing because they've had somebody out sick.
Right, and I'm not really an employee. They just hire me to do special projects and cover when somebody is gone. And
But like most of us, we work in the off session, and so it's still a busy time for us.
Yeah.
Now, you're on two committees,
I
as all senators are, because there's only 30 senators and there's 150 House members. So you're chair of Senate Government Operations, and then you're also on the Judiciary Committee. Looking ahead, what's on the agenda for Senate Government Operations?
Well, I think that there probably isn't anything around elections this year necessarily. We've done a lot in the past around automatic voter registration. When you renew your driver's license, you can register online now. You can go to your town clerk's office, same-day voting. And so we've done a lot, made a lot of changes lately. And I don't think there's any kind of major change going to happen this year. But I should say that one of the things that we've been looking at and that the Secretary of State, Jim Condos, has been very up on is cybersecurity of our elections systems. And he is part of a national Secretary of State's group, and Vermont is leading in that, and the town clerks are all getting trained on it, and I think our systems are pretty impenetrable.
And we still have a paper trail.
We do.
Yeah.
We do. By law, we are required to always have a paper trail in elections.
Other states don't, but they're starting to look at that to make sure they have that record of how people actually voted.
Right.
So in the last election, there's been a lot of publicity about the Russians and their attempt to influence our political discourse. But they weren't able to really get into any election data, were they?
No, I think it was more social media and telling people that polls weren't open and that they couldn't vote, and if you didn't vote today, it was that kind of thing. I don't know in some states if they were able to. I don't know at all, but in Vermont they couldn't, and it's really hard to do it here because we have 250 clerks that are the keepers of the elections in their towns.
So there's not a big concern that we're susceptible to
not with
foreign player.
No, not with our election systems. And I think the same is true in the Secretary of State's office. He's done a great job on the the incorporation, the business section where people file all their papers of incorporation. And vital records, we've tightened that up a lot. So.
Now, in regard to records,
there
has been some controversy in the news lately about policies around public records and who can get them and whether they should pay for them or not. Can you shed a little light on that?
Well, I think there's some misunderstanding, and I read the case, and there was a dissent. It wasn't a unanimous decision, and I believe that. So the way public records requests works, you go in and you ask for public records. If the agency that you're asking from has to spend more than half an hour either finding it or putting it together or redacting personal information, because a lot of that has to be redacted. You can't give out people's social security numbers and home addresses and stuff. If you spend more than half an hour, then the statute said that you can charge for that. And there's a what do you call it, chart that says if it's this level person, you can charge this much, and if it's the governor that's doing it, you can charge more. But I think there was a misunderstanding. The Supreme Court felt that the statute was not clear, and so you could only charge if people were asking to make copies, and regardless of how much time the agency spent preparing it, you couldn't charge if they only wanted to look at it. And so now looking at it, you can go in with your phone and look at it and take a picture. And what the Attorney General said is that we're not going to allow you to take pictures because we had to spend all the time preparing it. So we'll try and clear that up this year. I think that from my remembering of what we did before, that this was just maybe the statute wasn't clear enough, or so.
And that's the way the process works. We put a law together, and then some things come up that they might not seem to be have thought of beforehand. So we go back and we look at it again.
And there are issues around public records. What is a public record? How much for municipalities, for example, how much of their employee information is public record? And of course there was just the big flap in Digger about the DMV, and they do, is that a public record or isn't it a public record? And actually public records, you can't sell them, but this is a little bit different. So we'll be looking at that issue and having DMV come in. And
I think there's going to be some discussion about that, because I've heard from some people already who are not happy, and I'm not so happy about that either. As we move forward into the data age, our data should be ours.
It is, but the people they're sharing, people they're sharing it with are insurance companies, law enforcement agencies, and they get it anyway. Law enforcement agencies can get it. And so if it's available to law enforcement agencies, is it really confidential or not? And do we really have any private information anyway?
I think that's going to be an ongoing discussion.
I think that we're, given social media and what people post themselves and with their information, I don't think there is such a thing as privacy.
Well, I think many people are looking at this. I know personally I now use a different search engine on my computers that doesn't mine that data. It's not the big ones. It's a smaller one, and if you look online, I don't want to be advertising one over another, but there are search engines now, because otherwise, whenever you search, that data then gets stored and put into a file.
And my guess is that it won't be long before the smaller ones start doing the same thing, because they're going to figure out that they need to have revenue from those.
Well, this one in particular, and I can tell you about it later, advertising that they're not going to do it, and they have another way to make money without selling your data. So that's what makes it attractive to some people.
But we will be looking at that with the DMV and what is public and what isn't public. And
at one point, there was a lot of discussion about what records are exempt from the public record laws. Has that been settled, or is that still an ongoing process?
Well, it's never settled, because no matter what you do, some people think something else should be exempt, and some people think that whatever is exempt should not be.
So what kind of things were exempt?
Well, we have the public records law says that everything is available to the public unless it's specifically exempted. and things, anything that has personal information is exempt. Now, you can get a record, but all the personal information has to be redacted. So it doesn't mean that the whole file is exempt. Proprietary information from companies, because all companies register with the Secretary of State's office. Insurance companies register with Department of Financial Regulation. So all of that proprietary information, there's big discussion over whether, I'm going to get the term wrong here, but the manure management systems that farms use, is that, does that have proprietary information so it should be exempt or not? We have 260 some exemptions, and we went 3 years ago, we went through every single one of them and decided, and there were people that said we should only have 10, but if you have 10, they're going to be so broad that, because what does it mean to have 10, and they're going to be broad. So we have very specific exemptions.
Were you thinking of the methane digesters before?
No, there's nutrient management systems. That's what it is. That's what it's called, and it's how you dispose of your manure and what you do with it, and how does it leach into the water system and stuff.
Yeah.
So, we'll open meeting laws and public records law are never settled.
Yep.
They will always be on every year.
In every year, your committee oversees the Office of Professional Management, right?
Right. Professional regulation.
Regulations.
Yeah.
So they license various professions in Vermont.
Right.
And certain ones come up for renewal or review.
No, the way it works usually is that as changes are made in the profession itself, the either board or the advisors to that profession bring suggestions to us for change. And we're looking at two different things right now. One is around the whole issue with climate change is, of course, we know, a huge issue, and what are we going to do about it? And we continue to build houses, and we continue to put in HVAC systems and all of that. But so people who are doing those kinds of jobs, should they have specialized training in good practices around for climate change and greenhouse emissions, and realtors, what kind of training do they have around that? So, excuse me, we're looking at that with the professions, and then the other thing we're looking at is, we know we have a workforce shortage in Vermont, and we also know that we have some refugees, and we know that a lot of refugees come with skills, but when they come, those skills aren't necessarily transferable.
Yeah.
So the Office of Professional Regulation has spent a fair amount of time last year, and we're going to continue it this year, looking at how can we make those skills transferable. If somebody is a doctor somewhere and they come here, can they just take a few courses? Can they do it? Because you don't want people to have jobs that aren't in their own profession. It's bad for us, it's bad for the state, it's bad for them, and it puts them in a dead end a lot of times. So those are the two things that we'll be working on this year.
Interestingly, in our history, whenever there have been labor shortages, we've relied on immigrants coming into this country, and right now that seems to be at odds with what the president is trying to do to keep people out at a time when we really, right across every business sector, people are really struggling to find employees and good employees.
Employees and children to put in our schools.
Yeah. So hopefully we can loosen that up after the next election.
Well, and even what we have right now, even the refugees that we have, making it easier for them to practice their profession when they get here.
Because we're getting short on tradespepeople too.
Yeah, we really are.
Try and find an electrician or a plumber, unless it's a dire emergency, and they're just backed up.
Yeah.
Because there's a shortage now, so we need to get some more trained, skilled workers here.
Yeah, we do.
Yep. Judiciary Committee. You sit on the House Judiciary Committee that Senator Sears chairs.
No, not the House Judiciary Committee.
I'm sorry, the Senate Judiciary Committee. And Senator Sears oversees that.
Yes.
Now, each year there's a number of pretty hot issues that come up, and you know, firearm reform has traditionally been one of them over the last few sessions. What kind of things are you looking going into the second year, and also aware that the second year of a biennium can be a little more pressure packed because people know that bills they want to get through need to pass or
Right.
else they go away.
Well, we are hoping that the House will do something with marijuana this year. That came out of the Judiciary Committee, and it was a really good bill, and we're hoping that it'll at least get to conference committee where we can hash out the differences. We're looking at there right now. We're working with the Council on State Governments has a Justice Center,
Yeah.
and we're working with them on what we're calling
Reinvestment too.
Reinvestment 2, that's
Yeah.
what it's called. And looking at, you know, I don't know if you know it, but we have a lot of people who are incarcerated who probably shouldn't be. But in 2010, there was a prediction that if we followed the trajectory that we were on at that time, that in 2019 we would have 2,700 people in prison. Yeah. And we now have 1,700. Yeah. So we have done things, and we did, one of the things that we have to keep working on details around is the juvenile justice issue. We, what happens is, as a result of some crimes that were committed a number of years ago by some young people, any crimes committed by people, even kids at a certain level, were started in criminal court. So we've changed that so all cases, there's a couple exceptions that they can, if there's an agreement between the state's attorney and the defender, they can start it in criminal court. But as of now, all cases involving an 18-year-old will start in family court. And the reason for that is that in family court, they're not public cases. And then if there's a need, it can be transferred to criminal court.
So that means the proceedings are closed to the public.
Right, and so the kids have a better chance of, and we know that kids sometimes do things in their youth that can change their lives forever. And this will hopefully give them a chance to correct that. And then and because they'll be having case managers or getting therapy or whatever it is through family court. But if it needs to be transferred, it can be transferred to criminal court. But they'll start there, and then as of, I think it's next year, it goes up to age 19 and eventually up to age 21.
Yeah.
And we're the first, the juvenile justice people are really excited about that because we are the first state to do that, and it is a huge, huge change. And I think it's really exciting, and so we're looking forward to do that. But there are tweaks that have to be done every year because how does it affect DCF and how does it affect corrections and
the courts
and stuff. So we're making those changes.
Right now, the family court dockets are pretty full as they are.
Yeah.
So if we start adding to that, we may need more judges or.
Right, and I don't know how it'll affect, but and then we do have a bill that's new this year, and there's a group that's been working on it kind of all over the summer and fall on eliminating life without parole. Mm-hmm. And because we still have that on our books, and just eliminating it as a possibility, and looking at things like who are people that are in prison that could be better treated outside of prison in a more humane manner, but also to allow them to pay back their communities and continue to survive in their communities and do well.
Yeah.
So
now, last year we started to have some discussions around some of our prison population that's aging. Anything come of that where maybe different ways of dealing with them, especially if they're ill?
Well, we have, I have a bill in, and I don't even, it's called compassionate release, I think is what it's called, and it would give aging prisoners an automatic parole hearing. It doesn't mean they would automatically be allowed out on parole, but it would at least give them a hearing at a certain point. And we're looking at kind of a look back after a certain number of years after a crime has been committed. Are you still, should you still be in prison, or should you have some other whether it's confinement or treatment or whatever? And I don't. One of the problems that we heard with, and this isn't true with all of the aging prisoners, but a lot of the aging prisoners are very ill, and some of them are hard to deal with.
Yeah.
And if they don't have a home, and their families may not want them home, nursing homes won't take them.
Oh, really?
Some of them are very difficult to handle, but we should be doing it on a case-by-case basis. And I have to say, I think our commissioner, Mike Touchette, is really looking at how to best treat people. And one of the things he's doing, which is very exciting, I think, is if you've been in prison for a while, you probably didn't keep your driver's license renewed. You don't have any. You probably don't have any IDs, and he's working really hard with Social Security and DMV to get IDs for people, so that when they come out, they have something, and that's a big deal. And the Community Justice Center here is very happy that they're doing that.
This is a different world than when many people were incarcerated, and having IDs is really a essential piece right now. Now, speaking of the community justice centers, we all know they're doing such great work, and for years their budget has pretty much been level funded, and yet they're, like a lot of services, the caseload requirements are going up and the needs are going up. Do you think there's going to be a push this year to try and increase their funding?
I have no idea. I think there are so many areas where we need to put additional funding, but we ought to, as we start having fewer people who need to be incarcerated, it should be costing us less, because it costs, I think it's $55,000 a year to keep a male in prison and $75,000 to keep a female in prison for a year. It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
We could.
It's more than an Ivy League education.
It is. It is. I once had suggested that we might want to just think about taking anybody who had nonviolent sentences and crimes and send them to college instead of prison.
Yeah.
Pay for them to go to college. It would help our colleges.
Yeah, it would.
But that didn't go over very well with a lot of people. No. But
as you go around, we've got a few minutes left. Are there other areas that you're hearing of people's concerns about?
Well, like everybody, we're hearing a lot about climate change. Act 250.
Yeah.
That is, and I have no idea what's.
What are you hearing from people around Act 250?
Well, it's very.
It's 50 years old now.
Yeah, and it's hard to know what you're hearing from people because there isn't anything concrete for them to react to.
Yeah.
So people are just afraid that what's going to happen. I know that the agricultural community and the logging community are very nervous about what might happen. I think that there's some development issues that need to be addressed, and so I think people are just nervous and they don't have anything to react to because there's nothing definite yet that's come out of the House committee. So I'm hearing that, hearing a lot about our emergency medical services, which we are going to tackle this year. We have been working with Drew Hazelton down here at Rescue and with a person UVM, who's the head of rural medicine up there,
Yeah.
to work on some of the certification requirements that we
Yeah.
have and the testing and everything. So
It's very expensive, isn't it?
it's very expensive, and it's also very inconvenient, and we make it difficult.
Yeah.
And we could do a lot better.
Yeah.
And so those are some of the issues that I'm hearing a lot about: law enforcement, dispatch.
And organization of law enforcement, something you've talked about in the past. Is anything moving on that? 'Cause
Well,
we really don't have a system, I think, is what you've said.
Well, we don't have a system. We have the state police, and then we have 85 agencies, law enforcement agencies in the state.
Yeah.
And we're looking at how we might improve that. We can't change it.
Yeah.
I mean, we can change, make some changes that will be better. And I've been working with local law enforcement down here.
Yeah.
But I've also been working with Mike Sherling, who's the new Commissioner of Public Safety. He used to be the head of Burlington Police. And he's a very outside the box thinker. So it's pretty exciting. And dispatch is the same way. We have a mishmash of dispatch, and some people pay and some people don't, and so we're trying to deal with that also.
Yeah. It's creating systems where there haven't been, really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So as we wrap up here, if people have ideas, this is the time, or if they just want to get in touch with you, if they have a question or anything.
Call me at home,
and
email me.
Yep.
Either one. I'm in the phone book, and if you go to the legislative website and look it up, all of our, well, for us anyway, still our home addresses and telephone numbers. I think that the House took theirs down.
It did, yeah.
Yeah, ours are still listed. And in terms of having ideas, if you had an idea for a piece of legislation, it's too late.
Yeah.
The drafting deadline is Monday.
Yep.
And so...
For the House, it's for long form. So if you have short form bills, you can still submit them after that. But
we don't do short form.
Yeah. In terms of other ideas, if people, let's say somebody's having trouble with Vermont Health Connect, is that something you're able to help people with?
Well, I can put them in touch with people who might be able to help them. I personally couldn't help anybody with it, but I could get them to somebody who could.
And many times our phone calls get answered quicker than somebody calling from somewhere else too.
Yeah, that's true, and that is a good thing that we can do that.
Yeah.
But I think our goal should be that we create a system that is so easy to navigate, not only in Health Connect but in everything. The people don't have to call us to get our interference or our help.
That's certainly the idea.
That's my goal with systems.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time, and looking forward to getting going again in January.
Yeah, I am, and in the meantime, having meetings down here with all the groups, and it's great.
It is.
Yeah.
It's an honor to serve and to
it is
to help
and
make
it's
Vermont.
more of an honor all the time because you realize that some of the things you've managed to make at least everybody mad at least once. So.
Well,
thank you.
On that happy note, thank you for your service, and thanks to BCTV too for their service. They help make this possible, and we certainly appreciate their work in bringing this to your home too. So until next time, take care.
and welcome to the Tuesday, January 7th, 2020 meeting of the Brattleboro Select Board. It is our first meeting of the new year, and we know this meeting has been properly warned because we were here entering into executive session at 5:15. At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve meeting minutes from December 10th and December 17th of 2019. So moved. All right, we've got two. All in favor? Aye. Excellent. Motion carries. The remarks that I have are there is a homeless vigil scheduled for 5:30 p.m. on Tuesday, January 14th. You can find further information about that on Facebook. We may be right here in this very room, unfortunately, but I wanted to make sure to say it out loud so that if people are interested, you can go on Facebook, take a look around, and find the information that you need. You could also contact Groundworks Collaborative. I believe that they would know because I think that they're putting it on. All right, Peter.
A quick supplement to that. I didn't otherwise have comments tonight, but just so that the instructions to the public are clear about the vigil, the reason that the chair made the reference to we might be here in this room is that the select board and I might need to have an executive session, in which case we would be here having that part of the meeting while the vigil's ongoing. But members of the public could, if you're interested, go to the vigil at 5:30 and be here at 6:15 for the public portion of the select board meeting.
Excellent. Thank you for that follow-up. Are there members of this board who have committee reports or comments that you'd like to bring up at this time? No, thank you.
I don't at this time.
Okay. All right. Then I will move into public participation for anybody who might be new to this process. This is your opportunity to speak about something that is not listed on tonight's agenda. We come up to the microphone in the middle of the room and we keep all comments to 2 minutes. We can't really interact with you because it's not publicly warned items, but we always do some minimal communication. With that, Dale, I've seen your hand go up a couple times. Feel free to, you know the drill, so you can set a good example.
My name is Dale Joy. A journalist for the Brattleboro Reformer ran a two-part article with me as the angry parent of an overdosed son last week. The journalist failed to mention that I went back to him to retract the statement shortly after the first interview last fall. I explained to the journalist I had a change of heart and mind. I had calmed down enough to reason and research about the events that surrounded my son's death. My son was very well liked in town. The field examiner of my son's death, Archie Mayer, attested this to me. I knew my son was mentally ill with substance abuse, especially alcohol and steroids. I tried to get family and friends of my son to do an intervention. Many of them were in denial. They had their own alcohol and substance addictions and did not want to participate. I should have gone through with it on my own without them, which I explained to the journalist. The main point being, people with addictions who are most successful in getting off the drugs have interventions with people who love and care for them. This according to the professionals on addiction. This I learned too late. I was opposed to having prison being at the top of the list for people with addictions in possession of fentanyl. The addict is mentally ill. They need mental help, not prison. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. I'm sorry for the weight that you bear. You've been somebody that's interacted with us for at least the last few years that I've known you, and my heart is with you. Are there other members of our community who would like to speak on something that is not listed on tonight's agenda? Yes. Please step forward just as Dale did and introduce yourself into the microphone.
I'm Bruce Clausen.
That was Bruce Clausen, was that right? Okay.
I live on Green Street.
Me too.
I have a proposal. I think we should get on the agenda, please.
Okay, so, yeah, so Bruce is passing us a proposal for the agenda.
Sorry, quick.
It's okay. That's what we all have to do in this dry weather.
Thank you.
And then Bruce, is your plan to go back to the microphone and give a summary for the viewing audience and the people in this room? Thank you.
I have a personal input on this too, but I think we really need to start talking about the crisis that we have had the last couple of weeks, and it's an undeclared war with a nuclear power. But I read off of here. The people of Brattleboro humbly acknowledge the sacrifices of our troops. We remind the good officers that they solemnly swore to support and defend the Constitution, not the President of the United States.
Bruce, I hate to interrupt you. Can you speak up just a little bit? Only because that microphone doesn't amplify you, and our interpreters need to make sure they're getting all your words.
Okay. Should I start over? We implore the vigilance against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and in accordance with the Nuremberg principles, we exhort them to refuse unlawful orders and to file charges against anyone giving an order to start a war of aggression or commit some other war crime. And people of the town of Brattleboro should raise funds for the legal defense of such heroes, and they deserve the thanks of our nation. The message has to get out to those that are going to be involved in this undeclared war, and they're already sending people over there. The Nuremberg principles are, I can read you the oath too, that the oath of office is quoted in its entirety. It's very short. I, blank, having been appointed an officer in the Army of the United States, as indicated above in the grade of blank, so do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign or domestic, that I will hear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservations or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties, the office upon which I am about to enter. This reminded me, when I first read this a couple days ago, this reminded me of, I'm sure most people remember the My Lai massacre. A helicopter pilot got out and he stopped the massacre. It would have been a whole lot worse, and he went against orders and he paid the price, and a lot of whistleblowers end up paying the price of their moral actions, and he finally did get the highest medal awarded, but it was after his death, you know, after he did finish his service out, but of course he was not treated the same as a hero as he should have been, and this goes on countless times, and these people should be recognized for what they've stood for, and what I believe the Brattleboros should stand for. It's not right what goes on. Quickly, I'm so nervous. I think we should be proactive and start a fund to defend war crime whistleblowers, and I suggest we call it after the My Lai hero, Hugh Thompson Jr. Fund. He was awarded as the Soldier's Medal after his death, and it's the highest award for bravery, not involving direct contact with the enemy. But of course, he got between the enemy and, I mean, he stopped. He got on his helicopter, innocent civilians, to save them, and this was covered up for, I don't know how many years. I should have looked that up, 6, 7, 8 years. And nobody went to jail for it. At least they did have a trial. But we should recognize the risk that soldiers take to stop war crimes, and we could have a justice coordinator that could get this message out and send it to those that are in need of it. That's about it.
Thank you, Bruce.
I could write more on it.
You did. I appreciate where you stopped. So what the process is going to look like to get something on the agenda is you would reach out to the town manager's office, either to Peter or Jan, and they would put that request before Tim and I, and we sit down and we look at the agenda and we balance all items to make sure that nights aren't running all night and everything's being addressed, and we kind of go from there. Okay, so that's going to be your next step, is to reach out to the town manager's office. Excellent. Are there other community members in this room who would like to speak about something that is not listed on tonight's agenda? Okay, seeing no hands, I will move us into our first order of business, and I would entertain a motion to become liquor commissioners.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. We are now liquor commissioners, and our first and only item of business is a first and third class liquor license for Duo Vermont LLC, doing business as Duo Restaurant. And I see we have members of Duo here, owner of Duo here. If you'd like to come over to our table, or however you want to do this. Just one.
Yeah, gotcha.
We have all these.
Hi, Jason. How are you?
I'm Jason Lively. I am in the process of buying Duo Restaurant from Keith Arnold, so this is a new liquor license under a new LLC for Duo Restaurant.
Wonderful, congratulations.
Thank you.
And since this is a new license, Peter, I'm going to go ahead and double check and make sure everything was filed properly and up to snuff with the town.
It absolutely is. So first of all, Mr. Lively has experience at Duo and operating under the existing licenses, and all the paperwork is in order for the transfer of the license and the operation under the new ownership. Been reviewed by all the applicable town staff and approved and recommended for your approval tonight.
Excellent. Do members of the board have questions or comments about specifically the liquor license aspect of Duo items this evening?
Specifically the license? No.
Excellent.
Is there anything you'd like to tell us about the operation of the restaurant that would interest the public?
I will probably be back up here on a further point in the agenda, but the restaurant it's been a huge success and has a special place in my heart, and I have the opportunity to take it over, and essentially it'll stay Duo Restaurant as it is, and just continue being a fixture of the town.
Thank you for that. This Jason will be back up with us under an item that's regarding a small business assistant program loan. So you can ask questions of Jason at this time, or you can wait until then to see if you have questions or comments. Okay. Seeing no hands on any side of the room, I would entertain a motion to approve this first and third class liquor licenses.
So moved.
Thank you, Liz. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. We'll see you in a little bit.
Okay.
I would now entertain a motion to adjourn as liquor commissioners.
All right.
Somebody besides Liz.
I'll make that motion.
Excellent. Tim has made that motion. All those in favor to adjourn? Aye. Motion carries. All right, we now move into unfinished business, and our first item under unfinished business is a review of our 2019-2020 Select Board goals. Peter?
So the update, we do a quarterly update, as you know, and during the December meetings regarding the unfinished business on the budget, you specifically requested that this be on for this first meeting in January so that you could be reviewing the status of this year's goals as you were considering final decisions regarding the FY21 proposed budget. And so what's before you is, in fact, the standard update in the standard format. I would note that compared to some prior years, the board has accomplished, I think, a greater percentage of the goals and made really substantive progress on others. So we can go into any of them in greater detail that you'd like. I think in the interest of time, rather than highlighting what's in the report, I just note for the public that it's available online if folks want to see all the details. There's actually 7, 9, is 20 different goals that are reflected here and specific information about each one. But if the board or the members of the public would like to discuss any aspect of this, I and other members of the staff who are here will be happy to help.
I have a comment. On page 2, energy efficiency and sustainability, item 3, regarding Southeastern Vermont transportation. I would suggest that our new sustainability coordinator review the operations of Southeastern Vermont Transportation and work with them to create any initiatives to make bus travel and its sustainability aspects more evident.
I would agree with that. Seems like a natural fit.
So noted.
David?
On page 1, in housing number 2, basically the same thing that Liz just said, that the sustainability coordinator should, early in their tenure, start looking into the housing situation.
For those in the room, that is determining if there's an appropriate town government role to collaborate with others in Brattleboro to address housing challenges. And I agree about having the sustainability coordinator add that to the plate. Better be a big plate.
It is.
All our hopes and dreams.
That's right. No pressure.
The only other question is on the second page under opioids crisis. We talked about additional town funding for Project CARE, and that's actually in the budget. It's not there because we haven't approved it yet. Once
Correct.
it's there, it goes in the bold.
That's exactly right.
Got it. Okay.
Thank you.
And go ahead.
No, I was going to say no. I was going to pass it over.
I was just going to say that I appreciate this because I wanted to make sure that there wasn't anything that we were missing in terms of the budget. But I'm happy to see how much progress we've made.
Explains why I'm so tired. That doesn't explain it. We all know.
It was
It's
a lot of
children.
work.
It's the children. I would definitely recommend community members to just go on the website in general and poke around. And aren't the links, Jan, usually on the right-hand side if I'm staring at a computer screen for documentation such as this?
Once you get to the select board page, so on the left-hand side of the home page, there's a select board tab, and then you click on that, and there's all sorts of documents on the right-hand side.
Perfect. You're going to find documents regarding the budget we're looking at. You're going to find things like our annual select board goals, all of this kind of stuff that's really meaty and that we kind of just talk about because we've been doing it and you don't always have copies. Please go there and look at that.
And everything that's in this binder we look at, including this
right.
plan, is in the supporting documents for that, whatever date the meeting is.
That's right. Daniel?
Yes, these are a good bunch of goals, and much has been done, and much remains to be done.
Well said. Okay. I don't know where to go from that. All right, so our next item under unfinished business, which I have for some reason skipped over, is continued review of said FY21 proposed budget. And our first item is Representative Town Meeting's Human Services Committee discussion. And so any and all members of the Human Services Committee can come up to our table, and if there's not enough chairs there, just shamelessly drag some over. Drag them on over.
The whole committee is here.
Excellent.
Great. Thank you.
You have the perfect amount of chairs. Look at that.
There's 5 of us.
Oh, there's 5. No, bring some more chairs. Bring them all. Bring them all. It is
Rush, you got to zoom out.
That was most of our viewing community. It's on the table over here now. Or in the room viewing.
So good evening, I'm Ann Fielder.
Hi, Ann.
David Miner.
David.
Sue Bratt.
John Kennedy.
Citizen Tewksbury.
All right. I don't know who's kicking things off and how you want to kick it off, but I say whoever's in charge, just go for it.
Well, we're not sure why you invited us, so what would you like us to talk about? So we're here.
Peter's going to do it.
Yeah.
usually say so in the
So we're not clear, we just heard you'd like us to come, so we don't have anything prepared.
So it's on very peaceful terms. The board, when it was going its first pass through the budget, there came a time pretty late in that process because you were very busy with your own process for several weeks. There was a time when you were finished and had submitted your report to Jan to put into the town report to become the item for town meeting. When I advised the board that the recommendation you were making was slightly higher, higher by $4,510 versus the level at which it was funded last year for the whole wide variety of different programs that are supported by these appropriations. And because we as staff had prepared a proposed budget that was level funded for human services as a placeholder for awaiting your report, I advised them that the select board either should adjust the select board's budget before it goes to town meeting by increasing it by $4,510, or needed to recognize that there would be an inconsistency between your recommendation and the select board's proposed budget when town meeting was considering both items a few months from now. And the board decided that what it wanted to do was increase its budget by that amount, fully recommending what you were proposing, and at that same time said, wouldn't it be helpful if the members of the committee got an opportunity to come and, as part of a select board meeting in front of the BCTV community audience, have you give it an opportunity to describe your process and how rigorous it is, and how you made the choices that you made, and why you recommended the figure that you recommended.
We're happy to come. We had, I can't remember how many agencies, 30, 32, 33, and we funded all but 4. And I think we had over $70,000 more that was asked for than we gave. So we really felt the pressure. All of these agencies, as you know, are worthy. The issues that they're dealing with are fundamental and important. There's nothing there that shouldn't be funded or we don't care about. I know we all care about those things. So we had to make some hard decisions, and we ended up with this over, and we kept cutting, and we just felt like we were at a point where we couldn't cut anymore. So that's now the process. I would love Sue Graff, who helped us design the process this year that we use, which is we had a rubric that we used. Just talk about that, because it really helped us. It was a very cogent, fair process that we used to come to this numbers. It wasn't just a conversation back and forth. We actually thought it out quite a bit. Sue, do you mind?
Not at all. So essentially the scoring process for the whole team, all team members scored every application unless there was a conflict of interest. So just so you can be assured that we recognize any conflicts of interest, but most applications were reviewed by 5 people, which is a pretty rigorous process. When I was at United Way, it was less than that, so just so you know. And the scoring mechanism was really about the categories of the application. So the application already asks organizations, and it's a pretty rigorous results-based accountability model. How much they do, sort of what is the program, how well do they do it? So, the quality of the staff, what are the results of the program, how do they evaluate how the program is working, and then is anyone better off? So, what are the long-term outcomes that the program or organization is accomplishing? And so the scoring really reflected what we were already asking in the application. So it was really just a reflection of how well the reviewers felt the organization represented its work and its impact on the people of Brattleboro. So things like how many people in Brattleboro were impacted by the program and how long the program's been established, or what sort of outcomes the program could or the organization could express, were evaluated sort of distinctly by all of us using a score of 0 to 5. Those were averaged. Then we came together as a group and went essentially from least successful application, lowest score, up to highest, and determined, based on that scoring and our conversation and the context, the level of funding support we really felt was appropriate. So that's where the not funding some organizations versus funding 100% versus a partial funding mix came into play. So everybody participated in that process of starting with a scoring mechanism and pretty rigorous review, and then having a conversation about what felt appropriate and comfortable based on how we could come to consensus around the quality of the application. So
how did the applicants feel about that methodology?
This is probably the first time they're hearing that that's how we did it.
Oh, okay.
Yes, because it's this committee's responsibility to do that review, and somebody else. I'm new to the committee, so there are certainly seasoned folks here beyond me that can speak to that relationship.
I've been on the committee for a number of years, and I think that what Sue put together and proposed was kind of a formalization of the process that we went through, before. So, providing kind of weighting to the various measurements, and it was very helpful in the process. I think the one thing that surprised us this year were the number of new applicants. There were 6 or 7, I think, brand new, and the amount of the request. It was the most ever, just short of $250,000. So there was a lot of work to do. I think organizations in the past that we could very easily make the decision to grant 100% of what they requested. We had to pair in order to be able to meet, kind of retain, some sort of measurement to the budget. But so it was a very difficult process that we went through.
I can't imagine.
Last year there were a couple of people who were late, and that kind of put a monkey wrench in things. Was anyone late this year?
Yes.
So what happened to the late comers?
Well, you want to talk about the post office issue?
Well, we had there were a variety of different concerns. We did not reject out of hand anyone because they were late, but it is a problem. We established the requirement not to be ornery. I mean, the idea is to kind of create some sort of order and process to what's done. But I think that the late applications, there were very legitimate reasons for it. Some as odd as the post office taking a next day delivery and getting it here 5 days later. So maybe 3 days. But in any event, there were a variety of different reasons, and so we did accept them.
Yeah. Thank you. Further questions on the board at this second? Otherwise, I know somebody has a question out there.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you for being here. I think one of the reasons I really thought it would be great for you all to come in is that this whole process is sort of an anomaly in the way we do things here, because it's part of our budget, and yet the committee is a town meeting committee and process. So I think it's really important for the public to understand how the process happens. Because what happens is, as we all know at town meeting, it tends to be a bit of a jumble if everyone doesn't have faith in the process, and the hours and hours that you all go through looking at everything is so much appreciated. And I want everybody in the public to understand that huge process, because often the temptation at town meeting is to tweak and to look at line-by-line question marks and things like that. So I think having you appear hopefully will work out in the long run for a non-13-hour town meeting. Who knows? But not that it was human services last time.
2 of our members are town meeting members too.
Sure, and we are. But, we're just looking for people to understand, or I'm looking for people to understand how difficult the process, understand how much work is put into it. And so maybe if you want to comment on that.
We receive, the 35 whatever applications, and each of the members of the committee read each application, so that we have an understanding as to what it is. The rating program that Sue described is something new, but it does help kind of organize the thought process in your mind as to the organization, what they're asking for, and the needs that they're looking to meet. We then go and, as a whole committee, review and discuss each application, so that make sure that we're all kind of seeing it somewhat in the same light, and everyone understands where you are. And after we rated them, everyone submitted their ratings separately, and then ended up with a kind of a tabulated summary, so that we could all see where we were. And in some cases, there were organizations had high ratings and as well as low, so we were able to talk about those. And then we, as Sue described, walked through all of the requests and the amount of the grant that was being requested, and then put together some numbers. And we did that through 3 or 4 meetings.
We also wrote up our process, so we also want the process to be transparent. I think I want to speak for the group, but that was very important to us, and I was not involved last year, but certainly heard from the committee some of the the interesting aspects of last year's process. So I think we all want the same thing and want the public and the applicants to understand the process, and so we wrote it up. We would encourage it to be posted on the website as the application is and the application process is. So that's another piece of the puzzle that hopefully will help people understand what we go through. And I guess, I don't know, I want to speak for the whole group, but I would also invite the town meeting committee or group that oversees our work to help guide our work if needed. I think that's also a piece of it, is we're open to guidance from the folks that we're responsible to, the public of course, but the town meeting committee if and when that is something that they want to provide. So
Would the rubric criteria, I'm not necessarily looking for like the scores you each gave each application, but like at least the template of the rubric be available to town meeting members to see? I think that would be.
And that was provided to, I believe, to Jane. So.
I'm not sure we gave the rubric, the process and procedures, but we can give you the rubric.
And it could be posted on the website.
And I'm sure that would help with understanding of the town meeting reps.
The other thing is that in reviewing, there was uniformity, and there were a couple of agencies that were one person felt strongly for or against, but generally speaking, there was uniformity. When we submitted our scores, Dave tabulated them, and we all looked, and we were pretty much in the same range right through the process, which made it a lot easier to have the discussion about where consensus was. And we ended up with the groupings in 3 groups, and made the recommendations based on that.
Right.
Can I ask an annoying question? If you could do it all again, what would you do differently?
I'm sorry,
what would you do differently if you could do it all again?
Are you asking a money question? Is that what you said?
No, not a money question, an annoying question.
Oh, an annoying question. Okay.
I mean, it might be a money question.
Is that a Welsh question?
We had an incredible year this year because I asked Sue Graff, who's worked for United Way for years, to come onto the committee. And while we were doing things, we weren't codifying them in years before. And she really helped us to develop a process that's easy to explain rather than, before it was, we did all those things, but we didn't have a rubric.
Okay.
And now we have a rubric that we can show you.
Yeah.
So I really want to thank Sue for coming onto the committee, and with all her experience with United Way, So I wouldn't do anything differently this year. It was really just a great process, and I feel really good about it.
Great.
And I think what was encouraging as somebody who's been on the committee for a long time, the fact that Kip, John, and Sue joined the committee new this year is great, because they brought a lot of enthusiasm and a different set of eyes to the process, and it was very helpful.
David?
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you and invite those of you that have not been town meeting reps in the past to see the town clerk, get a petition, get 10 of your neighbors to sign, and then come and see the sausage made.
I like that experience.
3 of us might do that.
Yeah. I think we're helping make
Because you're already part of the sausage.
That's good.
We have some ingredients, for sure.
So Tim, you wanted to say something that I'd like to get out to Franz.
So this is not necessarily the moment to have this discussion, because I think it's more of a representative town meeting discussion to have. But anybody looking at the numbers that we're spending on human services knows that it's taken a few leaps in the last few years. To their credit, town meeting has been generous with the amount given for a few years in a row. And a few years back, I think it was Emily Kornheiser who stood up and took a little straw poll. It wasn't official at all, but at the end of one of the town meetings, I think it was 2 years ago, she said, does anybody, could I just get a show of hands who would approve a 1% target funding level, 1% of the town budget target level for funding? And there was a lot of consensus that sounded like a good idea. But what this budget does recommend, just so people know, is slightly above 1% level. And now that we're past Grinch season, I feel comfortable in saying that I'd like to advocate for that level going forward, so that we don't have 26,000, 23,000 yearly leaps happening for the taxpayers, because we have to control the amount of spending.
Are you suggesting a 1%, a flat 1%, or the same as we did this year going forward?
It's not a proposal because it's not the appropriate place to make it. But my idea is that we would sort of cap it for now, let the 1% mark catch up with current spending because it's a little over, and then go forward. But this is something we can talk about further in town meeting. I don't want to, make town meeting representatives think that I'm trying to control the discussion from here.
Right.
So, but I just want to throw that out there, that I think it's a reasonable discussion to have, because taxpayers have limits, as everyone knows.
So you're suggesting that we somehow get on that warning, an item that could be voted on by the town meeting?
I'm not suggesting any.
That would be us.
That would be us. We put an actual amount on the town meeting warning, and then town meeting has the authority to move it from there.
I was thinking of the straw poll that Emily had done, whether and would it be we town meeting reps who would, if we wanted to make that sort of an official guideline for the representative town meeting, would that have to come from the town meeting reps itself? So that's why I was wondering.
It would have to be warned.
Yeah. Well, that's all.
Which would be us, unless you want to get a petition.
Yeah, I think it would even help the committee to have some sort of guideline like that, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I'd like to say something.
So I'm just throwing that out there, and I'm not asking for consensus among this board or anything like that, but I think it's a healthy conversation.
So you will see in the process and procedures that we presented to the town that we were using the 1% as a guideline.
Yep. Okay.
And so we kind of stuck, within the context of the guideline.
Sure.
Now, if you want to make it a brick wall, and say, okay, you can go up to that, then that's something a little bit different.
Liz?
But
sorry. Continue with your thought.
I certainly respect that the 1% is a guideline, and I think one of the reasons why we asked you to come was so that you could explain, your process, because when it goes over the 1%, there's a rhyme and a reason to it, and so that's why you're here, and that's why now that it's great that you have this rubric so that we can explain that going forward, and we don't have to we don't have to stick to the 1% because we have a reasonable basis for your decision-making. And that's really all we're asking of you.
Franz? Thank you.
Franz Reichsman from the Representative Town Meeting Finance Committee. I feel sort of kinship as a member of the other town meeting standing committee that does its work somewhat in the shadows, not always with a lot of participation, but then comes forward at this time of year with recommendations or decisions of one sort or another. So, hi there, and thanks for the work. And I got a few different things, a couple of sort of short-term questions. One is a little bit longer-term question. First of all, in the minutes of your November 19th meeting, it makes reference to a spreadsheet that would have, I don't know exactly what, but it was going to be sent out to committee members by December 2nd. And I don't know if that spreadsheet has made its way to other town organizations, but it hasn't made its way to me, and I was wondering if we have copies of that or somehow. And I didn't see it in the...
This one?
Yeah, I didn't see it
Yeah,
on
it's
the...
in the backup materials.
It is.
Tonight. Yeah.
In the green binder, the budget
Okay,
binder.
I did not find it in the old
budget.
business. The only thing it said the budget is a separate matter, and it was not, I didn't see it in the packet
And then
tonight's
after
meeting.
that, there
but
was-
we can straighten that out, and if it
Okay.
could be made more visible for others, I think that would be good too. Thanks. Also, the rubric, which I think sounds really good, I'm going to go one step further than Daniel and say that I would actually like to see the data, if possible, not just the rubric itself, but what the numbers were, and be able to go over that. Not so much to make a specific decision, but just to feel comfortable with how the whole thing worked for you this year. So I don't know if there's a good way to compile that and make it available, but it would be sort of transparency after the fact in addition to the transparency of the process itself. So, hi, Liz.
I'm not in favor of that because I think the deliberations of the committee, just like the deliberations of the finance committee, should be held within their group, and the results are what's promulgated in the spreadsheet.
Oh, I disagree with that. I think as part of the open meetings law and just in general for transparency, all our meetings are open to the public. All your meetings are open to the public. I don't see that there's any level of secrecy needed. Anyway, I don't mean to try to settle that right now. It's really just a request from me at this point.
David?
I agree, Franz. I would ask that you consider asking the committee to do that next year instead of trying to recreate it from this year's practice.
Okay, if it's not easily available, like I say, I don't have a specific reason that I need this. I just think it would be a good idea, and if it were available, I would look at it.
Franz, there was a member of your committee that attended every one of our meetings.
Yes, that's right. I was sort of hoping that David would be here.
Yeah.
I think he's traveling out of town at the moment.
So he has a copy of the rubric, and he attended every meeting. And
does he have a copy of the numbers that went into the rubric, do you know?
No.
I'll talk to him about it.
Okay.
But my point stands that I think it would be useful, not just for me and the committee, but if there's a good way to make that available to people who are interested, I think that would be good. Also, the longer-term thing is it was a little sort of haphazard at town meeting last year because you guys had done so much work on putting together your proposal, and then people had so many suggestions about let's do this, let's do that, and it made some of us think about, well, why do we have this committee in the first place? And in part, at least my understanding, is that it's to avoid having the necessity to go over everything point by point by point at town meeting, which may have been done in older times, but could certainly be a very cumbersome process now. So what I'm wondering, Margaret got up at the meeting and said a little, she just seemed bewildered by, well, why are we doing all this if then now we have to justify all the different things and have people come up with different proposals. I was very sympathetic to the position she expressed at that time. So I'm wondering, for this year, whether that had an effect on your thinking this year in terms of how you went about things. Was that, I mean, did you go back and think about that as you were talking this year of what the process was like last year?
Well, the only difference it made was that there was more money awarded after that meeting, which kind of left us wondering, was that a new starting point? Because we had submitted a much lower number, and it was, I can't remember how much, but it was several $1,000s more. And so I think we just started with that number that was awarded by town meeting, feeling like this is what people want to do. We're very aware of the taxpayer burden, and we're trying to keep things at this one level, and then all of a sudden it jumped up. So we then built from there. So in that way, it did affect us. But I think that was the only thing I can think of.
I think the one big thing was the 1%. I mean, we had never been given a guideline by the town meeting before.
Fair enough.
And so I think by kind of establishing that 1%, yes, that was nice.
Yeah.
So in that sense, it was actually somewhat helpful, perhaps.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Do you think it would be worthwhile to somehow try to reinvigorate the idea that that the work that you've done on this is intended to ease the burden at town meeting? Is that, it just seemed like the process last year was longer than maybe it needed to be. I don't know. I'm just wondering if you were planning on saying anything about it this year, perhaps.
Well, part of last year was because two agencies that were late submitting their applications and were therefore no recommendation by the committee then was made for them, put themselves separately on the warning. So suddenly that split apart and brought into question, I guess, the effectiveness or utility of the committee. So I don't know, as long as that's always a possibility for an organization that, not a case this year, but going forward, as you say, if, because kind of the only limitation we have is the deadline for when they have to have their application in. If someone's late again, the way it's set up now, they could still put themselves on the warning as a separate item, and then we would have opened up the whole process as it did last year.
Okay, I think that's, yeah.
Had that not happened, I think it would have gone as previous years have, that it just pretty much we approved it, maybe asked some questions.
Okay. I was just thinking of some way to reaffirm your role somehow. That's all. A very vague thought in my mind, but just sort of a reminder that you're there for a reason and that people would do well to think about that.
I think that's on all of us. You, us, the select board, on our pages, that, to say, like, here's the information that's going to, the rubric will be available, the template's available, please watch this part of the meeting. That's on all of us to try to
I
bring
think
clarity.
the rubric will go
I do
a long
too.
way to explaining your process and respecting the system.
And then after that, it's only so much we can do. They can still say everything.
Town meeting wants to.
It's a free-for-all.
Yes, thanks for those comments. And so I just want to express my concern on that, and hopefully having the rubric available will go a long way, and getting the applications in on time is a big plus too.
So
anyway.
can you send the rubric to Jan?
Are there further questions or comments from members of the board or members of the community or members of the committee on anything? Anything you feel like hasn't been said? Anything we feel like hasn't been asked? Any questions that have popped up for?
Well, it's our pleasure to be here, and I hope this was helpful to the.
I think it was helpful
to the board and to the people who are watching at home.
That's where I'm most concerned about the helpfulness. So thank you so much for fitting us in.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you for the work you do.
Yes, that's no kidding. All right. Turn my binder in the correct direction now. So we are still under unfinished business. We are still under review of the FY21 proposed budget. We move now to item 2, which is fund balance guideline. Peter?
Thank you. So the board asked for a reminder about the sort of best practice advice behind this guideline. Why is it that we have a 10% guideline that was adopted here in town several years ago? And specifically asked us to check about what other municipalities nearby and throughout Vermont are doing. And so we have the information that's presented in my memorandum to you that was back up for this evening's meeting has summaries of both the findings in both areas. So on best practice, the Government Finance Officers Association recommends a minimum of 2 months operating revenues and expenses as the benchmark for a minimum appropriate unassigned fund balance. And that would be 17%, 16.7% of the general fund operating budget would meet that standard. When we looked at what's going on around us, we found that there was a variety of different guidelines that have been adopted by the 8 communities that we looked at. We looked at Greenfield and Keene, and then 6 throughout the state of Vermont that are relatively comparable in size and complexity to Brattleboro. And what we found was 4 of the 8 communities didn't have a guideline at all. And the other 4 ranged between 10%, like we are, and 25%, and with an average of 16.5% among those 4 communities. So right on, the average was right on the GFOA standard, recommended standard, but there was a municipality that aligned with our 10%. What this tells to staff, and I should say that the actual unassigned fund balance in the different communities varied between 24.3% and actually a negative balance with an average of 8.2. Our staff advice to the board in considering, what does this information mean to us, is that while we wouldn't recommend that our 10% guideline be increased, we certainly think that it's important for us to adhere to it. We think it is it's below the recommended minimum standard, and for the occasions when we might fall below 10% in an actual, fall below our guideline in terms of what's actually set aside, that should be for extraordinary circumstances and not a general practice.
Yeah, for as liberal as I am in so many things, my 10 years in banking cringes about going below 10%. I could handle 9% for a little while. 8.2 would make me very cringy.
And what does our current budget?
The budget that's before you recommends 10%. It meets just exactly the standard. So there's a use of fund balance that we've recommended that represents the amount of money in the unassigned fund balance that is above and beyond the 10% marker.
Which is fine. Yeah.
And as usual, we've recommended that to be part of the transfer to capital, not just blended into the operations of the town.
Right. Okay.
Can I ask you? Does anybody wonder who the 25% is? Do you mind disclosing who that is? I'm just curious.
They're rolling in it.
Who pulls that off?
So there's...
Might go for Keene.
It depends on whether you're asking about the standard or the actual.
Actual.
Keene has an actual of 24.3%. St. Johnsbury has adopted a standard of 25%.
Okay.
And did they meet it?
They are not currently meeting it.
I actually, and you'll like this comment because I know you don't like us to mess with
fund balance is my thing, yeah.
I know, and I respect that, even though
He thinks it's fun.
Everybody has to get excited about something. Preserving fund balance for
the fun
crisis situations.
Nice.
But I laughed out loud when I read this because I thought it was unfair of you to include the 0 to negative balance in the averaging.
Oh, we didn't.
No, you did, didn't you?
We didn't mean to.
You said with an average of 8.2%. Now, you must be...
I'm sorry, it's an average of the ones in positive balance. Is 8.2.
Oh, good. I took that to mean you were counting...
No, I didn't mean to exaggerate the results.
Okay, good.
I found it actually...
That would be
I found it a concern, actually, that the majority of the communities are, whether it's consciously or due to circumstances, is why we didn't name communities in the materials, because we don't know what would fairly represent what's actually going on there. But the fact that a majority of the 8 are not adhering to their own self-imposed guideline was a concern to me, just in terms of healthy, responsible management of municipal finances.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'm happy with the 10%, and I'm also happy that if we have a surplus at the end of any year, that we're applying it to the capital projects, which is saving us terrific amounts of money.
This end of the table?
Certainly.
It's great. Love it.
I like it too. Love it. Excellent.
I knew it was keen.
Franz? Didn't raise your hand, but I heard you raise your hand in your brain.
Yes, my hand was waving. So it's all well and good and useful information, and thank you. I wonder if members of the Select Board and the administration have seen the article that appeared in Vermont Digger on November 21st, written by David Fleming, titled Vermont Towns in Fiscal Trouble, which gave a summary of the fiscal position according to certain criteria from an academic person, and found that some towns seemed to be in very good shape, other towns in less good shape. It had some critical, not so much remarks as data to indicate that Brattleboro is not in such good shape. And if you looked further, I think the biggest strike against Brattleboro, from the perspective of this analysis, was fund balance, and that it was at such a low level that we got low marks for that, and it took points away and put us in the bad group, although
Were you
just
interviewed
barely.
for that, Peter?
No.
Oh.
So anyway, this is a article really worth reading. I'm not saying that we should subscribe to its methodology completely, but I think it's really worth knowing about. And it also gives references to the underlying academic material on which it was based. And I think that stuff is also worth looking at least to understand the assumptions better. So anyway, I would put that on the table for something for you guys to look at. If you'd like, I can send a
send it out.
link.
That would be helpful. I'm never going to remember the date that you cited, so if you send that out, that'd be great.
It's an article, not a commentary, right?
It was.
Well, Peter wasn't.
No, I think it's a commentary. Oh, it's definitely a commentary, and it's definitely it's from the Ethan Allen Institute, and I know all of you are subscribers to their podcasts, etc.
Yeah. I'm always loving everything.
Yeah, exactly. All the more reason to take a look at it.
To not look at it.
No. All the more reason to take a look at it, because it is actually something that I think is substantive from people who maybe have an opposite point of view.
Thank you.
Thank you, Franz.
Indeed.
Further discussion on fund balance. All right, in the effort of just moving things along to our next item under the proposed budget. Item 3 is Police Department's contract with Axon for body-worn camera services, hoping I'm pronouncing that correctly. And we have with us tonight Chief Fitzgerald and Captain Kerrigan. Good evening.
Good evening.
Thanks for coming tonight.
My pleasure. The first thing I'd like to do is, in the administrative packet, it says that Axon is increasing the town storage costs. We're purchasing additional storage, vice Exxon increasing. And basically what we're asking for is 2 terabytes of storage. And initially in my proposal to the board in my budget was a $3,000 increase in my equipment line, and part of that increase was the storage line. And what I didn't do, which I apologize, is I didn't break it down per se all the way down that $3,000. I basically took the lion's share of that $3,000 and said it was the storage.
Yeah.
And what we're having a problem with is storage. It's really not a problem. It's just we have to keep use of force incidents, and all criminal activity for a period of 7 years.
Right.
And any non-criminal activity that is videoed, and our officers are live every time they interact with the citizen. So every time they, do a motor vehicle stop and just any interaction they have with citizens, we have the cameras. Right now, my policy is that it's 90 days, that we keep that for 90 days. And we initially started off and we went out there with 20 plus cameras, and our storage just rapidly filled up. And bottom line is we didn't buy enough in the beginning to foresee this. And I didn't think that we would have reached the level that we reached in such a short time, within a year. So we can look at our policy, and we're not going to see anything deleted currently for at least 7 years.
Right.
In use of force or criminal activity. It will not be deleted for 7 years. So the only wiggle room that we have is pretty much in non-criminal activity. Currently, my policy is 90 days. We have discussed the pros and cons of limiting that to 60 days or 30 days. But one of my biggest concerns is I got to weigh that against the public perception, transparency. Every time they come at 31 days, it's we don't have the video, we don't have the video, we don't have the video. Whereas at 90 days, if there was going to be a citizen's complaint against the officers, more than likely it's within the 90-day period, which is fortunate for us because then we can pull down the video. At the department, it's probably like on a 30-day loop in between, give or take. So we have run into instances where people have come in and asked for video footage of the lobby area, and we didn't tape it down, so it got overwritten. And I don't want to be in that predicament when officers are dealing with citizens. So we're asking for additional 2 terabytes of storage. And that comes off a little bit, about $1,600 is the 2 terabytes of storage. Now with that storage, we also get a lot of services from Axon that is probably not needed for your average homeowner. The security is unbelievable, obviously, for obvious reasons. We also have the ability to identify certain individuals within a video and have those redacted. So if we went to a house and there was a child, and then someone came in later on with a public records request and said, I want to see the video of you at this residence, we obviously don't want to release video with children in it.
Right.
So we could go through and redact the faces of the children. So they have that ability going on with it. Also has the ability where it expands our clerks, gives them a lot more time to where we now give access to the state's attorneys and the prosecutors to the videos. Where in the past we had to manually download all our videos and then hand carry them over to the state's attorney's office. Now what we do under the storage program is our clerks just simply have to tag what videos go with that case, upload those, and then what we do is contact the state's attorney's office and give them access just to those videos.
Right.
So that has greatly increased, or I should say decreased, the time that our clerks have to spend preparing cases for that.
Goodness.
Also within that line item is we are, hopefully we're getting a lot more, but we have 2 officers that are getting off FTO in March, and we have another one going to the academy in February. So we're buying additional cameras, and those are $500 a piece. We're getting 2 for $1,000. And for those cameras, the user license is $188 a piece times 2, which is $360 for approximately $2,960 is how I came with that equipment increase of $3,000.
Got it.
And I do apologize for the board for not being more clear initially when I did my budget proposal on exactly how that broke down with the Axon and $3,000.
I appreciate your clarification tonight. I accept your apology because you gave it, but I didn't feel like it was needed at all. I mean, record retention is a thing. I know that pretty well. You feel good about the 2 terabytes?
I do.
Good.
I do.
Yeah.
Because we're really going to look at the on where we're going with the video. Like yourself, I am a big fan of body-worn cameras on
Yep.
police officers.
Me too.
I think that it is a good, positive thing to have, and we should do everything to promote that.
So every time I've talked to an officer, even when I'm hanging on the street, the camera's been on?
No.
Okay, because
No.
sometimes I use some colorful language.
Sure. If they're out walking around, no, if they're downtown, just walking
They were just
around,
chatting.
they're not. They're not on. But as soon as they do a law enforcement action,
Okay.
they will turn it on.
Excellent, good to
Yeah,
know.
so you're safe.
Good. Board members have questions or comments or need help sleeping at night like I just did, but I feel better now.
Well, I just think it's a necessary expense, and I applaud you for it. And I think it's necessary for communication and transparency.
I agree.
Certainly worth it.
Transparency is what it's all about. Members of the community who are here tonight have questions or comments about the extra storage and extra body-worn cameras needed for officers coming on? Ricky?
Hi, I'm Ricky from District 2, and I wasn't available to speak earlier during public participation, but I wanted to take this opportunity to offer these CBD joints that I rolled to the board so that they could have an example of a sample to taste of tax-free weed that they may enjoy, the benefits in comparison to maybe taxed weed from other places.
Wow.
Always a first. I'm gonna decline. I think we'll probably decline.
Yeah.
They're very thin, micro, mini ones. Yeah.
No, thank you.
This is the best night. Do you want to
Appreciate the
ask
offer.
anything about the body-worn cameras or the extra storage for the record retentions?
I thank you for taking responsibility and initiating that and following through with that.
Heck
You're
yeah.
welcome.
And yeah, no apology needed for who knows how much storage we need. This kind of stuff. All right. So
Project Care.
I'm feeling like we're ready to move into Project Care.
Thank you very much.
Stay with us.
Thank you. Yep.
I have a few talking points that I would like to address the board and the community about Project Care. And a little bit is things that you have already heard before, but I think they warrant being mentioned again. And it's just for my support of funding this program. 2019 was another challenging year for the Brattleboro Police Department in responding to the opiate crisis. The town of Brattleboro is not alone in this, as the amount of people overdosing and dying from opiates has been steadily increasing every year throughout the United States. Making the challenge more difficult has been the prevalence of fentanyl, an opiate 25 to 50 times more potent than heroin. The Brattleboro Police Department responded to 116 overdose incidents in 2019. That is 15 more than in 2018, with 10 of those being fatal, which is one less than the previous year. Without the intervention of community partners and initiatives, this fatality number would undoubtedly be higher. Project CARE is a community partnership developed to address this public health crisis. The current goal of Project CARE is to reduce the impact opiate use is having on our community, businesses, and reduce the amount of deaths resulting from the misuse of opiates and other drugs. Project CARE team meets on a monthly basis and includes representatives from the Brattleboro Police Department, trained recovery coaches from Turning Point, Brattleboro Memorial Hospital, Groundworks, Habit Opco, Brattleboro Retreat, HCRS, and Probation and Parole. In a preventative approach, we continue to conduct bi-weekly community outreach with a combination of law enforcement officers, recovery coaches, and Groundworks employees. Our outreach is aimed at the areas and people identified as being most at risk. We also follow up with victims of drug overdoses within 24 to 48 hours of the incident. Additionally, this year, a work group was formed and currently meets bi-weekly to discuss case studies. In doing so, we identify those most at risk in the community, talk to them about the services available, and try to coordinate a response that meets their specific needs. To date, at least 37 people have completed intake forms. Our records indicate that out of these 37 people, 32 have engaged in treatment. Access and transportation to treatment facilities is always an obstacle to success and treatment. Recovery coaches transported approximately 32 people to treatment facilities this year. In support of this program, the Brattleboro Police Department has been able to provide rides to in-town treatment facilities. This year, we also initiated a new program at the Brattleboro Police Department where prisoners are transported from our lockup to medicated-assisted treatment facilities in town. This has been made possible through our partnership with Habit Opco and the Brattleboro Retreat through the Hub and Spoke program. Since the beginning of the year, 11 people have been transported for treatment. In line with our mission statement, we continue to separate those that are in need of our help from those victimizing our community. We continue to endorse diversion programs and promote justice alternatives in lieu of incarceration in the case of minor drug possession. In regards to those who choose to victimize the members of our community with the sale of dangerous drugs and commit violent crimes, enforcement efforts continue to run parallel to our outreach efforts. Throughout the year, we team with state and federal law enforcement agencies to conduct both high and low visibility enforcement operations in the areas most affected by the opiate crisis. Sometimes the success stories of Project CARES are not known because they're no longer visible. Many of the individuals that Project CARE recovery coaches have worked with are now in recovery and thriving within our community. Many have either become mentors or volunteered to become recovery coaches themselves. In December of this year, a ceremony was held recognizing Project CARE recovery coaches for the positive impact they have had on our community. Currently, Project CARE is unfunded and strictly volunteer-based. With the approval of the $16,000 proposed, we can ensure the continuation of services to the most vulnerable in our community. The breakdown would be as follows. For recovery coaches, 15 hours a week working with law enforcement in the community, conducting outreach initiatives, and following up with those who have experienced an overdose. That would be a total of 780 hours per year at $15 an hour, which would be a total of $11,700. Transportation. If you're going to be reimbursed for travel costs, it would cost approximately $75 to $100 round trip, and that's based on the 55 cents per mile, to transport an individual to a treatment facility outside of Brattleboro. Last year, we transported 32 individuals, and unfortunately, the need appears to be growing. The remaining $4,000 will be earmarked for reimbursement for transportation costs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I can attest in my previous work that transportation is an issue. Sometimes you don't think you have a bed for somebody for a week, and then randomly one opens that day or the next day, and trying to scramble to find somebody, a volunteer specifically, that can just jump up and drive somebody to Bradford, Vermont, and do a round trip basically on the spot is pretty challenging. to say the least. And most people are going to Bradford or in that area. Would you say that that's a fair statement for me to say?
I would. The Serenity House or Valley Vista, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Comments? Questions?
Yeah, I'm really proud to live in this town and to have this police department do it this way and the partnerships that you're involved in. So, thank you.
Me too.
Thank you.
I think you can see from looking at other towns' data around the overdoses resulting in death. I think for sure you can see the difference of a coordinated effort that we have in Brattleboro versus people who are probably not having a coordinated effort or not having enough Narcan put to the streets. I think that, to me, the data is really common sense. And I'd like to also remind the public that these OD stats that you quoted are ones that the police were actually, or emergency services were actually called to.
That is correct.
And not ones that happened in somebody's home or in a location around town that person was able to be saved through Narcan. So it's a big deal in this community, and I think it's amazing that it's gone on unfunded, and I think it's time for that to stop.
Definitely.
Feels very important for the health of our community. And thank you also for the work coordinating with different agencies. I mean, the cooperation that we see is terrific, and should be a model for a lot of towns that aren't as lucky with their staff.
Are other towns doing a similar type of effort?
We're based on what is called the PARI model out of Gloucester, Massachusetts. And basically what that is you take the basic concept that we have and you model it and mold it to your community, what your community can support and what your community needs are. And we do attend their conferences. I send Lieutenant Petlock, Detective Line, and then 2 members from Project CARE. We do send them down to their conference every year in Boston. And they come back with some really good, innovative ideas. It's like a whole collection of people that are very excited about the positive work that's being done in this area. And they come back charged. I mean, that's how we got with the bi-weeklies, where before we were just meeting monthly and kind of like just trudging our way through this and trying to figure it out. And the networking that they have done through that conference, where you can just pick up the phone and call and say, hey, what do you think about this? And the ideas of us going to these treatment facilities to introduce ourselves, instead of us just picking up the phone saying, hey, you got a bed. No. Now it's kind of like on a first name basis. And just little things like that. And, you know, certainly I'll accept all the praise that you want to give the police department. But let's be perfectly honest, this was a community effort, hands down, where we put out the cry that we needed help, and the response was absolutely overwhelming from not only just the agencies that I mentioned in my report, but from the community as a whole.
Thank you.
I'd like to also thank you for enacting the policy to transport people to Habitatco and the hub for treatment, having seen what happens when people are missing their doses. It's pretty horrific on their bodies, and I really appreciate the transports. Thank you.
It just didn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
You know, on a Friday, now you have to be enrolled in the program.
Right, yeah.
You know,
right.
So like on a Friday and you're not going to see the judge until Tuesday, or if Monday happens to be a holiday.
Yeah.
You know, 3 days and you're on a medically assisted treatment with no medicine.
Yeah.
That to me borderlines inhumane.
I agree.
You know.
So thank you for stepping up to that.
So we will incorporate the $16,000 into the budget for the next time that you see the update.
Yeah,
Great.
when we get our
Definitely.
next set of numbers, we'll add that.
Will do.
Thank Peter. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Chief Fitzgerald. All right. Keeping on the topic of the budget and the topic of vulnerable citizens in the community, but also just the community in a whole, we move on to discussing item 5, which is porta potties and more permanent pottying solutions downtown.
So included within the budget that we proposed back in the first week of November is $10,000 to, which would be sufficient for another summer of putting the porta potties back out in the 3 locations where we had them this summer. We do think that that is an important action for the town to keep taking, both as a service to individuals who don't have any other place to go to the bathroom during the nighttime hours, and as a general convenience and a matter of general public health for the benefit of the whole community. It was something that emerged unexpectedly this past June. We knew that it needed quick action. We took that action even though it was an unbudgeted expense. The units that we have are old, but they're serviceable. So in the absence of any action by the board, we're positioned to be able to repeat that and to put them out earlier this year, when the weather gets warm and so the conditions are ready for them to be placed at the 3 locations, at the Preston lot and the High Grove lot and at the Common. We will put them back out. But during the course of the discussions around various aspects of the budget, we called out to you that we had learned some things about more permanent public bathroom solutions, and you asked for more details about that. And Andrew Gominski from the planning department is here. He's compiled the information that's in your backup materials tonight. So there's specific information here about the Portland Loo and also about a more fully enclosed option that's constructed up in Canada and Quebec. Those are 2 things we know quite a lot about. We don't know any funding sources yet. We're on the lookout for grant funding because the one option is on the order of $150,000 per unit. The other can be upwards of $200,000 per unit. So these do not come cheap, but it is something that we're on the lookout for, and we'll bring information back to you if we see an opportunity to use someone else's money to accomplish this important community need. Based on knowing that we're positioned to continue with the porta potties and that we're on the lookout for more opportunities related to the permanent installation, we don't need any further direction from the board tonight, but we're happy. Andrew's here. He's going to be presenting to you later regarding the neighborhood program that the state has started. Will be the final item on tonight's agenda. So if you want to know more about the research that we've done to date or want to have a further discussion, we're happy to assist in that.
I mean, he's here. Let's hear about it. Come on, you did all this work. Let's at least get some.
Come to our table. All right, you kick it off.
Hi, Andrew. I thought it was a really interesting bit of research, and I'd love for you to tell the people at home who aren't sitting there with binders more about it.
Sure. So I guess starting with the 2 models that we did look at, other than the current porta potties, is the Portland Loo, which was made, developed out of the city of Portland, Oregon. It's kind of an industrial kind of style unit. It's a single unit, unisex. Everyone can use it. It's stainless steel. It's easy to clean. It's not automated in terms that it doesn't clean itself. You still need someone to go out there and clean it every day, and of course stocking it. But it is in terms of like preventing crime. They're called louvers, and they're top and bottom. It's just basically open slits, so it still kind of creates this environment of privacy, but at the same time, police officers can see if there's illicit activity occurring in that unit itself. They're also timed, so it limits how long you can be in it. They're 24 hours. And they really fit to all environments, I would say, in terms of locating it and also connecting to utilities such as water and sewer. The Urban Blue model, which is out of Canada, is, I would say, it's very modern in terms of what you can do with it. It's self-cleaning. You don't need to have that servicing other than stocking it itself. In terms of crime preventing, it is graffiti resistant in terms of the material that's used, but you could get away with multiple people in the unit, but at the same time, it is also timed for use. And also the models that I sent in the memo, there's 3 different units you can look at, and basically the increase in price is just because there's one unit and there's one with 2 units and 3 units, but it's all one building. So that's something to consider in terms of how many units we would have in the future. You could potentially buy one and there's 3 right there, and then obviously with Portland Lou, if you wanted more than one, we're talking more money. So they are quite the investment in our staff. We are still looking for funding resources. From what we've seen so far, it seems like a lot of what's been done in other jurisdictions is through private-public partnerships. Other than that, I can answer any further questions you have.
I have questions about
Sure.
wintertime.
Yes.
So the Portland one looks chilly.
Yes,
Most
it is
of you.
true. And the other unit would definitely be more appealing in the winter because you can actually heat it. But the Portland New is open, like I said, explained earlier.
And is that okay with piping?
From what I've researched, obviously Portland's a more temperate city than Brattleboro.
Yeah.
So that's something that we could research further.
And is the Portland Loo, I see that it specifically on the Urban Blue, it specifically said ADA accessible or compliant.
Portland is also.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
perfect. Okay,
Yeah,
maybe
it
I
is.
just missed it. Yeah, I saw those events and I went, A, ooh, and B,
Yeah.
the pipes freeze.
Especially for
yeah.
well, what's interesting is I've been a planner from Burlington. They notified me recently that they're installing one right now.
Oh, okay,
And
cool.
invited me to go up when it's done.
Great.
Just check it out and do some ground truthing. So I'm excited for that.
That's a long way to go.
It is. Yeah.
When you gotta go, you gotta go.
Stop halfway, then yeah.
Just waiting for that line.
I have a question when you said about timing, like they throw you out, like.
Is that the second one I saw?
Eject you.
It's basically the doors unlock.
Yeah.
It's
And it washes itself. Right?
That is
not the
interesting. The
Portland
doors
Blue,
unlock.
the urban.
No,
Blue-
the other one.
Yeah, the other one does wash itself after every use.
But you can't get stuck in there while it's washing.
No,
right? Okay.
no.
Okay.
I mean, unless
Question. Well, I think maybe that was the incentive to get out, is that it's about to clean itself.
God, it's
I
like,
watched too many sci-fi movies.
it's like when the thing turns on in the produce, ding dong, and it starts to rain.
Oh, there you go.
It's like a similar thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's warnings.
Did we look into like a more modest structure, like we would build a brick structure with a toilet inside it?
So boring.
Like how I might have found in a park in the UK in 1985.
We can, and be happy to price what it would take to just construct one.
Might as well.
Yes, we can.
But we could also build the town that we want.
I'm not optimistic that we're going to actually
Save money.
beat these prices.
Okay.
And these units that we know about and some others that are like them come with the advantage of being designed explicitly for these sort of high use and likely abuse settings. To be, as Andrew said, have some safety features related to actually how they're used, and then also some ways in which they kind of self-protect the investment that we make.
Where is the nearest urban blue one that we can go and investigate?
Boston
Boston.
Ah.
All right.
Seems doable.
or Montreal.
Road trip.
Which is a little
Yeah,
longer,
pick your flavor.
I'm gonna take the passports. I gotta have.
Road trip.
Franz.
Franz Reitzman, Finance Committee. I just want to second what Daniel just proposed because, there's this other structure that can be created using locally sourced materials for about $200,000. They call it a house, and it typically would contain one or more toilet facilities within it. So it just seems like a lot of money to those of us who haven't studied the issue. And for purposes of proposing this level of expenditure, I think looking at the alternatives would be important too. Thank you.
I'd like to be really clear that nobody's proposing this level of expenditure at the moment. We're sharing information about
Sharing
what we're
a cool
exploring.
idea.
When we get there.
Yeah.
I think
And
what.
a house. Go ahead.
Don't we wish we had a lot of
Wait, check
houses
on
to put everybody in there?
construction
I think
prices, too.
I think what we're talking about here is a tiny little fortress with a bathroom, a self-cleaning fortress.
Or a place for people to use the bathroom in town.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
it's
I mean,
also
it's like,
durable.
the durability is what I'm referring to.
And we will explore what it would look like to create one ourselves.
And
In the meantime, our intent is to put the porta potties back out this coming summer in the absence of any different direction from you.
Yes, and I have to say that's a really important step too, because we've only had it out partially a full season, so to speak. We're still getting a sense of how they're being used,
Are they in the
or
right
misused.
position?
Are they in the right spots?
spot? Yep.
I mean, it's prudent to have at least one more year before we start to build a case for.
Sometimes I wonder about the High Grove lot. I don't know. You probably have better stats, but I like the Flat Street parking lot. I know it's called Prospect lot. I never remember that or whatever it's called. The Prospect?
Preston.
See? It's the Flat Street parking lot.
So, if I might speak to that, we actually, I don't have data to share with you. We can track that more carefully this coming summer.
Yeah.
But what I can tell you by anecdotal observation from the folks who maintained the units is the heaviest use was actually at the Common. And we think that that's because of the variety of uses that happened there. So there were times when it was being used by people who didn't have any place else to go in the nighttime hours. And there were times when it was being used by a broad cross-section of the public when there were events happening there.
Yeah.
Or even just folks who were, enjoying some quiet time at the park.
Yeah. Right.
So that got the heaviest use. Preston was very heavily used as well for, I think, obvious reasons based on the concentrated activity in that part of town. And the one that wasn't used as heavily was the one at High Grove. I don't know that it suggests to us it's not needed, but it's definitely not as essential as the other two.
Sorry, Daniel used it. I know that.
I used it a number
Are you
of
going
times.
to say it? Can we look into the cost of them? I know we already, I guess, own those, but I'd love it if they were all ADA compliant, like the one at High Grove lot is, because I know that, a lot of people are they're coming down to Dottie's and Experience Goods,
Right.
and accessibility might be important. Right now, only the High Grove lot is accessible, if I'm correct.
So Andrew's report included information about what it would cost to buy new ones, and that is something we can look at. If we're going to make a commitment to porta potties rather than addressing this a different way. Our staff advice at this point would be making a further investment in new porta potties isn't necessary while we're still getting the use out of the used ones that we have and trying to figure out what is the sort of best calibration of this.
What about switching the ADA one to one of the higher used locations?
So the reason it was placed where it was placed is down at the Preston lot.
Yep.
We'd have to move it out into the area used by the cars for it to serve its purpose. Otherwise, you got to get up over a curb.
Somebody's going to hit that.
We wouldn't think that would be the safest way to install it. And at the Common, you don't have the curb to deal with, but you do have overland travel basically if you're in a wheelchair to gain access to it. And that's why we thought that this past summer the logical place to put that one was at High Grove.
Thank you for
Isn't
that point.
Isn't that where the handicap parking spot is?
There are spaces there in that lot as well. There is also handicap parking available at Preston, but again, there's the curb situation that a person would have to navigate.
We can't put it in the parking lot. That just looks like a disaster in my mind.
Yeah.
That's too bad. Well, thank you for entertaining my musings on that.
So, Andrew, so your next step is to explore these various things that people have discussed, but also grant potential?
Yeah, so this Thursday, actually, at Wyndham Regional Commission is going to be having someone from USDA presenting on a grant opportunity that we could potentially look into. So I'll be attending that and asking that question if we could use that money towards something like this. Another thing I was going to bring up is that I do have a larger study than just a memo regarding the different type of facilities. I will continue to add, and I will obviously add a feasibility, kind of not really exactly a feasibility study, but looking at if we did it ourselves and built a structure. And then going back to the ADA accessible porta potties, that's more that what I've been looking at is that if we did, let's say, invest in new porta potties, they would most likely all be ADA compliant. And what does the pricing look like for that?
Thank you for putting so much effort into this.
Yeah.
Saudi District 2. So has there been any investigation into the cost of more family accessible bathrooms like that we would find at state parks or at traffic highways pit stops?
So one of the, well, I guess the urban blue model that we've been looking at, one of those are larger than the like the Portland New.
Yeah.
And you can get accessories like a changing station.
Oh, good.
And things like that, and allowable for multiple people. Like if a parent obviously had to have a child in there, they can go in there together. But there's other options, more like what you would see like a park facility, like multiple stalls.
I think that would be more beautiful than porta potties.
Yeah, and it's still pretty open, and there's a lot more research to do.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I have a question for you, Peter. This initiative was first brought to our attention from the Parks and Recreation, and are they satisfied with the improvement?
Absolutely. Yeah. So we had field employees who were encountering significant volumes of human waste in a way that we just hadn't seen before. Called that out to us, and that's when we got thinking fast about what we could do about it on the fly last summer. The porta potties were the obvious solution in a hurry. And upon reflection, yes, first of all, the direct answer is the field employees did see a very significant improvement.
That's great.
Like, reduced to near zero. Not all the way, not eliminated, but reduced to near zero. And for the reasons we've been talking about now, around this topic more broadly, we actually think that while it was also the readily accessible solution, it is a really solid, effective, temporary solution for us as a community while we grapple with the idea of what more permanent solutions might look like. That's why we think that putting them out for another summer isn't just sort of the best we can do. We actually think it serves an important need for a broad cross-section of people in our community.
So they'll go back out as soon as the thaw, like May-ish or?
Yeah, as soon as, at the places where they're going to sit on ground as opposed to the one location where it sits on concrete, as soon as the ground is firm enough to take them, we'll put them back out.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Andrew.
We'll see you again in a second.
See you in a minute.
Okay. So we are now going to move on to our next and final item under let's see what time it is. Actually, let's take a break. Sorry. We will resume at, I like my clock better. We will resume at 8:10. Thank you. Hello and welcome back to our meeting after our brief break. One thing that has come up during the break, under new business, we are going to switch the financial reports, which were the first item, and instead have the Small Business Assistant Program loans come in its place. And that'll be coming up shortly. Right now, we're still on our last item of unfinished business, and that is a Wyndham Regional Commission update.
So the board asked for information regarding the Wyndham Regional Commission's operations, services to the region, and particularly relationship with the town. There are several documents in the materials this evening that provide just kind of an overview of what the Wyndham Regional Commission does. There's the one-page summary that goes into the town report, and then there's a few different pages that are drawn from the Regional Commission's website, just to provide a flavor for folks about the variety of services that are provided. I think the most pertinent and important part of what we were asked to look into and what we learned when we did is that the Wyndham Regional, the money that the town pays to the Wyndham Regional Commission annually is more like, to use two other examples of annual costs for regional services, it is more like the solid waste district and less like SEVEDS, where SEVEDS makes an annual request, but the town could say, gee, no, thank you, sorry, or whatever, could either not fund it or fund it as we have traditionally at a level different from what was requested. The solid waste district, on the other hand, imposes an assessment. It's an organized entity of the state, the way municipalities are. There's a governing structure. There's a board on which the town has representation, and the assessment that is determined to be necessary to fund the operations that is imposed by that board is an obligation of the town to pay for as long as we remain a member of the solid waste district. And the Wyndham Regional Commission obviously performs very different services, but structurally is effectively the same. It was created by the state. The bylaws of the Wyndham Regional Commission established that the board, the commission itself, will determine in its annual budget how much the per capita rate is, and then that per capita rate is imposed upon all of the member municipalities. And so it's a non-optional expense unless we were to withdraw from participation in the commission. Staff does not recommend withdrawing from the commission.
Thank you, Peter. Questions, comments, discussion on the board?
No.
No.
Well, if it's mandatory, I'm not.
Mandatory is
Well,
mandatory.
we don't have to be members.
Right.
It's not like that's where we take our garbage. It's a different thing altogether. And the services that they provide are primarily for municipalities that don't have large staff and planning departments. So it's different in that sense from the Waste Management District.
It is different in that sense.
I would agree with David, but I know that the planning department does utilize
Works well,
services.
yeah, especially around the brownfields grounds. Well, maybe not especially, but that's one particular area.
I think it's more like mapping, GIS services.
Is that true, Andrew?
Well, I'm actually doing some GIS now. We have upgraded our own GIS software, so yeah.
But
That's a new wrinkle.
The current GIS we use for all of our tax maps, for instance, was created by Jeff at the Wyndham Regional Commission, I believe.
Yes.
So
So
It's
that's
not downstairs in the assessor's office?
So
no.
it's utilized there.
But it's created from Jeff Nugent.
Right. And if you want to take a deeper dive into all that, I think we should bring you information from Sue and Jen and others who are actually managing that system.
If we have to look at significant budget cuts, that would be the time to do it, but not now.
I don't think there's the will for that.
No. Okay.
We're happy with that report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that update. And with that, we close out old business. Gone. Move into new business, and remember we have made a switch, and so our first item, item A, is now small business assistant program loans. And we will be first speaking with Jason Lively of Duo. Jason, please take your former spot at the table.
While Jason comes up, I'll summarize that the Small Business Assistance Program Loan Committee, on which both Dave Scholes and Patrick Moreland serve as members, so they can speak to the details of this if you'd like. But the summary is that the committee has unanimously recommended that we make a $27,000 loan to Mr. Lively and Duo Vermont to be amortized over 5 years at 3% per annum, with interest-only repayments for the first 6 months in the monthly amount of $67.50, and then monthly payments for the remainder of the term of the loan in the amount of $485.15. Security and collateral will be in the second position, UCC on all the business assets, and a personal guarantee for Mr. Lively. And so we recommend that it be approved. There are two conditions that we ask that you attach to the approval. One is the current owners of Duo Restaurant paying off a loan to Brattleboro Savings and Loan that is remaining in place and I guess being addressed as part of the transition of ownership there. And similarly, that the current owners pay off a small business assistance program loan to the town of Brattleboro that has a remaining balance at this time of $9,268.08, and that we obtain discharges of all liens.
Okay. And that none of that is a surprise to you, Jason?
That is all
agreeable and
correct, yes.
Comments or questions from this board for Jason or for Peter?
You want to say anything about the transition?
So
maybe your history.
Yeah. So I worked for Keith and Stephanie for a few years for a few years here, but previously in Denver, Colorado. And then also my history in town here. I managed the bar down at Whetstone for the first 2.5 years that it was open, and then here. So my experience running the restaurant is pretty deep. But I just, there isn't a restaurant that I've ever been to or worked at that has such a paternal feeling. So when I had the opportunity to take it over, I jumped at it. That said, I am an individual who doesn't have a whole lot of capital behind me, and so the starting operational cost is really what this funding is for. The ability to pay the staff, it's within the first month of new ownership. The ability to purchase the beer, wine, liquor, and food. And so all things that are kind of urgent and necessary prior to income under my name. But as far as the restaurant goes, other than me telling the public this, it will be seamless, and there won't really be a jump of sorts as far as anyone walking through the door would be concerned. So. Yeah.
I was thrilled when I heard, because it's been on the radar of a lot of people that it was for sale for a while, and of course you always kind of get scared because it's such an anchor to the downtown right on the corner. So it's great that somebody so familiar with it already is taking it over. Is it just you?
It's just yeah. I will go in as the new owner as well as the bar manager, and I'll be behind the bar again for portions of the week, which kind of helps the financial viability of the restaurant going forward.
Wish you all the best.
Thank you. And I believe the bar is open for another hour or so. If anybody wants a beverage.
Well, we turned down the CBD.
I know.
Well, this would be on your own time.
Okay, that's a good distinction there.
That's fine coming from you, Franz.
So on this item, we haven't had a lot of motions this evening, but this is a motion item.
Can I? Yes, please.
Yes, please do.
Great, I'd love to. I'd love to make a motion to approve a small business assistance program loan to Jason Lively / Duo Vermont LLC in the amount of $27,000, amortized over 5 years at 3% per annum, with interest only for 6 months, and monthly payments thereafter of principal and interest in the amount of $485.15, contingent on the current owners paying off a loan to the Brattleboro Savings and Loan Association and their SBAP loan to the town of Brattleboro, and obtaining discharges of all liens.
Excellent. Tim has made that very thorough motion.
Done my job.
Well done. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Can I just say that I really appreciate this. This assistance loan is really the only way that I would be able to do something that I thought that I wouldn't be able to do before. And so I really appreciate it, and thank you so much.
You're most welcome, and I'm really happy that we have abilities to do things like
Yeah,
this.
that's why we have it, to support
Very happy.
this exact type of thing, so thank you.
All right, we'll see you soon. Okay, so our next item, under still the Small Business Assistance Program loan, because there was 2 items under that, is Northeast Processing.
This one is a bit more complicated, but we equally, staff and the committee are recommending unanimously the approval of it. It is not the actual making of a loan, but rather the approval for the town's position in the line of creditors that would be eligible to actually receive compensation in the event of a failure. Sorry.
It's okay, you can still say it.
And the unexpected and unpleasant event of a failure, then we always sit in a low position. This program is kind of loans of last resort. Folks who can go get robust financing elsewhere, go get it elsewhere typically. But when they're part of the package has a gap in it and we can fill that gap, that's the role we play. And that's why people are able to make an acknowledgement like Jason just did of the importance of this small business loan program in our community. So we have previously made such a loan in this instance to help an important new venture make progress here in our community. As part of the continued operation in ways that they'll explain for themselves in a moment, they're going to take for a short period of time an additional borrowing from Brattleboro Savings and Loan. And we need to acknowledge that because we're behind Brattleboro Savings and Loan in the line of creditors. So we need to take an even further. Basically, the BSNL will have a spot and another spot for the portions of the debt that they've offered or made, and will fall into a further behind position, if you will. But for all practical purposes, this is a short-term bridge, and the committee has fully vetted it, and the recommendation is that we think that this is a risk worth taking in a situation where we have already taken a risk because it's the right thing to do based on all the facts related to this venture. So if you have a deeper dive you want to take from the review of it, I could address questions to David or to Patrick. I think you'd probably like to hear from the owners about what's happening.
I have a more basic question, which is what is Northeast Processing?
Start there. We're a hemp extractor, so we extract CBD oil from hemp. And we purchase hemp from local farmers, and the purpose of this line of credit that we've requested is to actually purchase biomass, to make sure that we had the money to be able to purchase the biomass so we could extract the hemp and sell the oils.
So we support local farmers, we're in this and started this business in Brattleboro to support this as a growing economic driver in the state of Vermont. And so we look to support Vermont farmers, and in doing so, and we're in a growth period, which is the positive about why we're doing this. We reached out to Brattleboro Savings and Loan to get this temporary line of credit to get us to have greater purchasing power in the short term as we're expanding our operation. The original use of the funds from the town and what we're continuing to apply that towards is the physical expansion and the build out of our facility, whereas the money coming from the bank is a temporary use of funds for the biomass since it's a seasonal entity.
Great, thank you.
And can we ask for them to identify themselves, please?
Oh, could you please identify yourselves?
My name is Victor Morrison. I'm the CFO.
And my name is Carl Christensen. I'm the CEO.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments from members of the board?
I guess I have a question about where this size loan fits in with the other loans that we provided. The previous one was 27,000. This is 250.
No, this is
70,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. This is identifying what the
If you'd like to give us 250, we'd be happy to take it.
All right.
I don't see
70
anywhere on these papers that it's 70.
It isn't, because you're not approving a loan. So the loan has been previously approved and made.
Yeah.
And what you're approving tonight, if you do, is the subordination of our position among the creditors.
Okay.
For a 6-month period.
For a 6-month period, and then we'll be restored to where we are today.
Very good.
Okay.
Since it's been vetted, it seems like I'd improve this.
I agree. Once again, this is a motion item. Would anybody like to make that motion?
I would move that we authorize the town manager to sign any and all documents necessary to subordinate the town's Small Business Assistance Program loan to Northeast Processing, LLC, to a revised mortgage and line of credit from the Brattleboro Savings and Loan Association.
Okay, thank you, David. David has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Well, and not just because you said yes, but I would like to echo what was said earlier, again, that this is such a great program, and I see this as being such a welcoming town for doing business in, and we're really pleased to work with you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Proud of the program.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
We should really be collecting these quotes now.
Yes. Well, Jan is collecting them in
For
the
a new
minutes.
pamphlet.
The old Brattleboro hates business.
All right. Don't open the
Kind of
can of
fading out.
So at this time, I'm assuming it's best to bounce back to financial reports, and then we will close out with item C after that.
Yes, please.
All right, thank you.
And this one, if the board will allow me, John O'Connor had planned to be here tonight to present this item. He's unfortunately home sick and not able to do that. I'd like to offer a brief layperson's overview to this in like 3 sentences, and then just read his 4 or 5 paragraph memo, if that's okay, because I think that'll be the best way to disclose the pertinent information to the public. So what we have before us are the completed audit documents for the fiscal year that ended last June 30. The auditors have issued clean reports with no findings, no corrective actions, both in the general overall audit, referred to as the independent auditor's report, that is the sort of audit of our basic municipal operations, and in the single audit. The single audit document is the smaller of the two, and it speaks specifically to the town's management of loans, and it's an additional, more intense audit on loan administration that is required, grant administration, that is required when an entity receives more than a certain amount of money from the federal, that originates as federal funding through grant programs. So we're fortunate that we're very active with grant seeking and grant awards, and so we do exceed that threshold, and most years do have to do a single audit, as we did have to do for this particular fiscal year. Because there's some terminology that's important at this moment in time when we are disclosing to the public the clean audits that we've received, I think it's helpful if I just read through John's memorandum to the board, which is dated November 7th. We had originally expected to have the audit on one of the November meetings, and then there was actually just an issue with the production of the documents that the auditor had to handle, and so it's taken us a while to get it in front of you. But the auditor's work was completed back in the fall, and again, was a completely clean audit. As follows, the auditors issued an unmodified opinion on Brattleboro's 2019 financial statements, stating, quote, "In our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly, in all material respects, the respective financial position of the governmental activities, the business type activities, each major fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information of the town of Brattleboro, Vermont, as of June 30, 2019, and the respective changes in financial position, and where applicable, cash flows thereof, and the budgetary comparison for the general fund for the year then ended in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America," end quote. There were no audit adjustments proposed by the auditors resulting from their audit. The general fund closed the year with a use of fund balance of $376,583. That was $393,417 better than budgeted. In other words, we had planned to use closer to $750,000 to $800,000 worth of fund balance and only used the $376,583. This was due primarily to favorable budget variances in the town manager's office, employee benefits, and the police department. The general fund closed the year with a fund balance of $3,131,610, of which $2,047,513 was unassigned. $337,119 was committed, and $746,978 was non-spendable. The unassigned fund balance was $240,938 above the targeted 10% of 2020 budgeted expenditures.
Yes.
And as was referred to, yes, so we're above the 10%. And as we discussed thoroughly earlier, that 240 is in the budget that you're considering, that you're in the final stages of your consideration on now, as a recommended use of fund balance for capital purposes going forward into FY21. There is a substantial amount of additional financial information on the town's activities contained in the 60 pages of financial statements and the independent auditor's report. And then regarding the single audit, the report on schedule of expenditures of federal awards, internal controls, and compliance with laws and regulations, parentheses, single audit, end parentheses, is a document that reflects all federal awards, grants received and expended by the town, either directly or as a pass-through from a state agency. There are no audit findings in the FY 2019 report regarding expenditures. The audit includes a review on internal control over financial reporting, and the FY 2019 report did not identify any deficiencies in internal control considered to be material weaknesses. The notes to schedule of expenditures of federal awards did not identify any material weaknesses, significant deficiencies, or audit findings related to the financial statements or the internal control over major programs of federal awards.
Thank you, Peter.
Welcome.
I have 3 questions that I'd like to ask.
Okay.
How long is it Bachelor and Associates?
Yes.
How long have they been our auditors?
To give you a very exact answer, I need to double check, but it has been, I've been with the town for 5 years, and they've either done 3 or 4 audits because we hired them after I arrived. And we did that through a competitive process. We issued an RFP and they successfully bid.
When do you think the last time they had a finding was?
We had a small technical finding either last year or the year before. It related to an advance that had been made regarding one of the federal grants that was not fully expended and needed to be refunded to the granting agency.
Great. Do you know the last time we had a material finding? Has it been since
It was before I arrived.
And how often do we go out for RFP for our auditors?
Every 3 years we have been. That's been our practice, and I believe we are one more audit beyond this one with Bachelor, if I remember correctly.
Great.
Banker Brandy.
I can check on
Banker
the
Brandy.
details and email the board if you'd like.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you for asking this question.
You're very welcome.
Are these bachelors related to the Brattleboro Bachelor?
They are not, as far as I know.
Good on you knowing the answer to that. Other questions or comments from the board? Questions or comments from the Franz? Like that.
Thank you for such a
We're
good
used to
report.
getting clean bills.
It's good department.
Yeah, I always get a little.
As we expect.
I get a little. If they're clean too many years in a row, I get weird. I get weirded out.
They were clean before these guys.
Still get weirded out.
Go ahead.
Okay.
That's just in my nature.
Andrew.
All right, our last item under new business is neighborhood designation area regarding a new state program, and we have coming back to our table, Andrew.
So I have a presentation for more for the audience. Very short one.
Just really quickly, to put in context for those who pay attention to things that the state allows us to do, ways in which the state helps hub communities, which we often are highlighting, and we're a hub community with special burdens. There are some ways in which the state does try to partner with us over specifically those issues. And so 2 of the programs that have existed for a long time that we participate in are the designated downtown, we have one, and the village center, which we also have one out in West Brattleboro. This is a development or a program that's being developed and being offered by the state that builds upon those existing programs to offer opportunities to help municipalities meet housing needs.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. My name is Andrew Graminsky. I'm the planning technician for the town's department, planning services department. Sue Filling was going to be here too, but she is sick, so she could not make it, unfortunately. But she also has been very instrumental with this effort. So Peter gave a pretty good background of what this is and how it kind of came to be. So basically, it's one of those 5 designations that the state offers, and basically to align policies and provide incentives that encourage new development in compact walkable areas. The town currently has the 2 designations, being downtown and then the West Brattleboro Village, which has the village center designation. And for an NDA designation, you need to be within a half mile of a designated downtown or a quarter mile of a village center in terms of being able to walk there within that distance. And we chose as a town, and here's a map, to be within that half-mile buffer, which is that radius you see on the map, as well as an extended area up Canal Street to the interchange of Exit 1. We felt like this extension was needed in terms of what kind of development is seen in that area, especially with those shopping centers and the kind of residential development that already exists. As well as that there's some, as you can see, part of that radius is in New Hampshire, the Connecticut River, quite a bit of floodplain, as well as already really highly developed areas. So that's kind of how we got to this map right here. So if we got this designation, it would really encourage the creation of new homes in development-ready locations near shops and services. And kind of the meat of another reason why we want to get this designation is the benefits that come with it. Qualified mixed income projects are exempt from Act 250 regulations, which, if you don't know much about the costs behind Act 250, it's quite a bit of money. Depending on the project, it could be thousands of dollars. This could save developers a lot of money in terms of those soft costs.
It's not just money, it's time.
Oh, God.
Time and money. The process, yeah.
And aggravation.
Exactly. Thank you, Liz. Another great thing is for properties that say that don't meet that mixed income qualification, they can still get a 50% discount, which is still a lot of money. A&R fees for wastewater review are capped at $50 for projects that have reviewed sewer allocation. Again, a lot of money and time saved. Municipalities will receive priority consideration for more grant opportunities to create housing and affordable housing in the town. Exemptions from land gains tax, and for those of you who might not know what a land gains tax is, I have a definition, which it's kind of complicated, but basically a land gains tax is imposed on the gain from the sale or exchange of land that was held less than 6 years. That's really what it is. And then another one that's kind of big is a local conditional use decision that a housing project meets the character of an area cannot be appealed, which is also can be helpful in certain situations. So I'll bring it back to the map if you have any further questions, but we have submitted a draft 1 to the state, and I actually heard back from an individual today with some first wave of input, and I will input that into our hopefully final draft that we want to submit February 3rd, and then by the end of the month of February, we will go in front of the Vermont Downtown Board to give a presentation, and at that time they will make the decision for us. And there is a renewal process if we get it, and that happens at the same time as the downtown designation renewal, which is every 5 years. Any questions?
So I'm excited about this.
We are too.
Mainly because I'm really a proponent of densifying our downtown, not just our red zone, but our yellow zone. I'm slightly disturbed that that a house I own is in a blue section that makes me think it's underwater already as we speak. Well, Frost Street is in a flood zone.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, thank you, Dave.
Happens every spring.
But should I be excited about that aspect as far as a couple tools? Looks like it might encourage some more downtown, I'm going to say downtown even though it's a loose term.
The urban area.
Area development.
Yeah, and in terms of where you want to see development, I know Vermont doesn't have much in terms of growth management, but from my experience in Washington State, making sure that we're controlling where growth grows is really important, not just for the urban areas, but for the rural areas. Sure. So we can save prime ag land and forest land.
Yeah.
And I think this also just encourages developers to see that we could have these incentives, like, wow, we want to build in Brattleboro because we can. And think about all the really cool opportunities that maybe in the future we could see.
Yeah.
And not just, the one type of housing, different types of variety, which is really helpful.
I think switching the idea or the reality that living downtown is only for people who can afford to pay at a premium would do wonders for our economy before we even get to talk about the environmental effects of having denser downtowns.
Yeah. And making areas more walkable, then you don't have to maybe have the number of car trips, in terms of, it really relates to parking as well. It's all very interconnected.
Yeah, so these measures are infill development, anti-sprawl, walkable, probably even transit-friendly.
Yes.
And certainly consistent with the master plan goals of keeping growth within the east side of Route 91. And I also think that these incentives are pretty good for the state of Vermont. You know, there's not that much that they can give us, but they seem to know what a pain in the butt Act 250 is. So that's great. And I applaud you and Sue, and I think it's a great program.
I do Thank you. I appreciate it.
I think it's going to be a big deal program. That's what I think. If people can really, if you can really make sure that people understand and can become excited about what this means, I think it's going to be a really great program.
And one thing we really kind of thought of and really thought about, not just to make sure that it's compatible with the town plan, that when growth does come, we're being proactive with the type of programs we have to address that. And that really, that's what this is doing.
Good, thank you. David?
Thank you. I think given the shortage, the national shortage of affordable housing, anything that's going to reduce construction costs and development costs is welcome, very welcome. So thanks for digging this up.
Yep.
Further questions or comments from the board? Questions or comments from the Fronds? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for hanging with us.
And your presentation.
Oh, it was very nice,
We don't get that
by the way.
My pleasure.
Yeah.
Doesn't usually work.
That is true, David. That's always a sad
I
problem.
have something that needs to be signed.
Okay. Where are we here? We're done.
Have to have an action on that.
No, I think that was just an excitement piece. Okay. With no further business to discuss on this agenda, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I have something that needs to be signed.
Excellent. David has made that motion. Do we have to sign it before we adjourn?
No.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Meeting adjourns at 8:41 p.m. Thank you.
BCTV.
Thank you.
Welcome to 2020.
I just forgot how to make my own signature. I have
Even in the
two
future.
signatures, like the fancy one and the fast one.
Do we get fancy on?
You got half and half.
Our Planning Commission is hereby called to order. For January 6th, 2020. Are there any announcements?
Nope.
No. Public comments? No. Hearing none. Approval of the minutes of December 18th. The minutes are in the folder. Did everybody get a chance to look them over?
Now, so in the survey, talking about under the downtown design plan survey results, the last sentence under A, survey results says, negative perception in this case is important to understand, and it's showing
It's a
us
grammatical error.
behavior
It's supposed to be
and
activity.
acidity. Okay.
Yes, something like that. I will make that
I
change.
was like, what?
Oh, okay.
There's a couple names too, misspelled. While we're on it. Isn't his name? That's why we do these kind of things, right? Yeah, just for typos, right?
What happens if I just fix the things in the drive? I should be able to, right?
No, it's fine to do that, but I have my own end that we gotta change things.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the whole process.
The new
the entire
sustainability
process.
coordinator's last name is?
Dodson.
Oh, CT? Yep. Oh, that was Dodson. Okay.
Wait,
Great.
it's their full name?
Yep, Stephen Dodson.
Oh,
I thought it was
Dotson.
Dotson.
Yeah.
D-O-T-S-O-N.
I got the spelling from someone else, so I could, let me check, double check.
Maybe it's D-O-D-S-O-N, I don't know. But you have me under G here is F-E-E-C. Which is,
Which
I'm
one?
curious,
Where?
is that F-R-A-T or?
G. Where?
G.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Felicity.
That should be F-R-A-T, right?
Yep, that should be. Aaron Elsewhere.
We went with the standard is that everybody, instead of being called Ms. and
We do the
or
E dot,
Mr.,
right?
it's just first initial last name.
Yes. Is there any other misspellings you can see?
in lieuing.
Yeah.
Email Keith stated the project would focus attention on land and lieuing at potential.
What, under what?
Same spot.
Same spot, just like 2 lines down.
Oh, yep, looking. Thank you.
Josh.
Is there a calendar shape you see? She says 3 events planned in June. Is there
Do you-
a
are you here for the
calendar, or
meeting?
is that-
Are you planning to
Yeah.
discuss the power station?
We are. We are.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, then I am.
Great.
Oh, good.
Welcome.
I'm sorry, you missed the public comment section. But
Okay.
when we get to the item on the agenda,
Yep.
we'll absolutely welcome the
Thank you.
public comment.
You guys been here before?
We've been here,
We
yeah.
st- We
Couple
started.
minutes. At what time? 6.
6, we just started.
Oh,
We're
okay.
just
Oh, I
looking.
thought you were gonna start.
I opened the meeting,
How late?
there were no announcements, there were no public at that point, and now we're reviewing the minutes.
I see. Okay, you're just
We
moving
have
fast.
plenty,
I see what's
yes,
going
plenty
on.
of time, Josh.
Yeah.
So what was your thing? June, I shall.
Josh, copy of the minutes, or you got it?
The waterways through
Okay, good,
community.
thank you.
They're Sundays, they're the first Sundays in July.
It says June in the meeting notes.
Oh, sorry, the
Planned
first
in
in June, for the Sundays in June. So if you go to your calendar, which I'm doing, so you don't need to, it is June 7th, June 14th, and June 21st.
But is that public anywhere?
Some Felicity and.
She's gonna make it public soon.
And other people are organizing. some big
I wanna
events in
come.
West
I mean,
Yeah,
you know what I
yeah,
mean? Like, I
yeah,
wanna
well,
be there.
you're a participant.
Yeah, so that's the other reason why it'd be good to know.
Right, yeah, those are the dates, and she was supposed to say that, and so can the minutes reflect that? Did she not say that?
Minutes reflect the exact
June
dates?
7,
The dates,
14,
7,
and 20.
14.
Sure. I'll make a note.
That way that they're there. I'm pretty sure she did say that, because she's been talking about.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have notes, like-
dates.
Yeah, I'll get those on there. Or at least the tentative dates.
Yeah, no, I think they're set. I mean,
All right.
yeah,
Perfect.
Those are the dates. Okay, are we okay with the minutes? Motion to
I'll make
approve?
a motion to approve minutes.
With
December
the
18th.
corrections.
With the
Corrections.
typo corrections.
Okay, all those in favor?
Do we get a second?
Oh, God, yeah,
Second.
probably we
I'll
need a
second.
second.
Okay, thanks.
There's a second, and all in favor?
Except do I abstain because I'm here? Doesn't matter.
I wasn't there either.
So
I think we should just vote.
Okay, they look good,
I
yeah,
think
we're all in.
even if we weren't there.
Can you?
Yes, I think we can,
Should
but even though it seems a little wacky.
Yeah, I
Does
think
seem
I
a
had
little
read that.
I don't know though. have to
No,
look
I
at the
remember
rules.
we actually had to get, but did we have a quorum during the meeting? Because if we didn't have a quorum during the meeting. we
I'll
never
tell you
would
this,
be able
from
to approve
last
them.
Conservation Commission meetings, we had to wait to approve minutes, because I'm pretty sure.
Well, that's what I
happens.
remember we had to, yeah.
So we could hold it to the next meeting.
Except for that, I don't know that we had a quorum at that
You had
meeting.
4 people.
Last
So it's
meeting?
at the
Yeah.
last meeting, Felicity,
Oh,
Tom,
Prudence.
Josh, and
Yeah,
Prudence.
Prudence.
Oh, okay, so we did, so
Yes.
we just have to wait for prudence. Okay.
Okay.
The other thing
sorry.
that's
Have
just
another?
wacky is when the meetings are, when the meeting notes are getting pulled into Google, it's pulling in like the Brattleboro planning, it's pulling in like the letterhead detail.
Sure, I'll let Sue, she's the one that uploads this stuff, but I'll make a note.
It doesn't open it as a PDF from
Oh,
Google
so
Drive?
It does.
This is what I got.
Oh, yeah, okay,
This
never
is
mind.
small
I opened it
potatoes.
as
Oh,
a,
doodling.
as
You opened it as a
a
document.
Google
Yeah,
thing.
no problem.
Never mind, my problem, just ignore it.
All right, so, sorry, we need now a motion to table the approval of the minutes.
I move that we table them.
Second?
I'll set.
Great.
I can vote for
All
that.
those in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, aye.
Aye.
Great, all right, we're tabling the minutes to the next meeting. All right. Petition for Green Mountain Power for a certificate of public good. Pursuant to 30 VSA 248, authorizing the rebuild of the North Brattleboro substation. Andrew, were you going to give us an overview
Yeah,
of the
sure.
CPG process? Great.
So every time some sort of telecommunication facility is being
You
planned.
want to just introduce yourself to the public so they know who you
Sure.
are?
I'm Andrew Gravinsky. I'm the planning technician for the Town of Brattleboro's Planning Services Department. So, as I was saying, every time some sort of company proposes to build a telecommunications facility, there's something called a certificate of public good process, which is a 45-day process, and the Public Utilities Commission reviews these proposals, and they're the ones who make the final decision. But local governments do have an opportunity to give comments, but that's it. So, again, this is the definition I got from the website for the Public Utility Commission. A certificate of public good, CPG, is a document issued by the Public Utility Commission under 30 VSA 231, which authorizes a company to own or operate a telecommunications business in Vermont. A company wishing to provide telecommunications services in Vermont must first obtain a CPG from the Public Utility Commission. The Commission issues CPGs only upon findings that the operation of the telecommunications business will serve the general good of the state. Basic overview of what it is. So Green Mountain Power is proposing to rebuild the North Brattleboro substation at 387 Putney Road. Staff has reviewed this project. Have you all had an opportunity to look over the letter and the site plans?
No. Could I have a minute to do that?
Sure.
And also, this is an electric substation. It doesn't have anything to do with telecommunications. So, does that just get weird?
It's weird, but they still have to go through the same process.
Okay.
If you want a more specific answer, I can get back to you. But
That's
I
fine.
was confused at first, but
They're not, so there's
It's
nothing
fine.
hidden
It's
in
still
here
gonna
that
fall under
would
the
suggest
no, it
anything
still falls under the
related.
jurisdiction of the Public Utility Commission because it is a public utility.
So I'm confused. Is this the thing from 2016?
No. So that is an example of a letter that Rod, the former director, wrote regarding kind of how we give our input. So staff has reviewed it, and we did find some areas where we felt like our regulations, or at least in the town plans, weren't being reflected in the development. So we wanted to have an opportunity to at least comment and say, we recommend this according to our land use regulations.
It kind of seems like we had it voted because it doesn't look like it came in the email. Whatever you were just offering up to see.
The site plan?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I have.
Because this, I'm so.
Okay. So in the last couple of pages are the site plans. Okay, here you go.
Does anybody else need a copy? I just gave this.
Yeah, the last 3 pages, I have the site plans,
This
4
is the one
pages.
on Putney Road by the Marina Restaurant, right, where there was
Yes,
a
right
fire
there
as a
there was
result.
a
Exactly, there's a fire back in October, and that's kind of what spurred this. All right, we gotta rebuild it. All right.
So it's fairly significant
It is,
what they're
completely rebuilt.
proposing to
Yep.
do.
Are we into just discussion?
Yeah.
Well, do we want to give everybody a minute to just review? Yeah, did you want?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
In
let's-
silence?
In silence.
Okay,
Yes,
all
Tom, in silence.
Okay.
And if you have questions, I can try to.
Sorry. Take out with my homework.
After that.
I did my homework. That's okay? Yeah.
So for clarification, that email with the attachment that was signed David Gartenstein in 2016, that has nothing to do with.
Sue, I think, can include that just to show you an example of what previously has been done in town. Yeah. Completely.
Yeah, no, this has
Yeah.
nothing to do with
Nothing.
that, Josh.
Yeah, right. But I went through the same process.
Yeah.
It was just, I asked Sue to put that in there as an example of what the planning commission does
Yeah.
when it gets this kind of thing.
Gotcha. Cool.
I think there's maybe some relevance in the sense of context, because it's with the same applicants. And from looking at Google Street View, it doesn't seem like they did any of the recommendations that we offered.
On the south.
On the south
On
side.
the south one.
Is that
Yeah.
Burnham, down by Burnham?
Yeah, like the
Because there's definitely no like shrubbery.
yeah, there's no shrubbery, there's no terracing, there's no riprap added. Not that I necessarily think that would look better, but maybe it'd be better for erosion and stormwater control and.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have other copies too, so you can
Yeah.
keep that. I got it. Yeah, feel free to take one.
I mean, I have one in the.
But it's all phrased like, you know, we suggest, we recommend, because that's all that we can do.
That's
right?
exactly, yep.
But they didn't seem to do any of it.
So are you suggesting that we should ask them? Are we into talking now? Kevin?
Yeah, go for it, you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, well, can I have one more minute? Just because
yeah,
I feel,
one more minute,
I feel like I'm way off subject now, so let me.
It looks like there's a couple points of entry. So we have this preview time where we can make recommendations to the petitioner. So that's directly to Green Mountain Power saying, we would like you to do this. Then once it is, once the petition is filed with the commission, we can actually then comment on it, which is maybe more formal. And I don't know last time around whether we did both of those things.
Okay. So that's something to find out.
Because making recommendations to the commission is a different act than making recommendations to Green Mountain Power. Green Mountain Power can take it or leave it. If you're commenting to the commission, depending on the utility commission, there may be, you know, they may value it in a different way.
So how do we want to go about discussing this?
I'm interested to hear two things. I'm interested to hear, it sounded like the staff had thoughts, you were saying on if they were, if there were things from the, you know, the home materials that weren't being taken into account that you recommended
Yeah,
you would consider. I also would like to hear the
Land
public
use
comment.
regulations, yeah.
Do we want to?
Well, who knows the most about this? And do you, Felicity?
No, I mean, I've read the same thing you've
Yeah.
read. Do we want to get the public comment?
Yeah.
With that?
Yeah.
Do you guys want
We
to?
really just came because we live next door to the power station.
Oh, okay.
And we thought that Green Mountain Power was going to be here doing this presentation, and we wanted them to know that we were still paying attention. We actually did meet with 2 engineers from Green Mountain Power about 2 weeks before the fire, because I had heard that they were planning to do this, and they met with us and told us about what they were planning. But I just thought that if they were going to be here, we wanted to let them know that we were still paying attention to the project.
Unfortunately, they are not. I called them today asking if they were indeed coming, and they said no. So that must have been a miscommunication with the newspaper.
Do you have anything in particular that you're concerned about, that we should be concerned about?
Lighting is one of our, they said they're planning to put in new lighting. We're curious how bright and how much, and whether it'll be pointing in our direction or not. That's a big concern. They did say that it's going to be a much larger print, you know, much larger area, but it's moving away from us, not towards us. So our biggest concern, I think, is the lighting situation.
Are you abutting, you're the one abutting most
You're the
directly?
one abutting property, yes.
Our house on one of the maps, I think.
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay.
So what other concerns do you have? Like, is there any?
Well, we asked them about noise, and they said that this should be quieter than the old one, so that was nice to hear. Our biggest concern, I think, was that they were going to come towards us, which they don't plan to, so other than lighting, not too much we're worried about, really.
Okay. Thank you.
I just want them to know that we're still paying attention.
I have a question for you. What's the the current like landscape screening like between you and the
It's
the
just,
substation?
there's some shrubs and some trees, but there's not really anything. I did actually ask them in an email if they could put up some sort of temporary fencing, at least during the construction, and they did say they were willing to put up a temporary fence during construction to block the noise.
Because we have this section in the land use regs, section 314, buffers and screening,
I
which is
am loving
like,
you right now. You are like the best planning commissioner right now.
which is pretty in detail, and it even has some wording about opaque fencing and walls being required, and like the plants, you know, if the infrastructure is more than 8 feet tall, it must be screened with a type E buffer, which includes, you know, all these different plants, and half of them have to be evergreens, so. It's a section to consider as they redo this. Even though they're not necessarily beholden to these regs.
What are the lights like at night right now?
Currently, they don't have any lights on it at night. It's not lit up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't remember being lit up.
No, so now that it says they're planning to put in new lighting, I'm curious as to what that's going to be.
So is your house up, like is there a little bit of a hill? Your
Yes.
house is just up a little
We're
bit?
just above it.
Yeah.
And when you say a fence during construction, is it because there's no fence there right now, or is there a fence?
No fence between us. There's a chain link fence, right? But
There's a chain link fence that goes around the substation, but is there another fence that's the one fence? Okay.
Well, there is, yeah.
And I think that's what they're proposing.
Yeah, I told us construction's going to take months, so.
There's a temporary fence they're going to put up for the construction.
Well, maybe we can reinforce that in the letter, Andrew. That's true.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, and have they actually consulted our zoning requirements for the design?
I'm unaware, but from, at least our input, from what we've reviewed, no.
Does anybody
Doesn't
know
look
this TJ Boyle? The person who's done the design plan?
No.
TJ Boyle
Burlington,
Associates
right?
LLC, landscape architect,
Where are they from? They're
Burlington.
Burlington, yeah, no, I don't.
Yeah, then it's interesting too, because the plants that they propose to add, those dark ones,
Mhm.
are all on the north side, but on the west side that faces the road. And those are all cedars too, which are
Right,
evergreen.
and so we would have them, they need to put every 30
Yeah,
feet.
I mean,
in,
there's
put
existing
plants there.
vegetation there,
Mhm.
but it's just like little scrappy deciduous, you know, shrubs.
Yeah. So do you want to articulate the points that we've got in the draft letter right now?
Sure. So the topics that we wanted them to really consider included landscaping, erosion control, stormwater management, and lighting. I guess to begin with landscaping, the part of the property, the front of the property abutting Putney Road, in new development and redevelopment, there's a requirement for street trees. So we put that in there. Since there's power lines, it would be small trees every 30 feet. And then erosion control, we have no erosion control plan submitted, so we want to make sure that that's taken into consideration during construction, especially with there being a confluence of two rivers right there, and that there are some slopes on the property. Kind of then going to stormwater management, again, we don't really see any stormwater measures being taken into consideration, and that is something that we would like to be seeing, at least some sort of LID, low impact development principles, bioretention facility, bioswale, rain garden, infiltration trench, or any other kind of stormwater addition that could really help collect that runoff, especially again with the rivers being right there. And then lighting. We at least noticed, it doesn't exactly say what the kind of lighting is, but it looks like it's floodlights from our interpretation, and those really aren't allowed in our zoning. So they're not even angled down, which they should be, so we recommend them to be fully shielded and angled no higher than 45 degrees. Yeah.
So what was their intention for the lights then? Like was the purpose?
Probably cameras, right?
Yeah,
So it's always lit.
potentially for it's always lit for security reasons, maybe.
Yard light and security camera.
Yeah.
Andrew,
Two of them.
do we have that letter in our, in the folder?
No, so it's not a complete letter.
Oh, okay.
So that's more, it's just more that I'm just kind of the base, and then Once I get everyone's comments, we'll add that to it.
How much of the property is theirs? And, you know, because there's a big chunk of that property that's just kind of gravel, dirt, you know? Oh.
Well, on the, I'm not sure, but
This is,
yeah.
I'm showing from maps online.
I have another comment regarding the landscaping. I just forgot to say something. What
Yeah, sure.
Driveway.
Yeah.
So one more thing from the draft letter.
So at the north, I think it's the north. If you're on one of the north ends of the property, there's actually a memorial. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So we also recommended that some of the landscaping reflect that memorial that's currently there. It will complement it. Yeah.
Is there?
Well, so part of what I'm wondering is in the landscaping plan in terms of like bioretention, you know, does that gravel parking area need to be that big, and how might they improve the whole lot? And that, it looks like they didn't include that at all. Even though they're the property owner there, they didn't include that at all in their plans.
No, it's just called gravel access.
Yeah.
Is the monument's not on there yet.
So the monument it's
Yeah, it's
over
right here.
That's town land, right? There's a.
I believe.
Yeah.
I can get back to you exactly on where if it's town or not.
Yeah, there's this pathway that leads down underneath the bridge. I don't know if the town has it for like fishing access or quasi park or something, but I would just hope that, I mean, it looks like the town has like a segment that overlaps the access to the gravel thing, but I would just hope that this substation somehow doesn't lead to, the redo of it doesn't lead to some gate that prevents access.
Yeah, I
for the
see that
public.
right there.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, existing monument, it's on the other, this plan right here, addresses
Right,
the
and
property.
is this a property line, this dotted line here?
There's a bunch of weird dotted lines.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah,
weird
no.
No, I believe the area that blurry on this map at least is, because this is an easement right here clearly.
What do you mean?
Right here, this part, if you look at this is an easement.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
No, I'm wondering about.
Oh, those
like-
lines.
So this
Let me take a quick
goes.
look.
I think those are the electric ones.
Oh.
Possibly.
Well, where are the property
Yes,
lines?
that's
They're not
overhead
on
lines.
any of
Existing,
these.
those
Yeah.
are the overhead lines.
You can pass that to me.
See, that's
Here's
what's
one.
so there's the property line,
Yep,
The one north is town land.
yep.
there.
And then you can see the easement in there
So
too.
it would be, basically the property line would be like that,
Yep.
and then a little bit like that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, yeah, let's ask this, if they could do something better with that gravel
Okay.
while we're at it.
Yeah, and can you ask them to update the plans showing their property line?
Can we also get an explanation for lights? Why are there lights?
And the type of lighting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like,
got it.
why is that necessary all of a sudden?
And given,
Tell them never to use, no.
given that they didn't pay any attention the last time we did this, I would suggest that we prepare ourselves to go to the commission if they don't pay any attention.
No, I would actually put that in the letter, like put a section in the letter saying, you came to Brattleboro in 2016 and came to the planning commission, and the planning commission made these recommendations. None of those occurred, you know, and maybe even cite the letter to make it clear to them that we didn't just space out and forget, and so that we expected different kind of response this time around.
We don't have fun writing letters as our only hobby.
Sorry, Andrew, I'm being strident. It's not with you.
Very important.
And maybe we can give them, you know, reference to the fact that we have a sustainability coordinator now, and if they need some assistance in making their work more sustainable, they certainly can avail themselves to our resources. Although they ought to have one of their
And
own.
then that's when we never heard from GMP again.
Yeah. And who's the person at GMP who's the project manager for this?
Yeah, his name is John Fisk.
He's the
And
one.
I talked to him today, and I
the
told him
leader
that he'd be
engineer.
getting our contact.
John Fisk?
Yep. And I talked about how we're obviously having this meeting tonight, and that we'll be submitting comments
Tell them to show up next time.
Yeah, and are they going to come next time? I mean, do we have it, is this going to be on our agenda again for the February meeting?
Well,
When
no,
it's the
we
submission?
need to submit a letter to them by January 21st.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
So
We
we're,
should go ahead and.
okay, so we
Yes.
should
Yeah.
submit this
Yes.
letter, and
Yeah,
then,
oh, yeah.
and then will they come back to us?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
That's something I'll talk, I'll consult with Sue about.
Okay. I mean, we don't, I guess we don't, it would be
It-
nice if
you
they
know,
would see you guys.
You know, the commission does have the power to hold a special meeting, if that, if you wanted to do that.
A special meeting with GMP actually here.
Just on a specific topic, and that
We
could
can't
be it.
require them to come. but
We can't require them to come, but you
we
can have
just-
another meeting, a special meeting that's other than our traditional meeting.
well, so one other thing maybe to put
Sure.
in the letter, because we don't want to hold up the timeline. So if we get this letter to them by January 21st, can you request that they send us their revised plans? Like updated, clarified, revised plans showing our recommendations? So that we have those. And then I guess kind of a note for you and Sue to track the commission process and when, because that should come up for comment once the petition is filed. And then, I forget how, sorry, I'm just reading the commission rule.
No worries.
So it says, as stated in Commission Rule 5.402A2, municipal bodies and local and regional planning commissions also have the opportunity to provide revised recommendations within 45 days of the date on which the petitioner has filed a petition with the commission, if the petition contains new or more detailed information that was not previously included in the petitioner's filing with the municipal and regional planning commissions. So the cycle in there would be then, like, we're writing a letter with recommendations. We
To
would
GMP.
like, yeah, we
Yep.
would like to see new plans. It looks like there's another opportunity then to provide revised recommendations based on those new plans, if we have
Yeah,
additional thoughts.
I think the way I interpret it at least is that we would, if they did make revisions, we'd get them back, have a chance to review again. And then at that point, it's in the commission.
Yeah, so it looks like it's within, we have to do that within 45 days of the date on which they file the petition with the
Yeah.
commission.
Mhm.
But then I don't know, I mean, maybe that's our only kind of public comment opportunity.
Are they required to respond to our letter?
I don't know. I mean, in the end, like I said, they have all the control.
So we could send them a letter by January 21st and they could just ignore us.
I guess theoretically, you would hope not.
GMP percent.
Yeah, there's possible use.
I mean, I wasn't here last week, I wasn't sure. if you heard back.
Well, I guess that was my question, is that if they do, then what do we do? If we are concerned that they actually make these, do the things that were recommended, because they're within our guidelines, you know, the statutes that we've passed.
Yeah, so I think there's a couple things there. One is if they proceed with a plan that is in violation of our zoning, like there would be a zoning enforcement process against them.
No, they can still do it, our zoning
They're
doesn't,
exempt.
they're exempt, these are just recommendations.
They're exempt from our zoning?
Yes.
But it's state law, right?
It's state law, yep. That's, remember we were talking about this?
Right.
It was
That's why they go to
early
They
2000s.
report just to the state agency.
Yeah.
And we just chime in to the state agency.
There used to be local control.
But-
So the state thought it would be easier, they just had all this.
Okay, so then in that case, you publicly shame them. And then one of the things about GMP is they're a B Corp. So their whole shtick is supposed to be that they're sustainable and they engage with the community. So, I mean, whatever, we don't have to cross that bridge. But, and then the other thing is the recommendations to the commission. So it's having us as a body try to influence the commission in terms of how they rule on the, right?
And is there an attachment of our zoning ordinances going in this?
We will attach them. Yep.
It's a nice friendly reminder.
So going forward, so we draft the letter, you'll send it around to us before you send it off, Andrew?
And we can't reply all.
When we can't, everybody remember, you can't reply all, right? And then we ask them to submit, to revise and resubmit as a courtesy.
Send us updated plans.
And then presumably they either do or they don't. You guys on the staff keep us abreast of when it goes to the commission, and then we decide at that point whether or not we go to the commission. Does that sound like a plan?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That's not an action, right? That was just a plan, so we don't have to.
Yeah, and did other concerns or thoughts that you guys have before we move on? Okay.
Good.
Well, thanks for coming
Yeah.
and giving your input.
Yeah, of course.
Feel free to stay or leave. Well, the next talk's pretty interesting.
Okay, so the next item is discussion of zoning for Great Neighborhoods memo. Pass it over to you there, Andy.
Yeah, so I'm guessing Sue gave you some past updates regarding the zoning for great neighborhoods, which was put on by the state, the Department of Commerce and Community Development, and Congress for New Urbanism, which is a nationwide body. Has everyone here heard of the CNU?
Yeah.
That she mentioned it.
So the Congress for New Urbanism is a body. I don't think they're profit, but they're made up of planners, architects, urban designers, and they basically they're not even really a consulting firm, but they do work regarding just promoting what new urbanism is. And if you don't know what new urbanism is, it's basically the traditional neighborhoods, walkability, the 5-minute walk kind of thing, to schools, services and grocery stores, hospital, shopping. I think just like, a lot of traditional New England areas. It's kind of like, going back to the roots kind of thing. Compact development, density, infill development. That's really what CNU is all about. So they did a workshop with the Department of Commerce and Community Development, looking at 6 communities in Vermont. Brattleboro was one of them. And they gave some recommendations how we can change our, basically our current bylaws to incorporate more allowance of, for better housing opportunities.
So I'm sorry, I missed, did they come to us or did we go to them?
Sue went to Montpelier and she gave a presentation.
So this is all focusing on housing?
Yep.
This document?
Yep. Looking specifically at density.
And so, I apologize, my computer is, or the internet's not working all of a sudden. Do you have a copy?
Sure.
Or no, I don't want to take yours.
Is there only the one copy?
I only have this, is it,
I guess there is only one copy.
okay, it's all good.
Do you want to look on the page?
Sorry,
maybe-
Josh.
No, it's all good.
Yeah, no, it
Maybe my
is
computer will serve.
coming in the morning.
Here, I'll go
Too
to
bad.
the top, you can feel free to scroll down.
So, some of you were here in 2015 when the town redid some of the regulations. We did incorporate some form-based code techniques, but CNU found some areas where we could potentially make changes. So I guess starting with the recommendations, minimum lot sizes.
Should we just take these one at a time?
Yeah, I think we should just take them one at a
Sure.
time, and I think the point is to just sort of generally discuss.
Yeah.
Not making any decisions.
Not making any decisions.
Yep.
yeah.
For them.
Exactly. Yeah, so starting with minimum lot sizes, they found that some zoning districts have minimum lot sizes that are larger than necessary.
You don't say. You don't say. Write that down, yeah.
So I think the idea here is that these are recommend, as we go forward and review our zoning regulations, which we need to do because we've been putting it off and putting it off, so they will have to come back. And then we're going to put them all in as a package to the select board. So we should take these into consideration as we review our zoning. So that's the context.
So I'm just doing converting 6,000 square feet, like how big is that? So it's like less than a quarter of an acre.
Yep.
Okay, but still probably pretty big.
I feel like we did discuss and amend some zoning things in the last few months or in the last year. Is this new, like brand new information we're getting?
Yeah, we've gotten
as
this in the
any
last couple of
amendment?
weeks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they did it based upon our regs in the books, so not necessarily taking into consideration the things we've talked about that are just still in draft form.
Yeah.
Right. Which is most of what we've done, because we haven't actually passed anything on to the select board, I don't think. Any of those things we've been talking about for the past year. No, we should. I think, yes. So minimum, any comments on minimum lot size? Seems straightforward.
What is, they're saying they're recommending 6,000 square feet, what is our?
No.
They're saying
recommending
6,000 square feet is too
Smaller
big,
than
yeah.
6.
Okay.
And they're recommending that just in the neighborhood center and the village center
I think those were just examples.
Or is that
It's just for
examples?
instance.
Okay.
I think it's only the urban center that has less than that, and it's at 2,000.
Yeah.
Or at minimum lot size 2,000.
And I think we weren't going to really be looking at, I think we feel that in the urban center, that's already pretty good.
That's small enough.
Yeah, small enough. It's really like the mixed use, neighborhood center, village center, even potentially residential neighborhood.
Yeah, those are all 6,000, or they are. Yeah. So. I wonder if there's any advantage to preventing lots from being broken up, subdivided into too small? Like, I don't know, I'm just throwing a guess here. Do any communities find that when that happens, that it limits the ability for bigger projects to happen because all the lots have gotten divided up, long-term down the line? I mean, lots can always be bought and then rejoined together, so there's not.
I mean, I think you have to ask for what purpose. So if you're thinking about, and I don't think they're proposing this, but if you're thinking about like the rural plot areas, then the highest use of those is something that's more in keeping with like Vermont's agrarian, past. If you're thinking about some of the more concentrated housing areas, then is the highest purpose housing, and then when you're thinking about other areas where they're for business use, I'm thinking about the highest purpose there. So I think my gut feeling is, and I'm not sure about the proposal, what my gut feeling is, it's going to depend on what the intended best use of that zoning area is. And, it's like if you ask me about rural, I might be like, you probably want to try to keep, farming being part of the purpose there. But if you ask me about like the urban center, that's a different thing.
Right. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I don't know. At first glance, I don't see why, if there seems to be a need or demand for smaller lots and it will house people more densely and that's what we want, push it as low as it will go.
I would also...
But there's probably some way that could backfire.
Yeah, I guess I'm sort of confused about that, and maybe it's just my ignorance of the notion of, well, if we want denser housing, then we want larger lots that have apartment buildings on them.
That's one
Not
way,
necessarily. If you look at infill housing,
Tiny houses.
if you look at infill housing, they can use tiny lots, depending on the type of housing.
Okay.
Yes, apartments is one kind of housing, but if you look at the FAR system, floor area ratio, you can, depending on the lot, you can get like a skyscraper. This is obviously doesn't Brattleboro.
There are examples in Japan where it's, everybody wants to live near Tokyo, but
right, and it's just dense.
You'll see these houses that are built, and they've got a term for it, I can't remember, but they're like these really weird shaped houses because somebody somehow got the ability to like chop the lot down to look like this jigsaw puzzle, and the house is just eating the whole jigsaw puzzle.
And I guess one comparison is like my
That's
neighborhood
extreme, but,
around
you know,
Clark
that's how
Street
far it can go.
to like say Wantostaquid Street.
Mhm.
Those are all single-family dwellings, but those lots are probably a third of an acre, whereas the ones in my neighborhood are like 4,000 square feet, instead of 15 or 13. So.
Yeah, and they only referenced the village center and the neighborhood center, which is really two specific areas. It's like West Brattleboro Village, and then it's that beginning part of Putney Road.
But those are just for instance, right?
Yeah,
I mean, so the recommendation could be anywhere.
Yeah, just considering smaller.
Oh,
lots.
well,
Because it says
Within
some
the scope
zoning,
of,
some
like,
zoning
urbanism.
districts establish minimum lot sizes that are larger than necessary.
So I think I'm trying to picture 6,000 square feet, I think is about an eighth of an acre, right?
Isn't that what you just found?
0.13 of an acre.
Just,
It's like a tenth, it's
less than
a
a
tenth.
quarter.
of
An acre's
That's
really
about how
too.
big my lot is on Elliott Street, 6,000 and change. So for reference, and all the lots on my street are around that. So if you picture like Elliott Street, that's a 6,000 square foot lot, about.
Seems like it's worth thinking about more. I would love it if, when we've got stuff like this, we need examples to look at. It would be really useful to have a visual, like how big is 6,000 square feet? What can you put on it?
Well, if you think of it like your house, your footprint of your house, I don't know how big your house is, but.
Not 6,000.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe a house is
Yeah,
6,000
no, it's a
square feet.
huge, huge house.
Yeah. So.
But if we're, I mean, I guess it also depends upon where you are. I mean, if we're talking about, do we want, I mean, garden space? Do we want green space? Do we want spaces where the people potentially could grow some of their own food, or their neighbors?
Kids can play.
Where kids can play,
Sort
where
of makes
animals
sense.
can be, you know, there can be pollinator gardens and
But
various
it's a
other sorts of
minimum
things.
lot size, it's not a maximum lot. So
Right.
you could move it down to 2,000 or 3,000 square feet for probably many of the neighborhoods. And then, you know, partly there's also the process of actually needing to subdivide a lot, like if you were to make it smaller. And I don't think, you know, it's.
If you made and again, I don't know how I feel about this, I have to think about it. If you made lot sizes smaller in some neighborhoods, I think you would also want to consider what the setbacks are and the footprints, because that might also address some of the things about green space. You know, if you're talking about in a particular neighborhood, like say residential, and you said you could have a smaller lot size, then you would still have setbacks and you would still have footprints. So if you made your lot really tiny, it might only be a tiny house that's going to fit on there. I don't,
Yeah.
and again, I'm not advocating for this. I'm just trying to picture the whole thing all working together.
And when we worked on the zoning, we did do, the planning staff did an analysis in the neighborhoods of lot sizes. So it may actually be like, you know, for instance, if most of the lot sizes now are 6,000 feet, and the idea is you were thinking of reducing that, how are you going to reduce it where you're not bifurcating? You know what I mean? It's like you can only
You're not
split
cutting
one
somebody's house.
6,000 square foot lot into two 3,000 square foot lots. So you can't, you know, you can't make it'd be 4,000 as a minimum, because you wouldn't be able to. So there's a question there in terms of the reality of the lot sizes, and if they were smaller, what that smaller might be, like what it might actually be able to be divided up to be.
And how would you access it once they're divided?
Yeah.
So I think the simplest thing would just be to divide 6,000 by 2, which is 3,000, if we're to bring it down. Just cut it in half.
But cut it in half, but then you have to do right-of-ways.
Yeah, but that's why if we're just dividing it in half, the right of way is a little bit more straightforward.
Right.
Instead of like 1,500 square feet, and all of a sudden we have people sectioning things out and like quartering it out or whatever, and then the right of way is impossible.
Seems like we need more information to deal with this.
Yeah. Anyway, all right,
Yeah,
good. That's on you
But
guys.
we're interested in dealing with it.
Yes, but we're totally interested in dealing with it. Yeah, I mean, I think it's an important question. If we're trying to densify the village center, then we have to use creative planning to do it. maximum building footprint.
Okay.
All right, on to the next issue.
All right,
Do you
so.
want us to read it out loud, Josh?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Many
Yeah, no,
zoning
no.
districts establish a maximum.
Yeah, I've got it right
Okay,
here.
all right.
Thank you. So kind of what they're getting at here is they feel like with our max square feet, it's really limiting it to one building per lot. Which to them is effectively disallowing builders from, which one are we on?
We're on the next one, maximum building footprint.
Saying that for-
Sorry, go ahead.
This is a quote directly from the, effectively disallowing builders that require 2 or more adjoining lots or even one larger building on a large single lot. So they think that, having this max square footage is really disallowing that from happening.
Can you explain that again?
Yeah,
So like the whole, with the max square footage that we have in our regulations now, the way they perceive it is that it's only, a developer can only build one building on the lot because of that max.
What is the max, 12?
Again, it's by zone, but I think the example here they give in the NC, and it's 12,000 square feet in there, they think that's not enough.
I think that was, that decision, wasn't that related to stormwater management and making sure there were impervious spaces around dense, more dense?
Because we're still talking about residential, right?
They break it down by
This
different
is for
neighborhoods, so like they give a couple of different types of examples.
Well, mixed use is in there.
That's true, we would impact more than this housing, changing the whole
But
thing.
Wow, they call this fairly crude.
So you think about like max square footage, that includes the whole building. So even with height, so think about, if you had 12,000 square feet, you could have, even on a small lot, multiple buildings, but, depending on the height, it could be more than 12,000 square feet. Like, I think when they start to get into like the dwelling units, in comparison to the building footprint square feet. Yeah.
So if we wanted to fix this, what would they suggest that we do?
Well, that's the thing, all they're saying, that to me, it's like there are not a lot of even recommendations or just comments on our zoning code, so I know that's something that we've been trying to grasp as staff, and that's, that's one reason why we have these conversations, is so we can hopefully get somewhere. But I from at least looking at this, it's, changing just the allowable building footprint. We could get rid of maximums if we wanted to, but you gotta think about the other long-term consequences, potential consequences that could occur.
Which are?
You don't want people building these,
neighborhood.
Stormwater.
Yeah, stormwater.
But I guess
They're
they're,
bringing up something.
well, I guess stormwater, yeah,
Well,
stormwater. Height, we can still
Parking.
parking is probably one of the bigger ones. We can control height though still. We can still have height restrictions.
We do have standard height restrictions.
We do, yeah, we do, yeah. Yeah.
So the biggest issue is parking, because we require that you have a parking space for every unit, don't we?
Yep. Well, depending on the facility, if it's like for senior living, for example, it's half a unit, depending on the type of housing. Josh, the other development, the land use regulations with you?
Yeah.
Why don't you go to the parking chapter? Thank you. Which I think is under the site design and engineering, which is also in the 300.
Yeah, so were they really only looking at the zoning through the frame of housing?
Yes.
So they weren't considering like density in terms of stormwater or wastewater or parking or?
Well, I think they have a comment like under maximum building footprint, they said, the district has been applied to areas with fairly recent commercial development with full municipal utilities which are conveniently located to nearby walkable neighborhoods.
So I think they were looking at areas that already have pretty good wastewater and sewer connections.
Yeah. I mean, I almost feel like you'd have to take each one of these and then run a few scenarios, right? And try to like ground truth it. So like you take neighborhood center, we allow 18 dwelling units per acre that limit the building footprint to 12,000 square feet. Well, you know, regardless of the size of the lot. So if you look at a large lot and you think of a larger building, for one question is that reasonable, 18 dwelling units in a 12,000 square foot building? Are those reasonable size units?
So here, you want me to tell you what CNU says it does?
Yeah.
CNU advocates for changes that make it easier to build great places. We work to identify regulatory barriers, knowledge gaps, financing hurdles, and local inequalities that stand in the way of great urbanism. In response, we engage with governments, partners, professionals, and citizens at every level to make it easier to design and build places where people and businesses can thrive and prosper.
Where is it based out of? Florida?
You heard of Andres Duani?
Washington, D.C.
Oh, okay. Well, one of the founders, his name is Andres Duani, and he's an architect planner. He developed Seaside, Florida. I'm not sure if you've heard of it, but it's a master plan community. Have you seen The Truman Show?
Yeah. Okay.
That's where it takes place, in Seaside, Florida.
Yeah.
That's a planned community, which has taken in the new urbanism principles.
Yeah.
Which do they build to build?
Well,
What'd you say?
Do they fill it? Look, Seagrove Village.
It's a good story. I looked up a YouTube video of it, and it's very interesting.
Wetlands there.
But it's a...
Sorry, gotta be snarky about the water.
I mean, it does, at the beginning, it says, great walkable urban places, buildings, blocks, and neighborhoods in small towns or big cities are powerful economic and social engines, improving community health and resilience while promoting sustainability and equity. Now, just as an aside, these are sort of neoliberal concepts that actually don't really work.
Is that?
All they do is make the rich richer. And
all right. I got my.
Sorry.
We are a painful collection of commissioners with our knowledge, aren't we?
I'm sharing that sentiment though, because I'm like, who is seeing you and like, what do they know about this area? But I'm also like excited for easing zoning ordinances, especially because development in this area is obviously extremely difficult, especially when it comes to housing. So we have to find a happy medium and be creative.
We do. Yeah, we do. I mean, the key is to make sure that whatever we do, we reinforce equity and we make sure that we don't destabilize public services.
Yep. And that's the long-term negative outcome potential.
Right. I mean, if you've only got a small pot of money and you decide to direct it towards amenities as opposed to, or I don't know, helping somebody make a big building that's going to earn them a lot of money as opposed to offering services. That's a negative.
So I guess one question, which this is making me wonder about, is that is our parking, did we make choices in the zoning based on this assumption that everybody needs a car? And is that what has resulted in like what we have?
I wasn't around for that, but I'm assuming we probably did.
Because there are definitely like considerations for the number of parking spaces per. And I remember like all of this is, I don't know how to explain. All of this is somewhat confusing to me, but I remember thinking like, well, couldn't you just have a big building like close to downtown with no parking spaces?
We got feedback at the residential neighborhoods. I recall, I don't remember how frequently we got it. We did get feedback about when you have more units in residential neighborhood, that meant that there was not enough parking for everybody on some of the side streets.
Well, you can get parking exemptions, like Snowblock has no parking requirements because it's in the downtown district.
Okay.
But also we talked a while back about drawing a line around around the town, designating what's walkable from downtown.
Yeah.
And easing parking requirements for buildings and apartments in that area. Yeah.
Within walking distance of downtown.
I don't remember. It was a few years ago.
Well, one thing to consider with, getting rid of parking is that you want it to be areas which are easily walkable to employment, shopping,
Affordable
healthcare,
shopping.
yes.
Right, and affordable
the
shopping
equity
is
has to
still
be at the
down
center of
Putney
the
Road.
conversation. But also, I mean, obviously, we do have it in this area, and it's good public transit. That's another aspect.
Yeah.
To get people around, they still gotta get around, right? And this is New England, and we have some harsh winters.
Right. Yeah, before we give the parking away, we need to have more reliable public transportation. Do we want to move on to restrictions on number of buildings per lot? Or do we want to simply say, this is all very interesting, can we go at a case-by-case basis? We can refer back to these when we're looking at our specific zoning.
Yeah, I think I would love to review the things that we've got in draft form and compare them to these recommendations, and then maybe put something together
Okay, cool.
to bring to the select board this year.
Right, I mean, we were supposed to do zoning in our last meeting, and there's a reason we're not doing it in this meeting, and I can't remember what it is. But anyway, there was a reason. And it was a good one. So we can presumably do zoning again. We should be doing it again in our next meeting. And it is all, the stuff is all in Google Drive, so we can review it, so we're good to go next time.
Just to finish up that last section, I think it's interesting that they bring up, can you scroll up a little bit, that they have, you referenced it, Felicity, and they use that word crude about our zoning.
Yeah.
About how we have redundancy, abstract redundancy, sort of, with the bulk of buildings is regulated, the floor area to lot area is regulated, the percentage coverage is regulated, and they feel like some of those can be dropped off. I think so. It's interesting to think about sometimes because we bring this up with other things like, oh, should we just unrestrict that? And then other people chime in saying, well, we have that covered with the stormwater regs, and we have that covered with the buffer regs, and we have that covered with the landscaping regs. So they're kind of echoing something that I've felt sometimes when I hear all that, which is we do have too many fingers pointing at the same thing.
Yeah.
Some
They just
cases.
had a funny choice of words.
And this,
Fingers pointing.
No, they did.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
funny too.
Is that a phrase? I just came up with that.
another question about, we said that we wanted to regularly, maybe like every year, meet with the DRB to see how things were going with them.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah, so it's getting to be around time when we should do that again.
Yeah.
Because I think their experience of having to deal with these regulations would really help us with that.
Well, Sue brought us that piece of paper with 4 proposals from them, / Brian and/or Brian. So that was kind of that, right?
Right.
One way.
Okay, we good on that? To be continued, I guess?
Yeah.
I think it's exciting that we're considering this. I definitely think it's like kind of unknown, like the outcome and who these people are. Like I'm worried about like, have you guys ever been to King of Prussia in Pennsylvania? You've been there? Yeah, it's like hell. I feel like these people probably did like the zoning around it. It was just like a strip mall, and like it feels very unregulated. And like I'm all for easing and relaxing regulations, but I'm also all about like maintaining and keeping like the wholesome quality that is Brattleboro, like this uniqueness and individualness, and I feel like it's like, okay, if these guys are Truman Show-esque, like how seriously should we be taking it?
Well, I think they offered, in my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew, is that they offered to do this sort of just as a benefit, to sort of say,
Yeah.
here, we'll take a look at your regs
Yes.
and tell us what you think.
And out of,
Conversation.
out of the communities that were looked at, we were by far the largest. In terms of planning, we had probably some of the best planning practices already in place.
That's nice.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, so that's what, a lot of, I'm not sure the other communities were like, this is Colchester.
You said around Vermont, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think some north, and we were the only ones in southern Vermont looked at.
Okay, so on to G.
Oh, can I just,
Yeah.
one thing
Sure.
before we move on? I'm just curious if, the need for housing density and walkability is something that, as we make recommendations to the select board, if we get to that point, and want to make some tweaks to the zoning, should we be making a more concerted effort to hear from the community on that?
About, yeah, you mean about walkability?
About, well, walkability and I think density in the housing. I know we had talked about a few months ago extending the zoning that allowed for the Red Clover Commons up on Canal Street and extending that into that neighborhood area so that there could be more apartment building type zoning in that area. And we sort of talked around it, and then, I mean, we decided as a group that we didn't want to do that, but yeah, I don't know, it just seems like it might be really helpful to hear a wider perspective on.
Well, if we do make any recommendations to the select board, we have to get public comment.
Yeah, public hearings.
So we get public comments, and then we send it to the select board, and they get public comments.
Yep.
So there are two opportunities. So, I mean, I think as soon as we've got that parcel of stuff, we should make people aware that that's what we're talking about and invite them to come.
I definitely don't think we should do this without people being aware.
Yeah. And it would, I mean,
we have to.
walkability would be good, because one person's walkability is another person's inaccessibility. So it seems like we ought to really understand how we measure walkability. Public outreach efforts?
Oh, we're just passing by the other recommendations?
Well,
Because it's,
or do we want to go through each one? It seems like we need to be looking at them within the context of our actual regulations.
Yeah, I think that was the process recommendation you made that I liked was at the next meeting. I think we were going to look at the recommendations that we had
Alongside.
been thinking about making
Oh, I see.
alongside
Great.
the CNU, suggestions, and then thinking about those in the same context at the same meeting.
so maybe the staff can kind of draft these
So
into.
we didn't get to the.
Is that too much to do?
Well, Sue's already working on some draft code with the flexibility of unanticipated development proposals with the PUD process. So she's changing that right now. And then I was going to work on the lot sizes.
Okay.
So we will get something for you.
So it's already in the works. So are you okay moving on then, Tom?
Just that, the one about the restrictions on number of buildings per lot, that kind of, I agreed with that.
Okay.
But kind of for rural reasons, actually, which maybe I shouldn't mention. But,
I'm curious to know now. Is there one more?
yeah,
Say more.
because I've, a few friends and I wanted to, we're in the prospect of kind of looking at this piece of land to buy, and it has this old house on it, but it's still usable, we're not gonna demo it, but we're excited about building too, like one more house. And then so the prospect of if we subdivide, that's like a process, and it adds to the total assessment, and it's not a buildable lot and all that, more complication, there's two owners, potentially now. But the land use regs currently say that you either have to subdivide or you have to go through the whole PUD process. And it's like a PUD just for a two-house property? That seems to make it a conservation subdivision with like easing some of the land to a land trust just for a two-house property on 50 acres. So it seemed like...
Well, you can do conservation easement, so conservation subdivision.
Yeah, but you read, I mean, I don't have any experience with the PUD and going through it, but it seems like that's something for like a neighborhood sort of development. Or
Well,
like
we have like specific subdivisions for rural areas.
Yeah, the conservation
subdivision, yeah.
Right. I don't know, it seemed, looking at it, it felt a little daunting maybe for a two-house proposed, you know, property. So when it's, and they give an example of how maybe there are legitimate cases where more than one building might be placed on a single lot. For instance, 2 single-family homes on an oversized lot. They're talking about in the urban area, but I'm talking about in the rural. So,
yeah, no, I hear you.
Yeah,
thank you.
So I like that.
Yeah, that also makes me wonder about tiny houses, like what situation where you could like add a tiny
Yeah, you
house.
need to subdivide the property.
We have
for each
regs
individual
that,
one.
I remember that, we have regs that enable a person to.
The
build
accessory
tiny
dwelling
houses.
unit.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
ADUs, we do allow ADUs, single ADUs. They're totally, they're outright permitted, so it's pretty easy to get one.
For one?
For one, yes.
Yeah.
That's, but I'm not sure.
But I think we also have it so you can do a community.
Well, cottage style.
Yeah.
PUD.
Yeah, so that depends on the zoning.
PUD, yeah. So, like I said, Sue's drafting that, and we probably should wait for her to give a full discussion on that.
Okay.
So are you anxious to see that again? Should we push to try to make that happen in the February meeting?
March, do it in March.
Do it in March?
It's up on review.
Oh, okay.
February meeting, I really want it.
All right, yeah, that's fine, that's fine. I mean, it's good to know that, because then we can plan it for March and then make sure it happens. Okay, public outreach efforts. Are you reporting on those?
Yes,
or- okay.
so 250 Bird Street. So just giving you an FYI, I don't have a lot of familiarity with some of these things because I wasn't here. But Kathy, I know that you helped with some of the 250 Bird Street property, correct?
I did?
Or you?
Wait,
Is that the one on the Whetstone? Or?
Yes,
so the
it
one on the
is.
website.
The one, the.
Oh, the 12 acres
Yep,
for Sossaman property?
Yep. But
Yeah.
basically, we need to figure out what the final use of the site. What does the public want it to be? So we're going to be conducting a few neighborhood meetings to hear from the public what they'd like to see the site be. And some of the ideas brought up so far are passive recreation and wetland nursery.
Ooh.
So what I do by the public.
Wetland nursery.
Yeah, and also conversations with the Conservation Commission, and that which leading it that they are also very eager to work on this project. So they're wondering if they could be kind of, you know, partners,
status
or
of
they
the-
even, oh, sorry, go on.
No, I don't want to interrupt you.
They are also wondering if you could push this to them and they could be the lead. But they're very excited on this project. So
Who was again, sorry?
Gully,
Conservation
very excited.
Commission. In any way, they could either work jointly, CC becomes a lead, or they would all just report to us, to this commission, or any other ideas. But they wanted to make sure that I brought it up.
So tell us what it is, I mean, what, if we were to, if they would be the lead, what would they be leading on?
Just the public outreach process and the
Okay.
planning process for the site, the remainder of processes that need to be done.
Is there a reason why we wouldn't do that? If they're excited about it, if
Yeah.
somebody's excited about it, why?
I'm really excited.
Why would they? It's good.
Does their leadership preclude uses other than conservation-related uses?
Good question.
Well, can you rephrase that another way?
If they're leading it, does that mean they're going to focus on conservation-based uses rather than
Well,
any other public recreation or other?
Well, in the
uses?
end, it's the will of the public who should have the say what it's going to be. So I would maybe know them. But I mean, we got to remember that they are going to see in a conservation lens.
Yeah.
But
they're doing the public outreach.
They're doing the public outreach. They would be just being involved in that aspect. But again, one of the other ideas is that they could still, or staff could report to you on what's going on. You would still be involved.
Do you know what the status of that site is? So it was the River Conservancy.
They still own it.
They had taken ownership of it.
Yeah, and the
There was
goal
some
is to have.
contamination that needed
Yeah,
to be
exactly. We
taken
had some
off.
EPA grant money that helped fund the whole planning process, and that there is a goal that the town will become the owner of the property,
Right,
so we can
after
do some
that
sort of
cleanup process
exactly.
happens.
Yep.
Which I think, well, that's what I think the Steve Libby, I think may happen this coming field season this summer.
That's faster than I thought.
I think everything's in place. One question is, I'm pretty sure, maybe I should make that assumption, when it transfers ownership from Vermont River Conservancy to the town, it probably comes with some easements on it.
Yes.
Which likely, I'm guessing, include some, river corridor, floodplain, and recreational access.
That's going to be something that's going to have to be worked out.
Yeah, so, but I think that if we're going forward with a public outreach process, there's two pieces of this, right? There's the kind of legal transition of the land from one owner to another. So if that has to be worked out, it should be clear what those are before we begin this public outreach process, so that we can be clear. Like, the land must allow recreational access, the land will be owned by the town, the land must be able to flood. And given those constraints, what would you like to see happen there?
I think there was a lot of talk about the flood effect of that property because of Irene.
Yeah.
And having
That's the whole point.
having that be on the table so that the public knows that that's part of it too. I think.
So is it can't be built on? Is there a thing that says it can't be built on?
I don't know that it's.
How much of this property is it?
It's the whole thing.
It's the whole thing.
It's like, it's.
Well, if it's in the floodway, you can't build anything.
It's this whole thing.
Oh, wow. And it is all in the floodway.
Oh, it is the
It is the floodway.
And it's gonna,
that's where the
I
water
mean,
goes.
one of the original plans that I've seen, it was gonna be tiered to deal with different levels of
It does
flooding.
elevate towards the
And
back
to
of the
take
property.
the pressure off downtown,
Yeah.
basically,
Yeah.
by creating extra space for that water to go.
Yeah, and the plan also included some stormwater mitigation for these houses, this area back here. That stormwater would actually be directed onto the property to be infiltrated and,
Public access to a nature conservancy sounds awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially
Yeah, I mean,
people
but
that-
as long as the public knows that there's not going to be anything built on it.
right, but you could have, the things could be built on it, they have to be able to be flooded. So for instance, you could put ball fields, you could put walking paths.
But you might not
You
wanna
could
put
choose.
fencing.
Right.
That could catch
Right.
debris.
Or, yeah, there could be like a nature path with interpretive signs. There could be particular plantings.
Things you don't mind getting washed away when there's
So,
right.
yeah, so I think I'm all for the Conservation Commission running the public outreach, but I think it is important to clarify the reality parameters of what could actually be done. And
Well, we've had this discussion with
Yeah.
them, because one of their concerns is that, as understanding, that the public does understand that there is dangers to this location in terms of flooding, and that what happens if this area becomes an encampment area for the homeless.
Right, which is part of, that
Yeah.
has to be part of the
So we
conversation,
have
right? Which means
brought it
like
up, yeah.
sight lines and paths
Yep.
and
Yep.
lighting possibly,
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so do you want to make a motion to invite the Conservation Commission to take the lead on this?
Sure, I'll move that we invite and/or / allow, whatever, the Conservation Commission to take the lead on public outreach for that property.
Because who are they collaborating with? Who's the collaboration with? Us?
Well, it'll be with us and
It'll
then
be
with
with us
Vermont
and
River
Vermont River
Conservancy.
Conservancy. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So
Town
the
in
expectation
general.
would be that they would report what's going on to us, or like tell
To
us how
the-
it all went after the process is over?
You guys, and
or-
you guys
Yeah, I
will
mean,
report to us.
you're staff for both us and them, right? Yeah, so.
So just including that in the agenda.
Mm-hmm.
I'll second that motion.
Great. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion
Lots of
passes.
native plants. I'm a native plant geek.
It'd be cool to have like a bird watching area. You know?
And just as an aside, we are finding that the number of restoration projects in the state is increasing, and this is, I'm speaking with my river steward hat on. We are actually like, there's not enough plant material. So a couple more nurseries might be a good idea. That's a strange business for the town to get into, but.
The nearest native plant nursery I know of is down in Massachusetts.
Yeah, there's one up by Burlington too, but like there's.
Are you talking about sales, like a place where you can buy?
Wow, how interesting.
Yeah, like wetland nursery where
The
you
one house.
plant
Go, farmer.
things,
That's what you can farm.
grow, and then in some cases, like, you know, you use like willow or red rose or dogwoods, you're not even necessarily like taking the plant up. You can cut stems from it, and then that can be used to help on restoration projects. So, I don't know. I have no idea what that is. It seems like really out of the box, but.
So noted. All right. Western Ave bike ped scoping study.
Yeah, so we received the grant money from the state, V-Trans, for $32,000, and then the Department of Public Works is going to match $8,000. So we have $40,000 to work with. It's going to be a scoping study. So right now, the staff is working on writing an RFP, and we'll hopefully hire a consultant to start working sometime in the next few months.
Did you say?
Sorry. The scope, Western Ave encompasses what to what?
Yeah, sure. So it's going to be from the intersection of High and Main to Exit 2.
Intersection.
Not
of
very
High
far
and
from
Main
40,000.
to, so then you know how it
High
then
Main
changes at the green
to
and
Exit
High.
2.
Yeah.
And this is
Escalator
$40,000 to do a study.
Yep. It's going to be, they're going to make a conceptual plan with
They're gonna make
alternatives.
a conceptual
I think
plan.
Josh knows
Yes.
a guy who could do the whole lane.
Over 20 grand.
Yeah, maybe.
Get out, do you really?
Just some holiday
No,
night
I'm so
at
sick of
1 a.m.
studies.
Wait, so is that, what are the
have to,
parameters
I
of the $40,000? Like, what are the limitations? Can any of it be used for implementation, or like, what, is it study, is it
Yeah,
marketing
please.
outreach?
I'll give you
Let's
a whole
give-
rundown
Let's
of what it is.
give 15 for study and the rest to do.
So the outcome of this process will be an identification and prioritization of improvements, a public involvement process to ensure local input in support of projects, an assessment of historic, archaeological, and environmental constraints, clear written documentation of project issues and overall feasibility, a complete preliminary cost estimate for further engineering, project administration and construction, and then a final report.
Okay, so a couple of those are actually chunky, like
Yeah.
the, like archaeological, like historical
Oh, yeah.
assessment, and then the engineering. Like,
Mhm.
there's squeeze spots to figure out how you would actually engineer.
But the road's already
Reverse engineer.
That is archaeology. Painting lines on
It's not that. I don't know.
it.
Yeah,
Think
good
of like,
question,
wait,
yes. the
high
roads are-
They're
to,
not making a new
Why do
bike
we have
lane
to,
like
why do we?
in the forest.
Why do we have to
Well,
do an
because there's
archaeological study?
ideas that there could be some pedestrian improvements, some, I'm thinking there could be some potentially digging.
Some
Like I
lines.
said, maybe, I just came in, so I'm not gonna go on.
keep using
That's
And what I can do though,
It's
I
here
am
to
taking
here.
these
Yeah,
comments
it's
and
just a
giving them
tiny,
to.
tiny, tiny piece of real estate there.
Right, and it's really.
Which one, which
and
piece
there's
of real estate are we
no-
talking
It's
about?
going from High Street
Yeah.
to the entrance to exit 2.
Yeah, but what's the constriction?
It's just Western Ave.
Yeah, it's a straight line.
It's a straight line.
Yeah.
Oh, she's a
That's
constriction
amazing. They have
about
sidewalks on both
the
sides.
archaeology.
And there's
Already.
actually like really, that's probably the easiest place to ride a bike. I ride the
Yeah.
bike all the time.
It
There's
is.
like big side areas.
It's
You have
great.
shoulders.
I think for
and it's flat.
40,000, we
It's
could
straight.
actually just make something.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Instead of planning, we actually.
I'm hearing a little bit more well, I just.
If you give me 40 grand, I will get out there right now.
So I wonder.
I'll buy everyone a bicycle.
It's not as if we're gonna take a
Is
sidewalk out,
is
right?
there any changing to the scope and the parameters of where
Probably
this is?
We have
or
agreements
what it does?
with
We
the
have
state and they're
agreements.
So
signed and.
It's nowhere
It's not part of the
beyond
taxpayer
exit 2,
money, at
and
least
it's
directly.
nowhere.
We can't, I don't think we
And I
can
don't
make
think we'd
changes
be
at this point.
reasonably talking about moving anything that's already paid. So really, I think what we're just talking about is if the feasibility of just painting new lines on the
Why do we have to do a study?
pavement. And I don't
I don't
understand.
think it's,
It's
I don't think
just
it's,
parking.
I don't think it's necessarily painting, like they're talking about potentially other improvements, like
an actual bike lane.
Yeah.
Meaning you take the sidewalk
Potentially getting
out?
rid of parking on one side of the street, we're
Yeah.
talking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and putting
which
in
is
a
what you have to
barrier
do.
between
Improving the,
car traffic.
widening the sidewalks, tree planting. I mean, I don't think it's just putting some paint on the road.
No, we need something better than just paint. You know,
So this is how things are done. You spend $40,000 to get somebody to do
This
a
is
plan,
planning,
and
yes.
then you ask for more money to actually do what's been
This,
planned.
yeah.
Do we have a guarantee that we're gonna get the money to do when they finish the
The
plan?
money is just for the study. That's the
Who
only
gives
thing.
us the money for the actual
to
doing?
execute the study.
Well, a plan would hopefully address those needs.
And you
in some sort of
public
implementation,
comment.
because that would be getting money from other sources for actually implementing.
And what, just out of curiosity, what's the cost of actually doing making a pedestrian,
I can eyeball it, but millions.
Yeah. If there's, if there's bump outs, if they have to do like pavement.
You don't understand
removal
these projects.
or, yeah.
It's
Millions.
Millions.
Yeah. Well, because like,
How feasible is it that we're gonna get $1 million grant to make a bike thing over a 2-mile space from High Street to exit 2?
I can't say, unfortunately.
Andrew, this is like the this is the roughest planning commission.
Yeah, no,
Consider this your
I'm not actually
haven.
asking you these questions, I'm just, they're
I know,
rhetorical
I know,
questions.
I know.
Because it just
And I
seems
wish I
like,
had the answers.
like, we're doing this, we're spending $40,000 to make a plan for something that we know we're never gonna get the money to actually do. That just
Yeah.
seems a little silly.
especially when we can take that 40,000 and put it into it. You know, like obviously we can't, the money stipulations.
Well,
but
if we
use
put the
that.
money into some
Yeah.
kind of account now, in 5
Yeah.
years, it might be $1 million.
Yeah,
Put in a credit union or something.
If you got rid of parking on one side, like right now you can park on either side of the street for much of this. If you got rid of parking on one side of the street, you would free up like 4 or 5 feet. And so then there's a question. I mean, I don't think, you can't take any of the sidewalk, right?
No, I don't.
Like, you can take the sidewalk because the town owns that, but past the sidewalk, you're talking about people's property.
So-
And that's not happening, right? So,
So is this, because in years past, we've done a lot of studies, like especially when it comes to the roadworks around Meadowbrook, Putney Road, Western Ave. Have we done this study already?
No, not that I've known, not the documents
not
that I've
for this
seen.
stretch.
Yeah. Because we did in West Brattleboro.
Mhm.
Yeah, like
Yep.
past route, or exit 2 beyond.
We have for bike lanes?
There is a bike lane there. You know, so I'm assuming we've done the study to figure out how to put the bike lane in.
Or did we just put that bike lane?
I think the
Did Steve just get out there and paint that down?
Yeah,
Bike lane?
exactly.
Like Stevie.
All right, good, so congratulations, we got the money, we're going forward, that's
And
great.
I guess really the gist is that there'll be outreach for that,
Okay.
just like any other plan.
Does the planning commission gonna have to participate in any way in that?
Yes.
In some form, you will be involved.
I'm gonna be on my bike. I'm doing outreach on my bike.
Okay, all right, good. So
We do like
so
some
we will
bike
be involved, all right.
Tell
So
them that
we
you
need
will
to
be there for the Tulip Trot, the 5K that runs right through that section of road.
Oh, yeah, that's.
Tulip trot?
Tulip Trot.
So do we need to review the RFP, or are we gonna, it's okay for us not to see it?
Yeah, we'll be developing it. You mean,
Do
do you
we all
want to
wanna
see
see
it?
it?
Do you want to be involved? I mean, that's staff usually.
I think
doing
we,
things.
right, but we reviewed
I know in the
the
past we
RFP
reviewed.
for the plan, for
Yeah.
the downtown master plan.
Well, we reviewed, I think, all of our.
I think like 2 of us were on that RFP review.
Yeah, because sometimes we're all.
And I think one, you know, the main, it says 2 exit 2. The really tricky bit with the bike is actually around the exit 2
gets
interchange.
scary.
So if the RFP can reflect on putting a little, I mean, I don't know how you do that, but some real effort there to figure out how you get across that. You know, right now, if I'm with the kiddo, we cross the street, we come up, we cross back, you know, it's like, for me, I just drive with the traffic through there, but. And then the other question, and this is kind of an aside question, is, you know, when you get into West Brattleboro, the main, like, there's some bike lane, but the main constriction, I mean, and that's.
It's that bridge.
Bridge.
There's nothing
Cursing.
gonna happen.
Right, no, the V-Trans is supposed to be looking at that bridge right now. So,
Really?
yeah, I believe so.
The last time I
If you know what I'm
asked
talking
Sue about it, Sue said that bridge
Over
was
the Whetstone.
for a long, long time before that bridge was gonna get redone.
I haven't heard anything.
I don't know.
Long.
I just saw them out there
Well, they're probably
at the
You know, I'm pretty, you know, Public Works is probably involved with that, and I could reach out to Steve or Dan
Um,
and see if they have any
Well,
information.
so yeah, maybe just if there's any segue or interstitial space between that bridge over the Whetstone and whatever they might be doing and this planning money, that might be a good use of the money. Or, I mean, it's all gonna be a good use of money, but you know what I mean? Like, if you get on a bike and you ride up and down Western Avenue, that bridge is the spot where you're gonna be killed.
Okay.
You know, I think. Well, and by the exit 2
the
interchange.
exit 2 and that bridge.
Yeah, but everything else?
But yeah, I mean, that bridge, if you could change that bridge, then you can connect from Chelsea to downtown.
Yeah.
And that would be great. Okay, so bike ped plan?
Say, Kate.
What's that?
Another bike plan. So we were approached by, actually Prudence, one of the groups she was part of, there's a bike club in town. And we were approached by her and Barbara, who owns the bike shop downtown. I forgot her last name. It's very,
Hi, guys.
you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And they would like to see an official mobility plan for the town. Another plan, Josh.
Well, that makes sense though, because we
Yeah,
haven't done that
yeah.
before.
This would be not just, this wouldn't be a region, this wouldn't be the whole town wide. And not just bike, but also pedestrian facilities as well.
Mhm.
So
So that goes to walkability too.
so
right?
exactly, so we, you know, mobility, bike ped, who knows what we'll call it, but it'll be done in-house. I.e., I'll be doing a lot of it the next 6 to 9 months. Basically just to do current conditions, needs, you know, bike counts, collecting data. It's gonna take a while to do this in-house, but I wanted to bring it up that we will be engaging in a study.
Could you please talk to moms who push strollers around?
Sure.
Thank
Of
you.
Flag them down.
I mean, there's a moms group, several moms.
Oh,
groups,
there
but
is.
That was like,
Cool.
Because are we also talking about safety with walkability?
Mm-hmm.
Because this town is
That's gonna be an aspect.
incredibly unsafe to walk in, or even more bicycle in. You know, and we need to figure that out. Like, there's some major issues going on right now, and it's disgusting. And hopefully, in this plan, there's something to be said about safety and how to keep people safe, how to keep pedestrians safe. So,
Oh, yeah, a series of things just happened last weekend.
you know, people are getting run over left and right.
Yeah.
You know, people in crosswalks.
Wasn't there one day too, about a couple months ago, that like there's like 4 hit and runs or something?
Yeah, I think this year there's already been 5. I think the cop said this year there's already been 5 pedestrians hit. Not this year, no, what was it? Last year?
2019, the end of
2019.
2019.
Yeah, there was-
Because there's only 6 days in this year.
Wow.
Till 2019.
Yeah.
I feel like it was more than that though.
I feel like there were a couple of years ago, there were 3 fatalities.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I think that's over a few years. I think it just felt really close together.
That will definitely be addressed. One thing that I'm specifically going to look at for biking is like levels of stress, it's called. So areas between roads. I'm going to go and do some inventory of the highest level of stress you experience on a road in Brattleboro to the least.
Yeah.
So we'll be doing that assessment. And I can also,
How
once
do
I
you
get
do
some-
that? Like, you get on your bike and you like,
You
your heart rate on it?
That's one way of doing it.
You find intersections renamed malfunction junction. And
It's really actually
that's the
observations
spot.
and talking with people. So that's going to be me like spending time in one location for hours on end, just observing and talking to people who are either biking or walking in those areas.
Yeah.
I can tell you my stress area. There's a crosswalk right in front of where the Vermont Country Deli is that goes up to Orchard Street, and like that is, you know, there's that shot of Western Avenue. People just don't ever even, you know, as you get closer to downtown, I think there's like a psychological anticipation of more pedestrians. But like when you get out onto Western Avenue, people are just cruising through it, and I have no idea. And especially with where the farmer's market is, like, it would be interesting to look at
and I don't know how you would do this, but changes in trends in terms of bicycle use and walking in town? Because I bet you that has increased over the past 10 years a lot, even 5 years, you know?
I feel like there's a lot of people who want to bicycle and walk around this town, but they feel unsafe doing it.
Yeah.
And if we encourage drivers to drive safely somehow, you know, we can, all of a sudden these plans, these bicycle lane plans could actually come into fruition because there's going to be the interest is there, just nobody's willing to do it because of how dangerous it is out there right now. You know,
It's fairly easy to get those temporary speed bumps, right? I mean, that's something that you can just lay down
Speed humps all
somewhere.
over town.
all
Yeah.
over everywhere.
Put them like, I mean, right around that area, because I have stopped for pedestrians there and watched the oncoming traffic just keep on flying by.
Yeah.
Which is even more dangerous than nobody stopping, because once you stop, then the person starts to go, and then they're in the middle of traffic.
Yeah, right, so it's like lights.
Yeah, I mean, but those things that they just drop down in neighborhoods all over the place, I think those would be great.
But there's got to be something more permanent, like a more permanent solution than just like throwing down speed bumps. You know, like obviously that would help a lot, but like it's like what can we do to, you know, it's almost like you're talking about like a, what did you call it, an assessment of
level of stress.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
Well, we could park like fake cop cars. Put the lights on. Sorry to interrupt. It was a good idea.
Well, how about those flashing lighty things?
Also, blue lights for all bicyclists.
Yeah.
So people freak out.
The issue, like I feel like it's more of like a mental problem right now. It's like people in their cars feel like they own the road. You know, and that's really unfortunate because they don't. You know, like everyone, we need to share the road with everybody. You know, like there's obviously a rotten apple in every bunch. There's bicyclists that don't stop for stop signs or stoplights. You know, and then there's cars that, you know, don't stop for pedestrians in the road. We need people to calm down and chill out and like let people live and stop running people over. You know, and so like how do we do that? Like I don't think temporary speed bumps are the
No, but we
solution.
can do it. I mean,
But
depending
permanent
upon
speed
the
bumps,
thing.
what, you
Permanent
know, it's
speed
like where
bumps
you're like,
and
you're
a
entering
relations
town now, calm down.
It's all these state highways though, which I bet there's even restrictions on things like that.
Well, the West Brattleboro Association has
Nine, 5, 10.
asked somebody, I don't know if it was the planning commission, but somewhere, we petitioned the state to reduce the speed limit on not Putney Road, on Western Ave, on Route 9, through West Brattleboro, to 35. So at least,
But it's not?
yeah, it's not. So at least that would help. I mean, the idea is if people have to go slower, the speed limit is slower.
But there's also the psychological things, like there's painting of the streets that cause
Right.
people to slow down, and there's different.
Except for bodies don't. Like human bodies don't cause people to slow down.
No.
Have you guys seen the video that just went around of the guy getting hit by? No, it's this horrible video of the guy right at the co-op crossing the street at a crosswalk. He waited for one car and then he went and walked. He's walking across the street and a car came flying up through Malfoxo Junction and just hit him. He flew over the hood. And you guys haven't seen this video?
No.
Yeah, no, it's like it was on like MSNBC and everything. Like it made like big news. Yeah.
Right here in town.
Yeah, right at the co-op. Yeah, and he's like a young guy, like he's probably like 28 or 30 or something. I don't know.
Is he okay?
He walked away somehow, you know, and it's like that's happening more and more often, and the guy did absolutely nothing wrong. And then when you read the comments, which unfortunately I hate reading comments.
But you're compelled to do it.
Yeah, because it's like I'm curious to see what people's, you know, like what public perception is, and the public perception is that the car driver was in the right, didn't do anything wrong. And it's like, no, they did everything wrong. You know, they ran that guy over in the crosswalk. You know, so like I don't know if there's any like recourse for the car driver. Like, if
Was the light green?
There's no light. It's at a crosswalk. Right by South Main, where South Main goes up.
Yeah.
And then Main Street's that
yeah.
crosswalk right going towards, like, the-
He was in a crosswalk, so you
He's
can't run
like-
over
it's
somebody else's crosswalk.
Pedestrian
You're
first.
supposed to
That's
run
right.
people
That
over
light's pedestrian to the right now.
Exactly.
No, but I think
But when
people
you
see
read-
the light and they're like, oh.
But when you read the
kind
comments,
of
though, car drivers make excuses the entire time, and it's like there's no excuse. You know, this guy did everything right. You know, he got run over by a car. You know, and it's like that's what needs to fundamentally change. Hopefully, I don't know how or what that is. You know, but like people are being run over.
So what I'm getting at is that this plan should really address the overall safety of bike and pedestrian, bicyclists and pedestrians.
Absolutely.
That should be one of the, do you want that to be kind of like?
I'd like to hear what Barbara has to say.
Okay.
You know, like if, I wonder if Barbara's concern is safety, or if she's just excited to get them in place.
Well, the next step is to meet with this group. And we're gonna have some conversations.
I would suggest also that maybe if there's money from the state to do more work about public outreach to alert people to safe driving habits.
Well, like it's almost to the
That would be
point,
useful.
like of how bad of drivers people are. Like I feel like people aren't like taking driver safety courses anymore. Like, how do people get licenses? You know, like how are people like driving so erratically?
I think, you know, once you get in the car, you're in I'm reflecting on my own driving,
mindset
which could be really bad driving depending, right? I think you actually need the visual psychological tricks on the street.
Yeah.
Speed bumps and lights and things.
And those flashy
to, like,
things.
cause you to
by the elementary school.
Yeah.
Well, I see it.
Yeah, it helps.
Yeah.
The thing though is when you have that person that just got out of work and they're frustrated and they just want to get home and they're flying down the road in their huge truck and they're barreling through those speed bumps like they're nothing, you know, there's a bicyclist right there and they're not looking at the bicyclist, you know, that person's gonna get run over. So like one of my fears, like we need bike lanes, we need to, the infrastructure for pedestrians, especially walking around town, has got to improve and needs to grow. But I'm worried that like as we improve bike lanes and like as these improvements happen, more and more people are going to be getting hurt, not at their fault, you know, at the fault of the automobile operator. You know, so that's one of my.
I think that that's a question for us to take up to our legislature, though. I mean, I think if a car flies through a crosswalk and hits a pedestrian, then that person needs to go to jail.
Yeah, exactly. That's where I'm at. Like, what if that person can't afford to have a lawyer to put that person in jail? You know, like what if the victim can't?
Right, but then I mean, that's why I'm saying take it to the legislature, that it has to be something that operates at a legal level, where there's a law that's broken and then there are consequences for breaking the law. At this point, people can get away with whatever they're getting away with.
Exactly, yeah.
But the only way to stop that is to stop people from getting away, because if you know, like, you know you're going to get arrested, you're going to pay a fine, or something's going to happen to you if you fly through a crosswalk and hit a human being.
Yeah.
Chances are you're not going to do it.
Exactly. There needs to be some sort of accountability. And I feel like that's where we're really lacking. Obviously, that's not a Brattleboro issue to tackle, but it's something we should be talking about. And something like...
There's also this a great group called Safe Routes to School, which is, I think it might be a national program, but it's really big in the state of Vermont, particularly in rural communities and in our community. And it's an advocacy group, and it's a group that works to change policy around walking and biking to schools, and it also does programming. I mean, I see their logo in our school newspaper all the time. So it's another great resource that can provide ideas on how we can tackle not just infrastructure change, but policy change.
Okay, are we good?
I feel a lot better now.
Okay, great. So, is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll move that we adjourn.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
The meeting is adjourned at 17:39 p.m.
Go ahead and call the meeting to order. We're right on time here.
You're on the record?
All of you, yes, please. Thanks all of you for coming on this wintry morning. I myself just returned from Antarctica, where it's summer. But it's pretty much like this. Actually, it's warmer than it is today here. And I will tell you that American Airlines really treats Antarctica as the end of the world. It's very difficult to get there and really hard to come back. But I'm glad that I'm here. It's good. It's always good to come home. So anyway, thank you all, and let's start with. So we have the special ed testimony. I have because I was gone, we had some communication problems about that. So apologies to Katie, but she is going to testify to us or give us kind of an overview of some concerns about special ed that she wanted to call our attention. But the other people that she was trying to get to testify will not be with us today. So Katie, I will turn it over to you.
Okay.
Morning. Thank you, Senator Ingram, for having the time today on our agenda to talk about special ed and the impact that it can have on families, especially those living in poverty here in Vermont. I myself am a family that navigates and struggles with poverty here in Vermont. And despite a lot of really hard work by my husband and myself, who both work, we continue to struggle. And one of the things that really became apparent to me this year, listening to testimony here, is that it is really helpful to get the human aspect of it and how that actually looks for families. So today, I want to give you a little bit of my experience, both as a parent and also as a parent advocate. In the last year here in Vermont, I have decided to take on more of an active role as a parent advocate in special education. And in March, I made a public comment at my son's. I have 3 kids. I should probably back up. I have 3 kids. My daughter's 14, and she has no special needs, but has 2 younger brothers with some challenging special needs that take a lot of our attention and time to help them navigate the world, whether that's with medical providers, with other kinds of providers, and also with special education. I have a 12-year-old son who's in 7th grade and has been on an IEP since kindergarten. And I have a 6-year-old son who is now in 1st grade and has also been on IEP since he started school. My experience after I made a public comment in March was really unexpected. Since March, I've had over 100 families in Vermont who have contacted me about their experiences in special education looking for help. A large majority of them were from my school district, about 51 of them, I think. The rest of them were from many districts across the state. I've attended meetings and supported families now in 17 different schools. Most of them are in Chittenden County, but throughout some of the southern counties as well, in Grand Isle County. It was really hard, I think, at first to hear a lot of the experiences and not immediately assume that there were other places that someone could look for help. I immediately refer people to Vermont Family Network or to Legal Aid or to any of those agencies that can and usually are able to support families. Of the families that contacted me, about 75% of them had already made those contacts and were not able to get support, whether it was because the agencies already had a pretty full caseload and they just weren't going to be able to meet that family's needs in the timeline that they needed, or they didn't have the resources to take on the level of complexity that the families were dealing with. All of those families are families that are dealing with poverty and would not be able to afford a lawyer or an advocate on their own if they were paying out of pocket. When my family and I were struggling, this was a few years ago, but we were going through a complaint against my son's school for not providing 3 months of services in the IEP. And as we went through that process, it was great to see the people who did step up. There are many amazing people in our education system, and there are many amazing and passionate people who are fighting every day for our kids. Unfortunately, sometimes there are systematic gaps where families seem to fall through the cracks. Not because people want them to, but just because sometimes it's hard to see the level of need. And sometimes it's really easy for people who haven't experienced the system to not hear how important and impacting it is on families. When you are living in poverty, you're worried about whether or not you can keep a roof over your family's head, whether or not you're going to be able to feed your kids and provide them with all of the meals that they need without having to go to the food shelf or to call somebody to see if you can get some support. And a lot of times when you're struggling in poverty, you're also struggling with an inability to access health care or other services that are really important. So you're jumping through a lot of different hoops to try and meet the requirements of every program that you're accessing. So that might be meetings, that might be providing a lot of paperwork or filling out papers. And that might seem really easy, but when you're thinking about whether or not your children are able to even attend school because there are so many challenges and you're getting 25 calls a week about something going on at the school, whether it's minor or not, that's really hard to work. And it's really hard when you don't have the job security to be taking the time off to drop everything and help navigate things at school. And it was really surprising to me to see the impact that that can have on families in poverty, because if you're choosing between your children's future and their education and maybe your medications, if you're disabled and you don't have adequate health coverage yourself, and it comes down to getting to pay for your child's field trip or getting to pay for something they need to be able to go to school, a lot of families are having to make the choice to not pay for their medication, or they're having to make the choice to call out of work knowing that they don't have the benefits to provide them with paid leave, or oftentimes knowing they're putting their job at risk to make sure that their children are able to have an education. A large number of the families that I've supported or communicated with don't need a lawyer. They don't need somebody who's going to come in and fix everything and do everything for them. They really need somebody who's going to explain to them what their rights are, what the process is, what the avenues to navigate anytime there's a dispute without having to have somebody do it for them. A lot of these families don't understand what their rights are as parents. And so therefore it creates a lot of tension between them and the school districts, because the school districts are doing their best, but when they have all of the families to support, it's very easy for things to get lost in translation, for lack of a better word. I was very surprised when I looked at the numbers of the families I've been communicating with, and when I thought of my own, to hear some of the amounts of wages that were lost in IEP meetings or navigating school districts. And I was also really surprised to hear the amount of trauma that a lot of these parents and families are dealing with as a result of their experiences. When you as a parent walk into an IEP meeting or into a meeting with all of your son's providers, and you're the only one in the room that doesn't work for the school district, and there's 8, 9 people at that table with you, it is really intimidating. And unfortunately, there are times where, despite the best interest and best efforts of everybody at the table, communication breaks down. And when push comes to shove, as a parent, you do not really have a ton of say in that process. And unfortunately, a lot of times it seems like parent voices are being lost. Parents are having to choose which conversations they can focus on because they don't have the ability to take on everything that needs to happen. There are a lot of parents who have learned the regulations and processes and what should be in an IEP and what progress monitoring looks like, so that they themselves can be that advocate. But unfortunately, that comes at a cost. We talk a lot in here about generational poverty and how we can help parents better their situations and get on their own 2 feet and be financially stable. But if you are in 5, 6 meetings a week, whether that's an IEP meeting or meeting with the behavioral team or meeting with the nursing team or meeting with the math specialists, and then you have to also get your child to whatever outside providers they might be engaging with. And you also have to worry about making sure you can pay your bills and that there's food on the table and still get time with your kids. There's not a lot of time to go to school or to worry about whether or not you should think about going back to school so that you can have a better job, so that you can have better benefits. If you, as a parent, are in a position where you're doing your best for your child and you're really thinking about their future, their education is important. Most parents I've spoken to will put their children's education above all else so that their children can have a chance to not be living in poverty. And when they do that, that is when they lose their jobs. They lose their insurance because they're missing appointments, because they're dealing with school stuff so that their kid can be in school, because they're worried if their child isn't in school, they're going to get sent to truancy court because there's a law saying your kid has to be there. It's a double-edged sword, and everybody in the system is trying their best, but we really do need more funding in Vermont for support for parents in navigating the education system. Vermont Family Network is an amazing agency that does really amazing work, and over the last several years, their ability to support families has continued to decline because their funding doesn't allow them to attend meetings in person. It doesn't allow them to be as hands-on and involved as they used to be, so the parents that they used to be able to support are no longer actually getting that support from them. Oftentimes it can be weeks before somebody's able to get back to them and have reviewed the documents, and by that time things are getting really tricky, and a lot of times parents are having to decide where they're focusing their energies, and it is hard to figure out which battle you should pick on what day. I would encourage our council to continue to engage in the conversation around special education, not just around accessing support for parent advocates, which in this last year, the Vermont Developmental Disability Council actually provided 11 people with scholarships to take a special ed advocacy course. And I was lucky enough to be one of those, and it was really amazing to be able to learn more about what's happening nationally, but it was also really hard to hear how far behind Vermont is in a lot of areas around child find, identifying the children who have disabilities and need to be evaluated, around adequate evaluations, making sure that evaluations are being done in a timely manner, being done by qualified professionals, and being done in a way that is transparent and accurate. It was also really surprising to hear that Vermont is pretty far behind in terms of the way that we're supporting the families with specific learning disabilities, and requiring families to wait until their children are significantly behind or significantly delayed in areas to be able to adequately access those supports and services, which is not the way a lot of other states do it. In many other states, that is not a gate that families have to navigate. It would be very helpful to families who are living in poverty, who don't have the money to hire a lawyer or to hire an independent evaluator so that they can be sure their evaluations are accurate, to be able to access support, whether it's parent advocates, whether it's increasing access at Vermont Family Network or legal aid, or anywhere. I think it's just important for us to think about this conversation because unfortunately it is really uncomfortable to talk about for a lot of reasons. It is hard to talk about the systematic areas where we're maybe dropping the ball for these disabled children But if we're not willing to engage in the conversation and start addressing the trauma that these families are going through for their children, we are only going to continue to see these families struggle in poverty and for the generational poverty cycle to continue. I think that's all I want to say today. I apologize that it's not more thought out. I definitely just wanted to give you guys a bit more of a perspective from a parent who has spent a lot of time really learning the system, and I myself am still struggling. This past week, I intentionally wrote down how many communications or how many hours I spent navigating for my own 2 children. So I had more than 27 phone calls. I spent more than 15 hours either in meetings, on the phone, or reviewing documents in just 1 week for my 2 children, on top of being disabled and working full-time. It is not reasonable to expect families to do that on their own, especially families who are struggling with getting their basic needs met and those who don't have the education to do so. And I think that the more that we can provide families with resources and support, and also school districts are doing the best that they can, and maybe just need a little bit more support from either the Agency of Education, our elected officials, or maybe the Agency of Human Services would also be a good place to look at the impact that trauma is having on families living in poverty. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kate. Appreciate your perspective. Question from Representative Copley.
Kate, special ed advisory course, was that out of the agency, or is that something that some other organization had?
So the Vermont Developmental Disabilities Council made the decision to put some funding in their budget for special ed advocates. And there is a national organization called the Council of Parent and Practicing Attorneys. And they have actually created what is, and I'm thankfully in seat 2 now, so I'm taking the full year intensive. It's a national class, it's online, and it meets weekly, and it is actually what they're working on for the professional regulation of special ed advocates nationally. But it is a national course through the COPA agency that the Vermont Developmental Disabilities Council decided to fund.
Go ahead.
There's a budget line item for them. They are funded through HHS, through Human Services. But I'm just trying to think of which budget. I think it might, they have their own.
Secretary. There's money, I mean, it's dedicated in law exactly who should serve on the advisory council, families and parents of children and that type of thing. But that's not
this. And I do think it is important to
we have
know.
an advisory council on special ed that is functioning under, and we.
I do think it's important to note about that there are a large number of parents who have submitted applications and shown interest in being a part of that aren't even getting responded to.
There are some issues with it that we're trying to, that the past couple of years we've tried to amend and make sure that the state's following the rules according to the federal, according to the law that we have.
So this course was something that the Developmental Disability Council spent some time looking at avenues to get more parents educated and informed. This is the first time that Vermont had actually had a cohort. There was 11 of us that took the first seat, and I'm actually the first Vermonter to take the second one.
Thank you.
Thanks. You mentioned one entity that helps, that they just need, who did you say was?
Vermont Family Network?
Yeah, okay. With them not familiar, they do good work. Are you just saying that we just need to give them more money?
They have had a decrease in funding, or they've been level funded, and they're not able to have the staff on site that is able to attend meetings or provide the supports that they were able to provide several years ago.
Okay. So that's simple, unfortunately, simple but not easy.
Exactly.
Yeah. My second question, do the family, parent-child centers provide any help for people in your situation?
So they provide a certain level of help, but unfortunately, again, there's another agency that has a large amount of families who are seeking their support, and very limited resources, they tend to refer people to Vermont Family Network or Legal Aid. And I myself, I worked at Vermont Family Network, have a lot of interaction with Vermont Family Network, often find that they aren't able to help because of the level of complexity. And with Legal Aid, every time that I've contacted them or supported a family in contacting them, the response has been that it's not something that they can take on right now. And usually that's the end of the conversation.
Your concerns with the education system, are you talking about kids needing particular kinds of approaches to their education that they're just not getting, or is it more subtle than that?
I would advocate from my experience that there are a large number of compliance issues, whether they are intentional or unintentional. The IDA is not always followed. I actually had a reading specialist tell me that they don't know what IDA is, but they don't follow that in their district.
And that's the law, right?
Yes. And I would say a reading specialist who is also a part of the special education field would need to have the knowledge of what the IDA expectation is in order to actually be able to provide students with IUP services.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add, I think Vermont Family Network specifically serves Chittenden County.
They serve the state.
Mostly statewide, and then
statewide.
But Vermont Federation of Families is another partner organization to that also has parent, does the same work and is statewide, and used to have peer navigators in every county, but lost that funding a number of years ago and hasn't been able to get it back. So basically it's volunteers now, and it's very small.
And again, even when you have a lot of really passionate, qualified volunteers or staff, unfortunately they're limited by their time and their ability to serve more families because they only have a limited amount of time.
Yes, go ahead. Kara. Did you have a question?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Somebody does.
Sorry, somebody else does. Thank you.
There are clear guidelines if people are not complying with special ed law and regulations, and the Agency of Education would support those. I mean, they should be supporting those.
They should, you're right.
And there should be a system for reporting issues like you had with that person saying that in that district. And Help Me Grow could also be another resource if the event, I think they can't go to meetings, but they could talk about your rights and refer you to information.
Unfortunately, that then puts the expectation on a family to be able to navigate that. And when you're thinking about families who may not have an education level themselves, that is I've done it. I've gone through the administrative complaint process. I've contacted the AOE countless times, and most often you get a response, unfortunately, that just tells you to contact another person or provides you with a link with information you already know, but doesn't necessarily address it. I can't tell you how many times I've contacted the AOE and provided them with documentation showing that there is something going on and a family needs help and asked them where to go. And I got told that there was nothing that they could do or at other times didn't even get responded to. So yes, there are many great systems in place and there are many great agencies doing a lot of great work. Unfortunately, I think one of the areas that we do need to look at is accountability and transparency and ensuring that the services that are being provided and paid for already by the state are actually quality services and that they are what the children need and not just what is the norm for that district or that agency.
Just a short story to punctuate what Katie is saying. I know a family very well in the southern part of the state whose son needed special education services, and not really, it wasn't any behavioral issues, it was some specialized services. And literally they were told that in order to get those services, you need to give your child up and sign him over to the state custody. And she had no assistance or parent advocate, and she did that. And for years, this then was navigating the DCF system, and unfortunately her son was abused. And the trauma that it caused that whole family, because she didn't have anybody there to help her understand. She had limited education, but was a mom just trying to do what she was supposed to do for her child, and that's what she was told by the education system.
And if you're a new American and you don't even have a release in your language and you don't understand it, you're just signing things so that you can access those services, that must be very scary, because you could be signing anything and not know it. And there are a large number of families who, because they think it is the best interest, will just sign whatever they need to because they want to help their kids. When we were really struggling with my son and we filed a complaint and we did everything right, what ended up happening was the principal in that school started calling my landlord to check to see if we still had a lease when he knew our housing was going to be in jeopardy, and actually sent a police officer when I was in the hospital to my house. And that police officer talked to my landlord and talked to my neighbors, which is a violation of McKinney-Vento. And because of all of that, my landlord ended up wanting to evict us. And we were luckily able to maintain for the remainder of the school year, but because of those actions, my family ended up homeless for 2.5 years. All because we filed a legitimate complaint in the proper channels, and there was no one. I called every lawyer's office, I called every agency, I met with the governor and many representatives in the State House, and there was no one that would help me. So unfortunately, there are many areas where families are falling through the cracks despite the best efforts, and when it is not of their doing.
I just wanted to go back. Katie, thank you so much for sharing your story, first of all. I know this has been quite a road for you. I just want to go back to something that you're saying about the Vermont Family Network, and what I understand to be sort of peer navigation and peer, that kind of peer support system is what you're talking about. And when I think about the potential for trauma exposure and the complexities of toxic stress in households where there are all of these numerous issues facing them, poverty, special needs, all of those things. I'm thinking about that the challenge that it is to keep your executive functioning, online, right? And so there are times when it sounds like what you're saying is there is a definite need for someone else to kind of step in and help with that navigation, partner with you in that navigation, not make decisions, but to be someone who's that clearer thinker when you're just heaped with all of that toxic stress. And so I guess my question to you would be then, if sort of on the weight of, because some of the answers are simple but not easy, where would you place the weight of the resources? Would you want to see that more in peer navigation? Would you want to see it more with the programs, beefing up the programs? I know that ideally it's all of the above, right? But I'm just saying, like, if you had to, if somebody said to you, like, Katie, where do you weight the importance? Like, what do you?
I think that, like you said, all of them would be the answer. Myself, I was diagnosed with PTSD because of the issues that I had with my son's school, and it has definitely been a hard road to figure out how to deal with my own trauma. And what I've learned from that is it makes me much more compassionate, empathetic, and able to sit next to somebody else in an IEP meeting who I know has gone through similar trauma and see them completely triggered and unable to even be engaged in the conversation, because in that moment they are stuck in the trauma that they've experienced, whether that is going into all of these meetings and having the school in a sense push back and maybe question your parenting, or take your children or call DCF and make calls to DCF. I've had false claims made against me after my complaints. So there's a level of fear for a lot of the parents, and having somebody who has been there and navigated it, that can say, hey, I'm here. You're not alone. And I actually support a parent who is dealing with this right now. And one of the best things she said to me was, when you tap and just let me know that you're sitting next to me, it brings me back in the room. And having another parent who's there, who's a peer advocate, and can say, hey, can we take a minute and actually step out with the parent, give them a minute to regain composure, and to empower them to come back in the room and not be stuck in that trauma, but be present in the conversation where it is. I would say that peer support and training for those peer advocates and that support around both trauma and the process and being a quality advocate at the same time is important. That would be an area where I would see as an important focus.
Thank you.
In terms of what Katie's talking about in the peer navigation, both Vermont Federation of Families and Vermont Family Network are members of Vermont Coalition Disability Rights. And in our platform, and again this year, we have 2 sections that deal with increasing funding and peer navigation. So I'll send those along to the council so you can see what we're talking about. A couple of different ways that peer navigation works to assist families. So.
I think it is also important to just mention that a number of families who are navigating children with disabilities also at times have disabilities of their own, like myself, whether that's a physical disability or whether that might be their own dyslexia or other learning disability that impacts their ability to understand what's happening. Or when they're handed a ton of documents at the IEP meeting that they're supposed to be discussing those documents in, they're not able to be engaged and effective. And I would say they don't have their parental rights being met because they're not prepared for that meeting, because they can't possibly be expected to read those documents in that moment and understand them quickly enough to engage in the conversation.
Okay, you have I think you have the last question.
So it's more of a so regardless of this, council is one avenue of action, or at least support, but you have 4 of us up here, regardless of where we go. We are very much engaged in this, and I'm very familiar with Vermont Family Network, and they've empowered me, my oldest son, who's now 41 plus, I walked out of a informational meeting when he was in, I don't know, kindergarten, to discover what that information meant for teaching a parent what their rights are. I walked out of there feeling like Rocky, so I...
And you played the music too.
I didn't know this door opened. And so I can attest to the power of the empowerment. And so you've got many up here who will not forget what you've said today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Yes. I appreciate
There's
that.
Rocky playing in my head.
That's my jam when I go to my meetings.
Okay, so moving on, we want to review the minutes of our last meeting.
So we're gonna actually, it's actually the October minutes.
The October.
The third document in your packet. It says minutes draft with October 24th, 2019 on the top of it. The caveat to your minutes that I wrote was that I was not here. Peggy Delaney was covering for me, community services supervisor. I did the standard minutes for this committee, for this council, in that I hyperlinked committee testimony to the website where it exists. With this one, it was a little bit different because there were so many witnesses with so many different documents that this would have been a mess of hyperlinks. So what I did was I referenced, and if you can see on the screen really quick, what I basically did was each of those hyperlinks references this and goes to this. And so then you can say, okay, here's all the stuff that Auburn Watersong presented, and here's Erhard, and that was the easiest way I could do it versus person by person, document by document. The second caveat that I need your help with is the attendance. Peggy, I did not communicate to her that she was supposed to take attendance of who was here and who was not, so I left it the same as the meeting before that, and I would welcome any corrections that anyone on the council has.
Sounds good. Do you see your name? And were you actually here? And and if you don't see your name if you weren't here, let's check your calendar. Yeah, right. Who remembers that?
So Sandy parents.
You're in otherwise.
I'll cross that out and I'll update these immediately.
Oh, I also wasn't here, Karen.
Okay, sure.
I wasn't here. Stacy for them.
So Stacy was not here?
I don't think.
Okay.
I think I was here.
And Jenna was here.
Okay, Jenna.
Passed around the signage.
And Mike, I was here, not Laura Bernard, but I was here.
It was you, Jenna. Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Okay. Alrighty, so I would accept a motion to approve the minutes with those changes.
So moved.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. All right, the minutes are approved.
I'm
Thank you.
going to ask my partner in crime, Katie McGlynn, to come up and we can go over some of the notes from the off-site meeting in Rutland. That's the fourth document in your packet. It's 3 full pages, and this is a compilation of the big pieces of paper I was jotting notes furiously on, listening back to the audio from the meeting, and the handwritten notes that were submitted. So this is a compilation of those, and there's much room for mixing things up and error in that, so please review them and let me know if there are changes to be made.
So I would just say that Mike did a great job of pulling all these documents together, and my only role was trying to read through there are some that just didn't make sense, or maybe I thought should be shifted in terms of what category they were in. So take a look and see if you want to move anything into different categories, or something doesn't quite make sense. We were doing a little bit of guessing, trying to piece the conversation back together.
And during a time that the State House was completely closed and we were off-site working from home as well.
Yeah, that always helps.
Can I just
Yes.
ask a question? The order, is
Yes.
there some sort of, should I read something into that may have had more, okay, just your,
That is, I think the order was the big pieces of paper kind of copying them
coming
down
off.
as they went, yep, yep. Should there be an order? That's a good question for the council.
well, this is what people said, this is not
Yeah.
for us to say.
It might be helpful, to know how many of the groups, because if all of the groups identified one category as a challenge, that might make it something that would be a priority.
I don't think anybody disagreed with
It
that.
would be tough to do.
Yeah.
That would be a really
Yeah.
tough thing to do. I hear you. We didn't identify each group as I was writing on the big things. I was just going and then there was things on the sides. And,
Yep.
yeah, that would be difficult.
Would it be safe to say on the wrap-up priorities, that was a more focused,
I think that was at the
that's
end
the
when we
honed
all-
in
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
kind of ranking?
That third page, yes.
Mike?
Yes.
On the, under unexpected cost, down at the bottom of the second page,
Yep.
that in quotes, not about me, without me, it's really nothing about me, without me.
Nothing, okay,
I think
great.
that was just a shorthand.
Probably was.
Well,
Nothing
the
about
CBR
me.
is, nothing about us without us.
Nothing about us without us.
Yeah.
So me should be changed to us? Or not?
That's
It's a well-known
the more
slogan.
common,
Yeah.
that's the more common,
Then people will recognize it.
yeah.
Nothing about
About
us
us.
without
Without
us. Gotcha. And I see 2 typos, mysterious T's at the end.
Yes.
Clean stuff.
Straight catch.
Right.
Straight catch. Okay. Any other comments or requests for changes?
Thank you for doing it. I know that was-
Yeah, definitely. It's not
Things
easy.
pulled together. It was a good meeting, a good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it really was.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Big turnout too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was good.
definitely, yeah, yes. Yeah, thanks to Representative Tupley and Tom.
I can't take all of it. I can't take all of it.
Oh, take credit.
Yeah.
Take credit, take credit.
It's all about the relationship and your smile.
That's right.
The Rutland folks were very welcome.
They were.
Yeah.
That was really great, yeah. Good, all right, do we consider these minutes minutes then? Should they be approved or are they just?
I think we were gonna treat them as minutes, at least, the minutes have to be included as part of the recommendations when we're filed, so I was gonna include that as minutes
As
for
the offsite.
November. Yeah.
Okay.
And I can add a header to it.
That would be
Just
nice,
like
yeah.
the date and the location and things like, it's kind of blank right now, but I can
Right.
add in a header that's similar to our previous one.
Okay.
And should we have members who were present, at least?
I can.
I don't, can I tell you now who is present?
Yeah.
Memory, yeah.
Or we could send
Or
a
we did.
sign-up sheet around for the November meeting, sign-in sheet, and if you were there, just sign your name, and then
Okay.
Mike could.
Email that around.
Or
Just do it right
send
now,
right now.
when you have it.
Yep.
Yeah.
We can do that, so with those changes, I will make during this meeting.
Okay, great. So, yes, can we have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept those as our November meetings with the adjustment.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Okay,
So the mechanism I'll use is I'll send an agenda around, a separate agenda that says attendance at Rutland, and just cross your name off if you weren't there, and we'll go from there.
Oh,
Okay?
We checked if we were there. So you
Yeah,
know
check
that
if you were there, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep. I think that's all I had, maybe it's on to you. Thank you for what you do, folks.
all right, thank you much.
Thank you, Mike.
Great, all right, so thank you, Katie. So we'll follow the kind of format here that we have listed, and that means Katie will walk us through what our charge is and what we reported in 2018.
I always have like paper and shuffling and moving.
It's an occupational hazard.
I didn't see anybody else. I remember walking in from from the parking lot, like I've got a backpack and shoes and lunch and and I'm dragging things, and I look over the senator, not you, Senator, but Senator, get on the car, it's just a phone, and I'm like, what am I doing wrong?
That's what staff is for.
Sorry.
We don't have any,
Staff takes care of
I
the
look like I'm
details.
moving in every day.
I'm a big picture guy.
Okay, sorry, Tina.
There we go, please.
So our task for today is coming up with the end of year recommendations. So I thought before we move forward, it would help to just take a step back and look at what you're required to do statutorily. So Act 207, subsection D, specify what the work products are. So first, what I just referenced is the compilation of minutes, and I don't think that was actually done last year. But what I plan to do is to just add an appendice onto our recommendations with the reports attached, or the minutes attached, so that information is all together. But by January 1st of each year, the council is to submit its compilation of meeting minutes from the previous calendar year that summarizes the advisory council's activities. So we have them all finished, we just have to attach them to the recommendations. Part 2, oops, I'm sorry. There we go. Part 2 is the recommendation, so that will probably be what we're most focused on this morning. But by January 1st, the council is to submit a list of policy recommendations and legislative priorities from the previous calendar year to the General Assembly to the appropriate state agency or organization that are aimed at reducing incidences or mitigating the effects of childhood poverty. So this is a change from the previous council where there was a full-blown report, and this has been limited to policy recommendations, a list of policy recommendations. And then the third subsection is legislation, and we've passed the introduction deadline at this point for both the House and the Senate. So at this point, that's irrelevant unless a whole committee was interested in introducing a bill. So that is the charge. And if it's helpful to folks to look at last year's report while we're moving through, might put that back up so we could just take a look at what we had, the different categories, and work from there.
Yes.
If that's
That's
useful.
a good idea.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll share it with you. I got it.
Maybe I also took the first 2 pages of the act, and put it in your packets, which would be the charge.
Okay, 207. Okay, great, thank you. So I don't think we really need to walk through this, but there is just a statement, purpose, and authority, so that would remain the same as your statutory charge hasn't changed. And then this jumps right into the recommendations, and the recommendations were grouped together by subject areas. So there were recommendations on childcare and early learning, after school and summer programs, several recommendations on affordable housing, economic empowerment and employment supports, trauma and family supports, and then last year you had to come up with benchmarks. You don't have to do that this year. That was a 1 year, yeah, it was, that was just a year one project. So that doesn't have to happen. So that's last year's report, and I know that several folks submitted recommendation suggestions already, so I think those are posted online as well.
Great. Thank you very much, Katie. Any questions for Katie? No? Alrighty, so I was thinking we would just go through section by section and yes, please do it. And modify or add, well, some of these may have been sort of met, right? So you can probably help us figure out if some of them have been achieved.
Okay.
And then add new ones. Does that sound like a procedure? So the very first section is childcare and early learning. The advisory, we had 3 recommendations: increasing childcare provider reimbursement rates within the childcare financial assistance program to the most current available market rates, supporting an expansion of workforce incentives, including educational supports for childcare providers, and expanding eligibility within the CCFAP.
Is there a copy of that?
Oh.
We can
Oh,
get you a
yeah,
link,
certainly.
or can you just point us to the link? Yep, it's right on, go back to this page. So it's final report 2018 at the, under additional information. Are you on the page for today's date?
Well, who knows?
She's got staff for that, right?
December 19th, yes. Oh, all right there. Thank you very much. Okay, final report. So.
Karen?
Yes,
I can do it when we get to the section, but the title that you have is Reach Up Recommendations, and those are not recommendations. Actually, I submitted the Reach Up report from January because there's some, there's a section in that I wanted the council to take a look at when we get to the economic empowerment section.
I'll change the title of that.
Yeah, just the title. It's not recommendations.
Of this, Karen? No.
No, that came from, that's why I want to change the title of that. What I submitted was the Reach Up report, the evaluation of Reach Up that was due to the legislature January of 2019. Because there's a section in there about financial capabilities I wanted to talk about when we get
I've got
to
your
the economic
changes.
empowerment. Yes.
Okay. Yes.
And I think the council should have that because there's other good things in that report you might want to look at.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
So since this was in our committee this year in Human Services, and since we, in your committee, we made significant progress on this year. However, I would keep it as a continuing recommendation. We are not yet at current available market rates. We are closing in on that. We have one-time supports for workforce incentives and professional development, but we don't have ongoing support for that. And we did expand eligibility, but we're again in process. The Child Care Financial Assistance Program, is just really in year 1 of a 5-year change process. And so I would recommend that we update this to be reflective of the legislation and the budget that passed, but that we keep it as a recommendation.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I had a very similar, thank you, Representative, because I had said, well, the most current available market rate, we're not there. We did make movement, so that still made perfect sense to me that we still need to make movement toward that most current. And it's good that you reminded that it was one-time money on those other 2. But yeah, all of those are still in flex, and that we were 1 year of a 5-year step.
Yep.
But we do want to acknowledge what has been achieved.
Yes.
Because otherwise that becomes a response.
Yes.
So that we've gone this far, we need to go further.
Right, yeah, I mean, that's good. So, does that sound good, Katie?
Yep. Can I just add one question or ask one question? So one thing that we didn't put in there is about accessibility. So increasing access to, and arguably, increasing the assistance through CFAP increases access, but I'm actually talking about increasing the actual numbers of child care providers and numbers of spaces for children in child care. And we are doing a lot of active work on that, and it seems odd to leave it off. I mean, last year we didn't put it on, I don't know why, but so I guess I would amend my recommendation to add that as a
SD. Okay, yeah.
Do we need to specify how we would do that? Like repayment of student loans or?
Well, what I was really thinking there is that, we just put out 1.4 million in, it's a partnership, actually, a public-private partnership. So we've put some one-time dollars legislatively into it, but also I'm going to forget the acronym, but there's private philanthropy money that's already gone into that as well through Let's Grow Kids.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they're funding people.
Right.
I know. He's looking over there at me. I can't think of it. So what we're talking about is increasing the actual capacity, the number of spaces available, and so it's infrastructure, really.
Okay.
They could have had a union. The early child. Just indulge me 10 seconds of whining.
Sweep it under the rug.
That was before I was old. All right. Any other?
Just that it remains one of the top things from the offsite meeting, the child care. It's really important, so it should stay on that section.
Yeah, and if you think it's not important to the economy as well, the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston was here about 10 days ago and was really stressing they've taken this up as a major issue for increasing workforce and the support to the economy in our whole region. They've identified it as a priority.
Yeah.
One thing we heard about at the public hearing was access for second and third shift. I don't know if there's any way to include variations in the time frame, because I know typically it's just that kind of daytime spaces.
That's especially true given the importance of tourism in our state. A lot of people work in the ski areas in the evening.
Nursing.
Yeah, good one.
Yeah. Restaurants.
Because put that as part of increasing access.
The restaurant hours.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. All right. Well, then, if everybody's satisfied with those changes, we can move on to number 2, which is after school and summer programs. And so there was basically one overarching recommendation to increase investments in after school and summer programs to expand high quality programs and increase statewide access. Have we made progress in that area? Did we?
The child care, when we were talking about child care, that included after school programs for those age cohorts. I can't tell you exactly how much has gone to after school programs, but it included that group.
So
yes.
I've been, they, after school had, as it indicates here in the second paragraph of this report, they had some boost in 17, 18. I think in 18, like Representative Wood has said, it may have been underneath the cohort of the child care, but not a whole lot that I can think of happened directly for them, other than the fact that they were working and engaging with the supports that we had already just given them. So I would like to see that continue to be a priority within our council, for 2 reasons. Number one, because there's a lot of discussion in the federal level that it's been cut from the president's recommended budget. And for the strength of our Senate and congressional people, it's been reinstated in the past, but I don't know where that's going to go. And so that's something to really worth watching. And I don't know if it's another time, but there's something else that I've been working with that I thought fit well within the after-school cohort, because I know that, remember a couple of years ago, people have been on here, we had the youth rights. They met, youth across the state met in Randolph on their own with some support to come up with this sort of Bill of Youth Rights or rights, Declaration of Youth Rights that we included not last year but the year before in our referencing. And there's maybe a mechanism that I've been working on with having heard from both Canada and, believe it or not, like Helsinki students, that the whole country of Canada has passed this Youth Voice Act that encompasses their ability to have a voice, a structured voice that comes into decisions that are being made within their state government, and, well, in this case it would be state government, that they want to have a voice in. So I had checked with people that I will be introducing or working on a bill to see how to structure that. So I was hoping that maybe we could offer it as something that we could support under the after-school point. And I don't think we passed it out. But if it's only 2 sentences, rather run on. But can I just read it and then is that okay?
Certainly.
And then I just wanted to see if it would work in there or not. It was just yesterday that I really worked on it with some people, but it would say that young people. Oh, youths. They live in, all right. Young people are problem solvers who are eager to be engaged in making our state a stronger, healthier, and happier place to live. Vermont youth have collectively written a Youth Declaration of Rights that we should recognize. Vermont should commit to requiring and collecting meaningful input and feedback from our young people, especially on policies that affect them. So I was hoping that we could maybe insert that, and I offer that as a possibility.
Great, yes, thank you. So not really changing leaving the overarching thing, but adding that as a...
Right.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Not about Representative Lanford. So this referred to the $600,000 in the tobacco settlement funding. And honestly, the tobacco settlement funding went through so many different changes last year. Can you confirm whether or not this stayed? Can anybody here legislatively confirm whether or not this stayed? Because I can't.
No, not yes.
I think there's somebody here, but I believe it was over a 3-year period and it wasn't taken away.
Okay.
Right.
So it was one-time money, you're correct, it was through tobacco settlement. It was allocated over 2 years, and the grants have been already put out.
Okay.
There was $2.5 million in requests and $600,000 were granted.
Okay. I just want,
yes, yeah.
If it didn't actually go out, it would have been right. And so do we? Maybe we should
update that section that's saying that.
Yeah. And so, can I ask Amy a question?
Yeah.
Did you say there were $2.5 million worth of requests? So that just sort of aligns with the $2.5 million shown by the after-school council.
We can provide details if you want.
I just feel like we should update it.
Update the language.
Is that clear?
No.
Okay. Okay. Good. I'm glad I asked. So
it says we allocated it, and so I guess we should say that we made grants to however many organizations, and Amy can give the details.
Yeah. So we can insert after that report, and then we can just give some details as to what happened.
So keep the first sentence and then just have some description. And then do you want something about the 2.5 in requests or no?
I think showing what the need is part of what we should do here.
Yeah, I think that would be good, yeah.
So I'll get that from you.
Yes, thank you, okay. And then how do people feel about Representative Lanford's addition about voices for young people. Yeah, that's good too.
Okay.
May I
Thank
take
you.
that from you?
Oh no!
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other additions or changes? Okay, great. So we will move on to section 3, which is affordable housing. We made 3 recommendations here. The three-legged stool, increasing capital investments to reduce the shortage of affordable housing in Vermont, for example, by providing full statutory funding for the VHCD. Second, increasing rental assistance and other housing-related financial supports, for example, increasing funding for the Vermont Rental Subsidy and the Housing Opportunity Grant Program. And third, expanding investments in support services to increase housing retention for families, for example, by increasing funding for family supportive housing. So these are kind of the 3 standard umbrella recommendations in this area. I'm kind of looking at Earhart, and if there's anything you want to add or say about that.
Just note, thanks again for taking testimony on housing, and I think I'd add to the title, Affordable Housing and Homelessness, Family Homelessness, because we had some compelling testimony both on the Family Supportive Housing Program and its outcomes, its positive outcomes from Emily Higgins at OEO, as well as the positive outcomes from the HOP, or Housing Opportunity Grant Program. So I think these can remain pretty much as is. We provided a fair amount of data points and outcomes that may update some of the narrative that comes after the recommendations that's supportive. And I'm happy to work with Katie to highlight some of those, but they're all on the October meeting website. So the only thing I might add to this is, just to put a finer point on it, you heard from Ellen Hender at the Upper Valley Haven about the positive outcomes for and the need for more money for family supportive housing, and I would just say that that's probably one of our, that and the HOP program are 2 of our highest priorities for homeless families and alleviating that this year. And I'll just also add on the HOP program, one thing that did not maybe receive as much attention, and I know Sandy has talked about this in the past, but one of the recommendations from legal aid is to increase rental arrearage assistance, which flows often through the HOP program to help kind of go upstream and help prevent evictions to begin with for families that are having financial difficulties and for whom a month or 2 or possibly 3 months of rental arrears might actually prevent the spiraling downwards into homelessness. So I would maybe just say we could put a finer point on the HOP and family supportive housing based on the testimony that we heard. And again, happy to work with Katie on the kind of narrative, the needs statement. Maybe one other thing, we did hear testimony from 211 about the safety net and loss of the 24/7. That's since been restored, at least through April for emergency housing, and then only from till the end of the fiscal year for the rest of their resource and referral services. And I guess I would recommend putting in something about 211 and fully funding 211's 24/7 services for the next fiscal year, since that's going to be up for discussion this winter.
That as a dean, Yes.
One thing that I agree with that, Earhart, that recommendation, and it's not that we direct people what to do, but through the Halloween flood, it was clear that they were directing people to 211, which they sort of immediately put back to 24 hours somehow. So it seems like it shouldn't just be incumbent upon the agency, Human Services, and wherever that funding comes from, it should be collaborative. So ANR or Vermont Emergency Management, it should be a more comprehensive and therefore maybe more doable to get that to an ongoing 24/7. But that wasn't really my comment. My other comment was, around the housing vouchers and the supportive services, and it feels like we should make a statement here about the lack, something more concrete, since we know how many housing vouchers have gone unused because of the lack of supportive services.
So there is there is a report that came out that was required on use of specialized vouchers that has a series of recommendations in there. One that I want to point out in particular is that report actually suggests that Vermont rental subsidy be considered more flexibly instead of just increasing funding to do Vermont rental subsidy as temporary rental assistance, to consider Vermont rental subsidy largely supports reach-up families. At this point in time, I think it's almost 100% reach-up families because of the way that program is structured. And the legislative report suggests looking at ways that funding can be used more flexibly to support reach-up families who are homeless. And I think in an effort to address maybe some of the imbalance between services and subsidy. So that's what's in that report is different than this recommendation, so that might be one thing to consider. But that report also has a series of other recommendations in it.
So Sarah, can I just, people who had, and while our illustrious chair was traveling the world, I was trying to gather, people who had responded from our council with ideas. And so I tried to keep it in one, and then Sarah, you sent an email with an ask, or at least to take a look at with the specialized housing voucher work report, and she had indicated, thank you for saying what page it was on.
It's a long report.
It's a long report. So she said on page 30, number 2, and dialed it right in.
Yeah.
So I printed it, and so I was looking at you because that was one of the many recommendations that are within this report that you had suggested maybe it might be something that fit in our world. So the language is here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's number 2.
Number 2.
Which is consider increased flexibility in the way the Vermont rental subsidy is used to support housing stability to families receiving reach-up. Currently, VRs is an important housing resource that predominantly serves reach-up families experiencing homelessness. Maintaining this resource to support permanent housing stability for reach-up families is critically important. At the same time, considering the increased availability of federal rapid rehousing assistance, it may be helpful to consider more flexible options for the use of these funds to support housing stability for reach-up families. It's kind of a lot. Do you want to maybe pare that down, or
we can condense that, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure if you just use the first sentence, it would be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Increased flexibility is the most important thing for the citizens for reach-up families.
All right, so I'm going to pare that right off in that first sentence. Okay. Is there another one?
It also speaks to family supportive housing, which, as you know, we testified is only in 7 counties currently, and it needs to be statewide. For folks on the council, you may recall we briefly referenced this report. It was not out yet at the October meeting, and then we met in Rutland in November, so weren't able to get a report. It would have been nice to get an overview from Allison Hart in the Secretary's office on that. But.
So if I'm looking at it, Eric, that's number 5?
Yes.
Of the 5 recommendations, what you're referencing is number 5. Expand family supportive housing.
Yep, that's number 5.
Okay.
I mean, it's worth. Family supportive housing is a strong program. The agency and the department support it. This is a recommendation that was not unanimous from the work group.
Hence the little asterisk.
Yes, hence the asterisk. Just to point that out.
And just as a note, as a side note, the work group included many officials from the administration on it, so that was one of the reasons why some of the recommendations couldn't be, that related to budget, couldn't be unanimous.
We understand.
Okay, so Katie.
At the public hearing, we did hear some feedback around the education of homeless children and keeping them in school, and if we're going to be making this affordable housing and family homelessness, I don't know if there is anything that the council might want to note about the education aspect of homeless children.
I wonder, is this the best place? The
I'm
only
not
other,
sure, yeah.
the only, I mean, maybe under 5 trauma and family supports.
Oh, that would be, yeah.
Would it be okay to put it there? Or would
I
you
think
rather-
that it would work in either one. I just, if we're adding the family homelessness to that category, I think it would probably feel better to have it under that as opposed to trauma, just because it is directly dealing with homelessness. But I think it could go in either category.
We only have 2 over on that one, so we.
Yeah, it might stand out a little bit more in 5 is what I was kind of confused too. But,
Well, I have a
yeah.
question, does the family supportive housing help homeless families stay in the school district? Maybe not, maybe that's not one of the services.
No, it's not specifically designed to help people stay in school district.
But if that's one of the issues that they would be trying to maintain the family in the house.
In housing,
Yes,
yes.
that would
Right.
keep the kid in the school district.
And unfortunately, that they would need to be able to access family supportive housing for that to impact them. And I think as we just heard, because it's not in every county, that wouldn't necessarily be something that would alleviate that, I think.
I mean, to just put it in context, at this moment in time, there are probably about 300 homeless families in Vermont, and family supportive housing serves families who were homeless, right? But family supportive housing caseload at this moment in time is about 150 families. So it's not to scale, I think is the point that Earhart is raising and others are raising.
In my experience in the program was that it was very focused on your housing and your access to staying in housing and keeping you in housing. And the conversation around the education piece was more around giving you the number for places you could call that might potentially be able to help you.
So can I just, so when I see, or, you know, family supportive housing, what comes to mind is Harbor Place for me. And am I getting that wrong?
Yes, wrong.
Not totally, okay, so I'm thinking
No,
that
that's
this
okay.
is,
Harbor Place is essentially a nonprofit motel operated by the
And
Champlain
they have a
Housing
lot
Trust
of-
that has a contract with the Department for Children and Families to use that as a really affordable motel choice for folks who need emergency housing in Chittenden County. Family supportive housing identifies families within a community who are homeless and helps place them into housing and provides long-term support services for them in permanent housing. So it's just a different
thank
part
you,
of
because I think of
it.
the services that are there, that it isn't just the hotel. That was
That's
what was
true.
an
Yes,
attractive.
yes.
It was the wraparound. When I think of the supportive services, is that within that scope, they're not just at a hotel. They're there, and there's you know, somebody there for employment, and there's people there to assist.
There's certainly more support at Harbor
Yeah.
Place than there would be in a run-of-the-mill motel
Yes.
where someone is, you know, in the motel thanks to a general assistance temporary housing voucher, motel voucher. It is very different that way, and people often graduate from Harbor Place into Champlain Housing Trust housing or other housing opportunities. But family supportive housing is more like what you heard from Ellen in October, and the family that she supported in that program at the Upper Valley Haven in Hartford.
I appreciate you setting these straight, because I don't like to have a miss.
Could I get just a quick review of what are the differences? What kind of services? If family is in a motel with a voucher, that's all they get? Or do they get other attention?
Can I
help?
field that since we administer those programs? So the services at Harbor Place would be services around housing search and placement, around applying and finding for housing, around identifying what are your barriers to getting into housing and trying to address those barriers quickly, around getting connected to mainstream services like employment or mental health or substance use or whatever individualized issues are, getting those connections made. Those would be the kind of services that would be in place when people are in emergency housing or emergency shelter like Harbor Place or shelter. Family supportive housing is going to do some of the work to get people housed, which is a little bit of that same housing navigation work, and to get people connected to a range of services. But then they're going to provide long-term support services, individualized, intensive, home-based case management for families in that permanent housing. So that family gets leased up in housing. They may have experienced homelessness. Other times they may got a lot of things going on. they're getting stabilized. They're gonna meet with them weekly, if not more. They're gonna follow up and help coordinate and connect them to other services. They're gonna liaison with the landlord in an ongoing way. So it's different kind of services. It's not transition services, it's longer term services. And NECA actually administers family supportive housing.
But by contrast, the family that just gets a voucher and goes into a motel, they get none of that?
In a motel other than Harbor
Yeah,
Place?
yeah.
No, other families in motels do access housing navigation support. There's limits to what's available in communities, but.
So family supportive housing is a different program than just housing navigation.
Yeah.
So, and I know in our agency, that person, the case manager does everything that the family identifies that they need support in. And I don't think it's like a one-size-fits-all program. It's really individualized for that family's needs. So we do a lot of advocacy for families in schools.
Yeah.
We help parents do nighttime routines. We offer individual and group financial literacy classes and parenting, coaching. So that it's really designed around what those
Specific
families
needs.
on that caseload need. And it's not limited to
So
housing. It's,
no one just gets a voucher and the address of the motel and we
they're
say
not a
good
hotel.
luck?
No, they could be a hotel, but they're not. And it's more individualized because the goal is to keep people housed and families together.
I would also say that the family supportive housing program, as someone who's utilized it, they do a really great job of repairing relationships with service providers. Because a lot of times, I know for our family, we had a lot of difficult relationships prior to that. And so that person really helped us repair those relationships and build trust in systems and in providers, as well as the financial literacy piece was a huge step, really helping to understand how to budget, really helping to understand how to effectively budget and how to come back from maybe going out and buying something that you didn't need but maybe had, we all have those things, maybe it's a couple books from the bookstore, whatever that is, but really working through that with you in the moment as you're going through it so that you're not alone in it and you don't end up back in that spiral where things are out of control and you aren't able to access support. So it's really about building that trust and ensuring that you feel comfortable talking to your provider and letting them know where your struggles are so that they can help you in real time with the struggles as they're happening.
Did you? So, I've come in here after 3 days in budget adjustment, so so we've been upstairs, and so we heard a request to adjust the budget and for the hotel vouchers because they're up 16,000 nights so far this year, and we haven't even gotten, into where, and they're predicting a potential 25,000 more nights between now and the end of fiscal year 20, which is July. So they're asking for an additional, from what we already funded last year, an additional 1.6, 1.2 million? 1.9, so you might as well, $2 million just to get readjusted. So there's something going on again, even of all the supports that we've put into place, right? That there's that many hotel vouchers. I mean, we need to do it, but it's an indicator of where the system needs to be built on the other side stronger.
I think part of it is limited bed space in shelters. I know that in Burlington, at the low barrier shelter, we're turning away anywhere from 6 to 10 people every night, and those are people who can't access 211 for a number of reasons. And so I think that is very likely to continue to increase.
Yeah, and 211 was funded or recommended to be fully funded in budget adjustment for the rest of this year. So I'm going to make a very bad assumption that if the agencies are coming in with the $162,000 ask to fund 211 24/7 for the rest of 20, that when I see the budget in January, it should be fully funded, and I think we've brought enough attention to it.
Can I just build on that? But I did attach I did send a letter to okay, great. And just to clarify, the 211 is funded through April for the 24/7. What their business plan is to be able to build capacity within the state of Vermont to provide the 365 24/7 service ongoing. That might cost a little bit more in the initial 2 years, but right now, rather than contracting out to these external contractors, which their performance is not what we can deliver in Vermont, and you can talk to Mary Ellen more about that, but that we're kind of, our money isn't going, we could better spend that money by employing people in Vermont, by building our contact center, and then we would get the contracts from the other New England states and other states. So we would potentially bring revenue in, but it might take a year or two to bring that revenue in to offset the cost. And I believe that was put forth, that plan to AHS. But I really appreciated your comments, Representative Wood, that it's all of us, it's the whole state. So should this be more of a cross-agency or cross-sector funding for 211, because there's many programs, health department included, that utilize their services, and it is essential. And I feel like this business model needs more voice and more discussion.
Yeah.
And the other thing I'll say is I just think Katie's right about including the homelessness and supports for kids, even if there's a lot under here, because I think the schools are bound to have an educational liaison or somebody that will do home visits when kids are homeless. And I think it is a homelessness topic.
So let me just summarize what I've heard. Well, or I'll let Earhart say something else. Just summarize for Katie what I think I hear.
Sorry. Just one addition to Representative Lanfear's point about the motel voucher overage in the budget adjustment request. So one of the things that's happening in addition to shelters, one of the reasons that shelters are full all the time is because it's hard to graduate folks out of shelter into permanent housing. If one of the data points that we provided came from Sarah's HOP report, is that the average length of stay in a shelter in Vermont is 52 days. Again, this year it's the second year in a row where it's been the longest average shelter stay over the last 18 years. And that's an indicator of how backed up the system is, because there's not enough affordable housing for people to go to. And so that gets back to the first point of we also need more affordable housing to deal with that shortage, so that people with supports that are needed and with a voucher, if we can get it from the federal government or from a state program, together with a voucher and the supportive services, there needs to be more affordable housing for them to go to as well.
Right, okay. Okay, so let me take a stab at summarizing what we have said in terms of what we would put in our recommendations. So we would keep the 3 that we already have, and then we would add a 4th one that would encourage flexible use of Vermont rental subsidies for Reach Up families and reference the report of the committee. We would add one that would recommend a more comprehensive cross-sectoral funding for the 211 program to make it 365 24/7, and then we would add one that would recommend education supports for homeless children. Is that?
What about the number 5 in the AHS report? Was that
this
wrong?
one here. Expanded family supportive housing.
Well,
it's actually in there already, so you have it in there.
Yes,
We know that's C.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's C. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good.
All right. Is that a fair summary of what we said?
The only additional thing was adding homelessness to the title.
Oh, and the title.
Oh, and
yeah. Family homelessness.
So, Katie, I don't know if Katie's going to have a chance to look at the report, but recommendation number 4 is very specific also in that report, and it's broader, but it references the Housing Opportunity Grant Program. And again, it wasn't one of the unanimous recommendations, but it was a strong recommendation of those of us who were not administration officials. Invest additional funding for housing case management services and retention via the Department of Children and Families Housing Opportunity Grant Program. So I think those 2, 4 and 5, go in that report go together. One is for HOP, and the other.
It kind of goes with our original. That 3B references HOP.
Mm-hmm.
So in the original one,
the only reason I cited is because it has this, I think, kind of an overarching statement about investing additional funding for housing case management services and retention. That's sort of
Well,
over.
maybe
We can just
maybe
reference
we
the
could,
report.
yeah,
Or
just
including case management.
including including case management.
That's what's provided both through HOP and through Family Supportive Housing. It's
So we can reference.
sort of binds them together.
Yeah.
With a link.
Yes, I think that would be better.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments about this section?
Just moving along.
We're trucking along here. All right, let us move on then to next section number 4, which is economic empowerment and employment supports. We had a number of recommendations. A, increasing the minimum wage in Vermont alongside corresponding adjustments in benefits eligibility to avoid a net loss to beneficiaries. B, the adoption of paid family and medical leave legislation. C, increasing funding for economic programs that create jobs and build savings and assets. For example, the Micro Business Development Program and the Vermont Match Savings Program. D, investing in workforce training and financial literacy education. E, supporting transportation-related public initiatives, including increasing public transportation options, increasing access to reliable and affordable vehicles, and providing license fee and fine remediation assistance. And F, increasing reach-up financial assistance for households to 100% of their basic needs based on the current cost of living, with automatic increases for inflation. And G, reversing the reduction in reach-up grant amounts for households where an adult with a disability is receiving supplemental security income. Okay, let's go one by one, shall we? That's a lot here.
And I can just say that we heard from Karen, and Karen provided a really nice, she's got several, good, so she can speak
So
to her
I'm going to
updates.
pass this out.
Okay, that's about reach up specifically, right?
These are, well, it's about reach up and all of the economic, but Amy may want to speak to the reach up. I just read the voices thing, and I think they make some good suggestions for tweaking the language. I'm sorry it's not in color, so you can't see the changes, but they're very brief. I'm also passing out, in addition to some of the recommended changes, I'm passing out a one-page excerpt from the Reach Up report that I put in there that talks about financial capabilities, financial future programs for Reach Up participants. And I'm also passing out the testimony from Travis Pullen about the volunteer income tax assistance program. So what I'm suggesting is, in the economic empowerment employment, I did send this to Katie and Mike and Diane. I did not send it to you because I think you said you were out of town. So, and I didn't send this specifically to Mike separately, so I will do that. I just don't have it on this computer. So absolutely continue the minimum wage, and I think Voices has some language on that. Adoption of paid family leave, Voices has some language on that. In item C, in terms of increasing funding for economic programs, I suggested adding the word increased base funding, because for the past 3 years, we have increased funding in micro business, but it's always been a one-time. And so I think it's important for people who administer those programs to be able to count on that money in the base. And we have had it in the base at one point in time, and then either the House puts it in, the Senate takes it out, or something like that. So absolutely appreciate the extra $100,000 that has been in for micro business and the addition to the IDAs. But that should really be something that should be in the base if folks are willing to go along with that. In section D, investing in workforce training and financial literacy education, I am proposing adding in between training and the financial literacy education is adding financial capability programs. That is different than the financial literacy curriculum that is taught in the education system. And that's something that's part and parcel of every economic program, whether it's teaching people how to save, whether it's teaching them, how to, repair their credit. But it's just a number of financial education and capabilities for adults, for programs that work part and parcel with trying to get them to financial security. And that one-page excerpt talks about the Financial Futures Program
for Reach Up participants that has been really, really successful. So I'm just adding financial capability because it is different from financial literacy education curriculum. E is fine. I am suggesting adding one section to support funding for tax preparation programs for low income. For example, the Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Program. You'll see in that report from Travis where the state, through OEO, did give the community action agencies and the people that administer the income tax assistance program additional monies to do that. I mean, this is a program that saves low-income taxpayers upwards of $8 million in tax credits and assistance, tax rebates. That money was provided through OEO. It was discretionary money. It's not necessarily going to be there again, or maybe Sarah can speak to that. But I just think this is something we should hopefully have even the tax department or someone in state government take a look at. They operate on a very minimal, less than $50,000 grant from the federal government. And what this program does with the volunteers and doing all that is just tremendous for low-income folks, and they certainly can use more resources. And I moved the Reach Up to item G, and I was hoping that Voices would recommend. There's been a couple of groups that have been meeting about Reach Up changes, and as you know, that we did do some significant changes last year, but in Voices under Reach Up, in that document that they sent out, first page, right? So they are suggesting the language, I think, increase cash assistance to Vermont's most vulnerable families to the current basic needs standard, and eliminate the $77 a month penalty for families with an adult who has a disability. You should change that language to with disabilities instead of a disabled. We certainly would I certainly support that language. It recognizes what we have done in the legislature, but that, especially eliminating the $77 a month, that it is something that is policy that never should have been passed to begin with. But it was originally a $125 deduction in people's Reach Up benefit because they were receiving some disability income. We have finally reduced that to $77, which means that those families unfortunately don't get the benefit of the increase. Kind of brings them with par with what they received before. They don't get the benefit of the increase in Reach Up assistance while that tax still remains. So that would be my recommendation. I don't know if Amy wants to add anything to the Reach Up piece.
No, I think you covered it well. Starting with the we propose would probably be the language that we would choose along with that top part.
Adjusting paid leave and yeah, the language that Voices suggest is great for each of those. I think it more defines.
So on that very top, this on visually, this top to replace for H.
We would be replacing G, but also they have changes.
It would be a new H if we followed your other. Yeah.
They have changes in family and medical leave insurance. They suggest some just a different line for family and medical leave. They say provide economic support and job security to families facing a serious illness or bond with a new child, and that can go under B, the adoption of paid family leave.
Okay. Yeah.
And I'm taking my lead from Amy here.
Yeah, we also suggest using a supplemental poverty measure and coming up with a Vermont-specific one, if possible. I don't know if that fits into this section as much, but just a better indicator of the balance of services and need, gives us a better picture of how families are able to navigate.
One of the things I liked about the language from the last recommendation was that it said increasing Reach Up financial assistance for households to 100% of their basic needs, just because I like that it's making clear that we're eliminating the rateable reduction. So we both want to eliminate the rateable reduction and increase the basic needs budget so that it's the current budget.
Mhm.
So I just would like to have that 100% of needs in there. if possible.
That's the current app.
That's what's in the, that was what was in the, the
Mhm.
last.
Yes, the current.
Oh, it is? Oh,
Just that 100%, too.
At the public
okay, I was just reading.
hearing this year and last year, we heard a lot about the benefit cliff and the struggle that folks who are living with a disability are having with trying to return to the workforce. And so I just wonder if there is anything or any language that we might want to consider including around either the benefit cliff or supporting increasing opportunities and access for disabled folks to return to the workforce.
And well, A does reference the benefits, trying to raise the minimum wage about
to avoid a
So I think part of the benefit cliff is also losing all of your disability or your supplemental income when you're just going back into the workforce, especially because that could mean that if it doesn't work out for you or if for some reason you can't maintain that hours, you would not have the financial security and would, unless you're in the Ticket to Work program, would have to go back through the disability process or potentially get involved in a process to ensure that you have that stability again.
So there's some things though that are federal that we can't change, and there's other things that are Vermont-based, which probably can impact.
And we have
some of those.
increased, we've allowed you to earn an extra $50, I think, in the last couple of years before your reach-up benefits get docked, but maybe we want to look at increasing that again. I think.
Yeah. That was relating to what you just said, Karen, in terms of what we have done. I think it's important, especially since this is the second year of the biennium, to reflect the action that was taken in the first year. So things about like the SSI.
Yeah,
change.
that's why I liked what Voices said, because they recognized that it was reduced to
That is reduced,
$77.
right? And we did have an increase in reach up.
You did?
In reach up.
About
So
six.
I just think we should put like we're doing with childcare, put what we did do. Yeah.
I can work with Katie on that too.
Okay.
Yes, Andy.
The other thing I would like to see is, with regard to increasing the minimum wage, if we could say increasing the minimum wage so that it's consistent with a livable wage. The concern being that, if we say increase it to 15 by whatever, 2030, we won't get there, right? And I had another thought about that. Well, I guess I would also say increase the minimum wage for all workers, so that would be my suggestion, so that we don't exclude high school workers and tipped wages.
Yeah, because in A, it's implied that it's everybody. Increase minimum wage in Vermont alongside the adjustment, right?
So in terms of recognizing what the legislature, do you want to do that in the actual recommendation, or do you just want to put it in some of the stuff explaining it, saying, that the legislature increased reach up to, by such and such an amount, and reduce the reduction to 77? Do you want to just say that in the body, or do you want to put it in the recommendation?
I think that's the pattern is to do it in the narrative. Earhart, did you?
Well, yeah, just was one of our priorities as well to look at the income disregard and also the asset limits, which was another factor that the General Assembly has increased the amount of assets that someone can have who's on reach up over the last few years. So the two kind of go hand in hand, and I would urge putting both of those into the recommendation.
Okay.
So are you saying increase the income disregard, or examine it, or?
I think continuing to increase the income disregard, which helps with the benefit cliffs issue.
Okay. So think about how to summarize what we've said here. Well, I think we could go off of what Karen passed out to us. So A and B, well, B, I think, with the recommendation was to change the language to the Voices language regarding family medical leave. So.
Just add that
and then
to adoption of paid family leave. I think you can keep the
adoption of paid family leave and medical leave legislation, which provides
Provides
economic support and job security
Yeah.
for families facing, just
Yeah,
add, we
just
could
do it that
add
way.
it to it.
Okay. Yeah. And then C, we'd add work-based funding. D, we'd add financial capability programs. E is the same. Be a new F regarding tax preparation programs.
Yep.
G.
Would be the old F
Yeah, would be the old F.
with, we're okay with?
Yeah, I think we're okay with.
I thought that was the voices language.
And the voices language.
added, but Sandy wanted to keep the 100%.
Yeah.
That's in ours if you start
So somehow
with.
Yeah,
those
sorry.
tied
Yeah.
together.
Okay, so, and the new G, what was previously F, would read, increase cash assistance to Vermont's most vulnerable families to 100% of basic needs and eliminate the $77 a month penalty for families with an adult who has a disability. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
And I was a little bit confused on A. I think I heard changes along the lines of increasing the minimum wage for all workers in Vermont to be consistent with the livable wage alongside corresponding adjustments in benefit eligibility to avoid a net loss to benefits, including loss of disability benefits. Is that accurate?
No, it was more so the reach up, right?
Yeah, I think not that last
Okay,
part, but the rest of what you said.
the rest is fine, okay.
Should we somehow put the term benefits cliff in there, so that's what we're addressing there,
Right.
so we're trying to,
Benefits
why don't we just
eligible
say
to avoid
that?
the net loss of benefits.
Well,
Yeah, because people know the term benefits cliff, that makes sense to them.
Okay, so to avoid perpetuating the benefits cliff?
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, that's good.
Good. So,
Okay.
all right, click.
And then the H, so what used to be G is now H, reversing reduction and reach up grant amounts. Oh, no, but no, we've already covered that, right? We've already covered that in the $77.
But Earhart wanted to.
But then Earhart wanted to add an H, which was to,
Well, it could be part of the reach up.
Yeah, reach up.
It's a subset of the reach up piece.
yeah, it might be
So we could, so H is then included in,
the income disregard and assets limit.
that's gonna be the,
Well, that makes G awfully unwieldy, I think. Can we make it a separate one? I'd rather
Where,
make it a
I
separate
don't
one.
see any H. Am I missing something?
No,
It
it's
should
just-
be. It should be. It should be. It's-
When
it's-
you
you
get-
got two Gs.
I know I
You've actually got two Gs.
I
so-
moved, I replaced F with
so I got
G.
crossed up the G and I made it an
An
H,
H,
because
yeah.
you bumped in that, yeah.
Yeah. I like that, yeah. Okay,
Has the
so does
alphabet
that?
changed?
The alphabet has been changed, yes.
Yeah.
Mom will change the alphabet, that's her.
There'll be no V's anymore.
Yeah, okay.
Just one thing on the minimum wage. So we're part of the coalition around minimum wage as well. And one of the things that, I think that became potentially problematic last year in the passage was the issue of nonprofits and others that provide social services, especially to folks with disabilities, and the pay for them. And if we do raise to a $15 an hour minimum wage, there's a potential there that some organizations are not that are state funded are currently not able to provide that. You all heard testimony from nursing homes, from community care homes, from various providers. So I think we should probably add a statement in there that the state of Vermont should pay all of its workers a livable wage without sacrificing the quality of or access to social services, and maybe also include workers that it's not just the state of Vermont, but it's also the nonprofits that are providing essential services.
I don't disagree with you at all on that, having been, but I'm just, of this being the
Getting
poverty
complicated.
piece, we might be just drifting off into a little different zone, and that, the minimum wage and its impacts in those in poverty and strengthening families. I was just gonna stay in that Not that I disagree with that.
Understood,
It's
but of course,
great.
folks in poverty receive some of those services, and you don't want those
Yeah.
services to be impacted.
Well, maybe that would be something for the narrative, to
Yeah.
flesh out, that a little bit. And then
That we
maybe-
recognize that the increase is going to go beyond,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
Without
and
changing
people in,
the actual recommendation.
and people in poverty provide some of those services as well.
Yeah.
Just to, so it's not gonna benefit them if their hours get reduced.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Okay, good point. All right, okay, are we all satisfied with that?
Nice job, Karen.
Ooh, that's very exciting. Yes, thank you, Karen, that was very helpful to have it written. Okay, moving on to number 5, trauma and family supports. We made 2 recommendations to support and monitor the implementation of the Agency of Human Services Act 43 Childhood Trauma Response Plan. And secondly, to support increased funding for parent-child centers and their 2-generation approach, supporting the 5 protective factors. Have we made?
So
Yes, we have Auburn's now.
So Act 204, passed in 2018, was what followed Act 43. And the response plan included a response to Act 43 and included Act 204, which formed the role that I'm in. I don't know if we want to reference Act 204 in there, Katie, or not, but that might clarify some of that. That there are two pieces of legislation to look at in addressing trauma through the agency. And then I would just say that I didn't get a chance to report verbally to you all, but I did send to you a slide deck that won't make sense because I didn't send you all my notes with it, and I wasn't able to present on it. But it was a quick sort of. There's only one slide of accomplishments, and that's not even half of what's happened since I've been there. But and then what else is included under my name? Like Mike said, you're putting the documents under our names. Is Act 204, Act 43, and the response plan. They're all there, as well as the agency's trauma policy, so that you can see that there as well, and then my little 4-slide deck, because I knew I was only going to have like 15 minutes or whatever to talk to you all. So that's all. That should all be under my name, I believe.
So what's really neat on that note is if you go to witness in the main page, where you are on the Advisory Council on Child Poverty, it goes down through, and when you click on Aubrey, you see everything that she's done.
So I'm just looking. 204 is there. Oh, so 43 is not there. Because the document about trauma, that's the AHS Trauma-Informed Services Policy. That's what that is.
That's over here on the side.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
And these 3 are just static on the page all the time, so.
And then the report is my slide deck, which is just really small. Which has some of the accomplishments since I've been there.
So then that would sort of change age and support and monitor the 2 pieces of legislation.
And I'd be happy to give a more detailed report at some point in the future, like going down through that response plan, so you have a better understanding of what the agency is working on. Going forward, I just do want to say that I've had a preliminary conversation with the secretary about developing a statewide table that will map and strategize what the state is doing across Vermont with regard to trauma and resilience. And so I'm looking at sort of garnering support for the development of that table to make sure that we have right now a really clear view of what is happening, where the gaps in services, are to address trauma and resilience in families, children and families. Specifically because Act 204 in Act 204, the General Assembly really stated its support for a public health approach to address childhood adversity and toxic stress in families across Vermont. And so it's hard to do that without knowing what's out there, and then the need is to assess the overlaps and gaps, the duplications, and then be able to coordinate through evaluation, and supporting the current state of the workforce that's doing the work around trauma and resilience as well. So my hope is to create that cross-sector table statewide with statewide leadership, and to do that work. So I just wanted to give you that forward momentum thought.
So would you say support, so how would you update those two?
Yes.
That A and B
A and B,
to
yeah.
reflect?
Well, B's a whole other thing.
Yeah, B's another.
I can give Katie some language for both, but the first one, let me go back to.
But we need a little bit of a hint so we can.
Yeah, no. So the first one, support and monitor the implementation of the Agency of Human Services Act 43 Childhood Trauma Response Plan. I think that's still what it's called.
So there are requirements of Act 204?
Yeah, and in meeting the requirements of Act 204. Yeah. That'd be great. And then, I don't know if you want it, I just threw that out there, where I'm going in the future with that statewide table.
Is that in the requirements of Act 204?
No.
No,
So, okay.
no idea.
That's just something I'm doing as part of my role. Act 204 requires a public health approach to address these things across Vermont.
Mm-hmm.
And so my response to that is, we need a statewide table to establish this in this way, you know. So that's part of the Act 204, the Act 204 purpose of that act. So I don't know, you know.
We should state that or not?
It seems too specific to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
You might be
it's
part of the narrative.
It's more of a, you know, reported to you about like the future response to Act 204.
It would probably come out if we said, hey, we need to know more about Act 204. That would come out as a part of it.
Yeah. Sounds good. Great, okay, thank you, Auburn.
Supporting.
Yes, Karen.
Do we want to add either here or under the education piece, something about monitoring the special ed stuff, or looking at, the peer navigation assistance for families with disabilities or something like that, recognizing what Katie said, or I don't know if we just want to monitor it or if we want to look at.
Well, we have the whole new special ed law that is, in the process of being enacted. I mean, well, you're an education person. You say what we're doing and not doing.
Well, I am too.
Yes, there you go. You guys.
I think the other advisory board with special ed is reviewing. Act 173.
Right.
Which is a funding mechanism, and kind of really changes the spectrum of special education.
It feels like it gets to some of what Katie was talking about in terms of being able to intervene earlier without having to.
It will definitely get to service delivery for sure. But
well,
I think
the funding is
will open
an
up.
issue as we speak. Right?
Is it 170?
Funding will open up service delivery to look different, but I think that there's a gap with, I think it's both in what we talked about with peer navigation and training, and funding for, Vermont Federation for Families or Family Network, but I think it's also, how do we get the training for special educators, right? Those teams are trained, the training that happens in school is for teachers to work with children. It's not for teachers to work with families. So I think it's a kind of a parallel, and in whose role is that? Is it collaboration with with Agency of Human Services and special educators? I think that speaks to kind of going at a problem from both sides, because I think sending trained advocates in loaded for bear against our school administrator, I mean, it's not really a good setup for success.
Act 173 again is having licensed special educators.
Sort of. So it's about expanding services that can be provided by lots of different people in schools.
So can I I was gonna offer, okay.
Well, let's just hear from Katie and then we'll have you offer.
I would, just following up on what Karen said, maybe ask the council to consider if there's any language around recognizing the impact or the trauma that families are navigating. And I don't know the language we want to use, but it is definitely something that is a growing challenge for families in poverty in Vermont in navigating it, whether the funding comes through, whether we make all these great changes, the trauma is still there. And the impact on families in poverty and their ability to have financial stability and the resilience of both the parents and the kids, I think are important aspects of that conversation.
And so, Brett?
So, yeah, I could be, see, so I was trying to remember when we didn't want to like totally duplicate everything that was happening. There was a summer study that was on remember the minimum wage bill, like our poverty council cared about it a great deal, and especially what was going to come out of it. But we didn't have to replicate everything in our world. So I'm thinking that might be a path that we could go with. What was it, the advisory council for Act 173 that we would want to make sure that we are aware of and keep ourselves informed on over the year, right? That we don't have to replicate what's going on in there.
I've been to at least 3 of their meetings.
At State Board, we've taken testimony from them every month. It's really, Act 173 is really about funding. It's
right.
Not, and expanding service delivery. It is not about...
So I would recommend that on C, we recognize that, the impact on families, experience, Katie's piece, that they need to recognize that this is an issue for keeping their children in school. How do we word that?
I think it might be, I don't know how you want to word it, but I think the importance of recognizing the impact on the family unit as a whole in the trauma piece of it, because I do think that, one, it impacts the kid's ability to be in school consistently, but it's also impacting parents' ability to stay and work and to have their income and be able to provide for the basic needs of their families.
Well, how about if we make a little more positive statement and say that we support improvements in peer-to-peer navigation and training for teachers to mitigate the trauma.
However you want to
perpetrated on
experience. Nice language.
Yeah. How about?
Do you want to say something about assisting families?
And the family network, the Vermont Family Network is...
So that the navigation can assist not only with the training of the teachers, but also with the families, especially those with disabilities.
Yeah,
You don't necessarily say that, but...
Even back in the we didn't want to name a place, but we did say, where we had increasing rental supports, for example, increasing funding for, within there's for example, increasing funding for the Vermont Family Network would be an example of where to help with that. Am I right on that? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I think there's a number of agencies, Vermont Families, Federated Families, I can't. Yes, thank you. There's a number of them that do support it, but Vermont Family Network is definitely one that would be the primary in the state around the education piece.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to mention them specifically.
No.
Yeah,
I think you want to talk about
Yeah.
what the issue is that you're trying to address as assistance for families.
And
and
supporting the work that's done in the field.
So
And
that makes some sense. Okay.
I want to, I'm not weighing in on the recommendation per se, but I just want to add that families experiencing the complexity of trauma and trauma exposure and toxic stress in general benefit from peer navigation, peer supports. And so, and I'm saying across the board, not just families with special needs, but families, with foster children, foster care children, families experiencing that complexity. So just taking it up even a higher level, just to acknowledge the benefit of that kind of shared connection, right? Which we know is a protective factor, builds a protective factor, and builds resilience in those families. So just
that might be good.
I think that's the key, is the peer navigation for the families, either experiencing poverty or with disabilities or anything.
Foster care, any kind of complex trauma.
Okay, so that's adding one, but let's go back to B. Yeah, so support increased funding for parent-child centers and the 5 different factors. Is that something we just want to
This is
continue?
where we would have a difficult time, I think, trying to elaborate what exactly was done last year. It was,
Because we
got
took
confusing.
away and we gave back.
base funding and
We
then.
took away with the left hand and gave back to with the right hand.
Yeah.
Some things about
I don't know exactly how to, I don't,
Yeah.
and the net was what was the net?
Net was
The net was a loss.
Minus, wasn't it? Yeah, that's what I thought.
200K loss?
300, yeah. So,
So we should keep this in though, probably.
so,
Just
yeah,
wait
I
and
feel
see.
like we need to.
Yeah, I mean, and in the narrative, we might say something about what happened.
Is all the stuff of shifting the reach up guidance to the?
Yes, that was part of
Yeah,
it.
that was
Is
the
that a
case
fait
managers.
accompli now? Is that, because that confused things also?
It did.
Oh, the case
Yeah.
management?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was in the budget bill.
Both that, and that,
That case management report is out, right?
do I read this correctly, though, that at this point, the damage is done on that? I thought that was a bad idea, but that it's a fait accompli,
I think
or,
that's true, yeah. That was my.
or do we want to give the case management back to the parent-child centers?
I think they need,
I don't know
they
if
need
we want
money.
I don't like waiting to that level.
Yeah.
We'd like them back.
Yeah.
An invitation.
That could be read into the supporting increased funding.
Yeah, I think so. Okay.
They need that, as you know.
Yeah.
I'm talking out of the choir there.
Okay, we're coming up on time, so is that okay then, for this final? All right, so just trying to think, we've given Kate McLean quite a task here. So we need to see, the final version before we sign off on it. Do you think we can do that by email? Should we meet again in January?
Madam Chair, but before we go there, can I ask a question? Are we going to do any kind of, our benchmarks that we set? Are we going to report on the benchmarks?
We don't.
We don't need to. I know we don't need to. I heard you earlier. So we just gonna set them and then we're gonna wait to 2023 to report on them?
By statute, you're required to do it at the halfway mark, so
right,
5
yeah.
years and 10 years.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll just wait to see if we're making any progress for 5 years. Okay.
Well,
Maybe we can.
progress is slow.
So I would say, yeah.
I guess we'll wait till next year.
Next year.
Wait,
That's right.
That's what I'm hearing, that's what I'm hearing.
That's
Okay.
good, yeah, that's good. So how do you feel about, do you want to take a look by email, or do you want to, what do we
I
want to meet?
suggest, last year we met
Yeah.
in early January,
Yeah.
just to review. Because I don't know if email is going to do it.
Yeah, it seems like.
I don't know if legally we can do it, or.
I don't know if it matters either way, it's due January 1st.
Yeah, so we don't have to ask for.
We missed that deadline last year.
Right, so we, yeah. So here we go. Here we are again.
How come it's due the first? Usually
Maybe
they
you
do
wanna-
at least the
You
15th.
want to make that change?
Yeah, right. Sometimes we need to introduce the deadline.
I would like
Yeah.
the 30th, right? I mean.
We
Yeah.
can make that change in the ongoing.
Yeah, so, yeah,
Do we
that's
need
fine,
to
but
change
otherwise
that
it's
in
fine.
we have to change that in legislation, not.
So
Yeah,
what
yeah.
would be,
It's so cold in here, I know. I think that's our impetus to get.
right, so, let's talk about area meeting
Yes,
date
yes,
then.
yes.
I'll just point out that, the first week, there's very little to actually do. That's a
Yeah.
good time to get
That's a
some
good
work
time
done.
That's very ceremonial.
It's also,
That's true, yeah, so we start on the 7th,
So we're in the building already, it's
It's-
just
yeah, it's just like what time and,
When could we meet on the 6th? Beforehand for other people?
no, I have other job.
Caucuses typically.
Sorry, no, it's all right, that's fine. Yeah.
What about during lunchtime? There must be some common free time for, I don't know, 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
even on
Various
the 9th,
conferences don't usually start till the second week, so.
Yeah, like the 9th.
which is a
and lunchtime,
Thursday,
Which is Thursday.
which is, that's why I said, because today's.
State of the state.
That's state of the state.
It's at 2 o'clock.
Oh, it's a 2? Yeah, we can meet before the 6th.
We could do that. And then is Mike still here?
Hey!
Hey.
Mike, is there any room in the inn on the 9th at noon? And a space for us to like meet, like here?
Oh, rooms. Yeah. So with the state of the state, they tend to take over.
You
this
know what it
room.
is? It's
Yeah.
also gonna be security.
They tend to take over room 10 and 11 for
What if it
commands.
was just a regular
I would
committee?
avoid the ninth.
All right.
It's the security in the, it's the security in the
Well, how about
building and
Well,
parking.
how about
Oh,
the
what
8th?
about the old
There's
natural resources
house
room?
there's house natural resources. We could
What if we
probably
do
squeeze
that?
it there.
Wednesday the 8th.
Okay, it'll be a tight squeeze.
Well, how about Wednesday the 8th?
How about,
Would
yeah,
that be
Wednesday
better?
the 8th?
At noon?
No,
People,
the
some
9th.
people, no? Yep,
They're changing their mind to the 8th, yeah.
okay, no, we,
Well,
Would you like to be in here?
Yeah, Wednesday the 8th at noon in here.
some people can't make it though.
I'm not a voting member, that's
So scheduling wise, the 8th, this room is used at noon and in the morning. So if you did from 8 to 9, so if you did something between 9 and noon or after 1 p.m., I can reserve this room.
We don't know where we're doing in committees. We could be on the floor passing paid family leave at that moment.
No, I don't.
2 days after their vacation day.
Never know.
You never
I mean,
know.
Those are bold.
Yeah, the 9th at noon. They're switching what had been the House Natural Resources into Ethan Allen, so House Natural is now a free committee room.
Okay,
It's a
right.
Yeah,
Right.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Well,
That's all right.
all right, so
Everything's
noon
a tight
on the
squeeze.
9th.
We'll keep each other warm.
Everything's a tight squeeze.
Okay. You have to be there.
standing room.
All right, so House Natural Resources,
You'll send out a note.
Thursday.
I absolutely will.
Right.
I have to request it
At
through the
noon.
sergeant.
At noon.
Okay.
Noon.
And so there are, just a reminder, there are voting members and non-voting members. So if you're a non-voting member and you have nothing to change about the report, I
You
would
could-
imagine
you
that
could be
you should
excused.
there, yeah.
Yeah.
We just need to have a quorum.
How long would you like me to reserve the room for?
An hour.
On the 8th or the 9th?
The 9th, so it's on Thursday the 9th at noon, House Natural Resources.
And then if you're staying for the state of the state.
Okay, and I was told there was a press conference right outside our door. Is it still if it's still happening? Go carefully. If it's still happening, you'll have to go somewhere else. Go another way. Yeah, photobomb the president.
Just one last request. So folks who did submit something to Representative Lanfear, could that get posted?
Yes, yeah.
possibly?
So so Mike, let's make sure all the things
So
like
I
the
got
voices thing.
Karen,
Could get
Sarah,
posted. Yeah,
oh Karen, and Janet, and Mike, that was the 4
You were gonna send me.
that I got before.
I just sent you minimum wage leverage.
Can you make sure Mike has all 4?
If you wouldn't mind just sending
Resending, yeah,
I will send that to
just,
you.
I can, because I know you've got them, but you won't know which ones you
All right,
missed
thank
from
you.
before.
Thank you all. Appreciate all your hard work. Happy holidays and
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Happy holidays.
And we'll see you in January.
thank you everybody for coming on this a little bit of a crazy night. I really appreciate the turnout. It's more than we expected, I could say. So I'm Kim Royer. I'm a wildlife biologist, actually the fur bearer project leader with the Fish and Wildlife Department. I'm going to do a very, very short introduction, and then I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Dave Person, and he's really going to steal the show. So he's going to give you all the biology background and provide you with the information that I think you're here to hear. I just wanted to mention that if you wouldn't mind filling out these before and after, you'll notice there's a before side in red and an after side in blue. We'd really appreciate your feedback on coyotes in general, and even if you want to write about the presentation or anything else, we'll collect those at the end. Do the befores before we speak and the afters after we speak. So anyway, I'll start with my brief intro here. And again, I'm just basically going to talk about coyotes and the management and conservation challenges that the department faces. And like I said, Dr. Person will then talk more about just sort of the basic biology and predator-prey relationships, which I think you'd all be interested in. So you all probably already know that our mission is the conservation of fish, wildlife, and plants and their habitats for the people of Vermont. What you may not know is that includes over 25,000 species. And we all think of it as the iconic species that we know and love, but there's many, many other species that we're responsible for, anything from invertebrates to black bears to bobcats. We're the organization that's responsible for maintaining these into the future, as well as the habitats, the natural communities, and the plants that keep those animals alive. And we take this role pretty seriously. But as most of you are aware of, the North American model of wildlife conservation was established in response to the amazing degradation that occurred through the 1800s, the forest clearing and the extirpation of many of our wildlife species through that period. And from the ashes rose this process which allowed all of us to be stewards of these animals. So in the United States, in North America, we are all stewards of our wildlife, and as in Europe, the landowner owns the wildlife. And so as a result of that model and the tax on ammunition and firearms and hunting and fishing and trapping licenses, many of these species have been recovered, and sometimes now some of these are actually, we have some human-wildlife conflicts with some of these species. I refuse to call them pests because they're not pests. It's usually an interaction between humans and them that make a problem. And so coyotes came in on their own, most of you know, from west of the Mississippi. Dave will go into this a little bit more. Moved into the Northeast in the 30s and 40s, and they were replacing the wolf that was extirpated as a result of that land clearing that I talked about. And as a result, many people, because they were a species that came in after 100 years without a large predator, a middle predator like that, there are a lot of feelings of animosity towards this animal. And we feel like the coyote is actually here to stay. It's an animal that actually plays an important role in the system, and it deserves some respect. But public attitudes, as you all know, run very high when it comes to coyotes. And people tend to either really love them or really dislike them. And sometimes that dislike depends on where you're coming from. And when you look at these pictures, you can see that if you have domestic animals like sheep and they've been attacked by coyotes, you're probably going to have a different feeling about the animal than if you've never encountered them at all. Or if you perceive that this nice big buck here is getting taken down by coyotes, that's going to influence how you feel about them. Or if the coyotes are hanging out on your front porch and you've got a little dog that you're worried about, that's going to influence how you think about coyotes. So coyotes tend to be an animal that people tend to either love or hate. And we find that there's some very disparate and polarized public attitudes around coyotes. There still remains a deeply rooted perception that coyotes compete with hunters for deer. And on the other end of the spectrum, there's this sort of Disneyfied view of how coyotes operate in the wild, that they, they love everything and they love each other, and, they don't ever have to kill anything. So we have these two very polarized views around coyotes. But what we have seen is this animal can become easily habituated. And these are just 1 month's headlines from newspapers around the country in the month of May, last May. And you can see that coyotes, when they live in areas where they're in close proximity to people, we often start to have coyote-human interactions that make people nervous, to say the least. And what we're worried about is that the public doesn't value or want to conserve pests. So once these animals are considered vermin or pests, then it becomes very much more difficult for us to create a management or conservation policy that's going to keep these animals on the landscape into the future.
Can you read a couple of those headlines?
Yeah, sure. So this one here is Culver City's officials approved $210,000 in a coyote management program. Mother, 4-year-old son attacked by coyote in park. Watch out for coyotes in West County, police warn. State lawmakers look to help those climbing Pennsylvania coyote population. So clearly, where there are interactions with coyotes that are negative, people start to say, we want these animals eliminated. In Vermont, we don't think we have some of these interactions starting, but historically we have not had very many because we think our coyotes are fairly wary because they're heavily hunted and trapped. And so that keeps them wary of people to some degree. That's not the only reason, but to some degree it's enough negative reinforcement in some places that we don't have these interactions as often as some other places. The other thing we have to consider when we're managing for a resilient species like coyote is we've got 16 other fur-bearing species that we are responsible for, 2 of which are on the threatened or endangered species list, 3 of which are intensively monitored, fisher, bobcat, and otter, and 1 which requires quite a bit of time dealing with human-beaver conflicts. So we have to really be pragmatic about where we put our resources. And we have not collected a lot of information on coyotes just because we really haven't had the time to do that. And we know the animal is very resilient and responds to hunting in a way that the population can actually grow. And we also are worried about the habitat for these species and trying to conserve the habitats that are going to maintain these animals on the landscape. So one of the things we're concerned about besides all of those is that there's some threats that are coming to many of these animals around habitat loss, climate change, species decline, and changing public attitudes. All of these are things that we have to think about going forward. And trying to focus on these things is important, and we need to focus on these together. Because public divisiveness will create roadblocks to really good management. And so that's where we're trying to find ways to find common ground around some of these species so that we can move forward and address some of these really negative consequences for the future for many of these species. So our goal for coyotes is to ensure that they're here on the landscape, maintain and protect habitat for all species, maintain public support and respect for all wildlife species, and provide opportunities into the future for everybody to enjoy wildlife through hunting, trapping, and just bird watching or wildlife watching. And so we want to try to do that through building bridges and figuring out how to bring people together around these animals. And coyotes are not the only species where this is an issue, where we have this clash of public values. There's many, many other species where we're starting to see this happen, and we're just worried that future efforts towards conservation management of our species, of our wildlife species, are going to be derailed by some of these polarization issues. And so we're looking for ways to bring people together. And one of the ways we're doing that is our next speaker is Dr. David Person. And I've actually known Dr. Person since the 80s when he left New Jersey as the Deer Project leader and came to Vermont to do the Addison County coyote study. And he got his master's studying coyotes in Vermont in the 80s, and then went on to get his PhD in Alaska, and then Alaska Fish and Game hired him as their predator-prey scientist for 22 years, I think, right?
Well, I was there for 22 years.
You were there
18 years with Fish and Game.
18 years with Fish and Game. And then he retired and returned, in his retirement, came back to Vermont. So we're very lucky to have him here. He's so knowledgeable about predators and coyotes in particular. And I'll turn this over to you, Dave, and thank you so much. I'll also say that Dave is doing this as an independent person with gratis. So, huh?
No, independent person, no pun intended.
Yeah, right. Independent Dave person. Yeah. So I really appreciate that he's willing to come and speak to us and partner with us on this.
Kim, thanks so much for that introduction. I just to reiterate, I am an ex-Fish and Game research biologist. Most of my time in the state of Alaska, but I'm retired now, and thankfully retired now. And I'm retired, and my basic job right now is to build muzzleloading guns. And when building muzzleloading guns, I have a shop in Braintree, right on Braintree Hill. And I have a porch and a nice shop, and I end up somehow being an attractive magnet for lots of old retired Vermonters, farmers, loggers, and others that come over who want to talk about guns and history. And in those conversations, things like coyotes and bobcats and deer, they always come up. And one of the things that I gleaned from those conversations is that there is certainly a lot of hard opinions, strong opinions, but one of the things that is missing is that most the public has never really had any good explanations or any good presentations about predator-prey dynamics. They get talks about coyote ecology and biology or deer biology and ecology, but predator-prey dynamics are complicated, and most of you are probably not exposed to the actual behaviors, the actual mechanisms that go on when a coyote population is in an area and prey populations are in the same area. And what do they mean to each other? You know, coyotes kills a deer, certainly, but what does that mean? Does it really matter much? And so predator-prey dynamics is a missing piece that I think the public is not aware of, hasn't had much exposure to, and that's where I come in. That was the piece that I thought, when I was talking to Kim about doing these presentations, that was the piece I thought I could bring to this, because that was my background. And particularly in the state of Alaska, I was the predator-prey biologist for all of Alaska south of Yakutat. It's a pretty big area. And I spent 22 years in that environment studying predator-prey dynamics with wolves, deer, bears, and people. And don't forget people, because even, of course, people are important here in terms of harvesting deer, harvesting coyotes, harvesting other fur bearers. But in Alaska, sometimes there are people whose the only red meat they ever have in their entire lives are deer and maybe caribou and maybe moose. They never see any other kind of meat, and unless it's red meat, unless it's fish. So the human component is very important in all of this. And it was never far from my research in terms of how important that human component was. Just a quick little summary of me. I did work on coyotes in the state of Vermont, in the Champlain Valley, back in the mid-'80s to get my master's degree at the University of Vermont. And that study was basically descriptive, looking at the ecology of coyotes, home ranges, food habits, things like that. At that time, not much else was known. There was some work done in Maine, there was some work done in New Hampshire, but nothing in Vermont. And there really wasn't a great deal known about what role these coyotes were playing in the ecosystems. And in my case, I chose the Champlain Valley because it was fairly close to the university, so it was relatively convenient. But it also had deer, it also had rabbits, it also had a diverse prey base and a lot of coyotes, so it made a very good study area. So I spent 4 years there doing that work. And as well as looking at coyotes, we also looked at their interactions with red and gray foxes, because there are a lot of data that suggests that particularly with red foxes, there's a lack of coexistence. There is actual direct competition. Coyotes will kill red foxes. But we didn't know much about gray foxes, because gray foxes there's not much research on gray foxes anywhere. And so we included gray foxes with red foxes. And one of the interesting things with the fox situation is red foxes, most of the red fox genetics that you have in this country, we have in North America, actually are derived from Europe. And the gray fox is actually our indigenous fox, not the red fox. The gray fox is actually our indigenous fox. And what's very interesting is when you had the early colonists come over and get well established, and especially those who used to do fox hunting back in England, they found that the little gray fox wasn't much fun, because instead of running, it would go down a hole or up a tree. And so they brought red foxes over because they could use them for their fox hunting. Well, it's that going to the ground or up a tree is why gray foxes seem to coexist very nicely with coyotes, because they don't run. And if they run, they get killed. If they go up a tree, they survive. So they can actually live in close coexistence with coyotes, where red foxes are in competition. Anyway, I left Vermont, went to Alaska to do my PhD work on the wolves of the islands of Southeast Alaska. It's a fascinating place, fascinating wolf population, because this is mostly on islands. So we're talking wolves that are swimming in the ocean, in some cases up to 2 to 3 miles in the open ocean, to go from one island to another. It's a remarkable ecosystem, temperate rainforests, huge trees, a lot of deer, a lot of other animals like black bears and brown bears. It's a fascinating place to be. But it's also a very useful and interesting place to be to study predator-prey dynamics, because each of those islands offers slightly different conditions. Therefore, they become an actual natural laboratory, a natural series of experiments. So you can learn a great deal if you can just gut out the bad weather and the other disadvantages of working in Southeast Alaska. When you work on predators, if you aren't just interested in the ecology of the predator animal, if you're trying to understand predator-prey dynamics, how they fit into a predator-prey community, you almost always end up studying their prey. It's by default, you're going to start looking at because that's what drives the system, is the prey, and how their dynamics go relative to the predator and relative to their habitat. So I always gravitate to the prey, in this case, Sitka black-tailed deer. And one of the things that we really were very interested in looking at not only is mortality due from coyotes, but mortality from black bears. There are very high densities of black bears, perhaps in some areas as many as 2 to 3 to 4 per square mile. These bears are subsidized by salmon, and in the springtime, in June, they prey on neonate fawns, and about 35 to 40% of all neonate fawns are killed by black bears within about a month of birth. So it's a huge source of mortality. A big chunk of it is compensatory, but I'll talk about that a little bit later. But anyway, there's a lot more to the system than just wolves and deer. The bears are a complicating factor, and people are a complicating factor. I also pioneered using dogs in my wildlife work, and I just thought I'd show you. This is my dog Bella, and I am calling in a doe, and Bella will actually decoy the doe. And this is a training film. We don't actually do darting in this film, but she would actually allow me to get a perfect shot to the rump of the deer without any risk of hurting the deer. I'm just blowing a fawn bleat to bring the doe in. Now, right there could have gotten a perfect shot without any. And one of the things I learned with working with Bella is I learned to watch her, because she would always pick up the deer coming in way before I would. And you watch her head when this starts. She's going to, right there, she's got the deer. She knows where it's coming in. I don't even know it's there yet. My graduate student, Sophie, is doing the videoing. And I'm standing right beside that tree. That deer doesn't care at all that I'm there. It's just focused on the dog. And because Bella won't move a muscle, the deer just keeps wanting to come in, and that would give us an opportunity to get a good, safe shot to the rump. When we started using Bella as a decoy, our mortality, capture mortality of deer went to 0. It wasn't very high to begin with, but it went to 0 when we used the dog. And we use dogs for other things as well. So let's go on to coyotes here. And just to finish up, I retired from the state of Alaska. I didn't retire initially. I quit. I just got sick of the crazy politics involved with predator-prey and management. It just, after a while, kind of drove me nuts. So I could retire. I retired, came back to Vermont, and have been building muzzleloading guns and happy ever since. It's really nice to work on something that really nobody cares about. Anyway, so just before we started here, this nice lady here asked me, well, what do we have here? What kind of coyote is it? Is it a coy dog? Is it a coy wolf? Is it the infamous Labro Yodi poo? What do we have? Well, we really have a coyote, and they did come from the west. You have the Canadian coyotes coming in from the north. You have the southern Texan coyotes coming in from the south. And you have an invasion from the Midwest as well. And this occurred shortly after the period of time when most wolves were decimated and landscapes had been changed dramatically by human development. So we sort of created the conditions that allowed this to happen. Oops, that's right, this is one of those animated slides. And here you go, to give you some time frame. About 1918 or so, there's some evidence of coyotes beginning to move into the northeast, into southern Ontario and Quebec, and then into the northeast. 1940s in New York State and Vermont, I believe, about late 1940s. In Pennsylvania, you start seeing them in the 1940s, although there was evidence of coyotes in Indiana, Ohio, back as early as 1919. So they didn't waste a lot of time till after the wolves were decimated. They really moved on pretty quickly here. And they came in slowly. There was a lot of concern about what this animal was. Certainly there was evidence that some of them were bigger. And of course, at that early stage, there was this idea that they may have mated with dogs. They might have been a hybrid with dogs somehow and become a coy dog. Well, the problem with a coy dog is that first off, if it's, it would have to be a female coyote and a male dog. Because if it was a female dog, the dog's going to come home, the puppies are not going to be in the wild. So it would have to be a female coyote and a male dog. Well, male dogs don't hang around to help the pups. They're usually mating and they're gone, kind of like some politicians we know. And they're off looking for the next bigger, better deal. And so mom would be out there with a litter of puppies and nobody to help her raise them. So the chances of survival would be pretty darn low if it was a mating between a coyote and a dog. What we do know, based on genetics, it's not a dog, it's wolves. And the genetics of Canis lupus, which are wolves, Canis latrans, which are coyotes, in North America is a mess. It's a total mess. Because we actually, in most of North America, we have this mix between coyotes and wolves. So out in Minnesota, where you have wolves around the Great Lakes, and in southern Ontario, where you have wolves, they tend to be mostly wolf, 75% wolf or so, and maybe a quarter coyote. When you go east and you get into Vermont and New Hampshire and Maine, where you have a coyote, it tends to be about 75% coyote with 25% wolf. But there's this continuum all throughout North America with very little call it pure strains or pure pedigrees anywhere, except in the high Arctic with wolves and the south, the southwest with coyotes. So where the two overlap, and particularly anywhere where coyotes and where wolves had been decimated, so there was a potential for the behavioral barriers between wolves and coyotes that would break down and allow intermating. anywhere along the interface, you're going to have this introgression of coyote genes into wolves and wolf genes into coyotes. And so we have this sort of mismatch. And we have a true coyote, but there is wolf blood in those coyotes, and they are significantly larger than what you typically will find in Montana. They are upwards of 50% larger in some cases, and even a little bit bigger than that. In the coyotes that I radio collared in the Champlain Valley of Vermont, they ranged in size for adults, adult males, ranged from about 32 pounds to 47 pounds. And I measured one out of New Hampshire, I believe, that weighed 54 pounds. Now, 54 pounds is getting to be about the size of an adult, of a juvenile wolf pup in the fall. So, you know, you're getting a little overlap there almost in allometric size. The variation, you mentioned you were seeing those blonde coyotes. Well, there's one right there from the Champlain Valley. The pelage can be incredibly variable, from almost black and dark gray to the sort of the classic buff below and gray and black in the back, or like this actually gentleman right there. They are incredibly variable in terms of their pelage, the genetics of coyotes are they're so variable that there isn't really very often do you find any areas that have particularly blonde wolves or particularly dark coyotes or particularly dark light coyotes. There's a real mix almost everywhere. And part of that's because these animals disperse. They don't just stay in their local area. When they're looking for their own home ranges, their own territories, they go long distances. So there's an intermingling going on all the time. And that intermingling covers a great deal of territory. Coyotes are territorial. They also have what we call home ranges. And this slide illustrates what we mean between the difference between a home range and a territory. Down at the bottom are the home ranges of 5 coyote groups in Addison County. Now, the first thing to notice there is that there is some overlap between the home ranges, between neighboring groups, but notice that virtually all the space is occupied. So that area, when I was working there, was pretty darn saturated with coyotes. There was not much new space for any pair to settle in. When you look at where they spend most of their time within a home range, which is the middle series, these are the same groups right here, the same 5 coyote groups. This is what we call a 75% home range. What we're looking at there is simply what we call a core area of activity, where they are the most. And when you look at that, you can see that the overlap is diminished almost to the point of there is no overlap. So this is a home range. This is what we would probably refer to as a territory. A territory is a place that is defended, actively defended. They don't necessarily defend that overlap area, but they will defend these core areas. And then the smaller 50% home ranges there represent generally springtime and early summer when they're active at their dens and they're concentrating their activity at the den sites so that they have a really peak of activity in a much, much smaller area. The coyotes, which were numerous in the fall and let's say in winter you saw them everywhere, all of a sudden they disappear in April, May, and June. And you find concentrated activity in one place and no activity in the places you used to see them in the wintertime. It's because they're really focusing around the dens. We look at the size of those home ranges in Vermont, about 30 square kilometers, basically a little under 10 square miles. In the forests of Maine, 70 square kilometers, which is roughly going to be somewhere in the neighborhood about 19 square miles or so, 19, 20 square miles. The significance here is not the size so much. It's the fact that the size of the home range represents the richness of the environment. If you're a coyote family, you don't want to have to go around a home range that's any larger than you need it to make your living, to find your prey, to raise your puppies. And so in a rich environment, you're going to have a smaller home range, a smaller territory probably as well. In a poorer environment, you are going to have more space that you're going to have to occupy. And so the size of the home range oftentimes represents the richness of the environment. Addison County was a very rich environment for coyotes. They had deer, but they had cottontail rabbits, woodchucks, and even more important, they had the carcasses of heifers and cows that died particularly in the fall and winter, that got dumped. They couldn't get buried because of frozen ground. And that food source was a bonus food source. It made for a very, very rich environment. In Maine, you just have forests, essentially, and deer and other small mammals in that forest. Those are a much poorer environment for a predator like coyotes. And so their home ranges are much larger. The implication is, of course, that the densities are lower. So if you've got a smaller home range, you can pack in more coyotes. If you've got larger home ranges, you're going to have fewer coyotes. And coyote family groups, call them a pack if you will, the family group generally average about 7 or 8 individuals in the fall, which is where they're going to be the most numerous before there's any dispersal. So you can see that the richness of the environment, the richer the environment, the more coyotes you're going to pack in there, the more coyote groups you're going to pack in there. And of course, the implication for that is if you were going to go out and do some sort of predator control, like you're going to try to eliminate coyotes from an area, you're going to have a much greater problem because you're going to have many more family groups that you're going to have to deal with than in an area that's of a poor environment. The coyotes are denning in April and May. Generally, May would begin the peak of the denning season. They mate in January or February. They have a 63-day gestation period, and they become sexually active at about 22 months, about 2 years. So it takes a coyote about 2 years before they're off looking for a mate somewhere. They mate, like I say, in February, late January. They give birth at the end of April, early May, and the female around April is looking for a den site. And a den site doesn't necessarily have to be too elaborate. It may be just a hole in the ground where there's some loose dirt. It might be a hole between the root wads of a tree, but it's going to be dry, and it's going to be within probably about 100 meters of water, because when mom has puppies, she's got to drink a lot of water while she's lactating. So she's not going to travel far from water. So you're not going to have a coyote den sitting way up in some dry mountaintop somewhere. They're going to be in a place where they can get fresh water within a very easy distance. This is in contrast, these small holes, and generally I've not seen a coyote den that was more than just a natal chamber, single natal chamber. In contrast, wolves, the biggest wolf den, and I've crawled in about 30 to 35 wolf dens. We used to actually, these are actually wolf pups, but cow pups would look about the same. But we actually snaked in active dens a video camera with a 16-foot flexible shaft lens, so it's all like a long snake. And we would snake that down and actually video the puppies and count them all to get an estimate of litter size in that wolf den. And of course, mom and pop and all the other wolves are running around howling and barking at you. It's pretty exciting. But the method allowed us to get good estimates of the number of puppies in the dens. Well, one of the wolf dens that I actually went into had 11 entrances, and it had tunnels up to 60 feet long. It covered almost about a sixth of an acre. It was huge in size. But coyotes don't do anything like that. They concentrate their activity during the denning season. This just shows you one wolf group here in Addison County. This is showing their home range during the winter months. The dotted line is showing the home range during the denning season. There's the territory, and there's the territory during the denning season. They're concentrating their activity during denning. These little grid squares just show you when coyote was active at that spot. So the frequency of activity. So the taller the bar, the more active they are at that location. And you can see they're very active at the den sites. You would expect that. Again, here's another group here, and you have harmonic mean, the territory here, and then you have during denning, it's really compressed a lot smaller. They're really concentrating their activity around the den sites. When you look at the breeding pair and their activity at dens, these are radiolocations within 100 meters of a an actual den, active den. And you can see in April, this breeding female right here, the black bar, she's of course spending most of her time at the den. As you get into May, she spends a little less time. She's lactating, she's going out to get water to drink. And when you get into June, she's even spending less time. The male is beginning to spend more time. So as she goes away from the den, he comes to the den, basically babysitting the kids. And the interesting thing here is you have this juvenile female from the previous year, and you can see here she's not anywhere near the den generally in April, but in May she shows up, And she actually, by June, is spending more time at the den site babysitting the kids than mom and dad. So there is really family cooperation here in terms of raising the litters of pups. The thing you need to know about coyote family groups is that they really are mostly a family group, meaning that they're a coyote breeding pair, and then there are their siblings, their young that they produced. Now, typically, the young are of the year, meaning that the young from the previous year are leaving. They're leaving in their first year, and definitely at least in their second year, to locate their own territories, their own, basically establish their own family groups if they can. But the decision for leaving is largely food-based. And this is where you start getting larger groups of coyotes, family groups. Those typically are the breeding pair with kids from several years, litters from several years, because the kids aren't leaving, because there's so much food. They're like the millennials. They love it in the basement. And so they're not leaving because they're getting all the food they need and all the resources they need. There's no reason for them to move out until the hormones take over and they want to breed. And then it becomes, a decision: do I stay and take this smorgasbord, take advantage of it, or do I leave and mate and actually raise a family of my own? And so that becomes the decision based on their reproduction more than food when they get to be 2 years old. But if there isn't much food, they tend to then leave in their first year. So because there's no reason to hang around, because you're not going to get well fed in the home range at home, so you might as well take off somewhere else and try it best somewhere else. So the family group's very fluid, and it really is a function of food. If you're seeing large groups of coyotes in areas, that generally means they're well fed. The food resources are very rich. You won't see that in a place like Maine, where in the forests of Maine, where the richness of the environment is probably pretty low. They're going to be dispersing in their first year. When we look at the mortality, about 27, this is based on my radio-collared animals, about 27% of the resident adults die every year. So about a quarter of them die every year. These are the resident adults. They're staying in the pack, they're not leaving, they're right there in the pack, home range, pack territory. And they have about a quarter of them are going to die every year. 20% of juvenile mortality after the neonatal period, we don't know what neonatal mortality is. Now when I say neonate means at birth. So neonates, we consider neonate animals basically to be those animals at birth, and then up to maybe about a month, maybe a month and a half, 90 days later. So when I say juvenile mortality after 90 neonatal period, we're talking basically juveniles from midsummer on. And they have about 20%, not statistically different than the other resident coyotes. We didn't detect any mortality in resident subadults, those who stayed over. They didn't disperse their first year, they stayed over in their second year. But our sample size was just too small. I'm not surprised we didn't detect much mortality. There's probably the same mortality here as here. They're probably, if we got a big enough sample, we'd see it would be probably pretty consistent. The main point here, however, is when you leave, your mortality goes way up. And if you don't settle in an area very quickly, you're not going to probably do it at all. You're not going to survive to reproduction. So annual mortality for dispersers, dispersing is a very risky business. Looking for a mate is a very risky business. And your mortality rate goes up considerably. It can be as high as 70% for wolves in some areas. So coyotes and wolves share the same risk factors when they disperse. They're going through different territories. They don't know the landscape very well. They might get killed by other coyotes or wolves. And then they also are at greater risk to hunters and trapping and being hit by vehicles because they're in unfamiliar territory. Of the wolves the coyotes that we monitored, 10 were shot, 1 was trapped, 3 were hit by vehicles. The key there, not so much the breakdown of the different sources. The overwhelming source of mortality in coyotes is human-based. Natural mortality from other coyotes from disease is relatively low compared to sources. People kill coyotes, and people are the main sources of the death of coyotes. Now, that's not to say that if people didn't kill coyotes, that something else wouldn't kill many of those coyotes otherwise, either. So, for example, if if the risk of disease would go up in a population if it wasn't being harvested. There'd be, because the population density for any kind of density-dependent disease would place them at greater risk. So there's a bit of compensation that's going to be going on there between human mortality and other sources of mortality that are not human-based, because the human base basically overwhelms that other source. And there's a bit of a compensation that may be actually occurring within a population. Dispersers, they travel quite a ways. Now, these are just what we knew where we got the collars back. We had some that just disappeared. Who knows? They could be in Quebec somewhere. They might be, maybe for all we know, they might be in Indiana. We don't know. But they do disperse long distances, and only a small fraction of them actually ever get a chance to settle into a territory and establish their own home ranges. Unfortunately, the success of dispersers is one of the hardest things to study, and there's not a lot of good data on dispersal in coyotes in terms of their success rates. Food habits, well, it's pretty eclectic. They like lots of things. They like mice, they like porcupines, they love woodchucks, they like deer. And when we look at their scats, it gives us a pretty good seasonal picture. Now, keep in mind, this is the percent occurrence of any kind of evidence of an animal in the scat. So in other words, this is not volume. We're not talking that here, for example, we're not saying 40% of their diet in spring is deer. No, 40% of scats had deer hair in it. So it is an indication of changes through the seasons. It is not telling you volume. In this case, we see in the spring and summer, deer very much in the spring, and that's probably going to be deer either in a weakened state from the winter or carcasses, deer that died during the wintertime. That's probably the biggest source in the spring. When it overlaps into this early summer, late spring, early summer, those would be probably neonate fawns. And we know that coyotes can kill a lot of neonate fawns. Probably the highest percentage that's been recorded is from Georgia, near the Savannah River in Georgia. And a study down there, I believe coyotes killed about 50% of neonate fawns within 1 month of birth. And they have black bears down there too, who are also killing fawns. So they can take a significant number of fawns. In the Northeast here, in studies that have looked at deer mortality due to any source, the predation on neonate fawns seems to be considerably lower, but there is definitely evidence of killing adult deer as well. There's no doubt that coyotes are capable of taking an adult deer, but the primary mortality is going to come to the neonate fawns. And there's a reason for that, because at that time, mom and dad need a nice big little package of meat to bring back to the kids, and a fawn is a perfect little package of meat. Plus, killing a fawn, you don't risk getting killed yourself. One of the things that is pretty clear with looking at the physical condition of coyotes and wolves throughout the seasons is that they do best in winter. Coyotes put on weight, wolves put on weight, they're healthier, they are more active in winter because they actually have more access to food in winter, particularly in this case would be deer, but also here snowshoe hare would be a huge one. In the summertime, the pickings are a little thinner, a little leaner, and so they tend to lose weight based on, one, their females are lactating, they're feeding kids, so that's one reason why they're going to be losing weight. The secondly is they have a little bit harder time finding food, and taking down a deer by a coyote in the middle of summer, they can do it, but it's really risky. Deer are not knockovers. I mean, I don't know if any of you have any clue. Deer, even for a wolf, deer is not a knockover. It's not, they don't just walk up to a deer and just push it over and kill it. Deer are dangerous prey. Beaver are dangerous prey. Cottontail rabbits, not so much. And so there is a real emphasis in the summer, particularly on those smaller animals. Here you have, you also see the influence of livestock, the blue bars. They're picking up in the late summer and into winter, and those are those frozen carcasses mainly. And then you also have some other mammals thrown in here. Sheep, I didn't find a lot of evidence of sheep in the scats. There wasn't a lot of sheep growing in that area, so that's probably one explanation for it. But in terms of other mammals, they kill skunks, they kill foxes, they kill raccoons. I just can't imagine what it'd be like to kill a raccoon. It would probably be a pretty miserable thing to do. But they do kill other larger mammals. Rodents, they take large rodents in the spring and summer specifically. Well, of course, in the wintertime, a lot of those rodents just aren't there. In this case, that would be beaver, porcupine, woodchucks. Small rodents, they do take in the summer and winter, summer, fall, and winter. That is a major staple in their diets, are small voles and mice. And also rabbits and hare. And you can see rabbits is a big one in the wintertime. Those are snowshoe hare, as well as cottontails. And so coyotes are really effective at killing rabbits. And rabbits can be a subsidizing, and in this case hare as well, can be a subsidizing food source, meaning that the coyotes can really do well on those rabbits, despite, for example, the density of deer. So there are circumstances in which you could have a deer population that's very low, and you have coyotes basically subsidized by rabbits. They don't really need the deer, but they do take deer occasionally, and that mortality to those deer may be enough at that point to suppress their numbers because they've been hammered by, let's say, 2 or 3 bad winters. So there are circumstances in which the prey base plays a role in how the coyotes might affect, let's say, deer, because they can be subsidized. In the West with wolves, they get subsidized by salmon. Salmon can decouple the wolf population, their sort of physical condition, from the population density of the deer that they mainly prey on, because they don't depend on the deer alone. They've got other sources that they can switch to. This just shows birds and vegetation, nuts, berries, all kinds of things, corn even. They're pretty much in all the scats. They are very omnivorous, kind of like a bear. So let's talk about predation, because predation is probably one of the dominant themes for most folks who want to talk about coyotes or wolves, and certainly I think an important one to discuss here in Vermont. Of course, coyotes are predators on livestock, and there are conditions in which they can do a significant amount of damage, but I don't believe in Vermont that they are a scourge of livestock in Vermont. I don't think there's any evidence that livestock producers in general, except for perhaps some local producers, have had really economically devastating effects from coyote predation. There are places out west where that has happened, but it's not that common. And so livestock predation is significant, but it is something that is, one, generally localized, and there is some good evidence that if you have a group of coyotes in your area and they're not preying on your livestock, if you wipe them out, you risk having a new group come in who learn to kill your sheep or kill your chickens or kill your goats. And so it can be a good thing or a bad thing to take out a family group of coyotes that may be adjacent to a farm. And you may not know that. Research out west in California showed very clearly that the major individuals in a coyote population who kill livestock, and actually the ones who lead all predation, are the breeding pair. The other members of the pack are kind of hanging on. They're like, it's not like everybody's out there with their radios going, okay, you go right, I'll go left, you go right. We're going to push these guys over here, we're going to push these guys over there, and we're all going to jump on them all at the same time. Now, they're not African wild dogs. What it's more like is one coyote says to the other, hey, Benji, you go take that deer down, and we'll help you eat it. And it's more like, hangers on. And it's the breeding pair that really do the killing. Well, it's the same thing with livestock. And so to prevent livestock predation, you've got to get that breeding pair. And that's really tough, because if you go out and just randomly kill coyotes, you don't necessarily going to take out the individuals who are doing the killing. So you may not solve your problem. The one device that did work very effectively were what they call the poison collars on sheep. These are the collars that, the sheep died, but the coyote that killed that sheep also died. And those methods worked quite well. Virtually all other methods of eliminating coyotes from an area were not very effective, and not very effective in the long term. In other words, there was something that had to be constantly applied, which by default means something that was very expensive. So it's a problem, yes, and there is no easy solution to it, but you have to be a little careful about what you do and how you interpret it. Again, coyote family groups might not kill your sheep, and they are going to keep out other groups. However, there are those who buy into that story as well very strongly. They say, well, you don't have to kill any coyotes. You know, you just make sure you got, you know, you don't want any turnover in the coyote population because you're going to have these coyotes out there protecting your livestock. Well, the reality of that is research has shown that that effect is real in certain places, under certain circumstances. It has happened. It's been documented. But the effect doesn't last long because in those coyote family groups, there's turnover. And the fact that that breeding pair is not going to necessarily last for more than 2 or 3 years. And so eventually they're going to turn over anyway. And so any duration, any benefit of that is going to be fairly short. And I'll just give you a little anecdote. In Alaska, on the Tok River, the Tok caribou herd, we went in there and as a measure of the state of Alaska, the Alaska Fish and Game has had probably as much experience in doing predator control as any organization in North America. I mean, it's got decades of experience doing this kind of stuff. And we run into the same kinds of public issues where people are against it, people propose it. You know, it all depends on their point of view. And so we're always looking for alternatives to lethal controls, because publicly it seems to be more satisfactory to a lot of people. Well, anyway, so in one experiment, we took an area probably the size, half the size of Vermont, and we gave every male coyote, every male wolf in that population a vasectomy. We snipped them all. And the idea was that you have these territorial males, they're not dead, they're maintaining their territories, but they can't breed, they're sterile. And so you're going to see a reduction in wolves because they're going to keep out any dispersers. They're going to actually prevent other wolves from coming in and depredating, increasing population level and reducing predation on, in this case, caribou. And it worked, but it only worked for about 2 or 3 years because those wolves die and there is turnover. And the other thing you have to do when you do that is you've got to then prohibit hunting and trapping of wolves in that area because you don't want your hunters and trappers out there killing those vasectomized males, right? Because you're just going to ruin the effect that you just spent millions of dollars trying to achieve. And so it is a short-term effect. It's a very expensive one. And when you hear people talk about, these sort of natural controls on predation, like on livestock, because of the territorial coyotes, and not all coyote groups are learning to kill livestock, that's true. That is a true effect. But it is something that's not going to work everywhere, and it's not necessarily going to be an effect that lasts very long. There's also the notion that if you go in and kill a bunch of coyotes in an area and kill breeding pairs, that you'll end up with kind of a free-for-all going on with dispersers coming in trying to establish new territories. And in that free-for-all, you may actually end up with more breeding pairs within the same area. So instead of having 5 breeding pairs, you might have 15 as they're sort of sorting things out, as they're scrambling for space. That can create more problems for livestock producers as well. But that's another circumstance in which, if those coyotes were hammered in terms of their population density, if that wasn't a continuous process, the coyotes that move back in, scramble for space, in about 4 or 5 years, it's all going to be sorted out, and they're probably back to almost the same way they were before they were removed or heavily harvested. And so again, another kind of a notion of sort of call it counterintuitive notion of you don't want to go in and necessarily blast away at every coyote in an area because you might actually be worsening your problem. It's true for a certain time period in certain places, but it doesn't carry for all circumstances by any means. Well, I say coyotes are major predators on neonate fawns, so are black bears. This is one of the pieces of data that we do not have for much of the Northeast, is the role that black bears play on mortality of neonate fawns and deer in general. We know in my work in Alaska that it could be as high as 40% of the fawns every year are taken by black bears. When you find a dead fawn from a black bear, you don't see hardly anything, except you usually find, right down here, you'll see the lower jaw of the deer. And typically you'll get that lower jaw there because I think it's probably the most massive bone in a deer fawn's mouth, a deer fawn's body actually. And the bears just don't chew it up as well as they do all the other parts, so they leave it behind. But you don't find much else. And of course, the predation by bears on neonate fawns, and I'll talk in a minute here, we need to know whether it's compensatory or additive. And the same thing with coyotes. You need to know whether it's compensatory or additive to understand what's actually happening in the population, how it affects deer. People think of predation, predator-prey communities, as fairly simple. You know, in this case, you've got your wildlife day shifts, you've got your predators coming in and punching the clock on one side, and your deer looking very apprehensive, punching the clock on the other side. Doesn't exactly work that way. The other one here, this is a sort of a common notion of predation. You know, I know you missed the Wainwrights, Bobby, but they were weak and stupid people, and that's why we have wolves and other large predators. The idea that, you know, predators cull the weak out of the population and are actually doing, you know, a great benefit to the prey population. And there's truth to that. It's not false. It's not true. But it doesn't necessarily lead to a balance. And this brings me to this point. All of you, I'm sure, have seen some documentary on wildlife in which the end comment is, we need to preserve the fragile balance of the coral reef, or we need to preserve the fragile balance of the Amazon rainforest, or we need to preserve the fragile balance of the grassland ecosystems. If those balances were so fragile, those systems wouldn't exist. And so it isn't a fragile balance. And what balance does occur is very short-lived because something happens: a fire, winter, flooding, a change in animal population due to disease, an invasion of an invasive species, all these disturbances, a road, a city, all of these disturbances cause a disturbance that upsets that fragile balance of nature. And the fragile balance is kind of dictated or illustrated here in this model. This is a deer-wolf model that I wrote for the Fish and Wildlife Service back a decade or so ago. But this shows you here you have a deer population, and they're at carrying capacity. That dotted line is carrying. That's the maximum that the landscape can support, the maximum deer landscape can support. And they're at carrying capacity, and you introduce your wolves, and this could be coyotes, and the wolves go up in population very rapidly, feeding on those deer. The deer go correspondingly down, and eventually they sort of oscillate together in synchronicity, and they reach some sort of an equilibrium, which is shown here by this what we call phase plane diagram. This is just wolf density or wolf population versus deer population, and they're coming around, they're spiraling into a common equilibrium, a common point. So in other words, they're reaching some sort of a balance. The problem with this picture is at some point along here, a bad winter comes in and K goes down here. And all of a sudden, this whole thing is no longer synchronous any longer. Wolf predation and coyote predation has three basic effects, and most predators have three basic effects on any prey population. They can have no effect. This is typical of insects. And most insect populations that are preyed upon, they tend to die because winter comes. They don't die because the predator keeps them in balance. They reproduce, and they're there in great numbers until a frost comes and kills them all. The predator is just following suit, basically hanging on to its prey source. Then there's regulation. Regulation is like adjusting the nozzle on a hose. So in regulation, you're not limiting the prey population to a lower level necessarily than they could actually achieve based on the carrying capacity of the landscape. But you're getting rid of the peaks and the troughs. You're mitigating them. You're smoothing them out. That's regulation. And in most cases, in most studies of coyote predation on deer, and particularly on those that looked at large scales, like most of the Northeast or most of the Midwest, large scale data sets, they tend to indicate that coyotes, in most cases, are regulating deer numbers at best. They're either having almost no effect, or if they're having any effect at all, they're regulating. However, there are some exceptions to that, and one of the studies down in Georgia showed pretty clearly that coyote predation on deer was limiting the deer population, and that's the third category here, limitation. Limitation means that the predator is keeping the prey down to a level lower than it could achieve without the predator in place, and it is suppressing it at that level. If the predator population was reduced or eliminated, the prey population would rise and grow to its maximum, its potential maximum. And so in the absence of the predator, the population is going to be approaching K. In the presence of the predator, it's going to be well below K. So that's limitation. It says nothing about the peaks and troughs. It just says that the predator is like a cap. And in those kinds of systems, if you enhance the habitat for the prey, if they're truly limited, if you enhance the habitat for the prey so they produce more offspring, instead of seeing more prey develop in your habitat, it's all siphoned off by the predator. You see more predators, smaller home ranges, more breeding pairs, all right? That's what true limitation is about. And there is not much evidence, except for what I mentioned in Georgia, of limitation by coyotes. But it's not impossible. And there are circumstances which could arise that could create that. I discussed one in the case of prey switching with snowshoe hare. But if you had a situation where in a part of Vermont, for example, that has experienced a number of severe winters, that deer were really hammered in those winters, predation by coyotes, which might be at a relatively low level in all other circumstances, except when that deer population is plummeted, and they're doing fine on snowshoe hare, and so the incidental killing of any deer in that population by the coyotes is in fact suppressing that deer population to a lower level than it could achieve if the coyotes were removed from the area. So that is plausible. That's, I don't think anyone's documented anything like that in Vermont, but the circumstances are certainly there. There could be those circumstances, but they're not going to be general. It's not something you're going to see all over the state. It's very unlikely that that would be the case. Getting back to this again, so this, you see the predator is actually mitigating the variation in the prey population. That's regulation, smoothing out the curves. But the fact that that population of deer is that far below K, that's limitation, okay? That's the difference between those two. And you really need to know that before you decide to go in and do predator control somewheres, because the outcomes based on that are going to be very, very different. Anyway, let me get... You also need to know about compensatory and additive mortality. Compensatory mortality is, or predation, is when an animal prey is killed by a predator, but that animal would have died from something else during that year anyway. So, for example, it could be a neonate fawn killed by a coyote or a bear, but there's a good chance that a number of those fawns are going to die in winter anyway. So those that would have died in winter anyway, that's compensatory mortality. Additive mortality is the mortality taking those fawns or taking adult deer that is additive to what would normally occur, the mortality that would normally occur. So it is additional mortality to the system as opposed to just substituting sources. It's actually adding mortality to the system, or additive mortality. This is an example of compensatory mortality based on, this is deer and wolf work in Alaska, but it says what I want. Just pay attention to Prince of Wales Island and Hecate Island here, and you can see that the biggest sources of mortality for these deer populations, these are radio-collared deer, were humans. People killed most of the deer, my radio-collared deer that died. The biggest percentage of them that were a biggest source of mortality. Wolves were right behind at 7 and 11, pretty darn close, and pretty close to between these islands. A little bit higher in Hecate, a little bit lower on Prince of Wales. But here is a big difference: bears, black bears. The neat thing about working on islands is that you have natural laboratories. Well, in this case, my study area here was very close to Hecate Island, very similar habitat, very similar weather conditions. Prince of Wales has wolves and black bears. Hecate has only wolves. And so the black bears are absent. So now you have a controlled experiment here. And what we noticed here is that in this case, the bears took a lot of deer. But the other sources of mortality, which were mainly winter loss because of snow and a severe winter, was almost non-existent. But on Hecate Island, no bears took those deer, but look how many died from other sources. In this case, it was winter loss. That's compensatory mortality, because at the end of the day, the percentage dead in both these populations is not that much different. 46%, almost 47% versus about 52%. So that's evidence of compensatory mortality. If it was additive mortality, this bear mortality would inflate this tremendously. And you would see a lot more deer being affected by predation in terms of population of deer. When a deer population grows, it shows a growth curve, what we call a Ricker curve. This is like compound growth, compound interest, all right? You've got an interest rate, and that interest rate is determined, R, is determined by births minus deaths. Okay, so if births are way beyond deaths, you're going to increase. If deaths are equal or larger than births, you're going to decrease. So your interest rate is determined by births minus deaths, all right? And typically, the net annual recruitment, that's your interest. That's what you are building your principal with every year. Principal is only growing if you have that interest. Well, these are the young of the year. They may also be immigrants and migrants, but we'll ignore those for the moment. Think of these as the young of the year. That is what is being added to the population. That is also the numbers of animals, the pool of animals that you can take from hunting, predators, accidental death, without causing the principal to go down. So the population doesn't decrease. So this curve represents the pool of those individuals that can be debited from the population without causing the population to go down. And with a deer population, moose population, caribou population, they tend to grow very rapidly when their densities relative to carrying capacity are very low. Everybody's got food. Everybody's reproducing. All the fawns are surviving. And they're reproducing and they're increasing very rapidly. But as they increase rapidly, as they go further along, R starts to decline towards carrying capacity. In this case, births minus deaths is getting smaller, 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 where at carrying capacity, the births equal the deaths. In animals in which you have a fairly linear shape like this to this reduction, these are animals they're very sensitive to density dependence. In other words, they're sensitive to their own densities and their own competition for food. Moose are a good example of this. They tend to produce a Ricker curve with a good even parabola shape. When you look at white-tailed deer, they don't show any of these effects in births minus deaths until you start really getting close to K. In other words, it's delayed. That decline is not linear. It's actually a negative exponential. And what that produces is this, a much bigger arc, because the effects of density dependence are being delayed closer to carrying capacity. The difference here, and the reason I point this out, is that this is the evolutionary indications that deer, white-tailed deer, are well adapted to predation, because their strategy, based on their demographics, is to out-reproduce whatever's killing them. Moose, on the other hand, and caribou, on the other hand, that is not the case. They're much more sensitive to their environment, their carrying capacity. Deer just blast out fawns and new recruits as fast as they can until they start starving, and then they tend to really collapse. And that's what's indicated here. Now, the importance of this is that you need to know where your deer population is on that Ricker curve before you can tell what effect you might have if you go in and kill all the predators. Let me just... because if you are going in there to remove predators, you want to know whether your deer population is close to carrying capacity, or is it well below carrying capacity that it has the potential to really grow sustainably, or at least healthily. And one of the things that happens is, in a population, if that carrying capacity is diminished, the area under this curve, which is the pool of recruits, is going to decrease in a negative exponential fashion. In other words, it's going to go to hell in a handbasket really quick as carrying capacity goes down, because it's going to reduce this in a nonlinear way so that you're not going to be able to have resilience in the system that you had originally with a very rich system where carrying capacity is very high. So carrying capacity is a driver of the dynamics as well as the volatility in a predator-prey system. When you have low K, you're tending to see populations of prey all over North America in which predators have a bigger role in keeping them suppressed in their numbers, in actually limiting their numbers. And so here you go. Here you have this Ricker curve here showing population growth of net random recruitment in deer. And in this situation, you have this red line indicates the portion of this interest that is being removed by the predator. And you can see what happens in a situation where you have reduction in carrying capacity. You have the predators. The predators aren't necessarily declining in synchrony with your deer population, which is pressed for food because carrying capacity is declined. So they're keeping their numbers. They're feeding on snowshoe hare. They're feeding on beaver. They're feeding on something else. In the case of wolves, they're feeding on salmon. Their numbers don't go down necessarily relative to, let's say, the deer numbers. So as you move carrying capacity down, this area here above that red line is quite large here, but when you're reducing carrying capacity to here, that area is a lot smaller. And eventually you go down even further, that area might be entirely below that red line. So you're looking at a population that's becoming less and less resilient to predation. It's going to be much more sensitive to a predator. And there certainly could be circumstances in Vermont where these conditions might exist. Probably in some places like Caledonia County where you typically have heavy snows, you might have a circumstance which might create this kind of position. The key thing here, though, is before you go in and decide you're going to remove your predators out of a population, you need to know whether you're here. If you draw a straight line across here, okay, like here, this red line, all right, you have two places where net recruitment is the same. You have it here, and you have it here. If you're here, if you were to remove the predator from the population, you probably could see that population of prey increase dramatically and actually respond well to that reduction in predators. But if you're over here, you're going to drive them right to K. And then K is going to be diminished because they're going to overbrowse the range. K is going to be diminished, and now you're in this death spiral, where now you're in this lower curve. And maybe you do the same thing again, and you mistake the fact that the deer are here instead of over here, and you drive them to K again, you run that back down further, and eventually you're into a death spiral. Your system is going to become incredibly volatile and incredibly unresilient. So you have to know where you are before you go in and plan some sort of big removal. You have to know by looking at the deer. So in this situation, those deer are going to be healthy. Everyone's going to be reproducing. The fawns are going to be surviving at a fairly high level, or they're going to be in good condition at birth. They may be being killed by bears and coyotes. But at least the condition of the deer are going to look really good. So the browsing levels in winter range and summer range are going to be low. Here, you're going to have a different situation. They're going to be in worse condition. There's going to be higher browsing levels. So you have to have those kinds of data to be able to tell you where you are relative to carrying capacity. Otherwise, you're not going to really be able to predict what the outcome is going to be if you go in and try to manage that situation with a predator removal. So when we talk about predator removal, again, I came from an agency that did a lot of it. When you go in and do a predator removal project, you don't go in with a coyote derby. You don't even just liberalize your trapping laws, your bag limits and seasons, or your hunting bag limits or seasons. You go in with probably paid people, but in some ways compensated people, who do nothing but kill the predator. And they kill every predator that they can find with the hope of almost eliminating the predators entirely from the region of interest. It's not recreation. It's a dirty, ugly business. But that's the only way you end up getting to the point where you may see an effect on the prey population. And secondly, one of the worst things you can do, one of the worst decisions you can make as a public agency, is to go into something like that, a program of predator control, and not know for a fact that it's going to respond the way you think it's going to respond. Two, not reduce enough of the predator to show a difference. And three, not to have a monitoring program in place so you can detect those differences. So if you say you're going to increase buck harvest on deer, that you can show that you are increasing buck harvest on deer. Because if you can't go there, if you can't provide those data, you cannot show that your program worked, and it becomes a political nightmare, a public and political nightmare, because these programs are always controversial. So when you go into a program like this, you go in with the idea that you're going to go and you're going to clobber that predator population, and you're going to set it up in such a way that you're going to see an effect. If, in fact, you've made the right decision about where those deer are relative to decay, you're going to be able to detect it. The worst thing you can do is not be able to do that detection, to have a program going on and nobody can really tell if it's working. Publicly, that's a nightmare. That's a death sentence publicly. And so you prepare for these with data, and you prepare for these with a real effort to make it happen. You don't do this by having a coyote derby. That really, I mean, I have no issues with that so much that I don't think it's hurting coyote populations anywhere. But it's not a predator control program. It's not really probably going to achieve the goal that you might think it is. And it might actually not be worse. It might create a worse situation. So anyway, predator control is a serious business. And we did a lot of it. It even involved killing bears. It wasn't just wolves. We were actually out there knocking off brown bears and black bears, killing cubs in the dens, killing pups in the dens, doing whatever was necessary efficiently to essentially eliminate predators from the landscape. And we had to do that before you could see really any major effect on the population of, in this case, moose and caribou. So when we talk about predation, of course, you think about the predator and its direct interaction with the animal, killing the animal, taking it down. But there are a lot of landscape features that are important to the risk factors involved between predator and prey. Deer on a slope have hope. Deer on a flat and the wolves and coyotes are fat. When a deer has an opportunity to get on a slope, and in fact 10 degrees or more reduces risk of predation by 50%. So terrain matters. It really matters a lot. On a flat, it's much tougher because you have less probability of detection of the predator, and two, you don't have as much escape terrain. A hillside, especially a forested, rugged hillside, is a way for a deer to escape predation. So the topography is important in terms of creating risk landscapes. So when you create a deer yard or you preserve a deer yard, winter habitat for deer, man, the most important places you want to be thinking about are the hillsides. There certainly are going to be lowland thickets that might be very important, but those hillsides are going to be prime, and especially those hillsides on east, south, or west-facing slopes. Those should be the prime areas of concern for conserving deer winter range, and because they're also probably the least risky for them in terms of predation by coyotes. The other thing to consider on landscape level is that edge matters. Deer respond well to a greater degree of edge. The more edge there is, they tend to not only find more food, they don't have to go as far to find it, they also have available escape cover to escape predation. So finer, more edge leads to lower risk of predation. And this is true with wolves, it'd be true with coyotes, it'd be true with red wolves in the southeast. The coarser areas, more big blocks of land that are chopped up as opposed to small patches, you're going to have higher risk of predation. And in terms of cost of locomotion for deer in wintertime with snow on the ground, lower cost of locomotion here because you're closer to food. You also have interception of the tree canopy to reduce the amount of snow that's on the ground. And I'm not talking necessarily about deer yards. This kind of habitat is really good in summer as well as winter. But in winter, in early winter, before they're really yarded up, they're still feeding pretty heavily. And be able to go close to an area where they can get food pretty easily without having to wade through deep snow is a real benefit. So cost of locomotion is a lot lower where edge is finer, there's greater edge. The bigger the blocks, the coarser the landscape, the cost of locomotion is going to be generally higher unless you're all in forest. But if you have big blocks of open ground, that cost of locomotion can be a lot harder. So in your landscapes, finer and more edge is probably not only going to provide a better landscape for food for deer, but it's also going to provide a bit of risk reduction from predation. And so finally tonight, I'm just going to mention the ball in the box. This is a meme I use to try to get this idea of how the landscapes and carrying capacity really define the behaviors and drive these systems, these predator-prey systems, as much or more so than the actual interactions between the predator and prey. So if you can think of this box as representing all the resources that the coyotes, the bears, and people and deer need to make for a sustainable deer population and harvesting and predation. This ball here represents all those dynamics. Everything, it's a super ball, so if it hits something, it bounces really erratically. And as long as that box is really big, that super ball has a lot of space to wander around. And a super ball, this is the balance of nature right there. Well, it never exists. It's always going to be disturbed in some way. So it's going to move around. In reality, it's not going to sit in the middle. It's going to move around. And if the box is big enough, that ball never touches the side. The behavior can vary from year to year, decade to decade, but it never collapses. It never finds a volatility that causes it to become extremely variable, to collapse. One species perhaps becoming very, very rare in terms of its population density, very, very low population density. But now when you reduce that box, now you're making the situation a lot more difficult to maintain itself with any kind of resilience, because now that ball could hit the sides of that box and you end up with a lot of erratic, chaotic behavior. And so the size of that box really matters. But the other lesson here is that we tend to think in our management scenarios and our management ideas about creating stability in our game populations, our fur bearer populations. Trying to maintain stability in any of those populations is a red herring, and it's also a pipe dream. There is just no way that you can control enough of the parameters that control any of those populations, whether it's the weather, the landscape, the dynamics between the animals. You can't control that enough to have stability. Stability is really a red herring. As I said, it's a pipe dream. What you really want to manage for is resilience. You want that system to be able to bounce around, to be disturbed, to be changed in some way, but still have enough space so it can move around wherever it goes and it's not going to crash. And when I crash, I mean one species becomes very sparse and low density, or maybe completely disappears, or that the goals for those populations, like harvest goals, collapse on you. So resilience is really the key here, not stability. Stability, you'll lose your mind. Here, you at least have a chance of actually accomplishing a goal. And of course, resilience then would lead to persistence. The more resilient a system is, the more persistent it's going. It's going to last longer. And this is going to be critical in the future here in Vermont, and as well as all over Northeast, because there are dramatic changes that are coming that are going to challenge that resilience. But if you maintain the habitats for deer, the critical habitats for deer, as much and as rich as you can, you're probably going to do the most you can to make sure that you have a sustainable deer population in the presence of coyotes, which would be extremely expensive and probably infeasible to get rid of to any real extent that would be meaningful. Your really only choice you have is going to be to maintain resilient ecosystems that keep that box as big as possible. Anyway, that is it. I'm done. It's enough. No, John.
No to both?
Yep. Nope. And you might be able to on a small area, but on a statewide basis, it would be really tough to do. Yep. We tried in Alaska.
Well, Alaska, Vermont isn't as big as one Alaska county.
I know. And we tried in Alaska, but the one thing in Alaska is in interior Alaska, because it's mostly open, actually tundra and as well as boreal forest. You can see things. So you can fly and you can count moose and caribou and wolves, and can't do that here very well. Yeah.
Concerning dispersal?
Yes.
Is that something that occurs at a certain time every year?
Yeah. Well, it does. It has a low presence throughout the entire year, but the rate of dispersal really picks up around the mating season, particularly when the juveniles are reaching sexual maturity, and they're really getting the urge to mate, and that's a real inducement to get out of the basement.
Well, is there a certain age when they're more likely to disperse, or an age where they would not disperse and just stay with the group for the rest of their life?
I don't think we know the latter part of that question. I don't think anybody knows that. In terms of beginning dispersal, we know for coyotes that they will disperse in their first year if food drives them to do it. And then they will disperse in their second year because of sexual maturity. There are not a lot of evidence, I believe, for coyote family groups to have members that are older than 2 years, other than the breeding pair. It's not like a wolf pack. This is where they differ from wolf packs. The one thing that I'm a little tentative, if you notice I'm a little tentative, I'm answering this. The one thing that's conceivable is that if they're adapting more to larger prey over time, they might form more of the structure you see in wolves than you typically see with the fluid coyote family groups year to year. So it could change. And they are plastic. They can change. They're very adaptable. Patty Mullman has a great paper from Yellowstone about that plasticity. Yeah, I mean, the answer to your question is there's no, what I gave you was, probably the 75-80% solution, but there's another 20% out there that they just don't fit the model. Yeah.
How long does that breeding pair live?
Well, they could potentially live as long as a dog, but in the wild, it's probably 4 or 5 years at most. They do live longer where they're not heavily persecuted by people, but generally they're going to be 3 to 4 years probably where they are, and maybe an average of 5 if you look at areas where they're not heavily harvested versus adjacent ones that are. Yeah, probably about 5 would be a pretty good guess. With the males dying first, females probably living a little longer. But no, they don't. And so that 5 years would be probably the maximum that you could actually have one of those effects I was talking about a coyote group forming that's not killing livestock, for example. I mean, that effect is not going to last probably more than about 2, 3, maybe 4 years. And then something's going to kill the breeding pair, or one of the breeding pair.
I guess I have one. We actually raise chickens, and for years we raised chickens. Never had coyote problems. Last year, one came, killed off almost our entire flock. It happens. We understand almost everything of chickens. Help my dog sometimes tries to go after them.
Oh, I like chickens too.
Yeah. They come. It's one of those things. You're going to have predators when you have chickens.
Yeah.
One of the things our neighbor had, and we actually were outside like 2 o'clock in the afternoon and saw the coyote walk into our yard and took one of our birds and ate it in the chicken pen. And our neighbor freaked out because he assumed it was ill because what animal would walk onto your yard at 2 o'clock and kill it and eat it in the chicken pen?
A hungry coyote.
And that's kind of what I assumed, and he was sure it was like ill of some sort and tried to hunt it down. I would assume that it does not mean that they're ill just because they were
No,
in the middle
no.
of the afternoon to
No.
have a snack in my front yard.
Coyotes do tend, and I showed this with the data from Vermont, that they do tend to spend more time active at night where they're heavily persecuted by people, hunted and trapped, or actually hunted more has the effect on them. And wolves are the same way. They tend to become more nocturnal, but they can be active at any time. They're actually a daytime hunter mostly.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah. They if they had their druthers, that's when they would hunt because it's easier. At nighttime, they do it because they're trying to be a lot more cryptic because they're getting killed.
Our beginning the beginning of our flock disappeared in the middle of the night. We never closed them in at night, and they kind of just roamed as they saw fit until they went inside, or they were stupid and died.
Yeah.
And then, randomly one day we came home and out it walked and killed a bird while us and the dogs were outside in the yard.
Yeah. That story though, that bothers me a little bit because obviously he had no fear of you guys.
Yeah, no, and we were maybe no more than 50, 60 feet away from it. We were outside doing yard work, and we have a golden retriever and a black lab, and we were down doing something in the yard, and our dog suddenly stops, looks, and we see this nice coyote just walk across the lawn, pick up a bird, start munching it, look at us, drop the bird, and walk back in the woods.
It does. I can't quite get a sense of just how habituated that animal might have seemed. It does worry me when they become habituated. I mean, there's ways of doing that too, with dog food and with bird feeders and that are close to the ground. There's a number of ways you can get coyotes coming in, and chickens would be another one, right? And that.
Worried most about our dog because she's golden and she thinks every freaking animal in the universe is her friend, and so she likes to go down and kind of scout the area and just chases whatever's on our lawn. The lawn for the hell of it. And so coyotes are one of those things she does not want to go play with.
We
haven't seen it since. It killed all our flock. We didn't get any more for a year. And then
I hope it doesn't become a regular thing.
And we've had them for maybe 8, 9 months, and we haven't seen any yet.
No, it could also be a disperser that just found a way to get an easy meal.
It didn't seem terribly, I don't know how to tell the age of them or anything, but it wasn't probably much bigger than our dog, and it was, it was a nice looking coyote. That way. Our neighbor did decide he was going to try to go hunt it down. Apparently, chickens are delicious.
They are, and they're easy. I mean, you don't risk much killing a chicken.
It just cleared the other fence like it was nothing.
I'm here because I've had the same experience. They are not afraid to be in my yard. I see the tracks, those single tracks that go right through my yard. I have 2 dogs, and my question is, one dog is 50 pounds and one is 60. How worried do I have to be about those coyotes who are definitely coming through my yard, bothering my dogs?
Now, they're actually bothering the dogs. I mean, are they?
They're not.
But the dogs are registering that they're there and getting bothered by the fact.
One time, I have an underground fence, so the dogs only have a certain area they can be in, and the dogs are barking like crazy. I went out, and there are 2 coyotes.
Right.
So I took a jacket and put it over my head and said, get out, and kind of ran toward them. And they turned around and they looked at me, what is your problem? They were not afraid.
That was us.
So I am afraid of them being so comfortable, and would they hurt my dogs if I have a 50?
I kind of doubt your dogs are that size. Now, if you had a little wiener dog, that might work. Yeah, that might be a different story. It's 50, 60-pound dog is probably going to be able to do okay. The only thing is, I mean, it would not be impossible that coyotes would attack, and even dogs of that size. I mean, I have the same thing going on. I have coyotes around me all the time. My dog goes out and she doesn't chase them, but she barks and does a whole perimeter and thing and I'm not particularly worried that they're going to attack. But we said that before. There was this big notion for years that wolves wouldn't never kill people in North America. Maybe in Europe there were stories about wolves attacking people, but we dismissed it for years, for decades, until in Alaska about 5 years ago, teacher was walking home, pack of wolves came along, killed her and ate her. And so I'm hesitant to say that there's no issue there for you. I just don't know. Obviously don't encourage them in any way to be nearby. But I wouldn't be overly concerned about your dogs, really. I don't think there's, the likelihood is that they're going to be bothered by them. But I don't think it's not impossible. I realize that's unsatisfactory, but that's, I can't give you no guarantees.
Of course, at night I can't see them. So what I do is I go out with the dogs with a headlamp on. And because I think they're not going to like that light. Do you think that is true or not?
Oh, all coyotes come to the light. And the light's on your head, so it's the worst spot you could have it. No, I don't think you're at any real great risk.
You don't think so? I don't need to do that.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't.
Thank you.
I don't think. The reason I say that, I've done this kind of stuff myself quite a bit, and I go and play with the coyotes around my place all the time. I howl with them and let them know that the boss is there, because my howl is not a coyote howl, it's a wolf howl, and it's a little bit more intimidating for them. But so I've been fairly close to a lot of them in my adjacent area around where I live in Braintree, and I never feel threatened. I never feel like I get nervous about it. But I have to say that, they're a wild animal, and the one thing that changes everything is they look to people for food. So in other words, they can be curious about you, and they can be maybe not worried by you, but it's when they change from that to being your source of food, that's when the problem arises, and that's where I worry about. I'm not sure how you know that. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how you know that that's the case. And so they're going to be there. And even if they were eliminated, there's going to be other coyotes coming in. So it's going to be one of those things where you're just going to have to see for yourself.
Yeah, well, probably, because I'm not afraid of them at all. I just don't want them to get my dogs.
Yeah, I know. I don't want them to get my dog either.
Yeah.
So, for example, I don't just let Willow out running free. She's confined. You've got a underground invisible fence, so they're confined. So right there, you've taken a big effort to safety-wise for those animals. If they wandered off like some people's dogs do, they could be toast.
Yeah.
I think you had your hand up for a while.
I have a little two-part question. One is my tough Siam, his cat likes to take off.
Right.
And there's a pack up the road, and I didn't know if they would go after him. He survived 4 or 5 years so far.
They would kill a cat in an instant. Yeah. Yeah, especially one that's just wandering out like that.
I put a steady collar on him.
Oh, they just love that. That would just, that would just be a, they just get their tooth hooked on that collar, and the cat comes right with them.
The other part was I was wondering if you could speak a little more to the personality of the coyote.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by personality of them.
We're talking about when you play with them.
Yeah, they're very much like wolves, and foxes are a bit more cat-like. They're a bit more edgy. Coyotes are not nearly as edgy. They're more curious. They're more, again, like I said, more like wolves. They're very intelligent. They're fascinating to be around and watch because they are so smart that you can watch them solving problems, and it's really fascinating to watch that. So their personalities are very much like wolves, and if you can kind of think of it, an extension of that would be like dogs. They're going to show very much the same sort of natural behaviors dogs do. They're not going to show the behaviors that we bred into dogs. In other words, the difference between coyotes and wolves and your domestic dog, and remember, your domestic dog is a wolf. It's all the same species. It's Canis lupus. But the difference is it's had 15,000 years of direct selection by human beings to get rid of any wolf-like traits, like attacking your kid because you are the alpha male in the family and your kid is a threat. You know, that's what we bred out of dogs. And it took, we didn't do that in a year. It took 15,000 years. So it's a case where they're going to be very dog-like in a lot of those features. Facial recognition, the signals, the cues, wagging the tail, barking, howling, all of those things. There are expressions on their faces. I'll tell you a little quick story. Talking about, and I mean, coyotes are going to be the same way, but so I was darting deer. This is on Hecata Island, and I was concealed by a logging road, and I'm blowing a fawn bleat, and a big male wolf comes by, trotting down the road. And we had radio collars on some of these wolves on Hecata Island, and we knew where the den was, because we actually counted the puppies on the den. But this is in August when they abandon the dens and they're going to meet with pups at what they call rendezvous points. And so this male just went trucking down the road, and I just watched it and listened. It went off into a muskeg, and I heard a lot of barking, or a lot of howling and yipping, and it was a very joyful sound because it was coming together for food. He's bringing food to the pups at this rendezvous site. So I said, great, now I know where the rendezvous site is. So it was a perfect day. It was drizzly, a little bit wind blowing in the right direction. So I went down the road, and I was in this big open heath area called a muskeg, and I was able to approach the wolves from the downwind side from a slightly lower slope, so I could come up hidden from them. And when I came over the little ridge where I could see them, and there were some stunted hemlock trees, I was really close. I was like, they were like from me to you, basically. And so I'm watching them. They had no idea I was there. And I'm watching them, and so there's pups, and the pups are playing, and there's one, I think it must have been a male pup because it was the biggest of the pups, the biggest of the litter. And it was playing with the alpha male, the big male wolf. And it would nuzzle around, and then it would bite his tail. And the wolf would just shake him off, and he'd get really irritated. And the little guy would run away a little bit, and then, no more than about 30 seconds later, he's right over there sniffing around and biting the wolf's tail. Well, finally, this big male got fed up with this. And he gets up, and he walks right into me. So I'm behind this little hemlock tree, and this big male comes trotting down, and he looks up, and he finally sees me. And if there is an emotion of confusion that a dog can portray, this was perfect. This animal looked at me like, what the hell are you doing here? And he looked wide-eyed, and he trotted away. He didn't make any noise. He trotted away from me. He turned around and looked again. He was like, are you still here? And then he walks over. He made no sound, but just the way he carried himself, his tail, his back was tense. He was all tense. Every animal in that little group knew something was wrong, and they all ran away. They melted away, disappeared into the forest. So the game's up. I walk out, and out of the woods, edge of the woods, comes the alpha female, comes mom, and she's barking and howling at me. And so what she's doing, she's pushing me along, right? And then what she would do is she would run past me to the direction she wanted me to go, and she'd kind of sit there and act kind of funny. She actually would lie down. And what she was doing, she was trying to get my attention. So I would walk towards her, and then she'd get behind me, bark and howl, and then she'd go past me again, lie down, and do all this. And she was just basically doing like a broken wing or whatever, trying to get me to get out of there and lead away. She followed me about a quarter mile down the road doing this. So they are very much like dogs. They really are in a lot of ways. Coyotes would be the same way. Yeah. Yeah.
Couple questions. Been documented quite a lot that wolves go on killing sprees, whether it's blood sport or anything like that.
Wolves go on killing sprees?
Killing sprees. I haven't, I've still got a question.
Go ahead.
My point is, have you ever seen any instances of coyotes doing that?
No, not that I've seen. No, I have not. If I've ever seen a carcass of a deer that's been taken down by coyotes, it's just been one deer. There hasn't been like a bunch of them, like they get into a wintering area or something, and you got deer everywhere that are dead. Let me just answer your two parts of it. First, in terms of kills, one thing you do have to be careful, and this is something all of you to know, is when you see a dead carcass out there, deer carcass out there, it doesn't necessarily mean it's predation. Even if there's coyote tracks around it, doesn't necessarily mean it's predation. That could have been an animal that was dead for some other reason, hit by a car, lost from a hunter, died of the winter, and it's being scavenged by coyotes. And you can tell the difference usually because if it was a kill, parts are going to be scattered around big area, and there's generally, if you're there early enough, there's going to be blood everywhere. There's going to be sign of a struggle. It's not going to be like this curled up animal lying there that's being torn apart by whatever's feeding on it right there. Because when an animal dies from, let's say, from starvation, all its blood pools in its body cavity. So there's not this big splash of blood all around in an area. So it's usually pretty clear to be able to tell the difference between what's predation and what isn't. And of course, coyotes are going to kill, or they're going to feed on carcasses. They're going to scavenge as much as they're going to kill. Now, getting back to your killing sprees, I don't really like that term because it's not really accurate for what the animal is doing. They do surplus kill. The term is surplus kill, which means they're killing more than they need at the moment. And there's some talk about wolves now. It's been documented that they will surplus kill. The thing is, it's not like blood sport. It's because they have an advantage on their prey. They've got a chance to kill a lot of food, and they just go ahead and do it. In other words, they don't just say, oh, we'll just take two. We'll just take one and save the rest for later. No, they have the advantage. They have the advantage at that moment. They have the opportunity that they're going to kill as much as they can because they're making their living on their feet. Nobody's feeding them. They have to go out and get it. So if you were in that circumstance, you'd probably do the same damn thing. So yes, they can surplus kill. Yes, they can kill more than they can eat at any one moment. And it doesn't always follow that they come back and clean up the rest and scavenge them. They do sometimes, but sometimes they just leave them. I mean, and we of course would think, well, that's a big waste. Well, one of the really important things in the Arctic is that those kinds of kills, and even the ones in which were not a surplus kill, which is just a single animal, but they didn't consume the entire carcasses, that's what keeps Arctic foxes alive. It's what keeps ravens alive. Some places, that's what keeps polar bears alive. And so it doesn't necessarily have we might look on it as a problem. It's not necessarily ecologically a problem. But it's what I would term as surplus killing, not killing sprees.
You haven't asked the right tool. Anyhow, another question. My second question was, wolves eliminated from the Northeast, late 1800s.
Mm-hmm.
So man became the ultimate predator to replace the wolf.
Mm-hmm.
I submit that. I'm pretty sure I'm accurate. So now you have a coyote, which is an invasive species, which infiltrates from the west, comes to the east. Why isn't an invasive species treated like zebra mussels or Eurasian milfoil or something like that by all the biologists here? Why do they not consider them in the same tone as Eurasian milfoil or zebra mussels? Why are they treated differently? Is that because they're like doggies?
No, it's because they don't consider them an invasive species.
Pardon?
They don't consider them an invasive species.
But you got it up on your...
Yeah, but they moved around North America. They didn't come from overseas somewhere. They came from the western U.S. You have turkey vultures. Turkey vultures.
You should say non-indigenous species.
They're indigenous to North America, but they're just not indigenous to Vermont. Turkey vultures. Should we call turkey vultures invasive species? because they were not indigenous to Vermont. They've moved up basically following the roads. First off, the answer to the question, they're not considered invasive species. They're considered a natural component of the North American ecosystems.
Now they are.
Sure. And I mean, wolves, putting wolves, let's say, back into Yellowstone, are they invasive? Wolves were not, they were extirpated from Yellowstone. We put the wolves back in, was that an invasive species? I don't think so. Some people might not like the idea, but still, it's not what you call an invasive species.
Wolves were there before.
Mhm.
Coyotes weren't here before.
Well, but certainly wolves were here before.
I understand.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about coyotes.
Right, no, I understand, I know that. But still, they are, it's not like they're coming over from China someplace, or not like they're coming over from Europe, where they have no connections with the ecosystems in North America. They very well have connections with ecosystems. And something like zebra mussels, well, zebra mussels come into an environment and exploit it because they have no natural predators. We have plenty, we have, the same predators that kill wolves are still alive today. You're one of them. So it's not quite the same circumstance as what you would call zebra mussels or some other invasive species like that.
So you're not advocating open borders?
No.
We'll take maybe one more
Sure,
question and
sure.
then wrap up.
Yeah.
A quick question. When you hear a pack yipping and barking at night, what are they saying?
There's a variety of things. If it's like a single howl, so yipping, it can be a number of things. One, it can be the group coming together. They've been separated hunting and now they come together. Depending on the time of year, it could be the breeding pair coming back with food in their bellies, in their guts, that they're going to then regurgitate to the puppies. And they oftentimes will make, that's when you hear, especially in July and early August, you'll hear this crazy yipping howling. And oftentimes that's the breeding pair coming back with food. And sometimes they do it even when food isn't involved, just because they've been apart and they come together again. And there's a certain amount of exuberance from that. And then you have howling. And sometimes howling actually means what you think it sounds like. It sounds like a really lonely sound. It can mean, in fact, that you've got a lonely wolf or lonely coyote out there. Yep. It can mean just that.
So thank you all for coming. I really appreciate it.
I'm Ava.
I'm Ben.
I'm Madison. I'm Drew.
We're the Disaster Dodgers.
And we're here to help you.
Be prepared.
Once in a while, something happens that you weren't expecting. Very funny, Drew. But if you're prepared for it, you'll know what to do.
The same goes for a disaster.
A disaster is something that could hurt a lot of people, cause damage, or cut off the electricity, phones, or water across a large area.
Like when a hurricane caused our town to lose power for 4 days.
Or when we got snowed in by the blizzard.
And we didn't have to go to school for 2 weeks. Yes!
There are other things that are bad or dangerous too, like hazards and emergencies.
A hazard is a source of danger. For example, a pile of dried out wood near a gas can that's right next to a home would be a fire hazard.
And fast rushing water over a road poses a flood hazard.
How about an emergency? Like when I'm starving and I need a burger now?
A real emergency is something that happens to an individual or a small group of people.
Like a home fire, where you have to call 911 for help.
911, what's your emergency? How is an emergency different from a disaster?
A disaster affects a lot of people and causes a lot of emergencies.
Whether it's a disaster, emergency, or hazard, we all need to be prepared.
And now, with the help of some very special guests, we're going to show you the kinds of disasters you need to prepare for, starting with fire.
Whoa!
And severe weather.
Really, really bad weather.
Like a tornado or a hurricane.
Or extreme cold.
Or extreme heat. And there's another kind of disaster.
An attack by giants?
Earthquakes.
Don't those just happen in California?
Ha! Actually, they can happen almost anywhere in the country.
Okay, we get the idea, Quake. All kinds of disasters can and do happen at any time and anywhere. Luckily, there are two really important things you and your family can do to get ready for one.
First, have your family make a family communications plan.
That way, everyone in your family will know what to do when a disaster comes, and how to get in touch with each other.
Like sending texts when phone lines are busy and calls don't go through.
I am safe at Brian's house.
Second,